will be easier this time, second time around, to differentiate the roles?
Yeah, I can't really comment on the past, but what I can comment on is, that we've basically got a blank canvas to work with. We're all, Rob, myself, and Brendan have all come in at the same time. So, I think that obviously the test team started well, but when we do get an opportunity to all sit down together in the same room and go through it, I'm sure we'll all have some really good, robust discussions about it, what it looks like, probably over the next 18 months to 2 years. And that's probably the key for Rob is pardon the pun, is to work out how he wants it to work. He's articulated to me how he wants it to work. And, I've got a great relationship with Brendan. I coached him at the Kolkata Knight Riders many years ago. And we've kept in touch ever since. We've crossed paths quite a few times. And he's someone whose cricket brain I really respect. So, and the same with Rob. I did an exchange with Kent nearly 20 years ago, 15 to 20 years ago, and really enjoyed his cricket mind. And once again, when I was at Glamorgan a few years ago, we crossed paths again. So there's a mutual respect, I think, between the three of us. I think that it's not going to be all our own way, and there's going to have to be times where someone's going to have to give a little bit for the bigger picture. But I'm sure we can have those discussions.
If it isn't already remembered as one of the greatest teams ever, it surely will in the future. The Australian women's team that you coached, I suppose it might have been easy to stay there and to carry on with World Cups coming up. Or did you feel like it was the natural end of a cycle?
Yeah, I think for probably the last 18 months, I've been working out the best exit strategy, what that would look like. I think any time, it's been in the role for 7 years, and we've had some turnover of players and staff for that time, but I was always mindful that we achieved such great things. I didn't want to stay a year too long. And I think, going into another contract, I was due probably in the next 8 months to renegotiate. So after that World Cup, and we had a bit, down tools for a bit, it gave me a bit of a chance to reflect on, what it would look like for me going forward and for the group. And I had an inkling that night after the World Cup that might be my last chance with the group, and I made a real effort to enjoy it and savour it. But I also felt it was a great time for someone else to take over. And, Shelley Nitschie's got the first opportunity leading into the Commonwealth Games. She's been a great servant of Australian cricket, and I hope she does really well. But the leadership group in Meg and Rach, they're solid, and they've got it under control. So you never want to leave something that's so successful, but there always comes a time. And to me, this opportunity was perfect timing, not just for me individually, but for my family. We're really excited. We've got some great friends in the UK. And we can't wait to meet up with them. And, they're really excited about the adventure in front of the family. So, we're just really excited about it.
You're going from one extremely good team, great team maybe, to another very good team. Is it harder to make a poor team competitive, a poor team good, than to make a good team great? I mean, you're going to a very good team, aren't you?
That's a great question. I think you pretty much summed it up with what you said. What you want to do is take a team from one particular point and improve them. And when you look back, some of the best coaches that I've seen have taken teams that were really struggling, rebuilt them, and left them in a better place. And the team is functioning really well, and there's no secret in that. I think Owen Morgan as a leader has done some great things here. There's been some really good contributors, and the depth is enormous. So for me, it's just those incremental gains that, hopefully I can bring to the group, a slightly different perspective, but certainly not coming in to try and reinvent the wheel. I think it's humming along well. The team's in a pretty good spot in the white ball cricket, and success would look like competing in big games, regularly, and that sustained success is what every team craves, I guess.
What can England fans expect, Matt? What kind of coach are you? Excuse the predictability of the question, but what's your philosophy?
Yeah, I just believe in, you're called support staff for a reason. And so you're there to support the playing group. So, the players are the centre of all your thoughts, and, you need to make sure that you as a support group are making them not just better cricketers, but better people, and one that the fans want to fall in love with as a team. I think that's, just speaking to people when you mention this team, it's the way they play which excites everyone. The freedom of the batting and the adaptability of the bowlers. So in terms of the philosophy, it's more of that. It's more of that empowerment of players, more of a facilitator, and I guess the technical term would be like a shared leadership model, and trying to get everyone in the group to lead in certain ways. So I think the days of, coach being the dictator in cricket are not there anymore. It's more about how you're going to work with the designated leaders, and how you're going to empower the younger players to lead in their own way as well.
What makes you such a good coach? Your record's outstanding everywhere you've been. You weren't, with the greatest of respect, the most dynamic player. You were very solid, as I recall, very reliable. But there's a dynamism about your results as a coach. Where'd that come from?
I think I certainly got a lot more confident coach than I was as a player. I think you've alluded to it already, that I do think that helps me. I was a player, was probably a talented young player, but then went through most of my career with a lot of self-doubt around my performance and how I could improve my game. And so I can reflect back on that a lot. And I think particularly, the fringe players that need that confidence, I can find a way to have the empathy to try and find a way out of it. And, I don't give them the answers, but I try and help them find those solutions and make sure that they're taking control of their own destiny and not pigeonholing themselves. So a lot of my mates did have a laugh when Brendan McCullum was made the red ball coach and I was the white ball. I think that the English ECB might have been a bit colourblind, but I do think that we both bring very different perspectives to the group, and the perceived needs of what each group needs are very different. So, the Test team is in a rebuilding phase, and they're seeking confidence. Whereas I think this team, there's a general feeling that it's going pretty well, but how do we go from that good to being considered great? And I think every team should aspire to that. And that's not the only team that will be trying to do that, but we'll certainly be doing that in as much as we can control.
Owen Morgan's made no secret of the fact, obviously, that he's in the autumn of his career and he's not looking further ahead than the T20 World Cup in less than 100 days. How well do you know him? How many conversations have you had with him and the other players in the group?
Yeah, I'd like to say a lot more than I have, but I've admired Owen from a distance. He's a player, actually, when I did that exchange with Kent, I did meet a couple of times there, and I had an instant rapport with him. I really liked the way he went about his cricket. I've watched him from a distance as a leader. I've been absolutely blown over by how powerful a leader he is within this group already, and I've only been around 5 minutes, but you can see when he speaks, he commands respect, and everyone's hanging off his every word. So I did catch up with him in London the other day. We had a nice lunch together, and we just went through some of the things that we think is really important and trying to get that alignment. But I really see this tour as being a great opportunity. I'm about to catch up with him downstairs now, just to keep teasing out where we think the areas that we can both help each other out to make sure that we're ticking everything off.
Some might say that this tour to Netherlands is a nice soft start, a nice gentle half volley, but it's also a potential banana skin.
Yeah, there's always, depending on your lens, there's always a way to look at it. But look, I think it's the first one where we get a chance together. It's a new experience. The ground looks amazing, and they're hoping to get 5,500 there, and a lot of English fans as well. So I'm sure the atmosphere will be great. I can tell you just seeing the way the players embraced each other and the support staff at the airport, that everyone's really looking forward to this trip. Probably been starved of white ball cricket over the last 12 months. So they're really looking forward to getting together with their mates and playing some really good cricket.
Couple more, if I may. Mark Elaine and Neil Killeen will be assisting you. Have you caught up with them? I guess you were on the plane together.
Yeah, we have. I've actually known Mark a little bit. I was, I had a little bit to do with Gloucester through Ian Harvey and Andrew Simons when they played there as well. So I've known him for a long time, not overly well, but it was really interesting last night. We all caught up as a staff group and had dinner together. And, cricket is such a small world. We had so many connections with different people and, different stories to tell. And, they fitted in beautifully. Obviously, first day on the tools today. They seem like really good operators and excited for this opportunity. So they bring a real freshness to the group, apart from obviously a new coach coming in, and they've been around the game a long time and know a lot of stuff.
Final question about you and uprooting from Australia, and I don't know whether you're going to be living out of a suitcase or you have been living out of a suitcase. It must have been a massive decision. I heard actually that you're intending to settle in Cardiff. Is that right?
That is right. Yeah, I had 3 years at Glamorgan a few years ago. We got some great friends there. Yeah, my wife was absolutely adamant we were living in Cardiff, so I didn't have much of a say in that. But we got some really great friends there. I've got a lot of friends in the north as well. I played a lot of league cricket up in the Lancashire League, so and even in Scotland. But for us, we've got a lot of mutual friends that we made together, and we can see the next 4 years plus our kids going to good school there, and really looking forward to just a new environment for them, a new challenge, and I think they're so looking forward to getting over here in about a month's time.
Thank you so much for your time, and very, very best of luck. There's an awful lot of white ball cricket coming up, and it's a big job to get your teeth into.
Thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks a lot, Neil.
That was Matt Mott, the England white ball coach, speaking with talkSPORT's Neil Manthorpe. You're listening to live coverage of the second ODI between Netherlands and England. We've got a delayed start because of damp patches on the strip. At the end of the day, that's why we're not playing. We should have got underway 10 minutes ago. The good news is, whilst it's still gloomy, and you might be able to hear in the microphones picking up the sound of the wind that's buffeting this small ground near Amsterdam, but the covers are being taken off the field. The players are out there, all wearing hoodies with hands deep in pockets. It's a gloomy, cold day, and nothing like the scenes we saw on Friday. I'm John Norman, and alongside me, Jared Kimber. Jared, we could talk a little bit about batting, but Matt Mott...
I can talk to you about his batting if you'd like.
Well, I heard you speaking about his batting with Hawksby and Jacobs a couple of weeks ago, and let's just say Neil Manthorpe was much politer in referring to the newer on that occasion. But look, is there a touch of the John Buchanan about Matt Mott? And by that I mean he was in charge of arguably the greatest cricket side in the history of the game across both men and female sports. I mean, they are that dominant. They have that amount of reserves. They've essentially got 2 or 3 players for every single position, and they were so overwhelmingly favourites to win the last World Cup, we all just stopped talking about them winning the World Cup, and indeed they did go on to win the World Cup. John Buchanan, of course, was the coach of the great Australian Test side, and fell out with a couple of the players, notably Shane Warne, who used to say, the only need of a coach is the vehicle that would take you to the ground, essentially, in the morning. But so is there shades of that with Matt Mott? He was in charge of a side that some would feel would have won irrespective, much like that great Australian side at the turn of the century, or is there much, much more there? And actually, like John Buchanan, we're missing the fact that these guys got the very best out of their players, whether those players realised it or not.
I think the big difference between John Buchanan and Matthew Mott is that Matthew Mott builds relationships, and John Buchanan had a way about him that sort of upset people. I think it's in Mike Hussey's book. He talks about the way that John Buchanan actually still got the best out of Shane Warne, but Shane Warne despised him. I don't think Matthew Mott's ever going to be that kind of person. If he tries to get the best out of you, he'll also try and build a proper relationship with you. He won't be jabbing you with a clipboard all the time, the way that Buchanan did. Mott was a better cricketer than Buchanan. He averaged 33 in first-class cricket. I saw the majority of his career for Victoria. What did Manners call him? Solid. He was solid. It was
reliable, I think.
Yeah, really, solid is probably the better way. Yeah. It was very hard. He was very compact. There was no flourish from anything he played. I don't know what his strike rate was, because I don't think we keep strike rates from those periods, John. But my memory of it is if he scored more than 3 runs every 10 balls, he was probably getting a nosebleed from scoring too quick. He could bat for hours, and you'd look up and he'd be 20 not out. So again, maybe slightly different than Buchanan, who was even as a cricketer was a bit of a mad scientist, even if he didn't quite play at the same level that Mott did. I don't think you can just look at Mott's record in the Australian women's team, but you've got to remember that for as great as the Australian women's team has gone on to be, they actually lost the 2017 World Cup. And I thought at that point, if you'd have told me at that point that Mott was going to become England coach, I would have said, I'm not sure. I didn't think he handled that tournament very well. I don't think they planned for the other teams very well. I think they were playing a very old form of cricket. I don't think they were pushing there was a big thing in the professionalism of women's cricket that women were coached in a very different way, and it was all about techniques and doing everything the right way, while the men would, Joss Butler comes out and just hockey swats the ball everywhere. And I think that England and India in that tournament were trying to get to that style, the way that the men are. And we've seen it with the West Indies team as well recently. While the women's team were trying to play the Australian women's team were trying to play this pure form of women's cricket. Matthew Mott, I remember having a bit of a moment with him at the press conference when they went out in that semi-final. And at that stage, he seemed like a very normal coach to me. I always thought he'd be an assistant coach. If you'd have told me that he'd be the England assistant coach or the Indian assistant coach, I would have been like, that makes sense. I think that was the moment where he really became a head coach over the next few years. Yes, you're right. Australia had more depth than anyone else, but they actually embraced a method where no one else could catch them. They basically invented a form of cricket that suited them, which is almost a hybrid between the men's and the women's game, where no one. It doesn't matter what you do. England played some great games against them in that last World Cup. They didn't get close. Right, and basically you can't touch them, and you see that with a great football team, or we just saw it with the Golden State Warriors. Boston Celtics probably played better than their best in the NBA championship, but the Warriors don't need to play better than their best because the way that they're set up when it comes to talent and scheme is just so much better, and that's what Mott did. That's really interesting. That, if you think about it from that perspective, that's what the England white ball team has been doing, right? They basically come up with an idea of, okay, they're the first team in history that could score more than a run a ball in one-day cricket. T20 cricket hasn't quite worked for them yet, but they easily could have won either of the last two World Cups in T20 cricket as well. Champions Trophy, they went out in the semi-final, but they're in the semi-finals of all these tournaments and in the finals of all these tournaments, and they've won a World Cup. And they've done it by basically going, well, we're going to score between 300 and 360 every game. And over the long haul, that will win us this many games. And as long as we don't lose our minds in all the finals, we'll win a bunch of finals. Mott can probably refine that a little bit to take it to another level again. And in that case, I think he's a really, really interesting coach. And going forward, I think it's really interesting that someone's gone straight from the women's game to the men's game in such a prominent way. That's, Mark Robinson was a World Cup winning coach for England in the women's team, and he went back to Sussex. That's not a step forward. That's kind of a step backwards. So for Matthew Mott, who no one knows who Matthew Mott is, like I'm one of 12 people who remember seeing him bat, to do what he's done with the Australian women's team and then get the England men's ODI team, I think it's really interesting in a lot of different ways.
Fascinating stuff. We're going to hear more from Jarrod Kimber very, very shortly, but we can cross out to the pitch. talkSPORT's John Jackson is there for us.
Yeah, I'm just walking out to the middle now. The main covers have come off, and there's good news. I assume it's a good news. They are putting in the stumps right now. Got someone here with the stump microphones, getting those wired in. There are still some areas of concern with the water that they're just still mopping up here while the Dutch players still playing football to my right on the outfield here. But I would say if they're putting the stumps in ahead of this pitch inspection in 15 minutes or so local time, 11:30, back home 10:30, I would suggest we may get some cricket fairly soon.
Oh, let it be so. John Jackson there out reporting from the middle. This is the second of 3 ODIs that we're bringing you across the talkSPORT network. The first of which saw England post that world record score on Friday on talkSPORT 2. Today on talkSPORT, the second ODI has had a delayed start. We have got a pitch inspection at 10:30. It has cleared up. It looks a little brighter. Very, very windy, but no rain. That's the important thing. And the majority of the covers are off the field. I'm John Norman, and very shortly going to be speaking to Jarrod Kimber. We were both at Trent Bridge for that incredible Day 5 drama when England chased down 299 in exactly 50 overs. Preparation perhaps for this series. Then, of course, it was the world record. 498 on Friday with England, you'd think, eyeing up the big 500 at some point either today or Wednesday if they get the chance to bat first. We shall see. But in an era of such big hitting, why is it the bowlers are dominating in the longer format? We'll find out all of that and more, and we'll have news from the middle at Amstelveen, where we're waiting to get up and underway in this second ODI. You're listening to talkSPORT.
Get your outdoor jobs done right with Screwfix. Freshen up those fence panels with Ronseal 9 litre Fence Life Plus. Now 2 for just £28. And lock 20% off the forged steel telescopic bypass loppers, now only $13.59. Order through our app or at screwfix.com for click and collect. Or shop in store. Screwfix, the choice of champions. While stocks last. Price is valid until at least 10th of July. Visit screwfix.com for T's and C's, delivery charges and restrictions.
People ask me why I'm always installing Samsung Aircon. Well, take their wind-free range. Its clever tech spreads cool air evenly around the room, keeping you cool without blasting you with icy cold air. What's more, you can control your Samsung Aircon with your smartphone, and you'll even get a 7-year warranty. It's the ideal cooling solution for any home or office.
Search Samsung Aircon to find your cool.
At LV, we understand that insurance is about looking after more than just your car. It's about looking after your wallet too. So with our car insurance, you can get cover from just £195. No wonder we're a Which recommended provider for car insurance. LV, it's our heart that sets us apart. Go direct to lv.com. 10% of new customers paid £195 or less January to April 2022.
Gents, there's something we need to talk about. And no, it's not VAR. Erectile dysfunction. It's more common than you think. And at Lloyd's Pharmacy, it's easy to treat too. Viagra Connect is available without prescription from just $10.99 for 2 tablets. Pick them up in store, including Lloyd's Pharmacy stores within Sainsbury's and online at lloydspharmacy.com. Lloyd's Pharmacy, always here for you. Contains sildenafil. Always read the label, subject to suitability.
On AM, on DAB and on your smart speaker. England's tour of the Netherlands.
Driven and caught! What a catch!
The second ODI, exclusively live on talkSPORT.
99 not out, facing Snater, short ball, pulled into the leg side for a single, and that is a one-day international 100 for Bill Salt. His first in England colours.
I'm not one to sort of look too far ahead and set targets like that and set goals like that. I think it's very easy to sidetrack yourself if you do. I'm more sort of breaking it down day by day, game by game at the minute. I know that's very cliche when I say that, but I find that that's the way that allows me to get the best out of myself. So hopefully if I keep doing that, my name's going to be in the hat.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the second ODI between Netherlands and England here on talkSPORT. I'm John Norman alongside Jared Kimber. Those were the words of Phil Salt, who hit his maiden ODI century, one of 3 batters to do so in that whopping world record, 498 for 4. Joss Buttler top scoring with 162, 7 fours and 14 sixes, 125 from David Milan and 122 from Phil Salt. 9 cricket balls were lost in the making of that game. Here we are today, and the stands look as they were. Completely rammed, it appears. It is a little brighter, but it's blanket cloud. There's been rain overnight. But the good news is that most of the covers are now off the field. We've got another pitch inspection at 10:30. So we'll bring you news from the middle as we receive it here at talkSPORT. I said I was alongside Jared Kimber, or am alongside Jared Kimber. I was on Tuesday, a funny day to finish a test match, when we watched jaws open, essentially, as England chased down 299. It doesn't sound like a huge score, does it? But it was a day 5 pitch, and the fact was we saw each other at tea when they still needed 160, and an hour later they pretty much wrapped up victory. It was an incredible spectacle. I mean, in an era of big hitting, Johnny Bairstow's innings and the manner in which they chased it down so comfortably, I mean, it actually bears mention in the same breath as that Headingley heroics from Stokes in 2019, as well as the World Cup final.
Yeah, I mean, the way that players attack bowling when things are in their favour has completely changed. And we've seen 3 of them. You talk about the Ben Stokes Headingley game, but there's also the Kusal Mendes in South Africa as well. We're talking about players with white ball skills, using them in the 4th and 5th days in red ball games, which isn't that normal. When you say 299 is not a very big chase, it's England's 5th biggest chase in history, right? These things don't happen very often. And It's more incredible being that no one has made any runs in Test cricket over the last 5 years. Essentially, the game's going through the biggest run drought we've seen since the early 1950s.
So, at the same time, we're living in this era of high scoring, quick scoring, records being broken in terms of the speed in which these runs are scored, but bowlers are dominating. And what's fascinating to my eyes as well is if you look at T20 cricket and the top 10 most successful bowlers, I don't have the list in front of me, but I imagine a sport or a form of the sport that was supposedly to signal the end of spin bowlers sees, I imagine, 8 or 9 spin bowlers in the top 10 most successful bowlers in the shortest format.
Yeah, I mean, you got Hasaranga, you've got Tabraiz Shamsi, Rashid Khan, Adil Rashid. All these guys are right at the top of the T20 rankings. And then you look in Test cricket, and it's R. Ashwin kind of on his own, and everyone else is a fast bowler. So the two formats now, and one-day cricket was for a long time a hybrid between T20 and Test cricket. Now, one-day cricket seems to be going more towards T20 cricket, and so you really do have white ball cricket and red ball cricket. And that's the big difference, is the ball. That the leather can be dyed red, which means that the ball retains its hardness. You have to paint the leather white, and when they paint it white, it goes a little bit softer, which means you can dominate a white ball in a way that you can't dominate a red ball. And there's been some tricks that have been invented by modern players, which is this ball called the wobble ball, which has changed everything. So instead of seeing swing bowling like we saw when we were growing up, or even seam bowling, which was what the West Indies basically perfected in the 80s and 90s. Now what you have is this wobble ball where it gives you no clue on which way it's going to go. The batters are just waiting for the ball to bounce and then hoping that it works for them. And in white ball, that works for about 3 overs. And in red ball cricket, that can work anywhere from 10 overs through to 40 or 50 overs. And it means that one format of cricket, the bowlers are the attackers, and in one form of cricket, the batters are the attackers, and they've completely separated.
So I've lost count of the amount of times on talkSPORT where England are faced with a fourth innings chase. And the question that is put to me is, well, they chase this down comfortably in white ball cricket. Why can't they just do exactly the same thing in red ball cricket? And for many years, I've trotted out the same old answers. Partly what you may mention of, the difference in the ball, the fact that the pitch in 5-day cricket would have deteriorated, the fact that there's much more control over fielding positions in red ball cricket, and so on and so on. And then, of course, Ben Stokes does what he does at Headingley, and Johnny Bairstow, with Ben Stokes, do what they do at Trent Bridge. You mentioned Kusal Mendes in South Africa. So why is that suddenly happening at the same time as the bowlers seemingly are dominating that much more in the longer format? How can they both exist at the same time?
So we're seeing this in a few different sports. NFL's a really interesting one. The NBA's another interesting one where we're getting these extreme results. So in the NBA, you'll have two teams in the finals who are quite evenly matched, but one team will win by 40 points. And you'll be like, well, how does that happen? And it's because of 3-point variance. The NFL is very similar. Everyone used to run the ball in the NFL. Now everyone throws it. So you get a lot more touchdowns. So you can get these huge scoring games where someone might beat someone by 20 or 30 points. T20 hitting has done a similar thing to test matches, where in those three situations, the only one I would say is slightly different was perhaps Headingley, because there was a little bit of degradation of the pitch. But at Trent Bridge and in South Africa when Kusal Mendes did it, the actual solid bit of the middle of the pitch hadn't degraded. Then the ball has to do something in the air, and if it doesn't, the batters, all they have to do is play through the line. So we know that if you look at the history of batting techniques, and you look at the MCC coaching manual, which doesn't exist anymore, by the way, but when it did exist, everything was designed to hit the ball on the ground. If you watch Josh Buttler play, his entire technique is set up to hit the ball in the air. That means there's going to be more force because you don't have to worry about people stopping it on the ground. And if you hit it as hard as Josh Buttler and Johnny Bairstow, there'll also be more sixes. So there's a higher variance there. So when you get on a roll, so how long did it take? I would say it took 2.5 overs for England to get on a roll against West Indies. Who was the team? New Zealand. They had a short boundary, and Matt Henry bowled a couple of bouncers, and Johnny Bairstow went, okay, well, I'm going to go for this. Now, we've seen players do this before. We saw KP do it at the Oval years ago.
That was the innings it reminded me of.
Yeah, we saw Botham do it at Headingley many years ago. Adam Gilchrist is a very famous one in the late 90s when he made his debut.
And against Pakistan, was it?
Yeah, incredible chase.
Wasn't he booed? Adam Gilchrist was booed.
He's booed in his
crease.
first test. He wasn't booed in his second test.
It was his third.
And so, so we've seen that before. The difference is that most of those guys, they attacked very hard for a short period of time, and there was an element of maybe not luck, but in the way that they hit it, it wasn't easy to sustain that hitting. What we saw from Bairstow the other day, what we've seen from Stokes, from Kusal Mendes and these sort of players is, and you could take it to what we saw against the Dutch the other day, is these guys can sustain that hitting forever. Right? On that short boundary, there was nothing that Matt Henry could do other than hope that the miss hit was so bad that it didn't go for six. Because miss hits can go for six now because the batters are much stronger. They're much stronger in their cores. The bats are much bigger. But the biggest thing is, I remember talking to Ricky Ponting about this once, that in '99 World Cup they turned up and they were training with their front elbows up and playing these shots, and they were working how to manipulate the field. And then they looked over and Lance Klusener was there. And Lance Klusener, the big South African Zulu, he was sitting there like a baseballer and just going pit, and they were throwing these little soft little lobs down to him, and he was hitting them out of the stadium. And the Australians are like, well, that can't work. Why would you do that? Lance Klusener had probably the greatest World Cup of all time in that '99 World Cup. What he does now, every player in the world does, which is range hitting. They know exactly how far they can hit the ball. They understand which are their strengths, where they're going to hit it. And you have a look at that. When New Zealand are bowling to Bairstow, and they've got four men on the leg side boundary, and Bairstow's like, yeah, I could see those four guys on the leg side boundary, but I also know that it's only about 58 metres from where I'm standing, and I can hit the ball 80 to 90 metres on this side of the boundary. How much am I going to have to miss hit it to be caught here? That's a huge a way of thinking that has changed. Now, the difference is that more often than not, the pitches have been so helpful, and with the wobble ball and the way the red ball actually reacts is you can't play any of those shots. It just happened to be in that particular game, the pitch wasn't doing anything. It hadn't degraded at all, and Bairstow knew that he could play to his strengths. We're going to see more games like that, but we're also going to see more games where India get bowled out for 36 on a flat pitch in Adelaide. So it does go both ways. The extreme nature of Test cricket has probably got more extreme over the last couple of years, and part of that is the impact of T20 cricket.
Fascinating stuff. Jarrod Kimber speaking there alongside myself, John Norman. You're listening to talkSPORT's coverage of the second ODI between Netherlands and England. The umpires are back out on the field. We should have had half an hour of play. Should have had the teams and toss an hour ago. Unfortunately, we didn't. We have had some rain, but the covers are off. And the players are out on the outfield as well. So with the stumps in position, we're hopeful that we're going to get some good news very, very shortly. But it's always a game, isn't it, Jarrod, trying to read the body language of the umpires. And I was quite hopeful till about 30 seconds ago. And I don't know, what's your body language reading?
Are you trying to read Paul Rifle?
Yeah, but he always looks a bit like that.
That's what I mean. I think with Paul Rifle, anyone who watched cricket in the 90s will know that whether he took a wicket or was hit for six, he didn't actually. In fact, he dropped Lance Klusener in the '99 World Cup. It still didn't show any difference. No, look. Richie Richardson looks happy enough for me. So Simon Doull,
you're going on the Richie Richardson body language,
which is the 80s and 90s scale. Simon Doull looks happy. I think we're getting closer to playing. I think we might be 15 to 20 minutes away from play. I shouldn't say that. 15 to 20 minutes away from them announcing something.
Wow. Hold on to your hats, folks. Because it's windy out there as well. I tell you what, while we wait for news from the middle, Phil Salt, one of the three Centurions from that first match, he shared a 222-run partnership for the second wicket with Darvin Milan, really announcing himself on the world stage, hitting that century, his first List A century, and he did so in some style. And he has been speaking with the host broadcaster and a former talkSPORT presenter to boot, Dominic Cork.
Tell us about you. Obviously, you made your debut against Pakistan. What have you been working on since then? He seems to have got a little bit stronger offside as well.
Yeah, definitely. I've been working on, just being better at my basics. I guess that's what every cricketer does at the top level. The offside's developed. That's something I've been working on for a few years now. no, more than anything, it's probably a mindset shift. If you want to come into this team and you want to stay in this environment, you have to perform. And it's that sort of thing I've probably shifted my focus to most over the last couple of years.
Tell us about the environment. Obviously, a new coach in Matthew Mott. What has he said to you? How is it in that changing room?
To be honest, it's very similar sort of England approach. Want to be clinical, we want to be ruthless, all those sort of key words, I guess. But under Morg, it's very simple how we go about our cricket and how we play. And I do love being in this setup.
Made a move from Sussex to Lancashire, maybe to keep a little bit more. Is that the ambition for you, England, as well? Obviously, Joss has the gloves at the moment, but you'd love to keep for England?
Yeah, definitely. It's a side that's stacked with quality all the way through. So, I want to play as many games as I can for England, whether it's just as a batter or keeping as well. As I said, it's stacked with quality all the way through. So if you want to, hold a place down in this side, you have to perform for an extended period of time.
I'm sure you're looking ahead, and all players look ahead. World Cup 2023, some big decisions to make on selection. What can you do to force your way into not just the squad, the side?
Just keep performing. Every opportunity I get, I've got to take with both hands. It's very clear with the side, world champions, you're going to have to do something very special to knock a man out of possession of a spot, I guess. It's very important not to look too far ahead, but just to maintain what you're doing on a daily basis and, keep that sort of energy about what you're doing to make sure you fit into this environment.
You play a lot of cricket around the world. What is it like for an England player to come and play in the Netherlands, and what does it mean?
It's a cool experience. Being in the Netherlands, I've never been here before, so it is very cool. Amsterdam's a cool place, and it is good playing cricket here. We've got some great travelling support with us as well, and I'm sure they're enjoying it.
And just tell us about it. Frustrating, I'm sure you want to get on with it. What have you heard? What do you think?
To be honest, I've not heard too much. I've heard that it's a little bit wet out there. There might be a bit of water under the covers. So I'm not too sure what that means for a start. So hopefully we get as many overs in as possible.
Well, congratulations for the day and good luck today. Hope it goes well.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
That's England's Phil Salt, who scored 100 in that first ODI, chatting with Sky Sports Dominic Cork. Certainly, when you get your opportunity, you need to make it count. We do have a T20 World Cup later this year in Australia. Australia won the T20 World Cup last year. Very few people were expecting them to do so.
Even them.
It was a win the toss, win the game kind of tournament. I think they won every game that they won the toss, and the one game they lost was the one where they lost the toss. It's also, but credit where credit's due. In terms of England, you said that in another day they could have won the last two, or one of the last two 2020 World Cups. I'd totally agree with that. We all remember Carlos Brathwaite in the final over of 2016. England were knocked out by New Zealand. Daryl Mitchell, who very few people had heard of before the tournament. Now we're all sick to death of seeing him. But essentially, they were a side that were robbed of Jofra Archer. I think Jason Roy was injured for that match. They'd lost 5 players from their first 11. They did pretty well to get to the semi-finals. But looking ahead to this year, there's some feeling it might be Owen Morgan's last tournament as skipper. How do you see England lining up as opposed to Australia? When you look at the squad depth as well, when you've got a guy like Philip Salt, who probably won't, he might make the squad, he won't make the first 11. Which side would you say of the two, we put India to one side for a minute, look the stronger going into that tournament?
Yeah, no, I think England are strongest white ball team. If there was a tournament tomorrow in one day or T20, I think they should be favourites for that. Australia did get very, very lucky over and over again really in that World Cup. They did play some very good cricket, but they played a lot of players out of position and they didn't have a fifth bowler, and it still worked for them. England did everything right and had a bunch of injuries, and it fell apart. I think that's very fair. There's some good players. I think Australia can get stronger as well. I think there's some good players outside their team. The difference is if Australia had 2 or 3 injuries, I don't know how they would still be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the world, whereas England still made the semi-finals with those injuries, and realistically, Darren Mitchell did them in the semi, but they weren't that far off the pace in that game either. So T20 is a very random game. You almost have to look at the wins rather than the what happens in a one-off game. And when you look at that, England are certainly one of the best teams in the world. So, they still have the ability, if they want to bat to 9, 10 or 11. There's no other team that can do that. And they have very good bowling options. If you take Jofra out, I think there's a big difference between having him and not having him, just because he is... I don't know. Jofra and Jasprit Bumrah are probably fighting to be the world's best seam bowler in that format. You take him out, there's no replacement. You can't just pick Mark Wood. We saw Mark Wood struggle at times. When you have Jofra, you basically have two things. You have a control bowler and you have a fast bowler. So if you need to scare some people, he can do that. And if you need to just wiggle the white ball around a little bit or bowl very well at death, he has the ability to do that. So without him, I don't think they're quite at that level. And I think they're going to have to work on a little bit is how they go at the death, because that's really how they lost that game against New Zealand. Now, without Jofra, are they going to be able to manufacture that as well? But there's no perfect T20 team at the moment, and so because they have so much strength in so many different positions, they're probably still at the top, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And what about Netherlands? Because I spoke to Ryan Ten-Skarter earlier. There's been changes at ICC level in terms of essentially the support teams like Netherlands are going to get moving forward. We're expecting, if you listen to this, you're not au fait with cricket. Essentially, the schedule is decided once every 8 years. We're waiting for the next 8 years of schedules to be put in place. That will be announced very shortly. What we're expecting is there's going to be an ICC event every year from here on in, so a 50-over World Cup, a 20-over World Cup, basically. And then, of course, you've got the big, iconic Test series. So England will always visit somebody every winter and play host to somebody every summer. You'll see a lot of India against Australia, but apart from that, you're not going to see a great deal of Test cricket. And you're going to see more and more of the calendar given over to domestic T20 leagues. Essentially, unless you're Pakistan, you're not going to be allowed to play between March and May because the IPL is going to be taken up. And then, of course, all the other countries, they want their T20 competitions to take place as well as the 100. The loser from all this is Test cricket and also 50-over cricket. And the World Super League, which essentially is a guarantee for all nations that they're going to play a certain amount of games against top quality competition, that is going to be removed. So we're not going to see Netherlands given the big games anymore. This cannot be a good thing for cricket.
No, I mean, if you have a look at what Netherlands and Ireland summer is, this is like the glory time for them. Obviously, Ireland, Andy Balboni is still technically the Ireland Test captain, despite the fact he hasn't captained a Test match yet. But if you have a look at their summers, who the two teams are playing, and Scotland have probably fallen off a little bit here, but the other two teams have really good experience. You take that league away, and what's going to happen? We're going to go back to the old days where, the Dutch CEO is going to be calling up someone going, can you please play us? Like, it doesn't make any sense going forward. It's not how you develop sport. And we know that's a problem. If you look at the way that cricket is going, though, realistically, one-day cricket, the amount that we're playing at the moment doesn't make any sense. There's way too much one-day cricket. What one-day cricket should be is friendlies going into World Cups and Champions trophies. There should be Test cricket, there should be franchise cricket, and a little bit of T20 international cricket. That's the only way to go forward. The only other option is splits. We have Test cricket. The ICC don't really run Test cricket. There's nothing to stop an eccentric billionaire just running it on their own, or everyone just splitting it off and doing it separately. I've said this for a long time. We now have 4/5 formats of cricket. In motor racing, the people who run IndyCar and F1 and Le Mans and drag racing aren't all the same organisation. They all go up. There's lots of talented drivers in the world. We're doing it, so we're trying to make one body kind of run everything, and they're separating, and it doesn't make any sense. So in the future, that's probably the best way to do it, and just run all these different things independently. And then you might have a situation like you have with rugby league and rugby union sometimes where players cross over late in their careers and make different choices, and that's all fine. But as it currently stands, it's untenable. the problem here is that a couple of years ago, associate cricket was completely supported by the ICC. They were really getting behind it. They paid for coaches. They paid for analysts. I worked for Scotland, but I think my money came via the ICC funding. You got video, so you could pretend you were like the big boys. You had all the same toys. And then the new CEO came in for the ICC, and he basically slashed all that because he wasn't making them any money, and they didn't care. I think it's short-sighted because Netherlands, as Tendo said before, the Netherlands may not end up being the biggest market, but if they do continually win and there is support there, that goes into the TV rights, and that is not a poor country, right? Japan, China, Brazil, we've seen the Brazilian women's team come up. You only need a couple of million people in Brazil to really like cricket. There's a lot of money there. It's short-sighted to not actually grow the game if that's how you're trying to make your money. And I think that's a huge problem for that. And just on a very basic point, you and I talk about this all the time. There is a great cricketer from 1950s in Fiji who literally smashed the ball everywhere in New Zealand domestic cricket and almost got picked for New Zealand. He was so good. We haven't developed those cricketers. There have been great Danish cricketers that have come through, right? We know there are Argentina drew with the MCC twice in series, and we're talking proper MCC tours. Cricket has been good in other places. It just hasn't been pushed, and realistically, that's what they should be doing. If they really want to keep saying we're the world's second biggest sport, they need to grow the sport around the world. And they were doing it for about 8 to 10 years, and now they've pulled back from that. And I think it will cost them money in the long term, but also relevance in the long term.
Okay, one way of growing the game is to get games out there in front of supporters who aren't necessarily or normal cricket fans, and we've got plenty of them taking advantage of the weekend to head over to check out this crazy game of cricket. Unfortunately, we're not getting any cricket. We've got an inspection at 11:15, so half an hour's time from now, but I believe that talkSPORT's John Jackson has been out there ingratiating himself with a couple of the locals.
Well, I'm now with some fans in the repositioned token, which in Dutch is Munten, apparently. What's your name?
Connor.
Now, Connor, is this your first time here or were you here on Friday?
We were here Friday.
What did you make of the game on Friday? I mean, obviously pretty impressive, but who stood out for you the most? I mean, it's hard to pick one player, really.
Yeah, hard to pick one player, but Joss is our three of our favourite players, so it's got to be Joss.
It's been good to see him absolutely smacking it around here. Still some balls being pulled out of hedges and things like that where they lost on Friday.
Yeah, there was a few that definitely went to the hedges and to the hockey pitch, so it's good to watch.
Now, at the moment, all we're doing here in the queue is we're watching a bunch of the Barmy Army just having a little game of cricket involving a large bin and what looks like, classic quick cricket style equipment. How much cricket do you think we're going to get today? Because it's not looking good out there.
It's not. We have been checking the weather a lot, and it looks a bit better than it did yesterday, so hopefully we'll get at least 30 overs each.
So one player you'd like to see come in and maybe get a chance today?
Yeah, I'd like to see Moen back. That would be good to watch him, but maybe Morgan's hit a few, unlike Friday, but yeah, that's about it.
It must be hard for him when everyone else around him is smacking loads of runs. Now, we're nearly at the front of the queue, Connor, so we've nearly got to go, but in terms of the queuing system, is it looking better today? I mean, there's obviously less people around so far, but they've moved things around, they've learned from their mistakes.
Yeah, a lot less people, but more stands for beer, so as long as the token queue's quick and the card machine doesn't go out again, then I think we'll be fine.
So there we go. We may not have cricket, but we do have tokens and we do have beer. Connor, thanks.
Lovely, cheers, thank you.
And John is still with us, I believe, John. So what's it like? It appears to be slightly brighter there. There hasn't been any rain for hours, is there? So slightly frustrating. We've got no play.
Yeah, the rain was around 5 a.m. local time, which was 4 a.m. back in the UK, and this is the problem, really. I mean, we'd be playing cricket now. I'm standing on the outfield right now, and it's pretty hard underfoot. We'd be playing cricket now if it wasn't for the fact that these covers leaked onto the pitch adjacent to the wicket that we're playing on. But it is looking good, and you come to me actually as the sun starts to break through the clouds here. So I think it's not going to be too long. It's just a shame that if it wasn't for that leak, I imagine we'd be playing cricket right now. I have to say, the fans are in great spirits. I mentioned just back there that there's the game of cricket. That's still going on now. There's about 10 more people playing since I was chatting to Connor just there. There's a lot of football banter, I have to say. Obviously, it's quite a big footballing country, and there's some of the Dutch fans in, a few of them wearing Dutch football shirts, and there's been a lot of cheers from the Nottingham Forest fans here, of you Reds, towards the Dutch fans. I don't think there's any particular rivalry between Nottingham Forest and any Dutch teams that I know of. But, I mean, everyone's in good spirits, and I think everyone's very, very hopeful that, having seen the stumps go in and having seen a lot more activity out on the pitch, that we're going to get some cricket very soon.
What was the crowd like for that first match? Because boisterous, good-natured. Did it go over the borders at times, do you think?
Very, very boisterous, I have to say, yeah. The local pub that I went and spoke to earlier in the week while we were doing our sort of pre-series interviews, they were saying, it's very strange, all these English fans, they want to start drinking quite early at 11 a.m. I was thinking, I imagine they'll be starting a lot earlier when the cricket's actually on. And I think a lot of the fans had quite a long day in the sun, very much hydrating themselves, because by about 4 or 5 o'clock there's quite a few people asleep. I think it's always a good test of what kind of day people have had when they take a little walk around the back of the stands and find a little bit of shade and have a sleep. But I think we are expecting a lot more local fans today. There's a little bit of local interest. It's not the sort of interest that we would expect to get if we were in a sort of more traditional cricketing country. But from everyone I've spoken to, I can see, to be honest, I'm looking around now, I can see a lot more orange hats around here. So I think the local fans are getting involved, and I mean, it's still going to be pretty much like a home game for England. But, maybe not as boisterous as Friday, but there's still a pretty good crowd. And I think, as things clear up, more and more people will come down.
Brilliant stuff. Well, look, John, keep us posted. John is in position within the England and Netherlands camp today and throughout the week. It was an incredible match, wasn't it, on match day 1 on Friday on talkSPORT 2, which we brought you. A world record score for England. 6s are plenty, 14 of them solely from Jos Buttler's innings. Liam Livingstone at the end, Phil Salt weighing in with his maiden ODI 100, David Milan becoming just the third player, English player to do so across men and women's cricket, to score centuries in all 3 formats. Incredible game, and here is how it sounded on talkSPORT 2.
Bowled him, he's gone through, Jason Roy's gone, Shane Snater strikes, and England lose the early wicket. Short pull, he's got hold of that. That's a magnificent pull shot. It's gone all the way for 6.
99 not out, facing Snater. Short ball, pulled into the leg side for a single. And that is a one-day international 100 for Bill Salt. Salt's got underneath this one, trying to guard it over third man. Doesn't. And will be caught by Boycevan, who's celebrating like they've just won the World Cup.
It's going to be a big number. I even fear the record could be in jeopardy here.
Oh, hello. Butler's hit it into the trees. Craftsman's 100, an innings of style, method, concentration. He raises both arms to the sky, helmet off, a satisfied David Milan.
Butler short pulled, that's gone out towards deep mid-wicket, over deep mid-wicket, and into the hospitality parking for 6 more, and he's picked up another 100.
Livingston stands and delivers over long on for 6, and Livingston gets a 50 from just 17 balls. It's a full toss. Jos Buttler just drops his bat onto that one, and it will go to short by leg, and Jos Buttler takes a single to go to 150. 65 balls. Oh, that's a lowish full toss on middle and off stump, and Jos Buttler brings up a world record with a boundary, and England have a world record, and they're on the feet in Amstelveen, and England will end 498 for 4 from 50 overs.
Oh, he's bowled him. David Willey hits the top of Vikramjit Singh's off stump, middle stump.
Bowled him. Down comes O'Dowd, little inside edge. Onto the stumps, important wicket for England.
Short ball from Sam Curran. Delayed has gone on the pole, pulled down to backward square, and the catch is taken. Waiting for Milan. It's a short ball. He's edged it through to the keeper, and Jos Buttler rightly has the last moment of this game. A brilliant 162 with the bat earlier, and he takes the nick standing up to the bowling of David Milan, and England win by 232 runs.
That was highlights of the first one-day international of this 3-match ODI series in the World Cup Super League between the Netherlands and England, coming to you from Amstelveen
the VRA cricket ground, which was formed in 1929. There's been a weather delay, of course. That extraordinary performance from England, setting a new world record score in the first one-day international of 498 runs in 50 overs. Let's not forget that the Netherlands did not cow in the reply. They replied with a more than creditable 272. But rain delay. We've got another pitch inspection coming up in around 20 minutes. Hopefully we'll see play start sometime around half an hour after that. I think we've got Peter Boren, who's joining us now, former Netherlands opening batsman. Peter, are you there?
I am, yep. Good morning.
Good morning, Peter. Thank you so much. Are you able to give us an update? We haven't heard anything official from the umpires, but you're a little closer to them. Any news?
Yeah, it's a bit brighter here, and there's a bit of wind now. Sun is trying to have a wee look through the clouds, and I think, well, hopefully it's quite good drying conditions. That wicket next to the playing surface is the problem. The West Indies wicket from a couple of weeks ago is quite damp, and the umpires, obviously a little bit wary of that with the bowlers follow through, but it's definitely drying, so hopefully soon in 20 minutes when they have that next inspection we get some positive news.
Peter, can I just ask you one question, which is being asked a lot by cricket lovers, cricket followers, after the first game on Friday. Obviously England made 498 for 4. The Netherlands actually replied with 266. The question that is being asked a lot is, how much good does that actually do for Dutch cricket and the Dutch players? I mean, to be savage like that. I have a very strong view, and I'm hoping that you share it. that sometimes you learn the most from defeat and even a heavy defeat. And people say, what's the point? And I keep saying to them, well, you know what? The Netherlands beat Ireland in a series a couple of months ago. So what's your view?
Yeah, it's a very young team, this Netherlands team, and I had a little walk around at some stage on Friday when that carnage was happening, and the atmosphere here, there's only 7,000 people, but you wouldn't have thought so. It was an incredible atmosphere. And for those guys, particularly those guys fielding on the boundary and the bowlers at the top of their mark, it can be quite a lonely place and quite intimidating, and as I said, it's a young team. So when you talk about learning, my goodness, they would have done a lot of that the other day, I think. They're obviously world-class players, and when you bowl the ball in the slot, it's going to go. But I just, for the Netherlands, in that moment, there was probably 12 overs where they sort of were a bit shell-shocked, and probably wasn't even an execution thing. It just seemed to be just running in and putting the ball in play. Now, is it a waste of time? Absolutely not, because these guys are young and they'll learn from that. But also, we saw phenomenal hitting, didn't we? I mean, if everyone thinks, oh, what's the point in that? My goodness, it was entertaining. With 7,000 people here, and anyone was, watching on TV or listening on the radio, it was really entertaining. Very much so. And speaking to the Dutch guys, they after the game, they were still in shock, but that's not a bad thing, I think, for young fellas to learn, obviously playing at this level, but also just the atmosphere and the pressure that's involved. They'll only be better for it.
And finally, Peter, on the subject of margin for error, obviously there were some poor choices made occasionally by the bowlers who bowled the wrong kind of deliveries, and obviously, as you said, there was that period of about 10 or 12 overs where they appeared to wobble a little bit under pressure. But for the most part, I got the impression that that when the bowlers ran up and delivered, they probably thought as the ball left their hand, that's decent delivery. I've bowled exactly what I wanted to bowl, and they've never been like Josh Butler's got this technical ability, hasn't he, to get underneath balls that appear to be too full to get underneath and hit them for 6 over long on. So as far as the bowlers are concerned, that they would have appreciated just how much they have to do and how fine the margin of victory is against the best, the margin of error.
A couple of things on that. I think for the Dutch anyway, I think they would have been a bit disappointed actually in the first 25 overs where they were looking they probably gave a few too many soft boundaries in that time, so that was a few short and wide deliveries, a few half volleys where they were just trying to hit the top of off stump, and sort of those soft ones. You don't mind someone hitting a good ball, but those soft boundaries in the first 25 overs were probably an area of concern. And then after that, they needed to go to death earlier because they kept bowling or trying to bowl that length, and that length, which is a good length perhaps at the start or even at the early middle overs, becomes very hittable length towards the end. And given that they hadn't got top order wickets and that the power that English batting lineup possesses, I think it took them too long to go to death. And at the end, I actually thought Logan van Beeken, even Shane Snater didn't do too bad a job at the death right at the end, but that needed to start after 30 overs. That was the crazy period, was probably from about 32 to 45 or something, where they still bowled length, and top of off stump turns into slot for these boys, and they probably needed to try a few more things in that period.
Peter Borrens, thank you so much for your time. We really look forward to hearing you on commentary, hopefully very soon. Your gut feel, are we quite close to a start?
Well, it's actually really quite warm now. Crowd has filled in nicely. I know there's still a few people at the pub on the corner waiting for a start time, but yeah, I mean, I'm positive without having the official word from the umpires, but I might go and have a word with the ground staff now and see what they've got, and we'll talk to you soon. Brilliant.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter Borren. It's been a great pleasure listening to you on commentary. We look forward to sharing some of your insights when this game does get underway. Now, I've got former England fast bowlers Alex Tudor and Darren Gough alongside me, and I want to change tack. I want to ask another question that appears to be on the lips of many followers of the game, and the English game in particular, and it's on the subject of one of England's greatest ever captains, Eoin Morgan. And I want to talk to you about succession planning and whether the England selection panel, which doesn't exist at the moment, I think this still needs to be appointed, should be asking the question. Or has Eoin Morgan done enough? I said he's one of England's greatest ever captains, to make all the decisions about his own future himself and in his own time. He has, in all credit, said that he's not thinking or looking beyond the T20 World Cup, which is less than 100 days' time. He did average 15 or 16 last year, so he hasn't been producing runs with the bat. Steve Harmison, our dear colleague who's not with us today, says that he'd have him in the team and captain if he was averaging 10. So your thoughts, Darren Gough?
Well, first of all, he has been an excellent captain, and he's been part of that emergence of an England team after a poor World Cup, was it 2015, to the brand of cricket we are now playing. But the future, you've got to seriously think about it now. I think we have got people in the team that could take over who have the same mentality as him, who have the same thinking of him. You've even got Chris Jordan, who's at Surrey on the T20 side, who could be a good captain himself. He's doing that for Surrey now. Excuse me. You've got Butler, who could do it. You've got Livingston that can do it. You've got Moeen Ali that can do it. And my personal opinion, the T20 might be too late to make that change now for the World Cup. I think it's to create that balance and continuity. Morgan might have to stay. But when you're looking for the 50-over World Cup now, if everyone was available, and they're not at this moment in time, by the way, because there's a test series going on. But if there were, and I could just name now my top 7, it would be Bairstow, it would be Roy, it would be Root, it would be Butler at 4 and captain, it would be Stokes at 5, it would be Livingston at 6 and Moeen Ali at 7. That would be my 7 in the 50 overs. And that is another, 18 months away. So I would make that change. And I think, if anything, Owen might step away from the 50 overs for now. Come the India series, it'd be interesting to see what he does. But without doubt, I think he's going to carry on in the T20, the shorter format.
Alex Tudor?
Yeah, listen, Goughy makes some really good points. Eoin Morgan, for a long time, has done tremendously well with bat, with the captaincy. And people, like us, will always have the discussion when he's not scoring any runs. And as Harmy says, listen, he would have him in there even if he was averaging 10. I mean, it's a brave call. I would have him in there. Listen, I'm a massive Owen.
Harmy says that his captaincy's worth 15 to 20
Well,
runs.
it's just, I think it's the persona he gives while he's out there. He never really looks phased, does he? And I think that gives an air, especially to bowlers like Goughy and I, if your captain's back to you, if you've just been flayed and you've got the ball wrong and your captain doesn't look too bothered, sort of think, all right, okay, I've got away with one there. He sort of gives that air, doesn't he? And just tactician, he's brilliant. And as Harmy says, he most probably does save runs in there, even though he's not doing it with the bat at the moment. He's doing that with his captaincy, with his brain, with his nous. But obviously, the question will keep getting asked if he's not scoring any runs, especially when you've got lads in the domestic game that could come in and do a job. I'm a massive Harry Brook fan. You know, obviously, one of Goughy's up at Yorkshire. For me, one of the best young players I've seen for a very long time. Has everything. Has the mindset. Likes to score runs. He's a bit of a mould for me of a bit of a Joe Root KP type cricketer. And you're moulding like two of England's very, very best there. I think this kid's got it in one. So he's someone that could come in. James Vince is always going to be talked about because he still scores runs elegantly and with a poise at the crease. So he's going to always be talked about. So you've got people scoring runs and you've got the captain of England at the moment maybe not doing so, but he gives you so much. And when you've won a World Cup, it gives you time, it gives you the power, and Owen has a lot of that in white ball cricket.
Goughy, when we were lads growing up, Mike Brealey was captain of the England Test team, and he wasn't worth his place in the side as a batsman, but his team won. Is that something that applies now, 30 years later, to white ball cricket, 40 years later?
Well, look, being captain is an important role. There's no doubt about that. But a captain is only as good as his team at the end of the day. You still need world-class players in there. Without them, you ain't going to win, right? Owen Morgan was captain of Calcutta Knight Riders when they had a howler, right? There's no doubt he's a brilliant captain, and I'm not going to knock him for that whatsoever. There's no doubt he's been a brilliant player, especially in the T20 game. He's unbelievable. And there's no doubt he's respected throughout the world of cricket with his knowledge. I said after the last World Cup I'd have given him the coach's job. That's what I would have done with Owen Morgan. So right, we need your leadership skills. You're obviously well respected. He could go on and be coach of the one-day side moving forward. His ideas, his philosophy, and all the players respect him and they all listen to him on that. But we're just trying to pick the best team. And at the minute on form, Owen's been slipping for a while, he doesn't get in the best team. But if England decide, and I think Owen's a big part of it, but I'm not in the best team, but I'll still pick myself, so be it, right? He makes us a little bit weaker on the batting, but his leadership skills and experience of leading in big games obviously counter that. It counters it, right? So I'm not saying I'd be desperate for him not to be captain of England, because if he is, we're still a very, very good team and probably the best in the world. Whether he's captain, if he's not captain, we're still the best in the world. It just means someone else will be captain. That's my point.
In fairness, before the last T20 World Cup, in the build-up to the tournament, he was lacking form, and he said that he would drop himself from the starting 11.
Oh, he will. He will. I've no doubt about that, Manners. I think he's a strong enough personality, and he's played the game long enough to realise when it's time for him not to be there. And if you look now, the players that have all got runs, and I said this at the top of the show, you've got Joe Root to come back into that side, who averages late 40s in 50-over cricket. So he's going to come in. Someone's going to have to miss out. You've got Johnny Bairstow, who just played one of the greatest test knocks, who's an unbelievable 50-over player, to come back into that side. You've got Ben Stokes to come back in. Where's Ben Stokes going to bat? And the natural place you look down the batting lineup, can you leave Livingston out? Can you leave Butler out? Or do you leave the captain out? I mean, I wouldn't want to be making that decision at this moment in time. And as I said, either way, with Owen as captain or not as captain, we are still a brilliant team.
I think this conversation, and as I said at the top as well, I think every England fan would like to see Morgan scoring some runs, and then it stops us talking about it. But while he's not scoring some, the conversation's going to keep being had. I think I was reading something on the way in, and someone was saying exactly the same thing, Goughy, where is he holding up this team? Really, as you said, is he holding it up? He hasn't scored runs. He's not playing a lot of cricket.
He's not holding the team up. And the reason I say that, we've just got 498. Yes, it's against the Netherlands, right? But he's not holding up the team. Yes, we had a bit of after the success in the World Cup, it's been a bit mixed, our form, right? With a second team, we beat Pakistan 3-0, by the way. And I could write a list of 40 players who could all play in this England 50-over side, and it wouldn't really weaken our team. I'm telling you, I could pick that many. I wouldn't struggle to give you perhaps 30 names.
England and India are similar in that sense. They have. Yeah. I mean, if you picked 3 England squads and put them in a tournament against each other, you could not be certain that Team A would beat Team B and Team C. Exactly the same is happening with India.
Well, they're questioning whether Kohli gets in their best one-day side, aren't they?
Well, I think ridiculous. He gets in on reputation at the moment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So in T20 cricket, people are saying Virat Kohli, with all the exciting players India have got, does he get in their best T20 side? He gets in their best 50-over side, but on the T20 side, is he still the best T20 player India have got?
If you've got a question for Darren Gough or Alex Tudor on the subject of Owen Morgan and succession planning, and does he fit into England's best white ball teams, either T20 or ODI cricket, then you can always drop us a line. Or if you got, as I said, if you've got a question for Goughy or Tudes, and you have the wherewithal and you're not driving, then drop us a line on Twitter. 2 handles, at cricket_TS, capitals, at cricket_TS, or simply at talkSPORT. Yes, Tudes, you were about to say.
I was going to say, I can't even believe we're having a conversation about Kohli, but it's always on there in your feeds on social media, everything. Everyone's talking about it. Listen, in professional sport, there is no one that has gone through a career where everything's been a success, but they have set the bar so high, when it just dips just below, we all get on them, don't we?
Agree.
And I'm just like, he will come good again. He will come good again. And I'm talking about Virat Kohli now, and obviously we're having that conversation about Owen Morgan. I'm sure he'll come good. It wouldn't surprise me. In the next few weeks or so, he comes out and he lashes 100, and then everyone forgets about the conversation. Go on, Goughy, go on.
But hadn't Kohli stepped away from captaincy of the T20, so now he has to get in.
Well, he actually stepped aside of the Test captaincy, and he was nudged out of the T20 captaincy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And I'm with T on this. Listen, I think Virat Kohli is unbelievable player, and the bar he has set is the benchmark for everyone. I think he's been a terrific leader for India as well. Look what he's done. He's took their fitness levels to another level by leading from the front. He's been that one who you look at him and he sets the bar. He doesn't just say everybody's going to be fitter. He shows them how to be fitter. He's a machine. Absolute machine. But there's question marks purely on Virat Kohli. Same as there's question marks about Owen Morgan and other players around the world.
You're listening to coverage, you're not listening to coverage of the second one-day international in the 3-match ODI series between the Netherlands and England, after England made a world record score of 498 for 4 in the first game. We've had some bad weather overnight. We had a leaky cover which leaked onto the pitch next to the match pitch, and there's a few soggy patches on the outfield as well after overnight rain in Amstelveen, just outside Amsterdam, and so we're 5 minutes away from a pitch inspection, which we hope will see the umpires announce a scheduled play time sometime very soon after that, perhaps 15 or 20 minutes. So in the meantime, you're listening to Darren Gough and Alex Tudor, and I wanted to ask you one more question about this succession planning. We see it all the time in football, of course. We see really good managers moving on their best players before they start to, almost at their peak, or just as they're over the peak, they get moved on. And there's a general feeling that if fans think we could have got another couple of good years out of him, then that was the right time to move him on. It's not quite the same in cricket. I mean, we've seen England's hierarchy attempting to create a succession plan for Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, which has come across as a bit ham-fisted and awkward, and it's backfired in many ways. So, is there a legitimate succession plan which should be taking place for Owen Morgan and one or two other of the white ball players?
Yeah, there's a It's a good question, Manners, and I think, with that succession plan, it's about when you give that opportunity to someone who steps in and they grasp it, then it looks brilliant, doesn't it? I know the great man Sir Alex Ferguson, he always said he made a mistake with Jaap Stam, and he let him go too early, because obviously he was in the peak of his powers and he let him go, and he sort of regret that one. But generally, year in, year out, he got it right, didn't he, when he let Paul Ince and Konchesky and Mark Hughes and all these great footballers
Beckham
at the right time.
I think he let Beckham go a bit early, but that was for different reasons.
That was for different reasons. But within cricket, I mean, you look and you think, and Gough, as he said, he's got about 30, 40 names on his piece of paper that
he's still writing them down. I think he's gone past 50 now.
But it just shows you how far we've come in our white ball game. Remember when Sir Andrew Strauss made that decision 7+ years ago now, when he says, listen, we want to be the world's best in white ball cricket, and everyone was like, not too sure about that. But look where we are now. I mean, I'm lucky and blessed. Go around Goughy now, go around and see these county games. There's some talented boys out there, I tell you. There's some talented guys out there scoring runs at the way that the England team want to go and score them. Aggressive, like they're getting hundreds of 50-odd balls, and they could walk into this team. They can, and it's really hard to get into this team. And you think, well, if you get the opportunity, you have to take it, because you just do not know when it's going to come again. But a time has to come where England say, right, when do we make these changes? Who do we blood in? Who do we get right? But that's why you have your scouts. That's why you have people that get paid good money to make these decisions.
Well, the game is moving so quickly, and it's very hard. And I think I'd love to be inside Owen Morgan's mind when, after the 2019 World Cup, I think he thought about going then, didn't he? But I think he probably thought, for the good of the team, he thought, there's some players who are not quite ready yet. Can I make it to the next World Cup? Might not be able to, but there is some good players. And he's got to keep performing. As I said, the T20 World Cup is just around the corner. And Owen plays in that. He's part of the squad, so he's the leader no matter what. Whether he gets in the final 11, it'll be interesting. I think that does depend on form. But on the 50 over, I think there's too many players now we're desperate to have a look at, or we're holding back by not playing them.
No, I was just going to say, listen, it's one of those ones, isn't it? If he did sit out of a game or so, with that much talent and we have in the pool, you might not see him again. It's one of those ones, isn't it? Do you just hold on to it? You keep holding on to it, because you're thinking, geez, if I do let go, I might not play again. It's always that, I suppose, that fear. Not that he should have fear, because he's had a fantastic career. He's been absolutely brilliant. Revolutionised our ODI, for sure, our cricket. But are you holding on to it for a little bit?
I expect that Morgan almost accepts that position. The moment that he doesn't play for England, he doesn't play for anybody unless he plays a bit of Everest Premier League in Nepal for a laugh.
Well, he'll still want to play franchise cricket. I mean, he still wanted to play in the IPL, and he didn't get. Nobody had him this year. He had a disappointing. As I said, his form's been dipping now for a few years. There's no hiding from it, and I think he admits it. But he is such a good leader. But they want to hang on to him, and I understand that, because you want to use his cricket brain. And as I said, after the last World Cup, I would have given him the coach's job. I don't think there's any doubt on it in my mind. You want him to. You want that brain. You want those leadership skills to be part of England's future.
I think there needs to be a minimum of a year's golf leave between your playing career and your coaching career. You've got to have a 12-month gap. You can't just go straight from captain to coach. Can I just tell you that the umpires are the two standing umpires are on the field along with the reserve umpire. That's Paul Rifle and Nitin Bharti, who are on the field at the moment, and they're inspecting. Rifle has his hands in his pockets, and he's walking around on the pitch, which became unfortunately wet overnight under the covers. One of the covers leaked. You never quite know what he's thinking, but he's got a grimace on his face, and I mean, it's quite chill, so that's the reason the hands are in the pockets. It's not simply because he's disinterested. I think there is a freshness in the air. But he's now looking at his watch, and he's discussing the situation, which I'm trying to read the body language. I think that's a good thing. If he's looking at his watch, he's thinking, well, if we could start this time, that time. If he was completely bleak about prospects of play, then I don't think he'd be interested in what time it is and how many overs might be lost. Anyway, just a reminder that we're still waiting for play to start in the second one-day international in this World Cup Super League series between the Netherlands and England from the VRA ground in Amstelveen, just outside the capital of Amsterdam. Peter Boren is out there now, the former Netherlands captain. He's out chatting to the Dutch players. And so we await a verdict from the umpires. The one thing that we don't have to worry about is light, because in the first one-day international this was about a month ago, between the Netherlands and the West Indies, we had a 2-hour 45-minute break for a thunderstorm and the clearing up project, and we didn't actually finish until 8:20 local time. We only lost 10 overs for a 2-hour 45-minute stoppage, and so there's no floodlights at the VRA ground, but there is plenty of natural light. It doesn't we could play till about 10 o'clock. Goughy's earnestly interpreting the body language of the umpires. There isn't a great deal of urgency about what they're doing, is there?
Well, I don't get it. I mean, they stood there, he's got his dress shoes on and his trousers. He's looked at his watch now, 5 times? Yep, he's probably gone on about 2.5 minutes since he last looked at it, and he just keeps looking at the watch, and we're not getting anywhere with it. But for me, you're either going to play now, or you just say it's off for the day. I mean, it's been up there now. The stumps are in. There's no covers on the ground. The crowd are all sat in their seats, and they got the umpire and the referee just stood out there in the middle looking at his watch. Play, or it's not fit. Call it off.
Former record-breaking Netherlands international Ryan ten Doeschate, I'm delighted to say, is part of our commentary team, and he's back in the commentary box now. He's been doing his own interpretation of he knows conditions intimately, of course, having played many internationals on this ground. It's my recollection, Tendo, that a couple of years ago the Dutch Cricket Board, which is not exactly flush with cash, did manage to find some money to upgrade or install some new drainage, but that's not the issue, is it? The outfield's fine. It's you don't have drainage under the square.
No, obviously the main square block getting wet is a massive issue. I saw some sawdust dust down there earlier, but I don't know how wet it is. Also, I'm not quite sure what the appetite will be like from both teams, if I'm being brutally honest. England, this is a low-key series for them. Not much to gain here. They're not desperate for the points in the Super League. And the Dutch, I would normally say, would be super keen just for the outing, but I think after the bruising of Friday, it might be a case that they're not as keen to play either, if I'm being brutally honest.
Be brutal. There's 5,000 people and a couple of other thousand in coffee shops nearby, waiting for the off. They've most of them, of course, have come from England, and it's a long weekend for them. I mean, I guess.
Just had another look at his watch, Manners. That's the 5th time. Still not changed, mate. It's either going to start or you're not going to start.
I'm feeling a bit disillusioned, Tendo. I mean, I understand it. I understand the reasoning. I mean, the England players. I mean, if the pitch right next to the match strip is slippery, then it does represent a very real and present danger. I mean, that's just, it is fact. You
call it off then. That's my point. If it's wet, the pitch next to it, is it going to dry? Is it going to dry now?
Well, it might by tomorrow.
Well, yeah, we can play tomorrow. That's my point. So saving it another half an hour and keep looking at your watch every 2 minutes just to see it's not going to dry in that period. They stood out there for what, a good 15 minutes?
I mean, also
good 15 minutes.
The feeling and the attitude of the players shouldn't really come into it. It's their decision. But I just feel that if teams are desperate to play, if there was points here, or this was a place for a quarter-final, then you'd be urging them to play. I just think that's lacking here. So, I mean, ultimately it is up to the umpires. I can't see things changing over a couple of hours' time if the surface is wet, if the main pitch block is wet.
That's massive disappointment. You know, everybody can see the crowd. I would have to say that probably 70% capacity, just looking visually. There's between 60 and 70% of the stand is full. People have been sitting there patiently waiting for almost a couple of hours. There is another, you're just hearing officially that there is another pitch inspection at 1 o'clock local time, which at 1 o'clock local time, midday, yeah, so that's another 35 minutes. Well, if we take it incrementally, Goughy, I think you're absolutely right. You know, what are we going to go in, like 45 minutes at a time, and wait until?
Yeah, that's the point. What's going to happen in 35 minutes? Let's be honest about it, nothing. So it's either fit now to play, and Tendo's got it spot on. If both teams were 100% out there and saying we're willing to play in it, they'd be out there. So there must be some kind of concern, whether it's come from the England team, whether it's come from the Netherlands team, and the umpires have listened to that and they don't think it's ready to start. But in 35 minutes, how is it going to be ready to start? How? There's no puddles on the ground, is there? We don't look at it as they were walking there wasn't any water coming up on the soles. We've been playing in Syria. We played last night. The last 5 overs, they were pouring it down. We didn't come off. We were playing on it.
Let's talk associate cricket just briefly, Tendo. For as long as I can remember, I've been urging anybody that would listen, mostly the ICC, and of course they mostly don't listen, for some kind of structure to associate cricket involving a real goal, a material goal at the end of a league phase, which is qualification for a World Cup, and now that is finally been instituted with this World Cup Super League qualification point system. But now, of course, the irony is that in the next World Cup, 2027, that is going to be disbanded. We're only going to have one cycle of the World Cup Super League where associate teams can actually automatically qualify for the World Cup, because in 2027 there's going to be a reversion to a 14-team World Cup rather than a 10-team World Cup. And I'm going to get your thoughts on that in just a moment, but actually, as well as an update from the ground, I might just ask Peter Burren for his thoughts on the importance of structure and incentive for associate cricket. Peter Burren, I mean, you went through years and years of frustration when the Netherlands didn't have enough cricket, let alone meaningful cricket, with an end goal, World Cup for the qualification. So anyway, in any particular order you like, an update from the ground, please, on conditions and your thoughts on World Cup qualification. Peter?
To be honest, with an update to the ground, there's not a lot of news. The only news, unfortunately, is that there's going to be a further inspection at 1 o'clock local time, so that would be 12 o'clock UK time. The same concerns. That's the wicket. It's a little bit damp next to the playing surface. Just had Paul Rifle and Nitin Bhatti out here checking it out, but they're going to come back in 40 minutes' time. So unfortunately, and that's just been announced over the loud speakers. So I'm not sure if you heard that, but there's quite a few boos in the crowd, and there could be some upset people soon, because it is dry, and it's been dry for the majority of the morning. So hopefully, I don't know, in 40 minutes' time there's some significant change. There's a roller on there at the moment, but it's not good news. In terms of World Cup qualification and the Super League, and well, for me, probably the frustration over the years from an associate point of view is that the goalposts always move on these things, so it's quite hard to have clarity around what happens. I mean, in terms of this ODI Super League, the one that is currently being played and that we managed to qualify for, 3.5 years ago now. Amazing opportunity. Wasn't easy to win the Cricket World Cup. The Cricket League Challenge to get into the Super League. That took 3 years in itself, and very competitive cricket too, because maybe the Netherlands, we managed to get on top, but there's also good teams in there in Scotland and UAE and Oman. Namibia now also a very good side, and that Challenge League 2 is actually really good. That's currently being played. So, yeah, the goalposts move, and as you say, no more Super League after this. Whilst this is an awesome opportunity, and it's always hard to kind of plan or think in 5 years' time. What's the story? It's how the World Cup's going to expand to 14 teams, which is great news. It was a bit of a joke that it went down to 10 in the first place. There's more teams than that in 1996. So cricket's a bit of a funny sport like that sometimes. At the governance at the highest level. But yeah, goalpost move. Not really sure. We sort of keep chugging along in the associate world, doing our best to get exposure and good games. The Super League is amazing. But where that stands in a year or 2 years or wherever, it's difficult to know.
Peter, have you got another 2 minutes? Can I ask you one more question?
Yeah, of course.
What would your ideal scenario be? What's the Peterborough blueprint for associate cricket? And from a Netherlands point of view, what would the best way to see them play quality cricket? And I'm assuming that would be involved in some way with county cricket.
Well, from a Netherlands perspective, exactly. That was the fact that we're now in the Super League and won the second division, if you like, to get in here, actually has its roots, I think, in the fact that we did used to play in the domestic one-day comp in England, and that was quite a few years ago now. But that was 12 quality fixtures a year, and obviously playing on good surfaces against, fully professional outfits in the county system. Now that it taught us a few things. One was that we were good enough to compete, and in fact towards the end of that, just before that sort of finished for us, we were very competitive. I think we won our first 6 games in our last season, and that, but also just getting the amount of cricket that provided, because this summer is a little bit of an anomaly in that the Netherlands has got a lot of games, but most years you might have, two match series against the UAE and maybe a trip to Zimbabwe or something. It was more the quality, not just the quality, but the quantity of cricket of playing in the English system. I've heard a bit of chat about, what England do. There's obviously a lot going on with the 100 and the blast and the 50 over comp, and where the relevance lies for that 50 over competition in England. And is there an opportunity to get, your Netherlands, Scotland's back involved? Obviously, it's not easy with fitting in fixtures, but from our perspective, that would be a huge thing, and it was in the past.
Peter, I've got Ryan Tenduscarter alongside me, and we're just trying to turn his microphone on. Tendo's got a question for you, Peter.
Yep.
Hey, Pete, Ryan Tenduscarter speaking. Nice to chat to you, and thanks for those insights, mate. Just to take it back to the cricket, obviously a bruising first game and a few things to achieve for the Dutch here, but certainly someone like Vikram Singh, I know you've had a lot to do with him, but for me, one of the main objectives of this series was to find players who are good enough to compete at this level, but mainly to bolster the squad, particularly for associate level cricket and World Cup qualifiers. Is that something you've seen as a focus for the team? I know the interim coach is in charge at the moment, and what are the objectives for these next 2 games, if we get a game today at all?
Yeah, 100% Tendo. I think you'll see a bit of squad rotation because, as we all know, it's a pretty young team, and I like that mentioning Vikram Singh. It's been pretty exciting watching his development both in the New Zealand series, the West Indies series, and obviously in the first game here. He's learning on the run in a way. He's been thrown into the cauldron, but Aryan Dutt bowled very well against the West Indies. Flip Bossifan had a game the other day. It's actually quite remarkable when you look through it, how many of these young fellas, and the learning though, Tendo, it's amazing. I was talking earlier on air about the atmosphere here, and we saw Vikram Singh and Musa Ahmed unfortunately drop catches on the boundary the other day, but when you came out and you see where they are fielding in front of these guys, and you could see what an experience that is, and yeah, you're right, because for the Netherlands to stay as one of the top associates, it's actually not that easy, is it, Ryan? As you'd know, there's those other teams that they're pushing forward, professionalising. That second division is pretty tough. I think the Netherlands team at the moment would still be a pretty tough push to be top of that second league, and obviously World Cup T20 World Cup qualifying coming up next month. Trying to expose as many guys, as you say, to this level of cricket in preparation for that, I guess, is also important.
Yeah, spot on. We'll get them out there. Try, give them a kick and get them out there. We're desperate for a bit of cricket here. Nice to chat to you.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, hopefully. I think if it was me and you, mate, I reckon we'd be out here. It depends what the attitude of the umpires, I think, and mainly the English, actually. Hopefully they're keen. They've had a few bowling injuries, and I think that's a bit of the word that's going round. But hopefully, because there's a big crowd in, and a lot of people keen on seeing some cricket soon.
Peter Boren, thank you very much indeed for your time. It really is much appreciated, and as we said, hopefully that pitch will dry alongside it. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll talk to you later in the day. So, Peter Boren. So, Tendo, just to go back to safety, Peter Boren just said there that the word going around, that's sort of the word from the England camp, is that they've had a few injuries recently. They've had more than a few. They've ended up picking 5 left-arm seamers, partly at least on the basis that they're picking bowlers who are fit. It is a very unusual squad, though, with 5 left-arm seamers. But just explain for those who love cricket, follow cricket, why a wet pitch alongside the match pitch could represent a very real danger.
I'm not sure it does represent a very real danger. I've been obviously in.
Okay.
I mean, I think it would be an absolute stroke of bad luck if you twisted your ankle or slid through it, particularly if it's not in the direct vicinity of where the action's happening. It often happens around the square when it's wet, but that's not the case here. You're not going to have. You're unlikely to have fielders catching on the square next to the main playing strip. But I guess within the broader guidelines, you can't have a wet square. But to be honest, I don't think there's a actual danger to anyone if we were to play the game now.
But if there was a 10% chance of it happening, I mean, I guess there'd be with the blast coming towards its conclusion. Although I saw the other day that the England players, international players, won't be available for Blast Finals Day. Anyway, that's maybe a different subject. But there is this fear, isn't there? Concern. I mean, there's if a player does twist an ankle, even if there is a small chance of it happening, that he could be out for a month or two or the rest of the season. But if I get the very strong impression that if you were there, sitting on the change room balcony, and there were 5,000 people in the stands, you would actually be tapping the captain on the shoulder if you weren't the captain yourself and saying, you know what, guys, we owe them. Come on, let's just get out there. You would, wouldn't you?
Well, certainly the Dutch guys would want to be out there. It's a very rare opportunity, and like you say, a decent crowd there already without any cricket on, and a great occasion for them to perform in these conditions. But I get it from the England side as well, and I think I mentioned earlier, if England needed to win this game to qualify for a World Cup, or they were desperate for the points, the attitude and appetite for it would be very different. But I guess also you get caught up in the grind of a season, and some guys are looking for breaks, and this is an easy opportunity to get out of playing another 50 overs in a game that doesn't carry much significance for the majority of stakeholders in this game. But obviously the fans and Dutch cricket, they needed to go ahead.
Jared Kimber's alongside us. Jared, very frustrating, obviously, for the Netherlands. But I'm guessing that you might have a thought or two about what might be gained by the Netherlands players. And Tendo saying that quite rightly they'd be feeling a bit bruised, having conceded 498. But do you think that they would be more inclined perhaps to go out there if it was less than 50 overs, and there's a little bit less bruising that you might suffer if you played a 30-over game?
They've been T20 cricket a few times before, haven't they? So, I'm sure we'll make Tendo go through the destroying Stuart Broad at the end with an overthrow. another time. But the other victory as well, where they rolled them for 80 odd, I think, wasn't it? So they've had more success. I don't think there's a form of cricket when you look at the two lineups where Netherlands is. This isn't the some of the better Dutch teams we've seen. A lot of the better players are not available in this. But it doesn't really matter what that is. When you see the leg spinner and the off spinner having to come up against Josh Buttler in full flight, they're going to learn more in any period than they're going to be able to learn in the nets. Peter Boren can yell at them in the nets, as I'm sure he does. I'm sure he tries to be nice, but can't help but be gruff, knowing Boren. That's not the same as them going up against someone. They don't have a batter. Even with Tendo and Roloff, incredible players, not Josh Buttler level players. They need to be able to be going up against those sort of players over and over again so that they can learn. So for them, if this is washed out completely, and we don't think it's going to be at this point, but if it is washed out completely, that's just a lost opportunity to be able to train their players in what to do. Vikramjit. Vikramjit we saw play very good against the West Indies, but it wasn't a very strong West Indian side. The ability for him to go out and be worked out. When Vikramjit comes out to bat in this game, he's not just batting against David Willey and Reece Topley. He's going up against Matthew Mott and Nathan Lehman, the coach and the analyst. They would have looked at every ball that he had faced against the West Indies, and they would have plotted something against him. He's never had any of that before. He needs that, right? He needs to be tested. That's how you grow. So any amount of time they can get out in the field helps them. But as a general rule, the shorter the game, the more luck. So certainly, if it was a 30-over game, then, the Dutch's odds come in a lot from where they are at the moment, which is probably astronomically high.
You're listening to non-ball-by-ball coverage at the moment of the second ODI between the Netherlands and England from the Amstelveen cricket ground outside Amsterdam. We scheduled for a 10 o'clock start. Unfortunately, a wet pitch alongside the match strip has prevented play from starting so far. Alongside me in the commentary box, Ryan Tenderskata. We were talking 10-15 minutes ago with former England fast bowlers Darren Gough and Alex Tudor about Owen Morgan and succession planning and his form and his influence on the team, Tendo, and there are some similarities. I would like to think a lot of similarities between you and Morgan in the sense that you both played, he's 36 now. You played until you were 40, weren't you? And you captained as well up until your last couple of years. And there appears to me anyway to be still the prevailing thought that Owen Morgan is Owen Morgan. You do not even talk about his position in the team. I feel like I'm treading on hallowed ground, even bringing up the subject. Steve Harmison says that he would have him in the team for as long as he wants to be in the team, even if he was averaging 10, because of his influence and practical effect of his captaincy. He says he's worth 15 runs in a T20 international and more in a 50-over game, and the respect that he commands. He hasn't put the numbers on the board for the last 15 months or so. So should England even be talking about his position? Should they have a succession plan in place? Your thoughts?
They definitely should, and I don't think it's only the responsibility of England and the management within this team. It's the responsibility of Owen Morgan as well, and knowing him as well as I do, that'll be the sort of finishing touch on his reign. Obviously he's been phenomenal for this team, really transformed them since 2015, but he will know that the last stamp he needs to leave on this team is to make sure it's in a place where they can continue growing and that there's someone to take over from him. It's all good and well saying, the captaincy is worth X, and Harmy gave a very impassioned speech about, the qualities of Owen Morgan and what he does to the team without this runs. But I know, being in that position, I know knowing Owen Morgan, that'll be weighing heavily on him as well. The series of low scores, you do start questioning yourself, am I really here just to run the ship? Can someone else do it? Can I do it from the outside? He doesn't have to be in the team and on the field. And I think he gets a lot of runway. He deserves it. He's got the credit in the bank. But there's going to be a time where you have to step back and really decide if it is what's best for the team that he carries on.
What about Darren Gough's theory that he could move straight from captaincy and not even leave the team? Could move straight from captaincy into a coaching stroke mentoring role just because he's Owen Morgan? Yeah, the way he's revered and the respect he has from this group of players, his knowledge of the job, his knowledge of franchise system, there's no reason he can't. There are obviously a few complications of going straight into the coaching role from playing, within the same setup.
But just also to go back to where he is in his form, how poor it's been. I don't know if you noticed when he got hit on the pad the other day and went to review. I saw him go over to Josh Butler, and with a big smile on his face, he said, "All right, boss." Which just shows his ability to be composed, even in that situation. It would have been horrible for him. He must have known it was close. It might have pitched outside. He would have been thinking that, but he knew he was in trouble. But I thought that summed him up nicely. And I've also spoken to him when he's been through a terrible run of form during the RPL a couple of years ago when he got dropped at KKR. And he was the same person. So, the stuff people are saying about his composure and how he can make good decisions regardless of what's going on around him is absolutely true. And I thought he summed it up nicely on the review the other day.
Is Butler his successor?
Potentially. In this team, Ben Stokes is going to come back at some stage. I know their policy is not to burden the same management group with roles across the formats. But again, Butler's revered in this team. He's got the respect of his peers. And for me, that's the starting point for choosing a captain above analytics or how they manage a game. I think respect of your peers is a starting point for me.
Jared Kimber?
Yeah, I think with Morgan, if you look at his career, he kind of scores runs in batches more than most players. So there's some players who average, if you look year on year, they might average between 35 and 55, right? So they always sort of keep an even keel. And then you get players who kind of average 70 and 80 some years and 15 and 20. And he's always been that player. Go back, right back to his Middlesex days. So that makes me think that this may not be terminal decline yet. So I wouldn't get rid of him until I was absolutely sure that there's going to be no bounce back, because when he does bounce back, it tends to be quite strong. So that would be my only concern from that point of view. As far as future captains go, I don't think they can't give Ben Stokes any more jobs. I think he has all the jobs in English cricket almost as it is. So I think they will have to go with someone like Josh Butler, who is probably a different kind of person than Owen Morgan, but again is a very... I think with a captaincy, what we're seeing more and more in world cricket is you're looking for people who are very even-keeled, because especially T20 captaincy, but even one-day captaincy, you can go from... The results can be so spasmodic, right? And so what you want is someone who understands it. And most of the best cricketers in the world are like that, but some cricketers maybe run a little bit more hot and a little bit more cold. And I think Josh Butler is probably the sort of person who's like... you listen to Josh Butler after he's failed a couple of times, you don't get the feeling that it's someone who's sweating and who's panicking. He's like, I'll make runs again soon and I'll work this out. That's a good base to go with. But I don't really rate captaincy that highly anyway, Manners.
How highly do you rate captaincy, Tendo? It was something that you did with great success at Essex, and it came as quite a shock to many Chelmsford devotees when you handed it on. But you did so, it seemed, with not lightheartedly, but without any regret or difficulty in making that decision.
I'm with Jared, and I've said it before. I think the role of the captain is overstated. The game dictates what you need to do. There's a little bit of opinion and a little bit of flair, if you want to call it that, in the decision making. For me, certainly at a county level, and it will be the same for a guy running the show at an international level, it's how you manage the whole environment more than just the tactical decisions or how you set the team up for any given day. So on balance, I think I'm with Jared. I think the role is overstated. But having said that, I don't want to sit on the fence here. Everyone talks about Morgan. The players all talk about Morgan. So maybe there is a way of doing it that you add more benefit or value than me and Jared see from the outside.
I think when it comes down to it, most of the stuff that a captain does that's important, we don't see from outside. You can really only see it from the change room. And, Manners, you and I have worked at cricket long enough, and Tendo certainly played long enough to know that no two players ever have the same opinion of a captain anyway. And so you get these captains with these great reputations. And I remember talking to a New Zealand player about Stephen Fleming. Like, everyone in world cricket was going on about Stephen Fleming. He's like, yeah, sometimes he put 3 players at point. It's quite a bit flashy for me. And you do get that sort of stuff. A lot of it is the environment. How is it open? Can people be honest with each other? I think very little of it is who's going to bowl the death, because if you don't know who's going to bowl at the death before the game, or the game hasn't dictated it, as Tendo said, it's very rare that you come up with tactical glory.
Ryan Tendescarter, thank you so much indeed. You know what? We haven't had any ball by ball, but sometimes when we have a long delay like this that can be even more insightful. Then thank you very much indeed for your thoughts and your time. Unfortunately, we've had no ball-by-ball commentary. There's another pitch inspection coming up in around 12 minutes' time. We'll bring you news of that. This is the second one-day international between the Netherlands and England from the VRA ground in Amstelveen. And as you will know, I'm sure, the Netherlands are in the middle of their biggest summer of cricket for some time, playing in this current series against England, and with Pakistan and New Zealand to come later this summer. But how much do the Dutch embrace the sport? We sent our man John Jackson into the streets of Amsterdam to find out more.
When you think of Dutch sport, you probably think of this.
Heading towards Bergkamp. And Kluivert in there, this could be a problem. Kluivert has scored.
It's fair to say you probably don't think of cricket, but in 1860, cricket was actually the most popular sport in the country. I'm here on the streets of Amsterdam, and with a huge international tournament being played in the city, I imagine they are absolutely buzzing. I went out to a local park to soak up the atmosphere.
I don't know anything about cricket.
I have no idea. With a ball and a flat piece of wood, right?
Would you be able to watch cricket here in the Netherlands?
I don't think so. Well, of course it happens, but not officially televised.
Can you tell me what you know about cricket?
Oh, not a lot. It's played with a bat, and it's... I think, is it the World Champions here in Amsterdam this weekend or last weekend?
It's this weekend. Good knowledge.
This weekend, thanks.
Cricket, I know that it's very popular in India and Pakistan, and that you play with like a flat baseball bat.
Do they play cricket here?
I don't know. I don't think so.
That's a very nice bike, sir. Can I ask you what you know about cricket?
Absolutely nothing, I think. A match takes a long time.
How good are the Netherlands at cricket?
I have no clue. Absolutely no clue.
They stand there on the field and act like they are doing something, but they don't. That's the whole cricket.
So that's what we know about cricket.
Yeah, so it turns out barely anyone here has even heard of cricket, let alone realise the world champions are in town. I did eventually track down one huge cricket fan, but it turns out that Kate Holdsworth used to be a Brit before moving here nearly 20 years ago.
You have to understand here how small cricket is. There's only 7 grass wickets in the entire country. So everybody else is playing on matting, and they're often sharing their grounds with football grounds, hockey grounds. It's really not ideal.
Looking ahead to the action on the pitch, there's not a huge history between England and the Netherlands, although 2009 was quite memorable.
2 runs to win for Netherlands. Stuart Broad stops it, doesn't get the direct hit, he's coming back for the second. Would you believe it? Overthrow gives Netherlands a win. And what an upset in the very first game of the ICC World 2020.
The Netherlands' preparation for this series was hugely affected by their coach Ryan Campbell suffering a heart attack in the build-up. Thankfully, he's on the road to recovery, while Ryan Cook stands in as interim coach.
You know, we've got Max O'Dowd and Scott Edwards who sort of form the crux of our batting lineup.
Rashid is in, and O'Dowd has come down the pitch and plunked him over long on for 6.
We've got a very young but a very exciting guy in Bas de Leede. Who's showing some really good signs on the international scene.
He's bowled him! Bas de Leede has got through the defences of Shea Hope.
And then, as you mentioned, there are a lot of young guys coming through the system here, both in the spin and seam department, that really can offer some great value, and I'm hoping that they can come on the scene and really take it by storm.
The first game of the 3-match series has been and gone, with England setting a world record total.
Oh, that's a lowish full toss on middle and off stump, and Jos Buttler brings up a world record with a boundary. And England have a world record.
Despite the big hitting of Jos Buttler, Phil Salt and Liam Livingstone, the local newspapers have barely mentioned the result. But if mayonnaise on chips can catch on here, then surely cricket's got a chance.
Thank you very much, John. Very good morning to you. Well, it's just good morning. There's about 8.5 minutes left of the morning. I'm Andrew McKenna. Welcome along. And we're still waiting for some news. VRA Stadium, Amstelveen, Amsterdam, and news of cricket. There is going to be, I think we're at the 3rd inspection, or maybe even the 4th inspection, happening in about 8 or so minutes' time. The umpires will be heading out for a look. Paul Rifle and Nissim Bhatti, they're the men who will be heading out there to have a look. Adrian van den Dries is the reserve umpire who's been out there as well with them. And if you've not been with us from the outset, maybe you've had a bit of Father's Day time this morning. The issue is not the wicket, but there was a leak on the covering at the side of the wicket, and there is some dampness on an adjacent pitch. And if you're thinking, well, what's the issue there? The implication seems to be that with so many left-arm bowlers in the England side, that would be where they would be running off, and therefore that is the potential danger area. Alex Tudor is with me in the commentary box at the moment. Jarrod Kimber's still with us. I think the other boys have done really well for the last couple of hours for not addressing the elephant in the room, as far as I'm concerned, and that is we've got a bit of a problem with some wetness on the square. On the other side of the square, there's an artificial pitch. I mean, if the issue is 20 yards away, I mean, I know it's not what we've all signed up for, but there's an artificial pitch there that you could literally plonk some stumps into now. Yes, TV would have to move the cameras a little bit, but are we really beyond the wit of man here? If we don't end up seeing a ball bowled because of a damp patch next to a pitch, cricket will make itself look stupid.
That's never happened before.
No, exactly. I know that would be a first.
I think the last time a major international match was played on a synthetic pitch was 1978. I think that's right. Some associates do play on them. In the USA at the moment, they've got bunches of them, obviously, as they're preparing for their Major League Cricket. I don't know if you know this, Macca, but you do need special rubber soles to play if you're a fast bowler on those. You don't want to do it on tennis shoes or running shoes. So I think they wouldn't do that. But as a general rule, it is ridiculous that cricket does not play more on synthetic pitches. And I know that they're starting to get to them. There's the ones that they have at the Oval, which most counties I think have now, but I think they started at the Oval, which are a hybrid between grass and synthetic fibres. And there's another one that they have in that they're using in America and I think in South America, which is basically trying to replicate a pitch but synthetically, because of stupid things like this. So, yeah, I'm on your side.
Jarrod is right, and yeah, you know, it's not quite as simple as move the stump from one pitch to the other. But it does feel at times, Tude, that cricket tries to find reasons not to play rather than to play. And it's very easy for non-cricket fans. I mean, we'll repeat what we've been saying all morning here on talkSPORT. There has not been a drop of rain since we came on air at 9 o'clock. It is now 5 to 12, and we have not even seen, forget about a ball being bowled, we've not seen a toss yet. And there's thousands of people in the ground. This is where non-cricket fans just cannot get their head around the sport. We're not exactly inviting new people in when we're doing stuff like this.
Yeah, you're right, Macca. We're not endearing ourselves to them. As you said, the people that we're trying to attract to the game. And as you rightly said, we've been on air since 9. We've not seen a drop of rain. It looks dry. And we're not seeing any cricket. It's a really difficult one. As a bowler, you know, and there's been a little bit... I'll tell you what I want to see, Macca. I want to see CCT coverage from last night. That's what I want to see. I want to see CCT coverage from last night, and if one of these lads that got hit all over the place just came out and just opened up a little bit and thinking, yeah, we won't play if there's a little bit of wet air.
Hang on. That's someone who sounds like they're speaking from knowledge there, Mr. Tudor. Do you have anything you want to admit to on talkSPORT?
Well, there was an incident on my MCC ground. When I was on MCC ground staff, we were playing India under-19s, and they had a formidable batting lineup with Laxman and the likes. And there was a dinner, and some of us decided we don't really want any of that. And we strolled out there, and one of the lads decided to open them up. I won't mention any names, but I tell you, it didn't work, because we played the next day, because cracking flags. We got hit to all parts, and that was it. It just sort of bites you in the bum, but it was a fault.
They have a laser alarm system at Lord's, you know, now. And I know this because my son set it off. So when he was about 1.5, we were doing some filming at Lord's, so we could do it on the outfield. And so we're just there, and we were miles from the middle of the pitch, and he was like 1.5, so he just bolted, and when we turned around, and suddenly you hear all these different things going off.
So that's probably to stop people like Tudes from trying to do this. Also, Dean Jones's father played in a club game. It's one of my favourite stories. Week 1 they had a really flat pitch, and the next week they came up and there was a wet bit right in the middle on a good length, and he left a big block of ice on it, and it just melted. And like the rest of the pitch was still a great batting pitch, and one bit of it was just this sticky, ridiculous surface. They bowled him out for 25. It's in Dean Jones's book. He does say he doesn't know if his dad was involved. But somehow.
That's just quite handy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so we're, 2.5 minutes away from midday in the UK, 2.5 minutes away from 1 o'clock in Netherlands and Central Europe, and that is the time the umpires will be on their way out. I've got to say, in a sort of weird kind of public relations way, I don't think that the ground staff in a way have helped themselves by putting the stumps in about an hour and a half ago, because that automatically tells a cricket audience, the stumps are going in. We can't be far away from playing. And the fact that they're just staring out. Let me just describe the scene to you. So there is a cricket square. There is not a single sheet, cover, anywhere on the outfield. There are the stumps in place, and then there is 8 or 10 white poles which hold a rope which are stopping people getting onto the wicket. So there's a sort of an exclusion zone around the actual playing strip itself. There are 2 or 3 security people around that, and at one end is the heavy motor roller waiting to be put into use once the toss has taken place and therefore the game has been deemed ready to start. But there's no other movement. A couple of the ground staff are out there waiting, leaning on that roller. One does actually have a fluorescent sort of coloured raincoat on, but hopefully, and I do say hopefully because the forecast I saw earlier today did seem to indicate there might be some more showers throughout the day, and that's my concern, is that we finally get through all of this, we get the umpires go, right, absolutely, we can start, and then by the time we've done all of that, it starts raining again.
I'll tell you what I am seeing, Macca, and I do look at this, the backroom staff just starting to put some stuff out, so the stretchy bands to get the bowlers all loosened up, that's starting to go down. So if they're doing that, for me it means that the lads are going to get themselves ready, get them warm, and they're just waiting for a time from Mr. Rifle.
Well, he's on his way out, Paul Rifle, along with Nitin Bhati, to have a look.
I noticed he didn't pick up any of those bands to warm himself up. Jude went straight over the top of them.
His days of bowling are done.
Yeah. I don't remember him doing that much exercise when he played either. He was one of those natural athletes, wasn't he? He just ran in and bowled, and never smiled, but also never really frowned. It was just that constant sort of gormless expression of his.
It's a borderline scowl, I think, for me. It's a borderline scowl. Right, so they're out in the middle. They've managed to get themselves over the rope away, and they're going to go. Are they going to go straight to the square or to the area that they've been treating? No, they're going straight to the area they've been treating, and that literally is the wicket next door to the one that we are playing on. And as I mentioned, in a fielding sense, that's not an issue because you're not going to put short legs, silly points in a one-day international game. But I'm thinking that it's the bowlers' run-offs because England have got so many left-armers and they'd be veering off to that side. Paul Rifle's gone straight for the watch.
He put his fingers in. I didn't see any give when they put their fingers just in that side of the pitch. I think they're ready to go. Yeah,
a thumb up.
Because they both did it. They put their hands in and nothing went in. So I think we're good to go. And as you said, Macca, he looked straight at his watch as if to say, "We're going to play in a minute."
Well, we've got to have the toss, and we've also...
just get out there.
We're going to have to allow the players some kind of warm-up time.
He's walking with purpose, Macca.
My guess would be, and this is only my guess, the quickest I could see this would be toss in 10 or 15 minutes with a start at 12:30. Now, that would be the quickest you could realistically expect this to happen because you've got to give players some warm-up time. Fourth umpire Adrian van den Dries is now relaying on the walkie-talkie back to the dressing rooms what's happening. They will always insist, the match officials, on telling the teams before telling the media. So we'll get through.
We have to warm up too, Macca.
Well, this is true. Right, what I'm just hearing is the toss is in 15 minutes. We will start at 12:45 UK time. So we are 45 minutes away still from having some cricket. So they are going to give the players 45 minutes warm-up time. Cheers, from a player's point of view, you know what you would need to have done to be ready to bowl if you're required to bowl the first over of a match. Is 45 minutes realistically about the shortest time? Could you have done it in less, do you think?
Yeah, you could have done. Yeah, I'm saying that now sitting.
if you were in the squad today?
No, yeah, definitely.
4 hours.
Well, I think so. You sort of you get a feel, don't you? You sort of, when they've gone out in their inspections, they're saying, listen, if it doesn't change much, we'll look to start at a certain time. So then you start to prepare, get yourself ready, and let's crack on. Let's get on with it. As you said, he was walking with purpose. Guys are out there starting to just turn their arms over. As I said, the backroom staff, the heavy backroom staff that international teams have now, are preparing stuff, getting ready for the players to come out and get themselves warm, and let's get a game on.
Well, I suppose the other thing is, as we know, the VRA Stadium is a bit of a sort of sporting complex. Out the back there are all sorts of 4G pitches for hockey and football and all sorts. I mean, the players could have actually been out doing some running, stretching and all sorts on there to actually get it going a wee bit quicker. What we don't know yet is how many overs per side this will be. We are
which is
2 hours behind.
Important, for the Netherlands as well, because the fewer overs the better for them, because it gives them more of a chance in the game.
Well, what I will point out is, in the game against the West Indies, which was rain delayed, I reckon we lost about 2 hours 45 minutes, and we only lost 10 overs from the match.
God, I remember that.
Yes.
Weren't we here all day? That was a long shift.
We did a 24-hour commentary still.
It finished at 8:20 Amsterdam time. Now, the significance of that is, as Neil Manthorpe keeps telling you, this is a tree-lined ground because we're next to the Amsterdam forest. There are no floodlights, so we are totally reliant on natural light. Now, that day was a great deal brighter, bluer skies with natural sunlight. At the moment, there's still quite a lot of chunky cloud knocking around, so you kind of hope that they err on the side of caution and say, look, if we start, we realistically want to finish this properly without having to go to DLS. What I'm saying is, I'd rather they erred on the side of caution and go 30 overs aside, because we can definitely get that finished, rather than having a contrived DLS kind of finish later on. Do you see where I'm coming from on that?
Yeah, it'd be interesting, because I think they'll want to push it and get as much cricket as possible. I think that's going to be the default move. So we could find ourselves in a position here where it's match shortened, but we don't get to finish the match, not because of rain, just because it gets too dark. So that is a possibility going forward in this particular game. I don't think they'll come up with your practical solution, Mac. It's the same as they did with the synthetic pitches. I think what they'll actually do is they'll say, do you know what? We can probably still get 40 overs a side in here. And look, the more cricket, the better for the English fans who've gone over, the England players trying to impress, and the entirety of Dutch cricket. This is the thing. England can be a little bit dismissive when they tour sometimes, and they're always like, the surface isn't great, or, the COVID scare, we're in South Africa and all that sort of stuff. Whereas when teams are in England, they do everything they can to get as much cricket. I've been at games. I saw Dirk Nannes bowl, in a knee-high puddle at Old Trafford once, because they were desperate to get a T20 against Australia play. So I think that if England's going to be like that at home, they should be a little bit better at making sure they play in these sorts of situations. These sorts of things are important. So as much cricket as they can get, with the thought, as you've said, we may not get as far. It may get dark before 8.
Well, one of the things we were going to talk on and fill time, Alex Tudor, was let's talk about the amount of injuries that are being picked up in the game at the moment. And of course that is going to be part of the umpire's thinking here, is the fact that they want conditions that are safe, in inverted commas, for people to play in, and we talk about bowlers' run-off areas. Fast bowling, seam bowling, is frankly about the most unnatural thing you can do in any sport. You've got body parts going in all
directions. Unless you're Alex Tudor, who just styled it out.
Yeah, exactly. But the follow-through, you don't want people slipping and sliding. That's where ligaments in ankles and knees get done. I'm guessing there's a psychological thing for whoever's going to be bowling first. Those first few overs are going to be really important for the bowlers to have confidence in their footing and their follow-through because all it's going to take is one of them to slightly slip, and it's going to be, whoa, skip, over here. We don't need that.
Yeah, definitely. There'll be the first few overs will be tentative, that is for sure. And it's just getting that confidence, isn't it? And as you rightly said, if a few of them, and especially if you're on the fringes, you're thinking, well, I don't want to have a niggle, I don't want to... You want to try and give you all. So you're thinking if a Wood or David Payne or someone like that got the opportunity, you're thinking, listen, you don't know when that opportunity might arise itself again. So you want to be, have the best conditions available, but also we have a duty to go out there and perform. As you said, it's a packed house here. People watching, listening to us. They want to hear and see some cricket. I've got a theory though about the injuries. I've got a theory.
I like a theory.
And my theory, listen, as you said, it's bar keeping is the hardest job in the game, 100%. Okay. My whole thing was I was trying to put my finger on it, because why all these bowlers? I look at them now, they're specimens. They look good. Gone to the gym, all this sort of thing. They look strong. But I just feel, and Gerald might probably disagree with me, he might do, but I just think the speed gun has not helped whatsoever, as in regards of when I played, you could bowl sort of within yourself and no one was sort of jumping on you, saying, why is he not bowling at 90 mile an hour? Why is he not doing this? I just think the pressure now for the guys, because the speed camera is always there, you can't just settle into a spell, because as soon as someone, and I remember, I think it was Robinson at Lords or something, he came back for a second spell or something, and it was like 76, 77. Straight away people say, is he injured? Why is he not running in? Is he not fit? I mean, it did allude that he wasn't fit, he got injured. But I just think you can't. I remember Jofra at Headingley, when he got the fifer against Australia, it was a wicket that didn't need him to bowl at 90, and he bowled within himself 82, 83 miles an hour, still nicking people off, got 5 for 50 or whatever it was. But I remember, and these were professional people as well within the game, saying he should be busted a nut to try and bowl at 90. And I'm like, why? You can't bowl every day at 90 mile an hour. Darren Gough will tell you. You can't. And I just think, for the speed for me, I think, has been an issue for these lads. I don't know if do you agree, or I
do agree. Just so that you know why I was laughing is Darren Gough yelled out, "I could," as he walked past.
As he took the lift upstairs.
Look, I think speed is... I remember when Australia, they had these incredible bowlers like Jackson Bird and Chad Sayers coming through, and they weren't even getting a chance, and it was because Australia was like, well, they don't bowl 90 miles an hour, and I was like, great, well, neither does Muhammad Asif or Vernon Philander or Jimmy Anderson, right? There is other ways to get wickets, and I think that, it was Duncan Fletcher told Ryan Sidebottom, bowl as quick as you can. They got a year and a half of Ryan Sidebottom being one of the best bowlers in the world, and then that's it. He's finished, right? What's the point of that? Whereas Ryan Sidebottom is probably the sort of guy that could have bowled low 80s for a lot. Could have had a Jaminda Vaas-like career. And there are times when speed really matters. We saw Bhuvi Kumar had a very bad season in the IPL, and you go back and you have a look at it, and it's like he dropped 5Ks. He clearly wasn't fit enough. He's put those 5Ks back on, and no one can play him again, right? There are times when that happens, and I think Ollie Robinson is a really good example of, wait a minute, his first spell is 83 miles an hour, and his second spell is 81, and his third spell is 74. Okay, we can work that out. But they don't. It's not just a speed gun anymore. There's a system that England use where they can literally work out how fast the bowler is walking in, and all those sorts of things. Once you put the speed gun on, and you listen, baseball pitchers talk about this as well. Once the speed gun became a big thing, it actually started to cloud people's minds a little bit. What you want to be able to do is be the most effective bowler you can be in that situation, in that matchup. Actually, bowling fast isn't always the thing.
Can I just throw one into that as well? Every India home game, there's a post-match presentation ceremony, and because they've got so many sponsors, there is always a prize for the fastest delivery. Now, it doesn't matter if that delivery was a rank half volley outside of off stump that got dispatched for 4. If it was the quickest one of the day at 149 kilometres, you win $10,000 or whatever the equivalent is.
Okay, I'll tell you where it first came in. On my first tour to Australia in '98, and we played a game. Well, Goughy stopped bowling slower balls. He goes, it's going to bring down my average. He said, I'm not bowling no slower balls. Because every time you bowl, Goughy being Goughy, he'd agree, he looked over at the speed gun to see what it was. 88. 89, 90, yeah, puff your chest out. But you can't do that day in, day out. It's just not happening, and you will get the injuries that you see now.
Well, I mean, if you look at baseball, that's the reason pitchers don't pitch every day, right? Like, baseball is 100 years ahead of cricket thinking when it comes to, how they protect their pitchers compared to how we protect fast bowlers. And I think in baseball it's probably harder to throw at, 450 your speed and still be effective. But in cricket, we can do that because the ball wobbles a lot more. So we should be protecting these guys.
Well, let's talk, it is cricket, and hopefully we're going to get some cricket in the next half an hour or so. Toss coming up very shortly here on talkSPORT. The second of the 3 one-day internationals between the Netherlands and England. Of course, Friday's first game, England set a new world record.
That's a lowish full toss on middle and off stump, and Jos Buttler brings up a world record with a boundary. And England have a world record, and they're on the feet in Amstelveen.
Well, the good news is that the umpires are making their way out onto the field. The England players are in a huddle. A couple of the England players have actually brought their kids out to Amsterdam with their wives. Jason Roy, I think, is just inviting his daughter to join the team in the huddle. So there you go. What an absolute picture that is. And I'm delighted to say it does suggest that we are going to get a game. Indeed, that is what the umpires have decided. Owen Morgan, the England captain, just bringing the players into the huddle. And we're awaiting the teams. And we are awaiting the toss. I'm John Norman. Alongside me is Alex Tudor. You've been part of a huddle or two, Tudes. Who was Adam Hollyoake, I imagine, your former skipper. What would he do? Crack a joke or two? What about Nasser? Ever crack a joke?
No, we didn't have huddles back then. It's quite a modern thing now. The guys come in. We used to do our talking in the changing room, and then when you go out, you just go on. But this is a tradition thing now, where either someone gets presented a cap for 7,500 games or whatever it is.
I think it's 100.
Yeah,
I think Jason Roy, as I may mention, his daughter and his partner are out there. Moeen Ali seems to be speaking and has been given the task and speaking to Harmy before he handed Matthew Pott his cap ahead of the first test match at Lord's. I mean, Harmy's still shaking now, I think. For someone who can speak as much as Harmy, it's a surprise that he struggled to put a few words together. But there's a beautiful scene as Jason Roy accepts a warm embrace from Moeen Ali, gives his daughter a kiss on the cheek as well on the occasion of his 100th cap, I believe, for England. Owen Morgan, the England captain, now going to have a few words, and he's made the position his own. There was some talk, actually, I think one scribe in one of the nationals suggesting that Roy might be about to lose his place unless he starts scoring a few runs for the 50-over tournament, which 50-over game.
That's the standards that they've set, though, Johnny, isn't it? They've set such a benchmark in our ODI white ball format that if they just dip below that, everyone's after them. As you say, Owen Morgan as captain, if he was scoring runs, it wouldn't be a conversation, but he's not. He's struggling. Jason Roy has sort of been a little bit in and out of form. Scored a very good 80, didn't he, at Lord's for Surrey against Middlesex a couple of weeks ago. But he most probably needs a score because, as I said, there's a list of lads that are just waiting to come in, and if they do, and they do well, it could be a long time till that opportunity comes again.
Well, we're now seeing Jos Buttler receive his cap as well. Obviously, this isn't a cap to play his first match. This is to celebrate the 150th appearance for the 50-over England side. And is that symbolic? Moeen Ali saying a few prepared words for Jason Roy on his 100th cap, but his 150th cap, Jos Buttler gets the words from the current England captain. There is also a little feeling that maybe Jos Buttler might be the captain of this side one day.
Yeah, listen, there's always lots of discussion, as you said. It's a thing now. I think our own Darren Gough, didn't he? He did it for Saqib Mahmood when we was out in South Africa. And it's like you have to get a speech ready, doesn't it? Chilean speech. Now you can't be below that because everything is on social media and videoed and everything like that. So it has to be good. As you said, Mo would have spoke really well about Jason and just said, listen, you just carry on doing what you do. Go on, lash it to all parts of the ground. You've been fantastic. To get to 100 caps is a fantastic effort, you know. And not too many do that. As you said, Joss Buttler has got to 150. Owen Morgan at the side of his cap's got 200. He's 200 plus. So it just shows you the amount of white ball cricket they play now. They play a lot of cricket. There's a lot of experience. And they've been very, very good in that position. That's why they've played that many games.
Can I just have a little moan, though? You know, we have been on air since 9 a.m. I tell you what, I'll moan in a minute. I think we can throw pitch side. Niall O'Brien with the teams and the toss.
Representing Netherlands today in place of the injured Peter Saylor. Scott, you've got the coin, I believe. Give it a flick, my friend. Yeah. It's a tail. Scotty, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and why, my friend?
We're going to have a bat today, yeah.
But at first, set England up the other day, so change of tack today. Reasons, rain around, surface, same surface, thoughts?
Yeah, well, we're thinking the surface is probably going to slow up and maybe spin a little bit more in the afternoon.
What about yourself, Captain Netherlands? You've done it before, a lovely opportunity in place of the injured Peter Saylor. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, excited. Obviously disappointing to miss Pete. He's a very experienced player for us. So we'll miss a lot there, but yeah, excited for the opportunity. The boys are ready to go.
Game's coming thick and fast. Only one day between the two fixtures. What have you spoken about? What are you going to try and put right for this game?
It's just, for us, it's just about executing plans. We obviously saw what England can do if you don't get it right. So today we've sorted out some plans we're going to go with, and hopefully we execute.
Plans, team changes any?
Yeah, so we've got 3 changes. We've got Tim Pringle in for Peter Saylor on debut. We have Musa Ahmed out, bringing in Tasia Nidamanuru, and we have Vivian Kingma in for Philip Bossavane.
All the best, Scotty. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Owen, you're going to chase. Happy with that?
Yeah, we were going to look to chase. Maybe a slight bit of rain around, delayed start, a little bit rush into the game. It just gives you a bit of time to slow down and hopefully assess conditions.
Yeah, a lovely moment just there before he came to the pitch. Jason Roy, 100 game. Joss Buttler, 150. Very tight unit. Lovely feeling.
Unbelievable feeling. Special day for 2 of our biggest players. The 2 guys have been integral to our success. It's great to have some family here as well for Jason. But we know the Butlers are watching at home and extremely proud. His 3 biggest fans, his wife Louise and his 2 daughters, Maggie and baby Georgia. So it's an incredibly touching moment. Not anything that we ever take for granted. So hopefully we can make today a special day for them.
What could you say to your team after such a wonderful day on Friday? Is there anything you can say? And if you did say, what was that message?
Yeah, the message from our side is always the level of intensity that we operate at. It's never setting targets. It's never based on results or, I suppose, figures in many ways. And the way we keep ourselves accountable is bringing that level of intensity as much as we can and for as long as we can. We totally understand that we can only sustain it for so long, and we do make mistakes along the way, but certainly today our intent is very important.
Team changes?
Yeah, we have 1 team change. Sam Curran is missing out, and Bryden Cars comes in place of him.
All the best, Owen.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay, so the news from the middle. Scotty Edwards, he's won the toss. He wants to have a bat first.
Well, there we go. We've had the toss and we're going to get some play. Darren Gough is alongside me. 1 change for England, the exciting Durham seamer. Bryden Cars comes in for Sam Curran. Have you seen much of Cars over the last year or 2? Either playing against Yorkshire or in around the circuit, Goffey?
Yeah, very much so. Excellent player, huge potential. He struggled with injury at times, but he can bowl a quick, heavy delivery. He's a good fielder and he can bat. So, what more do you want? He's one of those cricketers that is going to have a big part to play for England in one-day cricket. And I think a lot of people as well, if he can stay fit for a good month or 2 months, he'd be pushing for a test start because he's definitely got that sort of talent.
Well, there you go. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not sure that Matthew Potts, who was a guy that actually Steve Harmison at the start of the season said was one to watch out for, but I don't even think Harmy in his wildest dreams thought that Matthew Potts will be taking wickets at Lords as England beat New Zealand in that first Test match, and then followed it up with more wickets in the second as well. So look, we are going to see some play. When you were with me a few moments ago, John Norman here alongside Darren Gough. I was chatting to Alex Tudor. I was just about to have a bit of a moan up that we've been on air since 9 o'clock. We were supposed to have the toss at 9:30. After several pitch inspections, that was put back to 12:15, and the toss was delayed so that cap ceremony could take place, which is not quite the right way to go about things, but there you go. Phil Salt will be opening alongside Jason Roy. Jason Roy celebrating his 100th cap today alongside the 150-man Jos Buttler, and it was Salt who hit the first of the 3 centuries on match day 1 as he went past 3 figures in a List A game for the first time in his career. And he caught up with the host broadcaster and Sky Sports man Dominic Cork a few moments ago.
Tell us about you. Obviously, you made your debut against Pakistan. What have you been working on since then? You seems to have got a little bit stronger offside as well.
Yeah, definitely. I've been working on, just being better at my basics. I guess that's what every cricketer does at the top level. The offside's developed. That's something I've been working on for a few years now. But no, more than anything, it's probably a mindset shift. If you want to come into this team and you want to stay in this environment, you have to perform. And it's that sort of thing I've probably shifted my focus to most over the last couple of years.
Tell us about the environment. Obviously, a new coach in Matthew Mott. What has he said to you? How is it in that changing room?
To be honest, it's very similar sort of England approach. Want to be clinical, we want to be ruthless, all those sort of key words, I guess. But under Morg, it's very simple how we go about our cricket and how we play. And I do love being in this setup.
Made a move from Sussex to Lancashire, maybe to keep a little bit more. Is that the ambition for you, England, as well? Obviously, Jos has the gloves at the moment, but you'd love to keep for England?
Yeah, definitely. It's a side that's stacked with quality all the way through. I want to play as many games as I can for England, whether it's just as a batter or keeping as well. As I said, it's stacked with quality all the way through. So if you want to, hold a place down in this side, you have to perform for an extended period of time.
I'm sure you're looking ahead, and all players look ahead. World Cup 2023, some big decisions to make on selection. What can you do to force your way into not just the squad, the side?
Just keep performing. Every opportunity I get, I've got to take with both hands. It's very clear with the side, world champions, you're going to have to do something very special to knock a man out of possession of a spot, I guess. It's very important not to look too far ahead, but just to maintain what you're doing on a daily basis and, keep that sort of energy about what you're doing to make sure you fit into this environment.
Phil Salt speaking with Sky Sports. Dominic Cork there. Phil Salt opening the batting with Jason Roy. Today, England bowling first, losing the toss for the second game in a row, and Netherlands deciding to bat first. The England side has one change. Bryden Cass in for Sam Curran, the Durham man, in for the Surrey all-rounder. Jason Roy and Phil Salt will be opening then. David Malan, who hit a century in that match as well on Friday. Owen Morgan, the captain, who was out first ball. Jos Buttler, who was unbeaten at the end of match day 1. Liam Livingstone, Moeen Ali, David Willey, Cass, Adil Rashid and Reece Topley, the 11. Netherlands have made 3 changes. They will open as they did with Singh and O'Dowd in, but changes, one of them in 4. Saylor, the captain, Peter Saylor, he misses out and will not play on Wednesday either. Nida Manuru, he comes in at number 3 with Tom Cooper in at 4, Buzz Deleda in at 5, Scott Edwards, who will be keeping wicket and captaining. He top scored on Friday, actually. He's standing skipper for this match and I imagine for Wednesday as well. Logan Van Beek with Tim Pringle, one of 3 changes. Shane Snater, who dismissed Jason Roy in the first over that he bowled, so Cousin removing Cousin. Ariane Dutt and Vivian Kingma, the third of those changes. Alex Tudor alongside myself, John Norman, in the commentary box. A little bit of blue sky up there as well. Actually, it's not Choose, is it Choose or it's Goffey, actually, sorry. You two look so similar. Goffey, a little bit of blue sky up there as well. I mean, it's things are changing. Choose like that one.
Yeah, there's a bit of blue sky over in the Netherlands. A lot better than it was a few hours ago, by the way. We were unsure whether we were going to get any sort of cricket today. The water obviously got under the covers onto the side of the pitch, which is next to the wicket we're going to be playing on. But we managed to get this 41 overs per side. 4 overs can bowl a maximum of 8 overs, and 1 bowler can bowl a maximum of 9. So we got some cricket. England will probably be surprised, but the Netherlands won the toss and chose to bat first.
I was gonna say, because the feeling was the Netherlands erred by bowling first on Friday, and now
when they should have batted first.
When they should have batted, and England racked up 498, and then today with, it's windy, although that sometimes doesn't help the bowling side, does it, when it's too much wind? But it's very cloudy.
Could be rain about. Owen Morgan got it spot on. He was shocked, wasn't he? We were going to bowl first because obviously we want to chase if it's a reduced game. You don't want to give the opposition any chance. But the Netherlands have probably looked at it and thought they can't be chasing 500 again. So they want to put themselves, if they can put a little bit of pressure on England, if they can get to a 280, you just never know. It puts that little bit of pressure and takes away a little bit of the freedom is open on the way England would chase a total down. I don't think it makes a difference. England will play the same way no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of a surprise to hear the skipper saying that they're expecting the pitch to slow up, and so maybe spin may play a part later in the day, because the weather forecast is for potentially more rain, so you'd think that it wasn't going to be spin that was going to play too much of a part today, but hey, we shall see. What we do know is that the crowds are filling up nicely. We saw 5,500 crammed in on Friday, and another full house expected today, with a lot more locals as well. It was a working day for match day 1. It's the weekend, of course, for match day 2, so we might have a few interested spectators who've just come along to check out what this game is all about. talkSPORT's John Jackson's been out in around Amsterdam for a few days. Earlier on today we played that little feature where essentially he'd gone around Amsterdam stopping strangers in the street, asking them if they knew anything about cricket, and funnily enough, not a lot of them did. Anyway, looking ahead to this game, Goughy, it was a nigh on perfect display with the bat on Friday. So let's look at the bowling then. I mean, they've got the opportunity first up. Very English-looking conditions out there. Who do you see taking the new ball? What kind of role do you expect Cast to play? And I suppose, how will England be setting themselves up for this?
Well, David Willis, the obvious choice to take the new ball. If you look at his record, how many times he takes a wicket in his first over, he pitches the ball up, looking for a little bit of movement either way, and he bowls at the stumps. So his record is he takes early wickets. He's done that for us Yorkshire this year in the Blast when he's been available, and that's why he gets in the England side, because his weaker spot is probably coming on towards the end of the innings, so he's very effective early on. Topley, I think, is a good bowler. Again, someone who's struggled with injuries, but when he's fit, he's a quality performer. He's got lots of variations, can bowl over or around the wicket. He got a bit of reverse going the other day, which was really good to see. And then you got Cast coming on when the ball's a little bit older, hits the bat hard, and then the obvious spin trio, really. You could go Rashid, Ali and Livingston, because Livingston bowls leg spin, off spin, he bowls everything, over the wicket, round the wicket. So it's a decent attack, isn't it, really? They've got lots of variations, England, and lots of ways to go.
The great thing for England is you can bring these players in to a winning side. I mean, you play for England many times, both three formats, but as a youngster coming in, you want to be coming into a winning side, don't you, rather than one where it's all change at the end.
You mean like I come into a losing side in '94, a team that was getting battered by everyone, and it's very difficult, you're right. But the good thing is we talked about it with managers earlier on in the day about succession plans, and the thing is with this England team is something that Duncan Fletcher always put in place. You've got to have the player that's got the starting shirt, and then you've got to have two underneath it who if something were to happen you could replace them in every single position, and I know for a fact that Owen's got that. If his opening batter is not available, he's got 3 other options on who's going to get in there. If his left arm seamer is not available, the one he wants to play. He's got 4 other options with him out there in Amsterdam. And I've said the reason he's got that, I think it's the first time a new coach has come in, and they've got all these left-armers who are all different in what they offer. And it's an option to have a look at them all close up and pick 2 out of them that are going to represent England moving forward. That's what I believe, because they've got some big series coming up, and he's going to pick 2 out of the 5 left-armers they've got and moving forward to be in the squad. Because you've got Wokes to come back, hopefully Archer to come back, and hopefully Wood to come back. So you've got 3 there, right there. You've got Tom Curran to come back. Will he come back into the starting 11? I think he's got a bit more work to do to prove he's still good enough to be in that 50, but he's in the names, you know what I mean? Out of the list of 30 names I put, he's 100% in it.
Okay, so it's a difficult one to call, but as you stand here now and you look at those the left armers that are essentially vying for 2 places, are we thinking? Which ones do you think? Would it be the natural height, new ball skills of Reece Topley, who was part of the T20 team in 2016, the all-round skills of Sam Curran? I mean, if you were to pick 2 from 5 right now, which ones would you go for?
Well, again, it's such a difficult one, that, because Wokes took a lot of early wickets, didn't he? Right? And he was so important. Now, if they've got Wokes in, it's like almost like David Willey's the option if Wokes isn't fit, because he takes wickets early on. But the guy who can bowl new ball, middle and the end is Topley. So I think he's probably got the shirt. I think he's favourite of the left-armers. But then, like I said, there's so many. You've got to see what balance of the team they want. Does Sam Curran get in if Carter's fit, 100% fit, if Stokes is back as an all-rounder? You've got Moeen Ali as an all-rounder. You've got Liam Livingstone as an all-rounder. So you're going to see, where does he get into the side?
Because I suppose
it's so difficult. Luke Wood gives you that express left arm. He's the quickest of the left-armers, and he's skiddy. And I've always talked about him. If I was having a squad player for one of the franchise teams, say I got a coach's job at the IPL, and I was thinking, right, you get your starting 11, but what players can come in and play you 3 or 4 games? I used to always write lists, I still do. And I wrote Luke Wood down, just in case anything were to happen. I wrote him down as one of those players you would have in your squad. He can bowl 90 miles an hour plus. He's got a good slow ball, he's got a good bumper, he's skiddy, and he can bowl Yorkers. So why wouldn't he be in it? And another bowler who's not here, who's impressed me this year more than anyone in one-day cricket, and I know again, another bowler that struggled with injuries, is Gleeson. Gleeson against Yorkshire this year twice has been unbelievable. Quick, good bouncer, good control, intelligent, knows where his field at, bowls to the conditions of the ground, and again, if he can stay fit for a period, he's going to be involved. Jamie Overton, another player that's going to be involved. I mean, these guys, it's not an easy job for whoever's going to be the selector of England to get a 15, whatever it is, to be in the World Cup.
Well, David Payne and Luke Wood aren't playing today. They didn't play on Friday. We expected, I mean, this is the thing, Owen Morgan is resolutely his own man. So you would assume that if England were to win today, come the 3rd ODI, those 2 would definitely get a game. But that's not often the way that Owen Morgan operates, is it?
He likes to win the series, and it's the right thing to do. Listen, Owen is ruthless. We know that in his selection, and if he rates a player, he'll have him and he'll back him to the hill. If he doesn't, he gets them out, right? But it's about winning and creating a winning environment, and he'll want to win this series. When the series is won, he then thinks about giving someone an opportunity, and I think he will. I don't think there's any point in taking those people out there if they're not going to play at least one game. I really don't. There'll be a lot of disappointed counties if they've gone out there and not played a game and been missing for their county, especially Lancs. They've lost 2 without the boys there, so if they don't play one game, they will not be happy.
Well, I think David Payne toured the West Indies and he was the only player not to get a game. I mean, it's a different format, but Luke Wood hasn't played any 50-over cricket in 3 years, I don't think. And then here he is. You know, he could be playing on Wednesday in a 50-over match for England. Does that indicate that the 50-over and 20-over games are just mirroring each other more now than they ever have done?
Yeah, well, I think we started to see that, didn't we, at the 50-over World Cup, but England play 50 overs as though it's 20 overs. It's crackers, isn't it, really? All right, they might have a look first 2 overs. They might have a look. But when you've got that firepower all the way down and such, like say you got, Davy Willey coming in probably 8 or 9, and he bats at franchise cricket, IPL, or when he's playing for the Vikings, Yorkshire Vikings, he bats 3. So that's the sort of strength you have got. So you can afford to play that way. And I think come the next World Cup, we're going to see that sort of cricket being played by everyone. It's who plays it the best.
That's the other thing as well, just going back to the question about who, will make this squad. There's a World T20 or a T20 World Cup in Australia in October, November, but then next year, England's 50-over side go to India to defend their crown. Very, very different conditions. So, again, it's not just about picking players for a part of the team for 2022, is it? It's also looking ahead to 2023.
Yeah, exactly. And the 50 other one in India is going to be interesting, and I think that's where we are going to see people and that's why I think it'll be harder for Owen to get into that side, purely because they're going to have those guys who can bowl spin. But Livingston's got to play over in India, hasn't he, in a competition like that? He's got to play. Moeen Ali, if he's still fit and raring to go and wanting to play, he's got to play in that side. And Rashid is still the best spinner in the world in one-day internationals and T20 cricket, I would say. He's right up there in the top 3. So it's going to be very difficult, and you're going to need those sorts of bowlers and cricketers to be at their best for England to win in India. It's a difficult place.
That little that list that you put together, when you're an IPL head coach, is Rashid on it?
I've always said that, haven't I? I've said that to you before. He was on the list. How Rashid does not get in an IPL team, I have no idea. Yes, there's lots of spinners in India, and a lot of them go for they pick their own spinners to represent some of the franchises. But how can number 1 spinner in the world in one-day cricket not get a gig out there? I've no idea. And if I would have been part of one, or part of building one, or trying to create something, he'd be someone again who would be in that squad. There's no doubt about it. Not saying he plays every game, but he'd have to be there. He's such a dangerous performer, and he can bat as well. Let's not forget, Rashid's got 10 first-class hundreds. 10.
Do you see him back in the Test squad? There's noises.
I keep asking him if he's going to play for us.
Well, he's going to have to play for you first. He can't just rock up, can he, and play for England?
But this is the problem, though, now. Again, he could have played for us at Southampton last week if he wanted to play Test cricket, but he can't because he's over here in the Netherlands. I think the next game, it's during one-day internationals. So that's the problem. It's when can he play? Once the season starts, when can these guys play? When can they play 4-day cricket? And that's part of the problem. And same with Moeen Ali. How's Moeen going to get some game time in before? The only time he can probably get game time in is September. If he wants to go to Pakistan and play Test cricket, he has to play in September for Worcester. And that's the same. Will Adil Rashid, if he wants to play Test cricket, come and play for us the last 4 games, he's welcome. Anytime.
Well, there you go. There's an exclusive for you. Bit of news from here on talkSPORT is that we're going to get some players. Well, it was doubtful for a while. We're all a little bit nervy. There was rain that had essentially seeped in under the covers on the strip next to the pitch that we're playing on, which some felt may have been hazardous to the players running around. Pleased to say now, blue skies. More blue skies now than at any point today. That's not to say that there's not cloud. And the weather forecast for the next 4 or 5 overs is perfect, but certainly would have taken it 2 or 3 hours ago when we came to air. The news is that we've got a 41 over game. Netherlands have won the toss and somewhat surprisingly decided to do what they should have done on Friday, and that is to bat first. They've made 3 changes with the number 3 bat Teja Nidamanura slotting in Vivian Kingma and Tim Pringle. Pringle is on debut, handed a cap just before play started, so about 10 minutes ago, and looked he looked overwhelmed actually. So that was a beautiful moment to see. The 3 come in for Peter Saylor. Saylor, who unfortunately picked up a back injury during that game on Friday and is almost certainly ruled out on Wednesday. Philippe Bossavan and Moussa Ahmed, the 3 players to make way. One change for England. Sam Curran, his place will be taken by Bryden Cass, the Durham fast-bowler. I think made his debut for England in ODI cricket against Pakistan last year. We've got about 3 minutes until the start of play, so what better time to hand over to the commentary team, which is going to get talkSPORT listeners up and underway for the second ODI of 3 between Netherlands and England. It's Jared Kimber, the former Essex, Surrey and England fast man Alex Tudor, and talkSPORT's very own Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, John. What a relief after 2 hours 45 minutes waiting for this very patient crowd. Actually, they weren't very patient after the second of 3 pitch inspections, and there was some chanting of "you don't know what you're doing" to the umpires. It's a bit harsh because generally the umpires, in conditions that are less than perfect, the umpires do need the buy-in from both captains. They go to the captain and say, look, it's not perfect, it's not ideal, it's not 100%, but if you're both willing to play, then we'll press the green light. And that wasn't the case until finally now. So Netherlands winning the toss, choosing to bat first and making their way out to the middle. The openers Max O'Dowd and Vikramjit Singh. Special day for Jason Roy and Jos Buttler, celebrating landmarks of 100 caps and 150 caps respectively. And for the Netherlands, a debut for bowling all-rounder Tim Pringle. He's the son of former New Zealand international bowler Chris Pringle, and in fact was playing here in Amsterdam, in Amstelveen, a couple of months ago for a New Zealand 11, which were on tour in Europe. So he's dual nationality. Jared, Jared was raising an eyebrow.
I hope you're not waiting for analysis on him.
No, you look like you were surprised that he was the son of New Zealand international Chris Pringle.
I think that's a normal. I mean, if you would have told me that his father played for New Zealand, it's a fairly common name. It wasn't the first thing that came to mind.
Do you remember Chris Pringle?
Yeah, Chris Pringle was one who took the bottle top on the pitch and scratched up the ball for a reverse swing.
And he was, umpires were incredulous to say, what on earth are you doing? You're tampering with the ball. And his reply was, I'll break off as David Willey is in for the first delivery. To left armour to left-hander, and it's pushed square of the wicket on the offside. To which Pringle replied, looking suitably nonplussed, well, that's what they've been doing the whole test match.
Which wasn't true because they've been using their fingernails. But wasn't there a PCB official who came up later and said, see, it's all fair now to him? Was Chris Pringle, am I remembering right, was he the one with the windmill action?
Yes.
What happened to windmill action? What did he do to him, Chew?
Norman Cowans. Another delivery down the leg side, second one of the innings. He'll have to bowl that one again. It's wide, called by Paul Rifle.
I have a kid at my school that does it. Let's crack on, lad. He does it from his run-up, he just keeps going. I did say maybe try and limit it a little bit, but...
I was watching. There was a kid in my son's group that was doing it the other day. And David Moody, Tom Moody's nephew, is the coach at Beckenham. He was trying to coach him out of it, and I was like, oh, don't do that. There's none left. What do we do? Shane Watson used to be a windmill bowler.
Here is Willie once again. Vikramjit Singh forward and pushes it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Why? Just even if you, whatever your view is, why would you want to coach a kid out of using a windmill action?
I think this particular case, the kid was about to knock himself out. If we're being honest, he's only 9, so it was more to do with the fact. Also, he was doing it about 4 steps before, so there was he was doing 2 and 3 windmills. I think on a basic biomechanics, it gets your left arm up very high and straight and strong. So from that point of view, it makes sense.
Here is Willie once again. Vikramjit Singh pushes defensively. Just to describe in the simplest terms, those who aren't familiar with what a windmill action is, you basically swing your arm round the full 360 at least once before you actually bowl the ball. So your arm goes round and round, and well, it's not really representative of a windmill, but
not at all.
It's
Liam Plunkett, did he have a little bit? He was almost a 360, maybe 320 degrees.
I think they do it because especially when you tell young kids now about the windmill, you do tell them about the windmill action. You sort of go down, round, and over the top. But some of them, to understand it, have to do it a few times, and then you say, right, when you feel comfortable at the height of your action, then release it, and then some it sticks with them.
England have got Jason Roy in at short square point. Here's Willie in once again. Vikramjit Singh pushes defensively. Netherlands winning the toss and batting, one without loss.
Just to move on from the windmill actions, which does sound funny because we're covering a game in Amsterdam and has absolutely nothing to do with that, but just what I was talking about before with Vikramjit. He's played a lot of cricket in his life. He's a young man. He's obviously talented. He comes out and they've got a short point for him. It's taken England about a minute to work out a field he's probably never had before.
Willie in again, and that is steered away behind square on the leg side off an inside edge for a single. And the Netherlands moved 2 without loss. So why is he there then?
Oh, I have no idea because
Nathan Lehmann is. Would you say he's the? Well, I don't know where he would rank on the world rankings for analysts, but he's one of the most famous.
Yeah, which is all that matters. They would have been going through the footage. We had the West Indies innings as well. In American sports they talk about a second year blues, and what they're really saying is, as a rookie, no one knows anything about you, and so you come through and you play your natural game. In the second year, they're like, well, he only goes to his right hand, so we're going to defend him to his right, or he only runs these kinds of routes.
Here's Willie once again, and Max O'Dowd punches nicely off the back foot. That one has gone between backward point and cover, out towards the boundary. The chase is on for David Malan, and just for a moment he was thinking about the relay throw, but decided he had plenty of time. That ball slowed up quite quickly before he reached the rope, and he got the throw in. 1 over gone out of 41 at the start of the delayed start of the second one-day international between the Netherlands and England, and the home side are 6 without loss.
I'll tell you one thing from that shot, lads. Wicket still looks good, doesn't it? When you just get a little back foot punch, you just let the ball come onto the bat and just punch it on the offside beautifully in front of sort of point and cover. It tells me there's runs on this wicket. It was like a good pitch.
So if you think about it, like Vikramjit, I don't think he played much cricket before the West Indies series, right? So we're now talking about 140, 150 balls. Nathan Lehmann or John Lewis, the bowling coach, either whoever came up with this plan, or even if it was some of the bowlers themselves, they're kind of guessing.
2 slips in for Reece Topley, bowling the second over, and it's full and wide there for the drive. O'Dowd leaves it alone. It was his third game, Vikram Singh, at the beginning of the West Indies series. So
yeah,
he played 3, so he's now played 5.
So the other games would have been recorded as well. So England and West Indies would have probably had some of those balls catalogued, but not against I don't know who those games are against, so they might not have been against the same quality of bowling.
Here is Topley once again, left arm over the wicket, and tucks up O'Dowd, tucks it out towards mid-wicket. Topley fields, and there's no run.
But so all the Dutch games are recorded by the Dutch analyst, and he puts it into the system, and then most of the top-level associate cricket is then recorded and put through.
What's the system?
So there's a few different. There's Sports Mechanic is one of them, but there's all these different companies, mostly based in Chennai. Everyone's based in Chennai, and they basically cut up all the different balls. So if you want to see Vikramjit with full balls on the stumps, you're going to see him with short balls, you're going to see him against left arm, right arm, whatever you need.
Topley in again, bowls. O'Dowd opens the face of the bat nicely, runs it past Roy at backward point down to third man, fielded by David Willey, and the Netherlands moved it to 6 without loss.
What it's telling me, man, is that there's no hiding place, is there? As a sports person, you cannot, you're not going to get away with it. As you said, as Gerard said, and I think you said it in the infill, didn't you, in between when we were filling some time, and you said everything is documented. If you do have a frailty, it's going to get found out. Where back in the day, you get away with it, unless someone went and, you might get a coach or someone to go and watch a certain player, which what used to happen.
Topley in again, and that one is punched up towards Captain Owen Morgan at mid-on, no run.
It just used to take longer, didn't it? It's not that you guys weren't doing the same thing.
No.
It's just that the information. Do you remember when Ajunta Mendes came on the scene? It was at the exact same time that BlackBerry Messenger was being used, not just by Morné Morkel and Kevin Peterson, but by other players when they weren't slagging off their captains.
Easy now.
And Ajunta Mendes, literally, how to play Ajunta Mendes, from what I remember, went from Ross Taylor.
Topley in, half volley, leg stump, flicked away by Vikramjit, straight to square leg, no run.
And within a few weeks, everyone in world cricket had received the messages, probably from Ross Taylor, maybe added on from a couple of other players, of this is what he does with his fingers. If his fingers he has an antenna. And when his antenna goes up, that means the ball's spinning away from the bat. And when the antenna is down, that means the ball's spinning in. That's all they needed to know. Now, we know that Boycott worked out mystery bowlers and never told anyone. And we know all those stories from throughout history.
Drive, a thick bottom edge, gone through second slip, down to Adil Rashid at third man. They go through for another single. That is not an apocryphal story. That's a true story, that. Netherlands 7 without loss, 2 overs gone. Yeah.
The KP Morné Morkel one?
No, I know that one. But the Jeff Boycott, having worked out
it was it Jack Iverson or was it John Gleeson?
John Gleeson.
It was the second Australian mystery spinner, wasn't it?
John Gleeson. And the secret was there was a little click of the fingers, wasn't there, when he bowled Googly, I think. Perhaps.
Well, he bowled Karen balls, didn't he? And it was very similar to what Ajunta Mendes would do a long time later. If you ever look up, not Jack Gleeson, who was the other one I just said?
Jack Ives. Here's David. Willie hits the pad. I thought that was an outside edge for a moment. Moeen Ali dives to his left, it slips and stops it.
If you look up Jack Iverson cricket on Google, you'll see the photo of his grip. It's a famous cricket photo. Almost looks like Frankenstein's hand holding a ball. But you're right. And the legend is the Boycott then said, "Don't tell the others," because I've worked it out. I don't know if that bit's true, but the difference
never denied it.
That certainly there are other players. The information was always there, and it just gets spread so quickly.
Darwood Milan at short square point now for Vikramjit Singh. Half volley leg stump. That's not going to bring in short square point into the game. It's flicked away off the pads down towards fine leg, and it's Adil Rashid once again who runs to his right, and the batsman cross for second run. Netherlands move to 9 without loss, winning the toss and batting first in a game that start was delayed by over 2 hours because of a wet pitch next to the match strip. But welcome to our ball-by-ball commentary, exclusive here on talkSPORT today. The second one-day international reduced from 50 overs to 41 overs per side as Willie is in again. Vikramjit Singh plays defensively, and there's no run. Both openers, Vikramjit Singh and Max O'Dowd, have 4 apiece after 2.5 overs. One change of the England team, Bryden Cast coming in for Sam Curran. I assume that's because Sam Curran is still in a management situation. He's having his recovery from long-term injury managed.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Bowl a certain amount of overs and balls and all that type of thing. But yeah, Bryden Cast, good young, tall, fast bowler. Be interesting to see him bowl.
Willie in, bouncer, and Vikramjit Singh ducks underneath it, and it goes through to the keeper.
I would assume with Sam Curran as well, they weren't expecting him to bowl 10 overs or as many overs as he did in the last game, because they went in with Livingston. They were probably thinking, we'll get 5 or 6 out of him, maybe just an opening spell, get him back in. And of course, when Livingston kept hurting his calf, it meant that Curran had to over bowl. So they're probably just making sure that he's not needed at all for this game.
Most probably in the red zone.
He could be in the red zone. Manners, have you ever been to red zone?
It's punched towards backward point, but Darwood Milan does the fielding, and there's no run.
You did ultramarathon. You're in the red zone for about a day then, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I've been in the red zone since I started training for my first ultramarathon, which is in 1997. So, yeah, that'd be a few years. The red zone is where you have a scan of a troublesome bone, and it shows not a stress fracture, but it shows red. It shows that the bone is under stress, if not actually stress fractured, and that one is punched out towards the offside once again, and there's no run. Netherlands 9 without loss, winning the toss, batting first in a 41 over a side game. Was there a red zone when you the peak of your career, Tudes?
I got injured far too much for there to ever be a red zone.
You got injured before you were in the red zone.
Yeah, correct. It was literally just get on with it. If you were fit, you got on with it. I think now, obviously, with technology and how the game has moved on, I'm sure there would have been days where Goughy and the likes would have bowled with stress fractures, but they just wouldn't have known about it because you just won't go for a scan because it just cost the club so much to do so. So that never used to happen. So lads knew. It was always one where, as a young bowler, know what you can get through. You can never. I always remember the great Graham Dilley always telling me you'll never bowl 100% fit, and you never will. There'll always be a niggle, but it's what can you get through.
Reece Topley is in for his second over, and Max O'Dowd, like all the best one-day openers, has the run to third man down to a perfected art. That's all he does. Opens face of the bat, takes another single.
I remember there was a day I had, it will stay with me forever. I had a slight twinge in my side, and I went to my coach at the time, Keith Medlicott, Adam Ollie. I said, I can't play, I'm struggling. But Martin Bicknell had gone down also, and they were like, Chudes, we need you, there's no one else, we need you, but just bowl within yourself. And I ended up bowling my best figures.
Topley in again, and pushed square of the wicket into the covers, and fielded by Cast, no run.
I bowled within myself, and I ended up getting 7 for against Lancashire. And that day stayed with me forever, and he said, let that be a learning curve for you. It's knowing what you can get through as a bowler. You don't have to run in and bowl at 90 mile an hour.
You probably bowled a lot less poor balls as well, didn't you?
I did. I was just controlled. It was just controlled, and it was going through. You know, I bowled within myself. I wasn't trying to bowl quick.
Topley in again. That's half volley, driven by Vikramjit Singh past Owen Morgan at mid-on. The captain sets off in pursuit. Slide tackles the ball, does the relay fielding, and flicks it back to the man accompanying him to the boundary, Ian Livingston, and they go through for 2. Vikramjit Singh moves to 6. Max O'Dowd has 5, 12 without loss.
And everything was controlled, and as you said, it was going through to the keeper, Jonathan Batty at the time, nicely hitting the gloves.
Here's Topley again, and punched off the back foot out towards extra cover. Malan fields, and there's no run. Did you ever sort of think, I need to bowl this like an effort ball, I need to give it 100%? You didn't sort of miss that, being able to bowl at full pace?
I just think, man, what it was is, once I got into it, I stopped thinking about it, and I just bowled. So obviously, yeah, there would have been times when I've thrown in a bumper or something like that, and I just didn't think about it at all. Massive learning lesson for me it was.
Well, there was a false start for Reece Topley, that 5th delivery of the over. Halfway through, 3/4 of the way through his run-up, and umpire still goes through the motions of signalling dead ball as Vikramjit Singh slashes one away behind square on the offside for the first boundary of the innings. A bit too short, a little bit too much width outside the off stump, and I tell you what, this 19-year-old left-hander has impressed everybody with his shot selection as well as the execution. He looks really, really accomplished.
Yeah, he does. I mean, we were lucky enough, we were able to see him against the West Indies, didn't we? When we did a couple of matches there, and he looked really good. Just give him width there.
Last ball of the over, back of length, but straighter, and steered to Bryden Cast at backward point. 4 overs gone. Netherlands winning the toss and batting in the second one-day international against England. It's 41 overs per side, which means we're in for a long old day. Goodness knows how the umpires and match referee can reduce the match by just 18 overs after a 2 3/4 hour delayed start.
Well, we should have known, man, isn't it? We've got experience, haven't we? As you said, in that game against West Indies not too long ago, we only missed 10 overs. That was a long old shift, that when it left.
Finished at 7:30. Yeah, it's there's an hour grace period, so it's actually an hour and 3/4, but even so, 18 overs. Here's David Willey bowling the 5th over of the innings, and once again Max O'Dowd so good at the third man run down. Adil Rashid fields, and they took up another single.
There is no movement on this wicket at all through the
Gun
air.
barrel straight.
If David Willey and Reece Topley are not swinging it, it's not going to swing, and it is gun barrel straight. There could be some runs. I mean, listen, obviously it's not the India batting lineup or anything like that, but if there was, honestly, there'll be some runs scored on this pitch.
17 without loss. David Willey in short, pulled and mistimed and caught at square leg. David Willey's short ball brings England the early breakthrough. Netherlands opener Vikramjit Singh has spliced a pull shot to Bryden Cast at square leg, and it just got big on him, didn't it? It was just a little bit too high, and he's trying to hook that off roundabout grill height and never controlled it. An absolute dolly to square leg.
Yeah, it'd be disappointing. No conviction in the shot whatsoever, but good from David Willey. You've got to mix up your pace. As I said the ball before, it's not swinging, it's not shaping, so what do? You mix up your line, you mix up your length. And Vikramjit Singh, he got into a good position, but just no conviction. He just sort of like he rolled his hands over it, and as you said, Manners, it got big on him, and he has to depart for 10. Netherlands 17 for 1.
You could see straight after he played that shot, he looked as if to go, I should have just whacked it. I think he was put off by the surprise short ball. If you're facing David Willey, you're not really expecting a bouncer, are you? But even within that, when he did get into good position, he was there. He really should have given it a big whack. Good learning lessons for him. We know that he's going to be, Max O'Dowd's been around forever, but we know that in Vikramjit's career, he's very new. He's going to be a player for the Netherlands for a very long time. Him being surprised by David Willey bouncer, I think, is a good thing for him. And also, he looked suitably frustrated with himself. All good signs.
I mean, the thing now, though, is with all the analysis and everything, there's going to be bowlers quicker than David Willey. They're now going to look to pepper him. And this is where, on the international stage and even first-class stage, you cannot get away with it. If you show a deficiency, people are going to punish you.
I'll say this, Manners, that Nathan Lehman, the England analyst, has his... what would you call them? His cheat sheets for the bowlers. So he has his codes, which are all based on chess moves, I think. He had one out for Vikramjit.
Here is Willey, bowls two new batsmen. Tom Cooper is immediately trying to run it down to third man and is beaten outside the off stump. Netherlands 17 for 1.
So he had a big number 2 up, and I have absolutely no idea. I've tried to decode some of Nathan Lehman's things. I haven't been able to work it out yet. But it could have just been surprise bouncer for the young kid as much as anything else. But they also had that short point. So, he faced, 19, 20 balls in that innings? Again, good for him to just be out in the middle and face top quality international bowling.
Here is Willey once again up to the crease now, bowls, and Cooper back and across and plays that from off stump up towards mid-on. I think that it may very well be advantageous for Vikramjit Singh to earn an early reputation as being dodgy against a short ball, because I think he's actually quite good at it. Given the reputation, given the evidence that we saw with our own eyes against the West Indies, he played the short ball well. Remember, he hooked a couple of sixes, and Hashim Amla was genuinely dodgy against the short ball very early on in his career, and then the label stuck, and 10 years later he had 9,000 test runs and people were still bowling him short balls because they thought he was susceptible to it. Fifth ball of the over, steered to backward point by Cooper, no run.
We've got decisions to make. I remember Mark Waugh, Steve Waugh and a few others that used to hook for fun, and then they made a decision not doing it no more. Remember Mark Waugh, because he was one of the ones I just loved watching batting. He was so elegant, made it look so easy. And then he stopped hooking. I was like, no, Mark, no, carry on. But he stopped. He made a decision. Steve Waugh was the same.
Here's Willey once again, and that is pushed out towards Morgan mid-off, and there's no run. So 5 overs gone, 17 for 1. These days, it wouldn't be necessarily a personal decision, would it, Jared? Because there'd be somebody like you saying the evidence is irrefutable. You are out more often than you score against this shot, so either you get better at it or you cut it out.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it depends on the situation you're with. I'm usually at T20 teams, and you're just there for like 6 weeks. So you literally just say to this person, don't do this. This doesn't work for you. Please don't do it. Whereas, in actual fact, if you're working with a team, what I would be doing, and what, so someone like Nathan Lehman would be doing in the Netherlands, had a very good analyst for a long time as well, though I think he's moved on now, is you're actually going up and you're going to the player, this hook shot's not working for you. I've got some video here. Do you think there's a problem you can see? They'll say yes or no, and then you take it to the coach and you say, look, let's work on it with the coaches, or a way we can fix this. Whereas I think in the past we didn't have that kind of level of analysis available.
Here's Topley again, and he had trouble with his run-up a couple of times and pulled out the previous attempted delivery. This time it's full and straight and defended.
I think if Steve Waugh and Mark Waugh were coming through now, I don't think they would just chop the hook shot out. I think what they would do is they would have worked on it first with people. But in their era, it just made more sense to just go, well, we go out a bit doing this and we take this away. And I think that's the big difference. Also, just sometimes players don't know they're weak against something. I know that sounds silly.
It's back of a length from Topley, hits O'Dowd on the thigh pad and bounces harmlessly out towards point.
I know there was one particular very well-known player that I was working with that I had to tell he wasn't very good against off-spin. He's like, mate, smash off-spin everywhere. It's like, yeah, you do when you're not going out to it. He's like, all my sixes against off-spin. Yeah, so a big part of your dismissals. So how do we, combine the two things so that you keep scoring well, but you don't go out to it anymore?
Here is Topley again up to the crease now, over the wicket. O'Dowd knocks it away defensively on the leg side. Netherlands 17 for 1.
He didn't give us a name, but we know it's an Aussie. All right, we know that for sure.
Because if he said bro, it would have been a Kiwi, right?
17 for 1, halfway through the 6th over. The power play is 8. The first power play is 8 overs. 4 bowlers can bowl 8 overs, 1 can bowl 9. It's 41 overs per side. Second one-day international coming to you exclusively, ball by ball, here on talkSPORT. As O'Dowd, the long-haired Australian Netherlands opener, pushes it out on the offside, and there's no run. Good tidy over from Reece Topley. Max O'Dowd is capable of playing really quickly, rousing shots, but his role is quite clearly defined in the power play, just to get the Netherlands off to a steady start. The next one from Topley is turned out towards short fine leg, where fielded by Adil Rashid. So his role is to play a steady anchoring role and then try and accelerate. And it's worked. It worked against the West Indies all 3 games.
Yeah, it did. And that's his role, try and see off this new ball. As I said, not much is happening, as in wides of swing or side movement. Just, you try and line up a bowler, don't you? 2 left-handers, obviously different in height. It's about 4 times now that Reece Topley's...
What's going on?
He doesn't seem to be worried about the run-ups, though, either. It's not... Like, I'm not saying it isn't the run-ups, but he's not looking back at the run-ups as if to say, I can't run in on this.
Is it the breeze or something? I don't know. It's just weird. It's done about 4 or 5 times now. And we're only into the 6th over.
Shooting's about 3 yards away from the gather, from the delivery stride. This time turned away by O'Dowd once again to Adil Rashid at short fine leg, and there's no run. So 6 overs gone. Steady start from the Netherlands. They are 17 for 1. Vikramjit Singh, the one man out, mistiming a hook against David Willey. And the next 6 overs will be in the very capable hands of Andrew McKenna.
Cheers, Manners. Definitely the previous time, not that last one, but the previous time, the batsman O'Dowd pulled away. But that wasn't the case on that one, certainly. So 17 for 1. 41 overs aside after a very lengthy delay this morning. But underway. David Willey to bowl his 4th. Slip still in place as he goes into bowl to Cooper. Off of the back foot, forcing into the cover region. Owen Morgan makes a half stop, which will allow Cooper to come back for a second. So he's off the mark, and he's passed 1,000 runs in one-day international cricket. Cooper, he started the day on 999. Average of just over 47.5, which is decent in 25 matches. Best of 101.
You say decent, that is very good. 47, that is very good. Obviously, he wouldn't have faced the calibre.
Willey goes in. Taken off a middle stump this by Cooper, down to fine leg. Reece Topley is stationed there, so it's a single. 20 for 1 here on talkSPORT.
The calibre of bowling that he would have, faced on a regular basis like he is today, but as I always say, you can only get the runs thrown up against you, and that's what he's done, and he could be happy with those numbers. Need a score today, because as I said, Macca, this pitch looks good. It's a really good one. Looks like there's runs in it. You would like to think someone in the top 4 will have to go big for the Netherlands.
Yeah, absolutely. Willie goes in. O'Dowd just opening the face, guys, to third man for a single. 21 for 1. 3 changes in the Netherlands side today. Skipper Saylor is out injured. Musa and Boycevan both been left out. Coming into the side, Pringle, Nedamanuru and Viv Kingma. Kingma's a seamer, Nedamanuru is batsman, Pringle left arm spin. In comes David Willey. Cooper is playing from the crease, back down the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run. 1 change for England, as you've been hearing. Bryden Carter's already into this game. He's taken the catch to dismiss the Vikramjit. Sam Curran, the man missing out for him. England are actually looking to do something today that they've not done since October of 2018. Tunes, have a think about that. You can have a couple of balls to think about that. In goes David Willey. Off the back foot. That's a lovely looking punch from Cooper. There's no cover sweeper at this stage of the one-day international, and that's a way off. Through covers for 4. Cooper goes to 7 from 8. Netherlands 25 for 1 in the 7th here on talkSPORT.
Yeah, it's a fantastic cricket shot. Just rocks on the back foot. As I said, it's a good wicket. It's got plenty of runs in it. And that just illustrates Tom Cooper. Good shot, just piercing sort of in between point and cover. Racing to the boundary. 4 valuable runs. As you said, move on to 25. Cooper on to 7 from 8 balls faced.
Willie to finish his over. Oh, that's too much leg side-ish. Cooper will whip down to Topley at long leg for a single. Over completed then. So 7 of the Netherlands' 41 overs have been sent down. 26 for 1. Cooper's got 8 from 9 balls. O'Dowd 7 from 13. Right, Tunes, you've had a couple of balls to think.
Well, I was going to say,
have you got even a Scooby?
No, I was going to say they've not chased. Well, they've definitely chased in that time. So no, I ain't got a Scooby-Doo. Go on.
Believe it or not, England haven't won back-to-back away matches since October of 2018 when they were in Sri Lanka playing in Pallekele.
No way.
Yes.
Really? Yeah. Wow.
There you go. So it's been a while between drinks. So obviously 3 games here. Amstelveen against Netherlands. They've been looking to not only make it back-to-back wins, but back-to-back-to-back wins is the hope. Especially against the Netherlands side that have lost their last 10 one-day internationals. Rhys Topley to start the 8th over. That is very full in towards the leg stump, but it's actually been whipped away by Cooper on the full toss. And he will take a couple down to backwards square leg, 28 for 1. Yeah, the last win for the Netherlands was against Ireland in Utrecht in June of 2021. Ireland made 163 all out that day. Netherlands knocking them off 5 down. Topley in. Getting weight on the back foot from Cooper. It's a ball that maybe he could be coming forward to drive, but I tell you what, if you can play a back foot shot like that through the covers, well, you might as well just stay with it. Disappeared through cover all along the floor. 4 more for Cooper. He's gone to 14 from 11. And Netherlands 32 for 1.
Yeah, this wicket's beautiful for batting. There was not much wrong with that line or length. Well, Cooper's played a beautiful shot just in front of cover. Off the back foot, just used good hands. Ball was just ever so slightly short of a length, but not that much. If anything, it was slightly full. He's batting deep in the crease.
This occasion up to mid-off where Phil Saltfield's no run.
He was batting deep in the crease on that last shot. And he just punched it in front, sort of in between cover, extra cover, race to the boundary. There's runs in this wicket. As I said, someone in this top 4, Cooper, O'Dowd, they've got to go big.
Important day for England. Jos Buttler's 150th one-day international. Jason Roy's 100th. All sorts of reasons to want to win this. Topley across the right-handed Cooper, and it's through to keeper Jos Buttler, and there is no run.
Always a bit of a worry, isn't it? Macca against this England batting lineup. What is enough?
Well, based on Friday, whatever you think, and double it. I mean, they made 230 odd and still 250 odd and still lost by 230. Cooper off the back foot, punching back to Reece Topley, fields in his follow through, and there is no run.
And I think that's got to be the worry, not just, I know obviously England are playing Netherlands, but I think teams around the world now, so your Australias, your Indias, they just, what is a good score? Because England have so much strength and depth, the power, the form Butler's showing. You know, Roy's not really come good yet, but if he has a day, Bairstow, you've got Stokes, the run machine, Joe Root.
Topley is in. Cooper's going on the pull. Doesn't really time this. Adil Rashid will go around from short, fine leg and gather it in. Single taken. 33 for 1 after 8 here on talkSPORT. A reminder, if you are just joining us, maybe you've been out for lunch on Father's Day, something like that. Delayed start. So we only got underway half an hour or so ago. Netherlands winning the toss and electing to bat, which has raised a few eyebrows. But after 8 of those overs, they are 33 for 1. Vikramjit Singh, the man dismissed, caught by Cast at square leg off the bowling of Willie for 10 from 20 balls. That was 17 for 1. 2 balls into the 5th over. And we've just completed 8 overs, so the first power play period of the game is done and dusted. Netherlands 33 for 1. Cooper's got 15 from 15. O'Dowd 7 from 13. Alex Tudor has moved out of the summariser's chair. Darren Gough has moved in, and just to complete the bits and pieces for you, with it being 41 overs, it's a maximum of 9 overs for one of the bowlers. The rest can bowl a maximum of 8. So how do you think Owen Morgan's thinking about divvying these up, Goffey?
Well, it all depends on the conditions and what he thinks. I mean, it's been a good, decent start from England. He's got plenty of options. He'll wait to see if the ball spins, if it swings or seams, if it's harder for the medium pacers. He's got so many options, Macca. But I'm not saying it's easy to captain any side, but when you look round it, you've got Moeen Ali, you've got Rashid, and then you've got the seamers he's got in his side. You can go anywhere you can. And I'm sure if his spinners bowl well, I think Adil's the one. He's one of the best bowlers in the world who you'd want to bowl that 9.
And he is into the attack as soon as we get out of the power play. 10 overs, 0 for 59 on Friday, and he's in, starting to Cooper. Cooper punching off the back foot. Jason Roy fields in the covers. No run. So it is only an 8 over power play with the shortened game. And it's the final 34 to 41 overs is the final power play of this match. Rashid is in. Cooper driving into the cover region. Jason Roy can't cut it off. Phil Salt will field at mid-off single, taken 34 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good option to have. Most teams would love a leg spinner in their side. And Adil's been around a long, long time. Remember his debut many years ago. He actually could bat really, really well in those days. Well, he still can, he just doesn't get the opportunity these days.
Rashid is in from outside of off stump. O'Dowd is down on one knee trying to swing it into the leg side, but David Milan's just taken a belter of a catch at square leg. O'Dowd goes for 7, the Netherlands 34 for 2. He's taken the leg spinner from outside of off stump trying to hit it through square leg on one knee, and he picks the fielder out.
Well, just a normal delivery from Rashid, nothing special. The perfect length, just the wrong execution. And I tell you what, Milan there hit it pretty well. Set off, curling towards him, a diving catch to his left. And he's got a good set of hands, David Milan. And the wicket falls, 34 for 2 now, the Netherlands. And Max O'Dowd struggled to get going there, really struggled. 7 of 14 deliveries.
Now then, second wicket for England. And Teja Nidamanuru was actually listed to come in at 3. Cooper's gone above him, and Baz Deleda will come in above Nidamanuru as well. So he's sliding down the order a little bit. Deleda made 28 from 38 on Friday. The 22-year-old, and he's going to come out and join Tom Cooper in the middle. Realistically, Gough, we're all a little bit surprised that Netherlands have elected to bat first. What kind of score are they thinking of from a 41 over innings? I mean, it's really hard. I mean, we're joking aside about what is a good score against this England side. What can they actually manage?
Well, what did they manage in 50? 260? You realistically got to be looking around the same total in 41, because you can take more risks. It's a shortened innings.
Rashid is on his way into Deleda. This one, he's pulled it down a little bit short, and Deleda can turn it around the corner to short fine leg to Reece Topley, and he's underway with a single straight away. 35 for 2.
But what can happen in that period is that you try and get off and you try and score at a quicker rate, and you end up collapsing and end up with a score around the 150, 160, 180 mark, which is no good to anyone really, unless England have a real off day.
Rashid is in, nicely driven by Cooper, got a little bit inside that one, hits the salt at mid-off, and they will take the single. Yeah, it's a hard one to pace, isn't it? That's the thing about batting first. You've got to set the tempo. Batting second, you know what you need to do. They're currently going at just a smidge over 4 and over. As Rashid goes in, bowls a googly to Deleda to finish the over. And he gets himself in a bit of a tangle. Deleda ends up down at his feet, and Paul Rifle calls over. So 9 overs have gone here on talkSPORT. Netherlands batting first, 36 for 2.
And what that tells you, the last ball of that over from Adil Rashid to Deleda, is that he doesn't pick his googly. He bowls a lot of them in one-day cricket, a real lot of them, especially to left-handers. No left-hander out there at this moment in time. But he's an experienced campaigner now. Adil Rashid played lots and lots of cricket over the years, and he's in a successful side, and he's playing under a captain who showed terrific faith in him throughout and puts him on at important stages of games, knows how to manage Adil Rashid, and he gets the best out of him. But England on top here, the Netherlands choosing to bat first. Strange decision, really was. Totally opposite to the other night. And 36 for 2.
Well, Scott Edwards explained at the toss, he's standing in for Peter Saylor, who picks up this injury, that they think it might spin a bit more as it gets a bit more dried out. Here we go then, Bryden Cast will be the bowling change, and the right-arm seamer straight into the attack. Cooper's riding the bounce on this one out to Adil Rashid at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So yeah, he explained it by saying they think it might dry out a bit, and therefore by definition take a bit of spin. But of course you've got to get deep into the second innings, and there might even be a little bit more rain as the afternoon goes on, so that thinking seemed to be a little bit confused maybe. Here goes Cast. Tall action, right arm over, takes Cooper on the pad, given out. Umpire Nitin Bhatia raises the finger. Now Cooper will have a conversation with Deleda. Was that maybe just sliding down leg side? Cooper seems to be wanting to walk off. Deleda's gone over and initiating a conversation. Cooper's having nothing off it. He's decided, no, that's me done and dusted. So he's going to make his way off, and the Netherlands are 36 for 3.
Well, Bryden Cast, I was just saying before, I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl. He's got some pace, good length. I think that might have been worth having a look at. But going with the umpire's decision, it probably hit in leg stump. But he's got pace. He's skiddy as well. You've got to get forward to him if you can. He's delighted. A big wicket for him. Needed a good start. And Tom Cooper, 17 of 20. A guy who has got a good average in one-day internationals. But the Netherlands now 36 for 3. Really, really struggling against this good, very good England side.
Yeah, I felt at the time it felt a little bit like it was sliding down. It's one of those that when you get back to the dressing room and you see the TV replay and then they put the technology on it, as they're bound to do, you might be thinking, oh, if only. But what it does mean is that England have just taken 2 wickets in 6 balls. Scott Edwards, the skipper, is going to bat at 5. He made a good score. 72 not out from 56 in the first game. Batting at number 8 on Friday. So he's gone up 3 places in this. It was his 6th 50 in one-day international cricket. And he made 72 from 56 balls. The acceleration came quite late on in his innings, and his team need him to bat pretty long here. Well, what a start from Bryden Cars. 2 balls. Taken a wicket already, no runs. In goes Cars, slip in place. Hurries on to Edwards. Edwards playing from the crease. Cars' 3rd delivery, according to the speed gun. 141 kilometres an hour, which is about 87 miles an hour. And they have just put the technology onto that LBW, and it would have been umpire's call, so as it was given out, it would have stayed out.
Yeah, leg stump. It's a slight angle in which he delivered the ball from. It was always going to be leg stump or slipping down. But I'll tell you what, you don't see many bowlers.
He's in again, full and straight in towards the base of the stumps. Edwards pushing towards Rashid at mid-on, no run.
The one thing I like to see is pace, and Carson's got that. And having watched county cricket a lot this year with my role at Yorkshire, what I've seen is not many bowlers who can bowl above 85. There's a lot of bowlers who are bowling around that 78 or 82 mark, and it's such a big difference when you're watching and you see someone bowl around that 87, 88. Huge difference.
In goes Cars, nice high action, straight arm. Again in towards middle stump, turned away through square leg by Edwards, so he's underway with a single. 37 for 3. He's a tall guy, he's got long limbs, is Bryden Cars. Nice high front arm. The bowling arm again is straight, is at the 12 o'clock. And he follows through a decent distance as well. Final ball then of his first over of this game. On his way past the umpire again, is just angling in towards Deleda. Deleda's turned it through backward square leg. Salt is coming charging around. They take 1, they come back for a second, and that will complete the first 10 overs. 39 for 3 then. The Netherlands, 10 of their 41 overs have gone. Edwards 1 not out from 3. Deleda 3 not out from 3. Amend dismissed. Vikramjit for 10. O'Dowd for 7. Cooper for 17. These are the thoughts. The former England fast bowler here on talkSPORT, Darren Gough.
Yeah, another good start. Best team in the world, England. They were dominant with a bat the other night, and they started well with a ball. Cars, good pace, first over. Rashid a wicket on the sweep in his first over. And Willie and Topley at the top were professional. Willie taking that, what you say, usual breakthrough. He always gets one. Doesn't matter how you get him, always gets one.
So Rashid to start the 11. Oh, that's a beauty. Taken on the front pad, given out LBW by Paul Rifle. Now Edwards has reviewed that straight away. I think he might just be outside the line here. Single from 3 is what he's got at the moment. It has been given out, so it will need to be outside the line or missing the stumps completely.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can I have front on first, please?
This is Rizwan Akram, who was the standing umpire on Friday. He's on TV duties today. Well,
it looks close to the bat. Can I have ultra edge to confirm?
Well, we've seen the first replay, and now we get ultra edge.
Yeah, flat line. Freeze it when, freeze it here. Flat line when the ball is next to the bat, and roll it through to the bats. Yeah, satisfied, no bat involved. Can I have ball tracking?
Now this is going to be the important bit.
Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact umpire score, wickets missing. I'll go back on field. Pistol, you need to reverse your decision. Stand by. You're on screen now. You can signal now.
Paul Rifle overturns the decision, so it was umpire's call on the impact and then missing the stumps anyway, and Adil Rashid remains with 1 wicket in the game.
He just didn't look at it. When we first saw it live, so I'm kind of with you, it was borderline whether we were outside the line. But again, the bounce seems to be generous on the bounce, doesn't it? I'm not so sure about that on the bounce, but missing.
Rashid then comes in once again. Oh, he's given that a lot of air, and Edwards goes down onto one knee very early to play the sweep and almost gets himself in a tangle. He's got it round to square leg in the end and will get a single. 40 for 3, the Netherlands here on talkSPORT.
A little bit of air from Rashid. Brought a chuckle.
The Barmy Army are in, trumpet and all. Deleda is pushing into the offside, fielded by Jason Roy at short extra, no run.
So, Macca, we saw the other night other day, whenever we did that game, how slow Adil Rashid bowls to Scott Edwards, and the reason is
as this one is worked by Deleda into the offside. Actually, it's better than worked. It's going to go through extra cover and away for 4. Deleda goes to 7. Netherlands 44 for 3.
Incredible timing on that one. Yeah, we saw the other night that he was slowing it down, and it's because Scott Edwards will sweep everything, and he's trying to get it loopier and slower to make the sweep shot more risky. But the thing is, I don't think that will stop Edwards sweeping. It just means it'll be slower.
Rashid too. Deleda brings him forward, pushing into the offside now. That last shot, by the way, it looked like he was working into the offside, and that was almost like a hockey flick with the wrist at the last moment, and that's where all the power came through, and it disappeared through the covers for 4. Rashid for the final ball of this over. Given some air. Deleda's coming forward. Fielded this time by Jason Roy. Short extra. They're going to take on the throw. And Joss Buttler has missed the stumps to whip the bails off. And the look on the England players' faces, that should have been a run out, I think. We're going to see the side on replay. It was hit and run from Deleda. It was back garden stuff. Roy throws to the keeper's end. Edwards is miles out, and Butler's missed the bails. He's gone to take them off, and he's missed the stumps.
Absolutely. Great bit of fielding from Jason Roy. Got it in. Great throw to the keeper, Josh Buttler, who missed the stumps. You don't see that very often. Top quality cricketer like Joss. Good job it's not the World Cup final, and it's Virat Kohli on strike. 45 for 3. The Netherlands cast to continue.
I think on your 150th cap you kind of get a little bit of leeway. Cast is outside of off stump. The leader's allowing this through to Joss Buttler, and he takes this one cleanly. He had a double pump at that one, Joss Buttler.
Wouldn't have done it if it was Martin Guptill. Too soon if you're a Kiwi? I'm not sure.
Well, Edwards was absolutely flat out Superman style, but his opposite number missed the bails. Cast on his way. Inside portion of Deleda's bat, squirms out towards square leg, and they will take a single. 46 for 3. Cast working up a good head of steam here.
Yeah, not easy to face when you first come in. The ball's coming to you just short of 90 miles an hour. I tell you what, looking at the replay, he actually did touch the stumps twice, and the bails didn't come off.
Right, hang on, we're going to have to come back to that after this delivery. That's incredible. Bryden Cast on his way, right arm over. Whoa, that's an absolute snorter. That's taken off from nowhere, nearly takes Edwards' nose off, and Butler's taking it at full extension above his head to stop it going for 4 byes. But that previous delivery, we've just seen an ultra slow motion replay. Joss Buttler has 2 attempts, and his gloves graze the stumps on both occasions and move the stump, but the bail doesn't come off, and it's only out when the bail leaves the groove. Cast on his way once again, pitches this one off. Edwards turning to mid-on. Rashid will field. There is no run. Gough.
Well, as a batter, I've been more worried about that previous ball from Cars, just back of a length, that hard length we call it, and it flew above the head. Scotty Edwards through to Josh Butler. It's always a worrying sign. I mean, a little bit straighter, that would have just hit him, because he took off from nowhere.
Well, we've seen nothing like that anywhere on Friday, and that now. Class is in once again, that bit of extra pace. Edwards beats the man at point, Jason Roy. It will go down to third man for a single. Well, they always say extra pace just finds that little bit of extra something in the pitch, either up or down, and that one has absolutely flown.
Well, that's the difference between first-class cricket and Test cricket and international cricket. It really is.
Cast turns at the end of his mark. Final ball of this, his second over. In he comes. That's homing in towards middle and leg. Deleda has put it through mid-wicket, all along the floor. Phil Salt is herring around the boundary, and they're going to come back for 3. 50 up for the Netherlands. It has taken them 12 overs, 11 overs and 6 balls to get there. 50 for 3 for the first half century. But they have got there. Edwards 3, Deleda 12. Here on talkSPORT.
Goughy.
Yeah.
Being that we know now with technology if a ball's hit the stumps or not, do we still need bails?
Probably not.
It's a weird one, isn't it?
But you'd have to change the rule, wouldn't you? If one bail falls off, you can still run someone out with a second bail.
Yeah, I mean, from a playing condition standpoint, though, you could see why they could change it in international cricket and take bails away. Club cricket, obviously, will always have them.
I mean, there's nothing worse than when the umpire keeps...
Rashid to start a new over. Deleda's driving to mid-off, no run.
When they keep blowing off in the wind. And then they said they get those weighted bails, but they always still fall off as well.
Well,
just don't have any.
And then you have the heavy bails, the zing bails they use that light up and don't come off as much anyway. So you can bowl someone and they just don't come off.
I said no run. That was because it was no run straight to Phil Salt. Phil Salt threw at the stumps of the non-strikers end and has ricocheted away, and they've taken a single. So Deleda goes to 13, and it's 51 for 3. I know there are people who are saying that shouldn't be part of the game, but it is at the moment. Rashid is in. Down the leg side, Josh Butler is really going up for a catch. Paul Rifle. Now, Paul Rifle's not making a signal in case England want to review that. It's down the leg side, so if there's nothing on it, it's going to be a wide. The England DRS committee are getting together in the middle, and they are reviewing it for caught behind.
Well, Jason Roy said it's out straight away, and he was close to the bat. I'm not so sure.
Umpire to
have a look.
Give a player review for a caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can I front on first, please?
Well, we almost need to go straight to Snicko rather than waste time with front-on replays and all of that, because the only thing we need to know is whether he's hit it or not,
by.
And that will be Snicko.
Waiting for front-on.
Have to have a look at the LBW, surely.
Okay, we're still waiting for the technology to be wound up. If someone's got a euro coin we can put in the meter, it would be a help. I think. Oh, hang on, the England players are playing Manners' Name That Plane game while we're waiting. Right, here we go now.
Keep on rolling. Nice and slow.
So, the question is...
It looks close to the bat. Can I have ultra edge to confirm if there was bat involved?
His pads, look at his pads.
Keep on rolling, keep on rolling.
Right.
Freeze it. There's flat line when the ball passes the bat. And keep on rolling further.
There's no bat.
Yeah, just flip the pad.
Now there's a tiny brush on the pad.
Yeah. And can I have ball tracking when available? Okay, waiting for ball tracking.
So we're now going to check the LBW because it hit the pad. It only just brushed the pad and didn't miss the stumps by much. But of course...
Still waiting for ball tracking.
Where's umpire's call on this one, Jared? Because it wasn't an LBW shout.
Perfect.
So it
was given not out.
Original decision is
but
not
it was
out.
not out for a catch.
Pitching in line, impact outside, wickets missing. Official, you can stay with your decision of not out. Stand by.
So it is not out. So it would have to be hitting more than 50% of the ball for it to have been overturned for LBW.
By giving it not out,
You
that
can
means it's
signal
not out
now.
to everything. But also, even if he'd given it out to a catch, he would have been giving it not out to an LBW. Does that make sense? Probably not.
I'm coming back to it. Rashid in. Edwards is down on the sweep, and he's gone through backward square leg. Well fielded out there by Liam Livingston, who's, I'm pleased to say, is moving freely today after a few calf problems, and gets it back in, and they will take two. My only issue with that is, if it's not out for everything, if he's giving it not out for a catch, I mean, if he thought it didn't come off anything, and it has touched the pad, I'm not sure that stacks up.
But he was still saying it wasn't LBW.
Back foot by Edwards, out to the cover sweeper for a single.
But you don't appeal for a specific kind of dismissal anyway.
Well, you do. I mean, England were appealing there for a catch down the leg side.
That's not what the laws say, though. The laws say that you make an appeal, and it can be given out in any way, and be given not out in any way. So that's why the DRS is a bit confusing, though.
Googly from Rashid to Deleda. Deleda is beaten. Butler whips off the bails. No run. Yeah, I mean, if in that situation, if you've got DRS, if I'm the umpire, I'm saying, what are you appealing for? And then I'll give you an answer to that question. Rashid in, final ball of the over. Oh, it's an outside portion of the bat. Flies to Owen Morgan at short point. He was playing one way and it went off the outside edge and went the other. End of the 13th over here on talkSPORT. Netherlands 54 for 3. Deleda's got 13 from 13. Edwards has 6 from 11. More thoughts from Darren Gough.
Yeah, I think one of the things there when we looked at it, if you looked at his pads, Edwards, he's got his straps slightly overlapping the pad, and that was my initial thought. And when they slowed it down, that's what it looked like. It hit the straps that are overlapping the pad, which most coaches would tell you to make sure they don't overlap the pad, because before this replays, they would have been giving out on the noise.
I mean, that looked like a kid's pad.
First ball of Carse's third over, and it will be a leg bye to the score. I tell you what, Edwards has had a event-filled 12 balls stay, 11 balls stay. 55 for 3 Netherlands, surprising us all by deciding to bat under very cloudy skies. It was slate grey, really. Sun has replaced that, though, but they've lost 3 wickets. Start the 14th over. Edwards, Deleda at the crease, and it's Deleda who is set to face, right-handed, upward stance, little movement across to the right, to the offside. Another leg bye as the ball squirts out to the leg side, and Gough, one of the things that I suppose all batters will have to get used to when they make the step up to international cricket is they're going to face a hell of a lot more fast bowling than they do on wherever their domestic circuit is, and that's certainly happening today.
Well, there's a couple of things on show here that he wouldn't be used to facing. Somebody can bowl 90 miles an hour and a top quality leg spinner.
Carse in again on a leg, and tip and run, really played as the offside. That's a good single for Netherlands. A shot at the stumps from Owen Morgan. It doesn't hit. 57 for 3.
As I said, when you step up at the mark and you're watching county cricket, and it's been good. We played on some good pitches, on good pitches, when bowlers are bowling around that 78 to 81 miles per hour. They don't look like bowling the opposition out twice. But when someone comes on and bowls 86 to 88 miles an hour, you're going, wow, that's quick. But it's not the 90s, but it's quick compared to what we're used to seeing.
Carse again, touch Fuller on the pads, big shot for leg before wickets. And the umpire's finger doesn't go up. Darren Gough does, possibly going down the leg side. Now, England have lost a review. Owen Morgan, I think he's going to go for this. He's having a quick word with the bowler. Carse has that anguished look on his face that suggests that possibly it's going to go umpire's call. But I think that ball's going to be hitting the stumps. So we shall see. England do review. And that was full and fast, Gough.
Well, it was fast and full, and I think it's exactly the same as the last one. But it was given not out this time by the umpire.
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can I front on first, please?
It's Deleda, the batter, who'll be nervous. He was all smiles, or rather Edwards was all smiles with that caught behind review. a little bit more concerned. I mean, he's absolutely smashed his front pad. It's just a question of whether the ball's sliding down leg, but at first view it looked like it was going on to hit the stumps, and we're going to find out very shortly if that is the case. It's been an action-packed few overs with Bryden Castle operating at 90, or just shy of 90 at one end, I imagine, and the leg spin of Rashid. Going to see if ball hits the bat, and I don't think any of us expects it to have.
Just freeze it when the ball is next to the bed. Yeah, there's a flat line when the ball passes the bed. Roll through to the pads, please. Yes, can I have ball tracking when available?
Here's the one. Ball tracking.
Original decision
coming up on the screen
out.
Now.
Pitching
impact in line,
impact
and
in line,
showing to be
missing.
missing leg stump.
Nathan, you can stay with your decision of not out. Stand by. Stand by, you can signal now.
So, England lose their second review in just over an over. 8 deliveries, the first of which they went chasing and caught behind down the leg side. Edwards the batter, Rashid the bowler, and now they've gone for a leg before decision again. And a surprise there, Goughy. I must admit, at first look, that's why I thought the look of anguish was on the bowler's face. It looked to me like it was a bowler who knew if it was given out, it was going to be out, but maybe not enough of the ball. So it proved short this time from Cast. Pulled well by Edwards. He's in control of that. There's a run from square of the wicket, and good fielding as well from Phil Salt. Not before 3 runs have been added to the score. 61 for 3 here on talkSPORT.
Yeah, good shot actually. Quickly back onto it. Cast ball in good heat. Banged it in. Quickly onto it. Gets 3 for it. Good bit of fielding actually from Salt. Used to wearing the gloves when he plays for Lancashire. A good bit of fielding out there in the deep.
Cast again, and this time Deleda is playing defensively down the track. Well, I tell you what, that was another explosive over from Cast. Took 5 for 61 the last time he played for England, last summer against Pakistan. Took some big wickets on that occasion as well. Played all 3 of those ODIs, brought back into the England side for this 3-match series against Netherlands. Didn't play on Friday, so he's been given his opportunity, and he's already weighed in with 1 wicket, that of Cooper, LBW for 17. Netherlands scorecard, 61 for 3 after 14. They lost Singh first up, a miscued pull from the bowling of David Willey, caught by Milan. O'Dowd, who of course smashed the window of the press box. And a 50 on Friday. He never really looked comfortable. He was out for 7. Rashid back for his 4th over. This is tossed up on middle and turns towards off, and ungainly shot there from the batter, but does rotate the strike, and that's the important thing, isn't it? Edwards gets off the strike. He's 11, delayed at 13.
Yeah, he's not been settled, has he, Edwards, at the crease? Dancing on ice at the minute.
Rashid again. This is tossed up, and Deleda, well, he takes the opportunity to free his arms. And I was talking about a smashed window from the first ODI. Well, Mark Butcher is a lucky man that the glass is there, because there's another smashed pane, this time from the bat of Deleda, who moves to 19, and the score 68 for 3, and away from Butch. He's all right, guys.
He's all right, Butch, isn't he? I could just see him. He didn't be trying to catch it, Butch. He had a good set of hands on him. But he didn't flinch, look.
Down the leg side, defending up the track from Deleda, who's 19, Edwards 11. And it's been a interesting innings from Edwards, who overturned a leg before decision, went on 1. Rashid, the bowler, who's been tying him up a little bit. Butler missed a run out when he was still on 1, running from the non-striker's end. Deep in his creases, Deleda defends again to Rashid. The score here on talkSPORT moves to 68 for 3. Seeing a replay. It was in the slot, but and the fielder was up at mid-on. It was a big shot, and it was a release shot as well, because you could just feel the pressure was starting to build on both of these Netherlands batters. Tossed up again by Rashid, and Deleda will feel like he's missed out. He's picked out Jason Roy at extra cover. Good looking shot, plenty of wrist, good wrist work there. 1 ball left of the 15th over. And beaten this time. The batter outside as he plays again defensively. And that's the end of another eventful over here on talkSPORT. 15 gone, Netherlands 68 for 3, the third of those wickets. Cooper, LBW for 17, and to be honest with you, Edwards could have gone on about 2 or 3 occasions up to now, but he's still there.
Yeah, he's not been settled at all, has he? I played a wonderful innings the other day in that huge defeat by England, but he's come up the order, batting at 5, he's captaining the side, he's keeping, and now he's got to try and get his team a respectable score. 68 for 3 here on talkSPORT. 15 overs gone. It's a big partnership this between DeLeader and Edwards. If they're going to have any sort of respectable total, they're going to need a partnership from these two. Carse bowling goodie. Had a couple of balls over 90 miles an hour already to continue.
And here he is. It is Carse. Lots of bounce again. Edwards trying to play this either down the track or to the leg side, beaten by the bounce and possibly the pace. The ball cannoning off his thigh pad out to the offside. I think the players came through for a leg bye. Yeah, there's inexperience to come. 3 changes for Netherlands from the side that lost so heavily on Friday. Pass in, and again played out to the offside. And yeah, this is the partnership, isn't it? Gough, you'd think, with a debutant possibly to come in, or certainly an inexperienced player to come in. 3 changes as well. Edwards top scored on Friday.
Yep, this is the one. So he played beautifully the other night. Played really well actually. And DeLeader looks a decent cricketer. Balls and bats, energetic in the field. But like I say, you're facing a top quality leg spinner and someone who can bowl 90 miles an hour. It's not going to be easy.
DeLeader goes for a flat-footed pull. I think he did well not to connect there, because it could have gone absolutely anywhere. He comes from a proud sporting family. His sister, I think, plays for the Netherlands women's team, and I think I heard Neil Manthorpe shouting in the background that possibly his dad just flashed up on screen as well. So listening to the captain, who's not actually playing today, is Peter Saylor. Baz DeLeader, certainly one of the players that they're pinning a lot of hopes on moving forward within this Netherlands setup. He'll take a single and squirts out. David Willey patrolling at third man, runs round, gets the throw back in. 70 for 3 here, Netherlands choosing to bat. Sun's out, thankfully. There was some concern after rain overnight. It seeped in under the covers. We didn't get underway. What time was it? It was about 12:15 UK time, so we had quite a while the umpires were on and off the field. Grey skies, heavy winds.
Waiting, no run.
You can hear no run. And backward point, Jason Roy has just moved fielding positions. That was a fraction wider from Carse. 1 ball left of his 4th over. This is a 41 over game. I think Netherlands will see it as somewhat of a success if they were to get through to 41 overs, Gough.
Well, yeah. Can they get up to a decent score?
Touch Fuller, and again Edwards, who's starting to look just a fraction more comfortable. He's had a couple of scares in his short innings. Should have been run out. Joss Buttler having 2 opportunities to do so. I've seen wicket keepers miss the stumps before, but he managed not quite to miss the stumps. He just didn't hit them hard enough. Not once but twice. So a huge reprieve for Edwards, who was called through for the single by DeLeader when he was on just 1. The same score when he was actually given out at the start of that over, but successfully overturning the leg before. Pleased to say I'm joined in the commentary box by Alex Tudor as Adil Rashid comes in, and again DeLeader plonks a big foot forward, tries to smother the spin. I think about just getting past these two at the moment.
No, batting well. Be good to see some runs on the board.
70 of them so far. This is tossed up a little bit from Rashid, attempter, and Deleda does free the arms. Fielded at mid-off, and it'll be another single to the score. Feel free to get in contact with us here, and a reminder, we will be bringing you more live cricket this summer. Ireland's 2022 home fixtures against New Zealand, South Africa, and also India, which gets underway next weekend. Tossed up again, and Edwards is quick on the pull, and that's one bounce at 4. Targeting mid-wicket. A little squarer than that, but in control of the shot, and he picks up a boundary.
Yeah, it's a good shot. He does like to sweep as Edwards, and he got the length, was able to get up and underneath it. It's vacant over there, so it's a safe shot. Hit him hard in front of square. Good boundary.
It's always a follow-up after a boundary like that, because it's not without risks. That kind of shot. This time the hurry up and the googly from Rashid, as Edwards hurrying but playing defensively. Nicely done. 75 for 3 Netherlands.
That ball, John, was about 20 kilometres quicker than the previous one.
And it seemed like Edwards was waiting for it as well, didn't it? That's Rashid got here. This is slower, tossed up more, and again Edwards expansive on the sweep. Is that Topley at short fine leg? Either way, didn't seem to make... wasn't completely committed to fielding that, but there was a fielder behind him, so just a single, but that's... Whereas that first sweep shot, he looked completely in control. Less so with that one.
This is the thing, he won't just sweep the right balls.
Flatter down the leg side. Pleased to say that former Netherlands skipper Peter Boren is going to join us at the end of the over as well. Sure, he's a relieved man just to see a few runs on the board and also some cricket out there, because it did look... well, we might struggle at some point today. Defended again, this time by Deleda. End of the over, and a good one for Netherlands. 77 for 3. And as I say, please say Peter Boren is with us now. And Peter, your assessment of the match situation so far?
Yeah, 77 for 3. I think the Netherlands are a bit disappointed with those 3 wickets. They're 3 big wickets, and no doubt Vikram Singh and Tom Cooper, guys who they often would probably be looking at for the bulk of their runs. So yeah, a little bit disappointing, but a nice little partnership this so far. They're hitting a few boundaries. It's probably the balls in between, the dots in between, which is probably just strangling the momentum a little bit. But nice to see them. They're going to have to get going though, aren't they, because it's only 41 overs.
Was there some surprise that they decided to bat first?
There was some chat about it, definitely. I had to talk to the coach about it. He was keen to maybe have a bowl just to show the improvements that they'd made, but you know, it's a second day pitch, it's good for batting, and I'm surprised they didn't bat first on Friday. They got the opportunity again, and I think it's the right call.
We just had Darren Gough with us. He was saying one of the big challenges you face when you step up to games like this is coming up against the kind of bowling that you don't often see. Leg spin from Adil Rashid and Bryden Cast bowling, you know, really good pace. I'll just commentate on this delivery from Moeen Ali, who's going to have his first bowl of the day. No run. You know, what kind of challenge is it for these guys, experienced though they are relatively so, to be facing, you know, that kind of bowling, because it's not the kind of bowling that they see too often. Again, it's tossed up by Ali. Forward is Edwards, and he moves to 18.
In particular very well in the first game. I think he hit none from 59 and it was 10, so they'll be happy with that, because it's been a traditional struggle for the Dutch, leg spin and spin through the middle overs. But Cast, you see today, just a little bit of extra pace, and he's been beating in his first spell. He bet that inside edge a few times, saw a few leg buys, obviously the wicket of Tom Cooper. Yeah, that extra pace, it is something a bit different for these boys.
It's great for us to see as well, because like the Netherlands players, the England team aren't too familiar with Bryden Cast. It's just his 4th ODI, as Deleda is down the track and clipping a ball from Moeen Ali that's wide of the stumps down to long on for another single. So Netherlands have moved away from serious strife. 36 for 3 when Cooper was out for 17. To 79 for 3. As the outside edge is taken from the bat of Edwards, the ball squirts out, No fielder close to the wicket on the offside though, so he'll come through for another single. What about yourself, Tudes? From what you've seen so far, commentated on one of the West Indies-Netherlands games earlier on in the month. There's a tip and run from De Leder. Field is spread and there's singles all around the bat, and this first over, one ball remaining of it, seemingly pretty well navigated so far from these two.
Yeah, they've done extremely well, and they just have to keep going, don't they? It looks like a very good wicket.
So it might be a run to finish the over. Peter Boren is with us here on talkSPORT, the former Netherlands skipper. And after a word from Alex Tudor, it'll be the return of Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, good partnership, 44 runs at the moment, and counting, Edwards and De Leder. And as you say, they've lost 3 experienced players, good players that are in the hutch, but it allows opportunity now for one of these two to go big and bat with the lower and middle order to try and post the total that could threaten England, but you just never know, do you? With the display they put on Friday, what destruction, what power, elegance as well at times. Afternoon manners.
Afternoon to you, Alex Tudor. 81 for 3, Netherlands, and Liam Livingstone, who looked like he had pretty troublesome calf injury just 48 hours ago, the first game on Friday. Looked like he might have to have a rest today, but he's into the attack. Presumably be bowling, I thought he might be bowling leg spin to the right-hander, but first delivery, was it a leggy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, that one was, for sure. Punched off the back foot by Baz De Leder out towards extra cover. Straight to the field and no run.
That's where he got tight hamstrings because he was swinging himself off his feet when he was batting.
Here's Livingstone again, driven and a little bit uppishly towards cover, fielded by Milan. No run. Scott Edwards 19, Baz De Leder 23 from 32 balls. Netherlands 81 for 3. Livingstone in. That one turned actually and steered with the turn, if you like, to backward point where Rashid fields.
Just get toppers round a tiny bit, Mords.
It's a big I was going to say, it's a big tactic of Livingstone. Obviously, right-handers, and he'll go leg spin. There was left-handers. He reverts to off-spin. Good skill to have.
Here's Livingstone once again, and more turn from leg towards middle, but I think there might have been a little inside edge or bottom edge onto the pad as the sweep shots are played by Scott Edwards. Really is a prolific sweeper, not just the amount that he plays the shot, but the success with which he plays it. And no less successful with the reverse sweep as well, Scott Edwards.
My favourite thing is just that he'll sweep any ball, any length, any line.
There you go, right on cue. Reverse sweep, low full toss outside the off stump, what became the leg stump with the reverse sweep, and a single out towards deep backward square leg. So 19 overs gone, 84 for 3. Former Netherlands skipper Peter Boren's with us. Well, bit of a rocky start, Peter, but Scott Edwards doing what Scott Edwards does.
Yeah, that's right. We saw it in the first game. Very good innings that sort of went under the radar. He made their 70 odd or 50 balls, and that given that game was gone. He also played very, very well in Qatar earlier this year against Afghanistan, against their leg spinning and off spinning attack, Majib and Rashid. Made a lot of runs in that series, and conditions which were conducive to spin, and as you say, he loves a sweep.
He does. Spin at both ends now as Moeen Ali continues, and that's pushed out towards Morgan at cover, and there's no run.
As my dad used to say, should be working for Lambeth. Lambeth Cancer is sweeping. He loves a sweep.
Baz De Leder on strike on 24. Moeen Ali into down the wicket he comes, punches it out towards deep mid wicket. He's hit that sweetly, and the placement actually, that was the key there, because it was a one bounce four. There is cover, but he's placed that beautifully. His emphasis was on placement rather than power. Good four.
Yeah, fantastic use of his feet here, dancing down. And as you said, you hit the ball where the fielders are not. Vacant area over a deep mid wicket. Execution was fantastic. One bounce. into the boundary.
Lovely piece of batsmanship from Buzz de Leerde, and he moves on to 28. Now he plays the sort of check sweep, really, down into sweep position and then just tapped at the ball rather than followed through. And again, emphasis on placement, David Willey fields, and they go through for 2.
And that's great cricket. You know, a hard shot over deep mid wicket, spinner just bowling it slightly quicker, and then like a little paddle sweep for 2. Good batsmanship.
Very good. Buzz de Leerde moves on to 30 from 36 balls. Moeen Ali into him again, this time right back into the crease, deep into the crease, and in order to be able to play the ball off the surface, and whips it with the spin through mid-wicket for another single. Very, very clever batting from Buzz de Leerde, and we've heard 2 extremely informed voices about Dutch cricket tell us that Buzz de Leerde, they reckon Buzz de Leerde could have easily made well, not easily, but very good chance of making a career as a professional cricketer in county cricket had it not been for Brexit. And England's departure from the EU. Buzz de Leerde bowls very decent pace as well, significantly above medium pace, right arm. And another final ball of the over, clipped down towards long on, and they go through for a single. Peter Boren, he's had some injury problems, hasn't he, Buzz de Leerde, but he's a terrific talent.
Oh, he sure is, and I'd like to see him sort of fulfil that talent with the bat. He's averaging 16 in ODI cricket, which is a lot lower than his potential. I see him as a long-term number 4 for the Netherlands team, and I've seen him and absolutely destroy attacks, actually. Decent teams as well. He's a good player. Just seeing him make it in the Super League, scored a middling scores, 25 to 30, so it's danger time for him now that he's 31 not out. But yeah, an extreme talent. He has a good pace, as you said, with the ball, gets it up to 140, and he's got wicket-taking ability, move the ball both ways. So he's still young. He's only 22. And really exciting talent, I think, for Holland, of course, but in the whole associate world, you'd struggle to find a more talented 22-year-old.
Peter, where do you think he'll bat eventually? I mean, you talked about his batting a little bit there. Like he looks at the moment like a number 7 or a number 8. Obviously, he's batting a little bit higher because some of the main players aren't there. But his ball striking looks like he could bat up the order, but his batting nous around the innings sometimes looks, as you said, those 20s and 30s. A couple of times I've seen him play and just thought, he's about to do something silly here, and then he does. Do you think he can eventually bat, this high, or is he probably better for lower down the order?
Oh, look, I don't think he should be against the new ball, Jared, because, the moving ball's not really a thing. He's more of a middle order player, but in white ball cricket, 50 overs and 10-20, I'd have him in at number 4. The thing, and when you talk about his batting now, it's more the ability to rotate strike. We've seen it a bit in this innings as well. We've seen some very nice shots from him. Enough shots that you'd expect him to have a better strike rate than 84. So that comes about with those soft dots. He's pushed Livingston to cover 3 balls in a row in the last over, and we saw him hit Rashid for 6, and then he'll have a whole bunch of dots. I think if you can just work on that, strike rotation, then you've got a number 4 who, instead of getting these 30s with a whole bunch of nice shots, they're sort of 50s, and then he's not under pressure on his strike rate.
And how does Dutch cricket, develop him? Obviously, as you said, we probably can't play in the counter game unless it's an overseas. But he looks to me like a franchise T20 player. That you don't get that many players who can line up and bat the way he does, and also bowl at his pace out there. So, is that something that maybe Dutch cricket can help him with? Try and get him an agent and try and push him around to a couple of franchises around the world?
Oh, they'd have to be a bit proactive for that, Jared. So I think it's probably more likely that he'd have to do that himself.
We'll get him an agent. You and I, we'll make some calls. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very clean striker of the ball. When he gets going, I've seen him bat at the death a few times, and so T20, he's definitely capable. He hits 360, and he can hit it out of the ground as well. 50 overs is different. I'd like to see him sort of build getting 100 ball hundreds, but he's definitely a guy who could also get, 25 ball 50s and T20. So he's got that in him. The Dutch domestic scene, he plays at VCC, he plays on grass, but is the standard good enough for him really to develop his game? Because his role is just to bat for as long as he can, which is, as we all know in white ball cricket these days, not really the way forward. So does he get enough good match practice? The Super League is awesome, and hopefully in the next, these games and Pakistan games, we'll see a bit of that potential fulfilled.
It's quite an exciting summer in some ways, isn't it?
Liam Livingstone is in after the drinks break, and the first ball is pushed away behind square on the offside. It's the most exciting in Dutch cricket history, isn't it, Peter?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's never been like this before, and it probably will never ever be again. So, pretty cool for these young guys having this opportunity. And I mean, well, we've got World Cup qualifiers coming up next month in Zimbabwe, and then a New Zealand T20s.
Livingston in again. Edwards pushes down the ground to long off for a single. Netherlands 95 for 3, so a lot of cricket coming up for the Netherlands, and unfortunately you just can't help feeling that the momentum won't be able to be sustained with the ICC's Future Tours programme looking the way that it does. Next delivery from Livingston is nudged away behind square on the leg side by Bas de Leerde. Maybe this will be the day that he kicks on to a significant score. 41 overs aside, so 20 left after this one. Bas de Leerde 34 from 40 balls. Livingston in, little reverse paddle sweep from Edwards. Adil Rashid picks up at what becomes short fine leg from short third man, and scramble through for a very quickly taken single. Netherlands 97 for 3. There's a 747 goes up, takes off above the VRA ground, just 10 kilometres from Schiphol Airport. Here's Livingston again. Oh, that's gone high up into the air. Down the wicket came Bas de Leerde, skied it up into the air, and it's gone straight to David Willey at mid-on. And today is not the day that he kicks on beyond the 30s. He's I'm reluctant to criticise. Yes, he's run down the wicket and hit one up into the air, but he's trying to be positive. I mean, we interviewed Peter Saylor before the series began, and he said he wanted the players to play brave cricket. He didn't execute well, but I think it was surely it was legitimate. I mean, he's out, so he's going to be criticised, Alex Tudor, but I think it might be a bit harsh.
Yeah, listen, he showed the right intent. It's just the execution, wasn't it? And
he was a long way from that ball.
He was a long way, wasn't it? He had to reach for it, and that's why it ended up just going up. He wasn't close to the ball. He sort of came leg side of it, and then it ended up. Obviously, he's bowling leg spin. Liam Livingstone to the right-handers, and he was too far away from it. Got underneath it, but it just went straight up, and he has to depart. And as you said, he was looking good. But at the end, I always say 30s don't pay the bills. You've got to go on, and if you want this franchise stuff that Gerald wants to, shop him around, he's going to have to get big runs, doesn't he? So when Gerard does make the phone calls to all these agents and to these franchise teams, he can say, look, this lad's got 100 off 80 balls or whatever it is, 34, and they'll say, well, how many balls? And you sort of say, yeah, he got it off. What was it today? He got 41 balls. I mean, they'll say, not for me.
So for me, the problem isn't the intent, and not just the execution. It's also that he decided beforehand to play that kind of a shot.
Livingston to complete the over. Edwards, a very fine, accomplished player. A spin knocks it out on the onside. The new batsman is Teja Nidamanuru. 97 for 4, Netherlands.
I think if he stands back in his crease there, I think that's a ball he can kind of hit anywhere with his power. So he's come at it. He hasn't got there. As Tude said, he probably was maybe slightly on the wrong side. He could have played a different shot, and he's ended up going still for the biggest shot possible. There's obviously a lot of talent with him there, but there is a lot that needs to be refined over the next couple of years as well.
Jeff Miller now, please.
Moeen Ali about to bowl the next over. Just a reminder for those who didn't hear me a couple of minutes ago. The great ground is right underneath the flight path of Schiphol Airport. That's why every 2.5 minutes you hear the noise of an aircraft. There you go.
There you go. What one's that one?
Flight IB264 from Malaga. Down the wicket comes Nidamanuru, pushing defensively out to the offside. No run.
Where's Maka? We need to find out if he's... I reckon he's not even close.
Well, Bob Boren's there. We can just get him to look up.
Here's Moeen Ali again, defensively pushing up towards mid-on. Well, we do know that the intercontinental flights take off later in the evening because they mostly fly overnight. And as we get later into the afternoon, we'll hear the 747s, which are quite significantly louder than the Airbuses. This one back and across, punched by Nidamanuru to the sweeper on the offside boundary. He's off the mark with a single.
I reckon you even got the airline right.
You not see the
great,
you see the brown yellow stripes on the tail. That's Iberia. IB241.
All right, okay. I'll go with you.
98 for 4. Here's Moeen Ali. Sweep shot in the air. Scott Edwards placed it beautifully. 4 runs. Gosh, I thought Jared Kimber was exaggerating, using a little bit of hyperbole in the first game when he said that Scott Edwards was one of the best players of spin, particularly against Rashid Khan in the world. And I thought, wow, that's a big call for a Netherlands player. But doesn't he just play spin so well?
Well, he's not missing out on it. He's not missing out on it, and he's executing it well, getting it into the gaps.
Here's Moeen Ali once again. Another sweep shot, right on cue. He misses one.
The interesting thing is that Moeen Ali would have been told coming in, you're definitely going to get swept, and so is Adil Rashid. Adil Rashid's bowling as slow as he physically can. It just doesn't matter.
Here's Moeen once again, and Edwards this time pushes into the covers, sets off for a single, is sent back immediately. Good scrum half dive pass from Owen Morgan into the stumps, and the 22nd over comes to an end. Netherlands are 102 for 4.
I think I looked this up recently. I think if you look at players who sweep, it's something like less than 5% of players regularly sweep. You put that slog sweep in. There are a few guys who do the slog sweep in the reverse who can't even sweep regularly. But if you look at the traditional sweep, it's a really small amount. But those guys who do it so much that they almost account for all the sweeps in the world. So and he's definitely. I remember when I did the numbers, he was like right up there as one of the highest in the world percentage-wise when it came to sweeping. And you can see why. If it's over pitched, he'll sweep. If it's under pitched, he'll sweep. If it's straight, he'll sweep. If it's wide, he'll sweep. It's brilliant to watch. Commitment to the bit.
Legend of Dutch cricket, current director of cricket or high performance manager Roland Lefebvre is holding court in the hospitality region. Oh, down the wicket comes Nidamanuru, and a beautiful straight high left elbows drive back over the bowler's head. That's fabulous cricket shot from Nidamanuru.
Yeah, fantastic cricket shot. And what it does, it's a boundary first ball, puts the bowler under pressure, just elevating that, knowing that mid-off is up in the circle. Fantastic shot. Nidamanuru is off the mark.
Here's Livingston again, just drags it back a little bit, turns, appreciable turn, but quite slow turn off this pitch for Livingston's leg breaks. No left-hander for him to bowl his off breaks to. That one is driven in the air by Nidamanuru towards cover. Again, falls short. Edwards 28 from 34 balls. Oh, that's definitely a 747. Look at the size of that. What a noise. Punch by Nidamanuru down towards long on. That was KLM, local. In from... That's 402. I think that's come from it's Asia. It's come from Singapore. Here's Livingston again. Sweep shot, reverse sweep shot, I should say. Plays it so well. It just looks like a left-hander playing an orthodox sweep, Scott Edwards. And you know what's really interesting about his sweep shot? And I might be imagining this, but sometimes he gets in position really late. And sometimes it's like he wants the bowler to see him getting into position to reverse sweep. It's interesting. This time clipped away off his toes behind square on the leg side, and they scuttle through for another quick single. In fact, they came back for 2. Beg your pardon. Netherlands moved to 110 for 4. Peter Boren, Roland Lefebvre, as I mentioned, he's been involved. He's been at the heart of Dutch cricket for 3 decades, I reckon. He's got a very delightful salmon pink sweater on today.
Yeah, very Dutch. Very Dutch looking man. Very Dutchly. Is that a word? We're going to say very Dutchly dressed.
Yes, it is now.
Today, Roland Lefebvre. He's not actually a very old man. I'm sorry, he's not as young as he looks. He's doing well for his age.
Here is Moeen Ali. Down the wicket, slog sweep, beautifully hit by Scott Edwards. Oh, that's, again, it's the placement which is so impressive. Phil Salt's at wide, long on, and it's just, he's not bothered about whether it goes for 4 or 6. He's far more bothered about the fact that it isn't hit to a fielder. You watch his placements, just brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic cricket shot, as I said, putting the spinner under pressure, trying to hit a boundary first ball. It's a plan.
In wider, fetch that one, he says, as he pitches it a 1.5 foot outside the off stump. And Scott Edwards says, no, I'll just dab it behind square on the offside for a single.
Yeah, it's just good manoeuvring the fielders. That's what it is. That's the job of a batsman. That is what you're trying to do. Hit the ball where the fielders are not. Get that boundary early on, and you just manoeuvre the ball around into gaps. Try and wait for mid-over where you can pounce on the bowler again. It's good cricket.
Moeen Ali wants to. Oh, Nidamanuru goes high, long, and handsome, over long off, and into the Amsterdam bush, the Amsterdam forest, for a very, very sweetly struck 6.
Yeah, fantastic cricket shot. Just giving him enough length for him to get up and underneath it. Just up and underneath it. Good hands, good base, straight down, long off, into the bush. Good cricket shot under pressure, 11 off 3.
I didn't pronounce it quite right. It's supposed to be Amsterdamser Bush, the Amsterdam forest, which surrounds half the ground. 121 for 4. Moeen Ali in once again, and Nidamanuru drops it into the offside and sets off for a single. Say it every time, been saying it for decades. A boundary followed by a quick single always smacks of wise cricket. Expensive over this from Moeen Ali, 12 off it.
Yeah, it is. It's been good cricket. And you said after losing the leader, you're thinking, the runs may stop, but no, they've come out with positivity. It just shows you how good this wicket is.
Moeen turns one sharply from outside the off stump, takes Edwards on the pad, which he had carefully placed outside the line of off stump, so there was no LBW appeal. 122 for 4. This over, scoring rates up above 5 and over. Sweep shot again from Edwards, bottom edge down into the ground at backward square leg. Adil Rashid makes sure that it's a dot ball. 41 overs aside, the second one-day international between the Netherlands and England in the World Cup Super League. England, of course, world record score of 498 for 4 in the first game. This one delayed start by 2 hours and 45 minutes. And for the next 6 overs, with the Netherlands on 122 for 4, he'll be with Andrew McKenna and Darren Gough.
Thank you, Manners. So, just past the halfway stage. Run rate of just over 5. Edwards 34 from 39. Nidamanuru 15 from 10. Bowling figures for England: 1 for 17 for David Willey, he's bowled 4. Reece Topley's also bowled 4, 0 for 16. Rashid 1 for 27 from 5. Cars 1 for 14 from 4. Moeen Ali 0 for 30 from 4, and Liam Livingstone 1 for 15 from 3. And it will be Livingstone to continue. It's hit hard back towards the bowler fields well in his follow through, and there's no run.
Yep,
handy performer, Liam Livingstone, such a good cricketer, a modern day cricketer, excellent in the field.
Nidamanuru is using his feet to Livingston, pushes to long on this occasion, and will take a single. I don't actually think I did Liam Livingstone justice on that previous ball. I said in his follow through he collects it. He actually went full length away to his right hand side and pulled off a really good stop. He might be a sensational batsman. He's a pretty good bowler. He's also a really good fielder as well. He literally is the all-rounder.
He's so athletic in the outfield especially. He is fantastic. Some of the catches he's pulled off, whether it be for Lancashire or in the IPL or with England.
Livingston's down the leg side on this occasion. Edwards is on the sweep. As Jared said, he'll sweep and sweep some more. That one's out to Reece Topley at deep square leg. Single taken, 124 for 4 here on talkSPORT 2, halfway through the 25th.
Yeah, you don't know what's coming down. Leg spinner, off spinner, seamer.
Off the back foot, Nidamanuru gets one that bounces actually. Josh Buttler can't take that one cleanly. And Moeen Ali's going to field at short third man, and that is a bye. Now, we saw one take off from Bryden Cast earlier at good pace, and that one's just suddenly stood up. The bowling of Liam Livingstone. Edwards is on strike, he's deep in his crease, turning to mid-wicket, and they will take another single, 126 for 4.
And one thing he often does as well, Mac, and might surprise you, Livingstone, he bowls the odd bumper. He loves to bowl a bumper. For someone who can bowl a bit of off spin and leg spin, he throws in the odd quicker one, which is the bumper.
Oh, I love someone who does that. As long as he tells the keeper first.
Well, Joe Root tried it in the Test match.
He did. Livingstone in. Oh, that's an absolute ripper. Nidamanuru has got one that's pitching round about middle and leg. He's lunged short to play a defensive shot, it's beaten the outside edge, taken by Josh Buttler behind the stumps, no run. What an absolute beauty. Try playing that one, Sunshine. End of the over. 25 gone here on talkSPORT 2. Netherlands 126 for 4.
Yeah, pretty good leg spin, wasn't it? Seam, you could see it all the way down, landed on the seam and spun from just outside off stump, even further towards the keeper. A comfortable take at a good height. Just starting to liven up now. The crowd.
Well, it's
themselves.
Yeah, it's 3:30 on a Sunday afternoon, and they had 3 hours where they didn't have any cricket to watch earlier on. So there's not a lot else you can do when you're at a ground that's 20 minutes outside the centre of town, 10 minutes away from an airport, so there's not a great deal in the neighbouring area, so unfortunately...
Well, there was a pub on the corner, they said.
Yeah, that's all you can do, unfortunately, is visit the hostelries. They had a beer snake on Friday that stretched from the back row of the stand to the front row. I saw one earlier that was halfway. Reece Topley's to start a new over. Edwards is coming forward, pushes back to the bowler, no run. Just as play was starting, it was already halfway from the back row of the stand down the stand. So I think they're going to have a decent run at that one today.
Yeah, be a good effort. It's about enjoying yourself, go to the cricket. Nothing wrong with the odd pint, as long as you don't go too far. We've seen that on the odd occasion this year.
Yeah, they've had a couple of instances in the blast, haven't they? It's not gone particularly nicely. Topley around the wicket, left arm around. Edwards pushes out on the onside. Adil Rashid will field, and there's no run. 36 from 43 for Edwards. Nidamanuru 16 from 14. Netherlands 126 for 4 in the 26th here on talkSPORT.
Yeah, listen, as I said, there's nothing wrong with going to a sporting event and having a couple of beers. Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. It's about enjoying yourself, being with your friends, but you've still got to be responsible.
Topley around the wicket is beating Edwards. Edwards tried to fiddle that one down to third man and didn't get anything on it. That was not a particularly well thought out shot, and it wasn't particularly well executed either. Topley is, well, not a million miles off a coast of varnish from getting a wicket there.
Yeah, and this is one of his strengths, Topley. He's good over the wicket, good round the wicket. When the ball reverses, he's got a skill to do that. That's why Owen Morgan, the skipper, uses him at this time.
In he goes. Edwards is coming forward, pushing back to the bowler. No run.
He's tall as well, he gets a bit of bounce. He can bowl in every ball. It's not rapid, but he can bowl in every ball. But he gets bounce. That's his biggest skill. And a little bit of movement with it as well, so it's kind of irregular now. in the white ball stuff for England. Fought his way back in after injury.
And he goes for the 5th ball of the over, and that is square driven by Edwards, beats the fielder at point. And the third man coming around will gather that one in, send it on the way, David Milan, and they will come back for a couple. 128 for 4. Edwards 38 from 46. Final ball then of this 5th over for Reece Topley, 0 for 18. Only the 2 from the over. That will become 3 as Edwards will push to mid-on. Phil Salt will do the fielding, can't do anything to prevent the run on this occasion. And end of the over, 26 gone, 129 for 4.
Tell you what, the TV as well, they love an aeroplane shot, don't they?
Well, you see that they caught on Manners' Name That Plane game, you see. It's going around the world, literally, in this case.
They're just trying to prove to us, but that noise is not interference, it is an aeroplane.
Well, there is that. Right, 26 of the 41 gone, so 15 overs to go. So about an hour's worth of the Netherlands innings if they see it through. Livingston will bowl, and this leg break has been whipped through mid-wicket all along the floor. Milan is coming off the mid-wicket boundary, and it will be just a single. 40 for Edwards, 40 from 48, 130 for 4. So they're going at basically 5 and over here.
Well, he's got to step up here now, Edwards. He's the captain, he's the wicket keeper, he's out in the middle. It's been a scratchy innings. We've seen he likes to sweep, but for him to get a decent total, he's got to up it.
Forward is Nidamanuru, no run pushing back to Livingston. Yeah, so essentially at 5 and over, they're looking at 210. England could do that in about 15 overs if they really wanted to. Nidamanuru pushing into the offside. Jason Roy will field. Jason Roy will gather. They will take a single, 131 for 4.
I think I said at the start, didn't I? I mean, realistically, what's a good total? If it plays anything like it did the other day with the boundaries, I think you're going to get a similar score to what they got in the 50-over game, batting first.
Livingston in, pulls it down short. Edwards is already in position on one knee to sweep, and will hit it down to deep square leg for a single.
But it's like any sport, any game. If you get 210, it gives them a fighting chance. And you never know. Listen, cricket is one of them sports, but we've seen upsets.
Nidamanuru is turning through square leg. Topley will field. Single taken. He goes to 18. Total goes to 133 for 4.
We've seen upsets, and the only chance of them winning, if that happens, if you're just getting over the 200 mark, is a strong start from the Netherlands with a ball in hand.
Livingston, a little bit of air on this one. Edwards has gone leg side. He's got plenty of that one, and that lands crash into the advertising hoarding over the ropes. And Edwards goes to 47. Netherlands 139 for 4, and Livingston's over is finished with a 6 here on talkSPORT.
And it's no surprise, having watched Edwards bat for his second one-day international, he likes a sweep shot. Slog sweep into the crowd, bottom area of the bat, but still strong enough to make it clear that boundary. Tempting him, wasn't he, with a lofted delivery there. Livingston didn't work out, ended up going for 6. Guess what, guys? Last ball of the over as well.
It's always that one, isn't it? You were talking about it the other day.
I've said it does my absolute nut in, it really does. And
well, Reece Topley to bowl the 28. Nidamanuru is across his stumps. If he misses that, he's in a world of pain. Fortunately for Nidamanuru, he doesn't. He guides it down to fine leg, and a single will be taken. 140 for 4, and it will bring Scott Edwards on strike, 47 not out. The skipper with Peter Saylor out injured. He made 72 from 56 balls on Friday. He's got 6 50s in one-day international cricket. He also got 68 against the West Indies in the second game of the series we brought you there. This occasion, Edwards is actually taking a step down towards Topley. Topley did get it in short. Edwards will have to go up on his toes and just trying to drop it into the offside. Can't beat the fielder. No run. So, yeah, Made 13, 68 and 18 against the West Indies. And then the first game on Friday, 72 not out from 56 against England. So 2 of his 650s have come in his last 3 innings. Looking to make it 3 in 4. He's going to turn on the onside. They're going to push hard for Adil Rashid at square leg for England. And there is just a single there. 141 for 4. Edwards goes to 48. Just seem to have got to that middle phase of a one-day international innings that there's a lot of push and run at the moment. Get those singles, and if there's a ball to be hit, make sure you hit it.
Well, there's not many 2s available on this ground.
Topley around the wickets. Nidamanuru again is working this from middle and off, maybe even middle to square leg. As Topley bowls left arm around to him. Nidamanuru takes the single. It takes him to 20, 142 for 4.
Yeah, this is when we're that used to seeing entertaining cricket and boundaries it left, right and centre in T20 cricket, going to 50 overs, it does seem like a drag, doesn't it? Where in those middle overs, if you don't get off to a flying start, it tends to be about pushing.
Topley around the wicket. Edwards has a little fiddle at that one, and you might have just heard the groan through the stump mic, because he's got nothing on that. It's through to Josh Buttler, and in truth, about the best he's going to do there is get out. I mean, that was not the shot, and as a result, he's wandering around, tapping everything down on the pitch, some imaginary stuff, just to refocuses himself, because he's too short of a 50. Topley for the final time this over. Around the wicket. Edwards with a little half step forward, drops it into the offside. Can't beat Jason Roy. And that is the end of the over. So 28 gone here on talkSPORT. Netherlands 142 for 4. Darren Gough.
Yeah, I've said, I think he's been pretty good. Topley, last innings he bowled tidily. And today, not picked up a wicket yet, but he's bowled well. So he hits that, he comes back in the middle overs. His cross is so tall, he can be hard to it through the line and length of the ball. You have to be watchful of him. He can swing the ball, whether it's the new ball or it's the older ball with a bit of reverse. It's a good skill to have. Looks like Cass is going to come back into the mat. 4 overs, 1 for 14 he's got. Impressive that first spell. Picked up the wicket, LBW. Can bowl 90 miles an hour plus. Skids onto the bat, hits it hard.
Did feel like that this was a change that was needed. It was just getting a bit
boring.
Yeah, it was just nothing really doing, wasn't it?
Yeah. Braden Cass bowled really, really well, didn't he? First spell. Here he goes.
Let's see if he can crank it up then. Nidamanuru is on strike. Oh, and he's got one straight away in towards the breastbone. And Nidamanuru setting that one on the glove. And the way he's wandering around wringing his fingers, that one is stinging already. Just a reminder, of course, talkSPORT Breakfast back tomorrow, 6 o'clock. Natalie Sawyer, joined by Ali McCoist and Jamie O'Hara. And some bloke called Harmison will be amongst the guests as well.
Army. He gets around Army at the minute.
Getting him out of bed early doors and all. Well played, the producers there. In goes Cass. In full. Round about the toes of Nidamanuru. He's whipping to square leg. Livingston will field out on the boundary. Single taken. So Edwards will be on strike.
Yep. Again, 88 miles per hour. Braden Cass. Just keep him fit. I think he's got an excellent opportunity, Cass, in all formats, to make his mark for England. Such a relaxed character, isn't he, Josh Buttler, whether he's behind the stumps, whether he's batting. In the limited overs game, not the test matches, by the way.
Cass in. Oh, what a shot that is from Edwards! He's put the quick bowler back over his head for 6 to bring up a half century. It goes all the way for the maximum, and Edwards goes to 54 from 55 balls. The Netherlands 149 for 4. Nidamanuru simply walks down, shakes his mate by the hand, and Edwards raises his bat on a half century.
I'll tell you what, that's a good shot. Quick bowling, stood still, that was the key here. Hitting a fast bowler back over his head. It was bowling 90 miles an hour.
This occasion, cast goes in again. It's slightly short in towards the ribcage area. Edwards rides the bounce and it's into the leg side for a single.
And as you can imagine, that one wasn't pitched up. Back of a length. Chest high. Always the response from a fast bowler. He ain't giving him 2 in a row. No chance. Good play from Scott Edwards. The responsibility of captaincy. 55 not out from 56 deliveries now as Carter's in.
Nidamanuru is again getting a ball that is quick in towards the body. 140 kilometres an hour, 87 miles an hour. And he's just defending it. So 150 up in 28 overs and 4 balls. We were just talking about Harmy, Darren. Obviously, England are looking for a new national selector, and Harmy's name has been linked. Look, I wouldn't ask him himself because it would be unfair to ask him. What do you reckon, Harmy as a national selector for England? Cast goes in, shortest ball. Nidamanuru on the pull. It's gone round to fine leg and he's taken another one on the glove, and that one is stinging him. Single taken to end the over. 151 for 4. Nidamanuru 22. Edwards 55.
Right. Well, Steve Armisen, there's no doubt about it, he's got a terrific cricket brain, right? He loves the game as well. He might not make out as he does, but he absolutely adores the game of cricket. Now, there's no doubt his name will be in the mix. It'll be interesting to see if he makes the final cut. I think he's applied for this job before on a few occasions. I think he's wants to be a scout on a few occasions. He's been overlooked. The thing here, I think he's been honest about it, but he is quite good friends with Rob Key, so it makes it quite an uncomfortable decision for Rob to make. I've heard Armisen's name mentioned, I've heard Ian Bell's name mentioned, and the figure you're looking at, the salary that it would be, it only opens itself to probably an handful of people anyway. There's a lot of people got other jobs and they're not going to leave their current jobs to take up that full time. But it's definitely something that would interest Army, and I think he'd do a good job. But there's not only him from that era, I think there'll be quite a few from that era who fancy this job.
Well, another of our talkSPORT commentators, Matt Pryor's name has also been linked with it in recent times as well, so it'll be interesting to see. I mean,
it looks like anybody from 2005 around that area has put the name in for it. Let's be honest about it.
Well, one thing I will say in Harmy's defence, because he has been asked about, and that friendship with Rob Key, what Harmy did say to us the other day was he would never apply for that job because he wouldn't want to put Rob Key in the position.
Well, you have to
if
apply.
Rob asked him to
in
do
the current environment, you have to apply, and you should have to apply, and you have to go through a process. You can't just say, oh, he's me mate, I'm giving him the job. Everybody should have to apply for that role, and the best person and the best qualification to do the job takes it. And I know that. I've interviewed, I've given 16 people jobs by going through the right process, and it's hard work and it takes a long time. But you can't just ring up your mate like you did 10 years ago, what people did, and say, right, I've got a job for you here, it pays well, you fancy it, 3 years. You've got to go through, and it's got to be the right qualifications and the right CV to get the interview in the first place, and then you have to impress in an interview. And that's not me doing it by the book, that's the way it should be done. And I've experienced it, and it is, and it works, you get the right outcome. I'm over the moon with the selections we've got as coaches at Yorkshire, and it was done properly.
Good to hear. David Willey is back into the attack, left arm over. Nidamanuru is playing out on the onside, and there is no run. 151 for 4.
So the point is, Army, if you're listening, which I'm sure you are because you love the game. Happy Father's Day, by the way. But if you want the job, apply for it. And there's a good chance he will get an interview, and there's a good chance he'll be one of the 3 favourites or 4 favourites for the job.
Willie turns at the end of his mark, and he's on his way to Nidamanuru. 22 not out. What's a lovely looking drive from Nidamanuru. Only finds Reece Topley at mid-off though, and there is no run. 151 for 4 as we approach the 30 over mark. 29 overs and 2 balls have gone down. Just under 5.2 and over is the scoring rate for the Netherlands so far. Scott Edwards, top scorer on Friday. Top scorer so far today. He's got 55 from 56 balls at the moment. 3 4s and 2 6s. He's watching from the non-strikers end as Ninamanuru gets a short ball and he's hammered that away, and Salt won't get round at deep backward square, and that's 4 more to the total. 155 for 4. Ninamanuru has a run of ball 26.
I'll tell you what, he's been quite impressive actually since he's come to the crease. He's been busy. He was quickly onto that short ball from Will. Yep, he's not a 90 miles an hour bowler, he's that low 80s, but he was quickly onto it. Great position and great execution of the shot. And Phil Salt, by the way, is quite quick round there, and he got nowhere near it.
Ninamanuru in his 4th one-day international. Oh, he's got an inside edge onto his pad there that just trickles out on the offside. They're going to take a run. Just Butler's shy at the stumps and the non-striker's end misses, and they will complete that single. Ninamanuru goes to 27. He made 58 not out against the West Indies in the first of the 3 one-day internationals in that series, as he made 70 runs in all. He got 4 and then 8 in the second and the third game, but it was a 58 not out from 51 balls, I was saying, the first game. So,
and they left him out at the first international here?
Yes.
Wow. It's not like they get that many 50s between them, is it? One who gets 50, they leave him out.
27 years of age, so been around a bit. Born on the east coast of India, but has the Netherlands residency and qualifies that way, so is in the side. This occasion Edwards is forward, pushing to mid-on, and will take a comfortable single. And there's 5 balls of the over gone. It's 157 for 4.
Realistically, how many can they get off the last 10, 11 overs? Well, you're looking at, if they can get 7 and over, they're looking around that 220, 225, 230 if they have a real good go at it. It'll be interesting. I think it makes a game of it. I think England...
Oh, full toss from David Willey. Oh, it's beat the outside edge, and Josh Butler's not gone down to it, and it's gone away for 4 byes. And everyone's a bit nonplussed as to what's actually just happened there. David Willey's gone... Well, if he's gone block hole, he's missed it by miles. It lands in front of Josh Butler and literally rolls. So it goes away for 4 byes. 161 for 4 after 30.
Not good cricket all round, really. A poor delivery, got away with it. Batter should have hit it for 4 by just getting bat and ball, didn't have to hit it hard. And then the keeper should have probably stopped it. So, not very good cricket, really.
What I would say for Josh Butler is, if that happened in the park on a Sunday, that would definitely be stopped, because your wicketkeeper is used to it rolling, because that happens more and more often. But maybe at international level, they're not used to that one.
Well, I'll tell you what, someone who's used to playing in the park at cricket, I'll give you Alex Tudor that answer.
It's all friends around here. Bryden Cast starts a new over, and Edwards has hammered him through mid-wicket. Now, that was a quick ball. That's been clocked at 86 miles an hour, and it was travelling quicker than that when it left Edwards' bat. He goes to 60 from 58 balls, 165 for 4.
Macca, that's a fantastic cricket shot. As you said, that ball was not slow, 86, 87 miles an hour, and he's hit that well in front of square. Off the front foot, just rocked back, really.
He's seen it so early. His arms are outstretched in front of him to a quick delivery. Cast has gone in, pitched up. That one looked like he ran his fingers over that one. And it's just pushed out on the offside, and they take a single, 166 for 4.
It was, wasn't it? As you said, Mac, he had his full extension of his arms. He's seen it really early, like he knew it was coming, and then dispatched it to deep mid-wicket. The next ball, as you said, Cast just running his fingers over it, dobbing it, get off strike. It's good cricket. He's looked good as the skipper today. 61 from 59 balls faced.
Mac, I'm not sure if you saw Peter Saylor there.
Edwards is watching as Ninamanuru drops into the offside. They'll take a quick single. Throw to the non-striker's end, hits the timbers, but Ninamanuru is safely home. I think I just saw the picture that you're referring to. He had to bend under a rope.
Yeah, there's on the balcony, they obviously have like a rope to stop anyone coming in, and he had to leave it. And he walked up, and you could see him look at it, and he's got this bad back, and go, how am I going to get through here? He thought about yanking the entire rope off the wall, and then he had to bend his knees, because he can't bend his back, so he had to go down. And what is he? He's about 35, 36, I think, Peter Saylor. he looked 105 trying to get under this rope.
34.
Yeah, well, double
He looked
that.
like the Tin Man. He looked like the Tin Man. Oh, down the leg side from Cast. Edwards did threaten to move in the crease, but not that much. That was quite a long way down the leg side from Cast, and Butler gets across and stops that one. It is a wide, so they'll have to bowl it again.
But I think this is probably Sailor's last summer, is what I'm hearing. It's such a big summer, they wanted their experienced player to do it. But if that's what his back's like, I'm not sure we're going to see him in the next game either. Or if we do see him, his bowling might struggle a little.
Cass comes in, bowls, and beats Edward outside of off stump, and basically beats him for pace. He's trying to play that one through the covers, gets nothing on it, through to the keeper, no run.
He's giving himself a little bit of room. Just sort of exposing his stumps. Brendan Cass just bowling that one slightly quicker, slightly fuller, slightly wider outside off stump, so he has to go searching for it. Dot ball. But he's looked good as Edwards. Sometimes leadership, what it does to individuals, just steps your game up, and it has for him today.
Cass over the wicket, beats his man, and all he's doing is fending at that one. He's not playing a shot at that in terms of an attacking shot, he's just pushing at it, got nothing on it, and it's through to Joss Butler, no run.
Yeah, it's just a good length ball, good line, just rolling his fingers underneath it, just getting a little bit of extra bounce. This pitch is a good one. There's enough pace in it for the bowlers, enough pace for the batsmen to play their hard wicket shots. Good cricket wicket. 168 for 4.
So Cass is on his way with the Forest behind him. This occasion Edwards is dropping it down to third man. Adil Rashid is coming off of the boundary, and they will take a single. 31 gone, 169 for 4 here on talkSPORT. Netherlands winning the toss and batting against England, so they're going at just under 5.5 and over. 41 overs per side, which means we're looking at a total of, well, if they carry on this rate, 210-ish, 220. They'll need a little bit more than that if they can. Just some thoughts, Tudes, on what you've seen from Bryden Cass. What do you think of his action? And I'll shift out of the way, and John Norman can take over ball by ball.
Yeah, he's tall in stature, stays nice and tall in his action, goes through the crease nice. I always look for that sort of power through the crease, brace front leg, extracts that extra bounce that you would from that height. Definite prospect, and he's been in and around it, hasn't he, sort of England squads.
Willie in full, and tempts Edwards for the drive, which he goes for, but can only inside edge onto his own pad and away for a run. So the crowd in good voice, and so are the Netherlands, you'd have to say. They were staring at the perils, really. 36 for 3. That would have become 39 for 4 if Edwards hadn't have successfully overturned a leg before decision against Adil Rashid when on just one, as Nidamanuru stands high back lift and awaits Willie. He's bowled him. Limited foot movement, pitched up from Willie, and through with the drive is Nidamanuru, but he misses the ball by some distance, and Willie has done the rest. So second wicket for David Willey, and Netherlands lose their 5th wicket, 170 for 5.
Yeah, just trying to hit that down the ground. He wasn't even watching the ball for me there, Johnny. He just sort of missed it, missed the line, sort of eyes shut a little bit, looked to go down the ground as he had done previously, left a big gaping hole. David Willey was able to expose it as Teja Nidamanuru has to depart for 28 from 30 balls faced, 170 for 5, live here on talkSPORT.
I think you can see just what a good player he is of spin. He played 2 really good shots against Moeen Ali, where one against Moeen Ali, once again against Adil Rashid. The minute even, and David Willey's not an express bowler, but the minute the pace is on the ball a little bit more, he just doesn't have the same game, and that was a forced shot when he probably doesn't have that within his repertoire at the moment. He's a very, very... I was surprised he didn't play in the first game, because we saw him in, versus the West Indies, and I thought he looked pretty good. But I think he's a very limited player where he is at the moment. But against a spin, especially against great quality spin like this, I thought he's much better than he looked against the pace.
Yeah, he played a little bit of cricket in New Zealand, didn't he, before moving to the Netherlands. And
Didn't we work out he played everywhere? Wasn't that? Hadn't he played cricket in Scotland and somewhere in the middle? Like we found he played everywhere. he opened the batting with Tim David, I think.
Well, there's a touch of New Zealand about this cricket ground, because you do get a lot of them, especially the South Island, don't you, when they are surrounded by trees, essentially. All grassy banks, temporary stands. Very pleasant place to watch and play cricket. But that's the end of an innings of note, really, coming to the crease. 97 for 4 inside the 21st. 10 overs later, walking off 170 for 5. This is a huge collapse on the cards here. Remember, this is a 41 over game. Netherlands they'll post a score. First ball for Van Beek is forward, and plays that quite nicely on the move though from Willie, fielded at mid-on by Moeen Ali. But it's Edwards who's impressed. He's really looked very, very shaky at the start, didn't he? Could have been run out as well. Non-striker called through for a single. Actually, he should have been run out. Butler hit the stumps twice without disturbing the bails. But after a really slow start, Edwards has started to play nicely. Actually, this is Van Beek facing now. And beaten past the outside edge. He just withdraws the bat there, plays inside the line. David Willey operating around 82 miles an hour. Trying to extract some swing. But Edwards the key wicket now for the next 5 or 6 overs for sure.
Yeah, as you rightly said, Johnny, he's sort of a little bit frenetic, wasn't he, at the beginning, but I think facing the spin seems to settle him down. As you said, he's very productive in the sweep, reverse sweep and conventional sweep.
Yeah, top score was 72 on Friday, and he's still 63 not out, as once again Willie gets the ball to move past the outside edge of Van Beek's bat. Yet to get off the mark, and the pressure will be on a little bit, won't it, for Logan Van Beek, one of the more experienced campaigners within the side, because it is a 41 over game. They're going to have to continue accelerating, really. If it was a 50 over affair, you'd give him an over or two to get himself in. The run rate more than comfortable for England as things stand, as Willie is in. Beat him again. That's the third ball in a row. Exhalation from Van Beek. That's the end of a successful over for England. Just a 1 run coming from it, and that wicket of Teja Nidamanuru, who was bowled at David Willey for 28, 2 fours and a 6 in his 30 ball stay. So what kind of total do you think Netherlands would take from here?
Well, listen, you're thinking
400.
And would they be safe? I reckon, look, 240.
Well, 240 from here. That'll be 7 and over.
Yeah,
I think they take a little less than that. 5 wickets in hand. 225.
225. Yeah, just take what you can. Look, listen, get a score on the board, and then you got to come out, field for your lives, bowl for your lives, and hope England's batting lineup do not have a day.
It was a bit of a subdued start to today, wasn't it? Because, of course, the rain and the cloud meant that we didn't get going until into the afternoon here in the UK. But now, some scenes reminisce of Friday, essentially. The runs aren't quite flowing. The beer certainly is, as the Netherlands look to push on. Adil Rashid is going to come on to bowl his 6th over. Edwards facing, and he's down on the sweep again. This, though, keeps a little low, doesn't it, the ball? And he misses it by some distance.
I don't think I've seen anyone play as much sweeps as this guy. I mean, I've seen a few in my time, but...
Wait till you see Scotland's George Munsey. You'll enjoy him too.
Will we see a sweep shot here? Edwards readies himself. Indeed we do. Pitches on off stump. Edwards is down, and good connection as well. Fielded by Livingston at deep square leg. And I imagine when Scott Edwards is at the crease, if you're at deep square leg, you're pretty much in the game every single delivery.
Yeah, it's a nightmare as well, because obviously you're going to get spin coming off the bat as well, so you have to be on it. Definitely have to be on it.
And he's in front of one of those full stands, so any mishap and the crowd are going to be on your back as well.
Rashid and Edwards were having a laugh then at the non-striker's end, and I think it was about the sweeps as well, because that last ball was way too full to sweep.
Okay, Van Beek still yet to get off the mark, down on one knee. There's a shout for leg before as he tries to paddle the ball round, and it's fielded by First Slip, who saw the premeditated sweep and started running immediately. Moeen Ali, it is, behind Jos Buttler behind the stumps, and actually has managed to field the ball. So still Van Beek yet to get off the mark. I think it came off the pad anyway, so it wouldn't have been a run to the batter. This is fired in, turns into the right-handed Van Beek, who plays across the line and is finally off the mark.
Just on Scott Edwards, so in one-day cricket he scores at 4.8 runs and over against pace bowling and 5.4 runs and over against spin. Against pace bowling the average is 22, and against spinning the average is 92.
Tossed up and down. Do I need to tell you, with Edwards at the crease, what shot he pulls out the locker. Again, he gets his foot way down the track, uses his height and sweeps away. Livingston Fields in front of that packed stand of Barmy Army types. And it's another run to the score. One ball left of the 33rd. I think Netherlands would have taken this when they were 36 for 3. I think the fans definitely would have done, as Van Beek is playing deep in his crease. Morgan Fields, and that's the end of another over that goes away for England. Netherlands 173 for 5.
Do you reckon the conversation, Jard, was Rashid to Edwards, do you sweep this much at home?
That's a very clean floors.
I'm telling you, honestly. I mean, it's a great
working,
skill,
isn't it?
It is, and spinners will tell you they do not like batters who constantly sweep. They find it a nightmare. It messes up your length, your line, everything. And at the moment, he's playing extremely well. Carry on, lad.
Yeah, I remember I was dealing with a young spinner once, and I might have been Dwayne Smith, the West Indian player, and he sweeps a lot as well. And he came off the field to me and goes, I bowled everything. It didn't matter where it went. He just and he did lap sweeps, he did normal sweeps, and he did over deep mid wicket. So if you can do it, Jonty Rhodes used to get in Shane Warne's head a lot for the same thing of just being able to sweep, and all you need to do is maybe one reverse every couple of overs, and it just bothers them even more.
173 for 5 Netherlands here on talkSPORT as Edwards is down and lifts the ball up and over for 6. It flies over what started out as third man, but essentially Edwards is, I'm not sure if that's a reverse pull or a switch hit pull. Let's have a look at the replay. It is a switch hit.
The game's changed, Johnny. Let me tell you, the game's changed. That's a great shot from Edwards. Showing the bowler he's going to do it early. The bowler's still going to bowl it, and he's still backing himself to elevate the ball over third man's. Great shot.
Goes for 6, Willie, again, as Edwards is down the track, and he does actually play a straight batted shot. Comes back for 2, and that's flicked down really to the fielder at fine leg. I mean, that was an incredible shot because essentially, I think it was Milan was up inside the circle. He knew where the fielder was, and essentially he just tried to lob the ball over his head. He managed it and got it over the rope as well. So 8 runs from the start of this David Willey over.
When I was working for Scotland, I had to do a lot of research. That's why I know him. I know him so well.
Edwards is facing short delivery, cut away. He'll certainly get 1 run here, and 1 it will stay. So Edwards moves to 74, going at better than run a ball. He's exceeded his score on Friday. We know a hell of a lot more about Scott Edwards than we did. Well, Jared knew everything.
Well,
Jared does.
So when you watch him, the replays of him, almost every boundary against pace bowler is back over his head. So he can scoop in both directions, and he also goes over the keeper's head. So much so, I'm not sure there's any point having a long on or long off out. He doesn't hit straight.
Van Beek, a bit of normal cricket as he's beaten. Again, neither forward nor back. Playing defensively, and the ball just deviates a touch. Van Beek's finding it difficult to get in at the moment, isn't it?
Apart from the shot, they hit cast back over his head. Yeah. 1 bounce.
I think he has that ability. I think he's one of those players who probably went all in for about 2 or 3 years on the scoops, and it got to the point where everyone was like, well, we're going to have 2 third men, a fine leg, and just go short at you.
Here's Willie. That wraps Van Beek on the pad. There's a big shout for leg before wicket, but I think that was sailing over the top of leg stump. Van Beek comes through for a leg bye, and the score here on talkSPORT moves to 183 for 5. 1 ball left of the 34th. 41 over game after a fair amount of rain got in under the covers on the strip next to the pitch that we're playing on. It was a little bit of a concern we weren't going to get a game at one point, wasn't there, because it was murderously grey, cold. Couldn't see the water drying off really. Short delivery, Edwards quick on the pull, and he will retain strike for the start of the 35th over. 184 for 5 Netherlands.
Yeah, so I think my plan for him when we were playing Scotland was literally to have 3 or 4 men behind square, so 2 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and just bowl short so he can't hit anywhere else. And I don't think I was the only one to work that out. So I think Tudes, what he started to do is work one shot down the ground, which meant that he could just mess with the field a little bit. But when he was playing for them at that stage, don't forget, they had Rollo van der Merwe, Colin Ackerman, Tom Cooper, Ryan Tendescata, all these guys in the middle. And so he was batting at the end and coming in for the last couple of overs. People weren't planning for him, and he was just flipping everything over. Now, he's the captain of this team. He's having a bat at 5. He doesn't usually bat this high, so he's probably just developing as a player a little bit as well.
There was a touch of the premeditated about that shot against Cast as well, because Cast had really tied him, and who was it? Was it Deleda? For a good 3-4 over spell. Rashid in, ball turning away from Edwards, who's happy just to free his arms, creates, the ball itself creates the space, and that's cut away for another single. 185 for 5, and maybe they will get, what did you say, 240? 240. Well, much more of this, and yeah. Netherlands posted 266 in 2 balls shy of 50 overs. I mean, the way they approached their run chase, it wasn't really about a run chase, was it, on Friday after England had racked up that score, as Van Beek is back and across. And he's with quick hands across the line to take a single wide of mid-on. He moves to 2, the score 186 for 5. It was just about getting out there and batting the 50 overs. That's how it appeared on Friday. Whether Netherlands truly believe that they can beat England, well, certainly their job is made easier by getting the runs on the board first, because of course if they do take a couple of quick wickets at the start down the leg side, and Edwards plays at that, he kind of flicks out, he leave that ball and certainly gets one for the wide, and you never know, Butler hasn't been faultless behind the stumps. That could take a little deviation, a little bounce, and goes past the keeper, so I'm not sure Edwards should have played at that. Van Beek back on strike with 3 balls remaining of Rashid's 7th over. Slip in place as Van Beek attempts a reverse sweep. He's hit on the forearm, I think. No run, the ball just balloons up. We haven't seen any balls lost today, have we? 9 of them. 9 of them went missing on Friday. Leading edge from Van Beek, who is forward, and no fielders close to the wicket, so comes through for another single. Netherlands continuing to not only score, they're rotating the strike as well.
Not sure it's going to be the same second half when England come to bat, Johnny. So it could be a couple balls dispatched.
Down the leg side again from Rashid, and Edwards is called through quickly for a second. He's going to have to dash now. The throw from the fielder has hit the stumps direct. It's David Willey with a shy, and Edwards looks a little nervous, but Willey himself, well, the facial grimace he's just given suggests England not celebrating just yet. We'll have to go upstairs though. Did seem like Edwards was running to the danger end. He called his partner through. Let's have a look. The ball's fired in.
Slow it down, frame by frame, please.
Tell you what, Alex Tudor, I think Edwards is out here.
I think he is.
He is out.
I think he is. He's gone.
Butler didn't attempt to catch the ball. He just let it travel.
Yeah, gone.
And I think David Willey.
I've made my decision for the night.
Just about to see it flash up on the screen. Unfortunately for the Netherlands, Edwards' innings is going to have to come to an end. Run out for 78. He gets a pat on the shoulder from one of the England fielders running past. Just a well done in the air. He looks disappointed because Alex Tudor, I think he will feel, quite rightly, that he's left a century out there. Just 22 away, 6 overs to get them in, licensed to hit out. He looked as comfortable as any, but he's got to go. Slight hesitation coming back for the second. He had to call his teammate back. He knew he was running to the danger end. Maybe if he just got his head down and run, he would have made it home. But instead, it was a fine throw from the deep from Willie. And Stewart's got to go. 189 for 6.
That's right. With direct hits normally are on the button. As a batter, you're normally in trouble. The spearing dive from Edwards. He knew the importance. He needed to carry on. He needed to stay there to elevate the Netherlands up to a score of around about 240. As you said, Johnny, may have left 100 out there. It was a good innings. 78 from 73 balls faced. Showed a lot of array of shots. I mean, a lot of sweeps, reverse sweeps, flicks. Looked in good order. But that would do him the world of good. The confidence, against a good England bowling lineup. Moving forward, as you said, the exposure, as Gerard was talking about for these guys, is paramount. And, for his growth in the game, I think that'll do him the world of good.
So, Tim Pringle, new to the crease, on debut. Yet he won't face, though. It'll be Van Beek as Reece Topley brought back into the attack. Wicketless today, 0 for 22 from his 6, and he is in. Left arm round the wickets, and first ball is defended by Van Beek. He's now going to have to try and take a little bit of control of the innings. He's been happy to play second fiddle up to now, but with the departure of Edwards, it's going to be over to Van Beek.
He's going to have to stay there, try and anchor this, try and get as much strike as possible. A few lusty blows.
Let's see if we can see a lusty blow or two. Beaten past the outside edge. You've seen that quite a few times in this very short innings from Van Beek already. Again, no real foot movement. Almost attempting to cut a delivery. It was just too close to him, really. Beaten by pace. And 3 from 14 from Van Beek.
I think he just needs to try and just get a little bit of bat and ball at the moment, Johnny. I just think he just looks a little bit frenetic, trying to hit hard balls. He's faced 3 balls. 13.
Down the track again is Van Beek. Plays back to Topley, who fills from his own bowling. It's been a solid over so far.
Yeah, he's faced 14 balls, only got 3. And I just think he just needs to rotate the strike. 15 balls. So he just needs to get on with it, but needs to make sure it's calculated at the moment.
Yeah, this is where the pressure starts to rise. 41 over innings as Topley is in. And he will get off strike, wrapped high on the thigh. That means that Tim Pringle let's have a look. So is Pringle on strike? Did he come through? No, I don't think he did come through for a single there. So the pressure continues to mount on Van Beek. 3 runs, 16 deliveries faced. We didn't have a single maiden on Friday. Topley won't get one here either. High on the bat, ridden by Van Beek to square leg, and it's Willie who runs into field. So Tim Pringle will face his first delivery in international cricket in his first match for the Netherlands. Son of Chris, the guy who grew up in New Zealand. He was touted for big things in New Zealand, actually. Went to the same school as Kane Williamson and actually broke a fair amount of his run scoring records. He's about to face, and he won't get off the mark. He will play defensively, and that is the end of the 36th over. So 5 overs remaining here on talkSPORT in this second ODI between Netherlands and England. Netherlands have stuttered at times, 36 for 3 at one stage. They've lost two quick ones recently, but they will post a total of sorts. And after a word from the returning Darren Gough, it'll be Neil Manthorpe to talk you through to the end of the innings.
Yeah, Chris Pringle, I think I made my debut against him. Old Trafford, he was bowling for New Zealand. If I've got the right one, I'm sure I have. So yeah, quite skiddy. He bowled at me, but I think that's the only time I played against him. That was the last match of that series. I think he retired shortly after that. But yeah, 190 for 6 of 36.
Adil Rashid back into the attack. 5 overs to go. Reverse sweep from Logan van Beek, and it's gone straight to Owen Morgan.
That's right, all the way along the ground. 190 for 6. Already that's well beyond respectable. Here's Rashid in once again, and he's one of the big slog sweepers, Van Beek, and just dragged it a little bit. Again, Rashid taking all the pace off the ball and just sort of into the sweep shot a little early. But, it's another single, and you just think, a handful of boundaries, 7 or 8 boundaries. Oh, he's bowled him! Oh, it's beautiful googly. Tossed it up. And you think that Tim Pringle was playing for the leg break, trying to push it through the offside. And it's a googly that, well, he read that as if it was a Tolstoy novel. Didn't take it at all. And it's flicked the top of middle and off. And that's the end of Tim Pringle on his international debut. Another wicket for Adil Rashid, and it just looked all too easy, didn't it? It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Making your debut against one of the best white ball bowlers in the world, not ideal. Lasted 2 deliveries on debut. Naught to his name. He trundles off. Not ideal start for the debut, but it's happened to the best of players in the past. I think Gucci in Test match cricket bagged a pair on debut.
191 for 7, 4.5 overs to go. And, well, Shane Snater comes to the crease at number 9, and he's shown himself to be a robust and occasionally quite successful hitter for Essex in limited overs cricket. And 4.5 overs to go. If he can launch a couple to the boundary, either along the ground or in the air, and the Netherlands can still get to that score of 230. Might be a bit beyond them now, maybe 220. Only 4.5 overs to go. 191 for 7. Shane Snater on strike, and immediately is down on one knee. I think he was shaping and hoping for an opportunity to play the slog sweep, but it was too short for that. Rashid may have seen him get down into position, and in the end he can only pick up a single. It really was a terrific googly from Adil Rashid. Here is Rashid once again, and he's hit Logan van Beek in front of the pad, but or on the pad in front of off stump, maybe just outside the line of off stump. And so there was an ow from Josh Butler, but no zap. 192 for 7, and nothing from Adil Rashid, who realised that it wasn't LBW. Here is Rashid once again, and he goes for another sweep. There's Logan van Beek, and again it's too short, he can't reach it, and I think he hit him on the chin, or maybe on the grill in front of off stump. So beautifully bowled again from Adil Rashid. I think it's just reading the tail-enders' minds here. He just knows exactly what their limitations are, and actually it's hit him on the left shoulder, Logan van Beek, as he tried to play the sweep shot. 4 overs to go, 192 for 7. I think this run chase should be well within England's means. It'd be interesting to see whether they try to win it as comfortably as possible or as quickly as possible. Maybe a combination of the two. Lots and lots of people tuned in today on talkSPORT in the hope, if not expectation, of another challenge in the world record total after England made 498 for 4 in the first one-day international on Friday, but we had a delay in the start of play by 2 3/4 hours after a wet pitch alongside the match surface. Reece Topley's in for a new over, and it's flicked away through the square leg region by Snater for a couple, fielded by Willie, and Snater moves up to 3. And then the game was reduced to 41 overs per side here on talkSPORT, and the Netherlands won the toss, chose to bat first, and here they are, 194 for 7. Down the wicket comes Shane Snater. Doesn't get to the pitch of it, certainly doesn't find the middle of the bat, but gets the bottom corner on it. That's good enough for a single. Good day for David Willey, 2 for 34 from his 7 overs.
suspect that, well, he definitely bowled one more. 4 bowlers can bowl 8 overs, 1 can bowl 9. We've had 9 from Liam Livingstone, Mo and Ali. And that one is flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket. That's a good shot from Logan van Beek. It was over-pitched from Reece Topley. He was perhaps looking for the Yorker. In the end, it was not quite Yorker length, and using his bottom hand, Logan van Beek flicks it out towards Willie in the deep mid-wicket boundary for 2 more.
I think as a bowler, when you come on at this stage of the game and you've got no wickets to your name, you end up caught in no man's land. You end up bowling length because you're trying to pick up that wicket, hoping they'll slog one up in the air, and you can end up going for more than you probably should have.
And the wicket Topley into Logan van Beek, and he looks to pull it through the leg side. I think it's a little bit big on him, and he might have just actually punched that, literally, as he gloved it through square leg for a single.
Rather than if they were chasing a total down and you know exactly what you've got to do, you tend to bowl it fuller and try and restrict the scoring. But I think Topley's come on at this stage. He's got none for 29 at the moment. He's bowled quite well. He's in his last over probably.
Here is Topley once again. A swing and a miss from Shane Snater, who's got 4 off 3 balls. So Logan van Beek's got 8 off 23, but he knows Arian Dutt is, he's batting at number 10 for a reason, and Vivian Kingmarsh really at number 11 and a half. So he knows he needs to bat through to the end of the innings. England bowled well to him.
I think we got, didn't we, quite a few overs ago, but they've got to get round that 225 mark and be a good effort from.
Oh, that's a good shot from Snater, and he's cleared the ropes at deep square leg. That is a good hit. I said he was a clean, robust hitter, and he's shown that for Essex. He's even batted as high as number 8, but he's a genuine number 9 or 10, but a good, clean hitter, a bit like you in your early days.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talk about when you're coming in now. He's bowled a length delivery, trying to pick up that wicket caught in the deep. Unfortunately, the batter is allowed to get runs as well, and he got there. Hit to the leg side. The boundaries are not that big, especially these days to the modern day batter. And it flies away for 6. And I said, your runs from your bowling can sneak up on you when you're trying to bowl for wickets towards the end. He'll be disappointed, but he's gone for 6 off that last delivery.
And it brings up the 200 for the Netherlands, 204 for 7.
After 38 overs, last ball of the over. Here's Adil Rashid.
Down the wicket, that's a good hit. It's a lovely hit from Logan van Beek, and he knew from the moment he felt it in the sweet spot. He didn't even watch the ball fly into the Amsterdamse bush, the forest which surrounds half of this ground. He knew what a lovely feeling that is.
It is. I mean, soon as he got contact on, he looked away. A little bit of arrogance there. Look. It's brilliant, wasn't it, when you were watching it? He just had he just hit it, turned round, back to his mark. Oh, that's 6. I middled that. Not a big boundary. Straight.
He just showed his player number and name on the back of his shirt to the bowler immediately, didn't he?
It's very clubby what we're seeing at this moment in time, though, isn't it? I mean, what we see now is a few supporters, ground staff, looking for the ball in the middle of the bush. And it's good to see, actually, some 96 Netherlands shirts in the crowd. World Cup in 96, which were in Sri Lanka and India and Pakistan. I played in that one. And there's quite a few of those shirts in the ground. Iconic shirts, really. Look really good. I didn't get one of them. I got a Sri Lankan one. I swapped one of them. I think that's the only one I swapped, actually. Oh, I might have swapped the New Zealand one. Who was it with? Mahanama.
Here is Adil Rashid once again, and he's decided to stop tossing it up, at least with that delivery. Let's push through a bit quicker and go through for another single. Netherlands 211 for 7.
I think it's a great sign watching England players go through the woods trying to find the ball. It's proper cricket. You know, you use that for your community advertising.
Another big hit, Logan van Beek, Shane Snater, and he hasn't got hold of it. He turned away in disgust rather than satisfaction from that one. I didn't think he was going to run for a minute. He'd come back for 2.
To be fair, I thought he clocked it. I'm with you. I went, oh dear, I thought he clocked it really, really well, but it would have missed it, and it went straight up.
Rashid now bowls a leg spinner, which is slapped away by Snater, the backward point. Good little innings this from Shane Snater. Glad he's showing what I said was that he's a good robust hitter at the back end of the innings, and he's now 13 off to 7. Rashid in, and this one is full, and Logan van Beek, who really took his time, but now we're into the last couple of overs. He's showing that he too is a very decent hitter of the cricket ball, and he now picks up 2 more, driving a full length ball from Rashid to long on. So Netherlands, I think there was a general feeling about 15 overs ago that 220, somewhere between 220 and 230 would be a good score, and they might possibly exceed that now. We've had a couple of sixes. Snater's 13 off 7 balls. That one is pushed down towards long on, where Willie Fields goes through for another single. This is the second of 3 one-day internationals in the World Cup Super League between the Netherlands and England. Here on talkSPORT, delayed start because of overnight rain seeping through the covers, and the Netherlands won the toss. The match reduced to 41 overs per side, and they chose to bat first, and they're 217 for 7 with 2 overs to go. To be fair, I'd be quite disappointed with that, Rashid. In the end, his last over, a little bit expensive. We get 2 for 49 in the end. He has been a bit rusty this year. It took him a little bit of time to get going. We know once he gets going, there's no better sight bowling leg spin and those googlies and taking wickets and winning England cricket matches. But he's getting there slowly. He's getting back to his best. But that last over just spoiled his figures there. Ended up going for 50 actually off his 9 overs. Probably 10 too many. Here's Bryden Carse bowling the penultimate over. Slow ball, I think, and pretty sure that was a slow ball. Logan van Beek was put through the pull shot considerably earlier than he needed to be, and he misses it comfortably. Taken on the second bounce by Josh Butler, which is an indication that it was certainly a slow ball from Bryden Carse. I have to say, the Dutch Cricket Board have put on a magnificent display. Well, actually, we shouldn't give them credit. I mean, more credit to the VRA club. It's been an excellent event. It's both one-day internationals. So is that a slow ball again from Bryden Carse? I think it was. It hit Logan van Beek on the pads, but they scamper through for a leg bye. 2 slow balls to open the over, Jared?
Yeah, both around 120 kilometres an hour, and they're lining up for the pace, and he's just completely taken it off. Some really good bowling so far, and also cramped them a little bit for room, hasn't he? Been at Logan van Beek's hip, which is kind of the hardest place to slog from, I suppose.
Particularly when you're not picking up the slower ball.
Well, that used to be Kyle Mills's big thing, bowl at Verinder Sehwag's hip, get him down to fine leg for 1.
Here's Carse once again. Goes pace on this time, and it's in at the rib cage and pulled away by Logan van Beek down to Reece Topley on the fine leg boundary, and they are through for a single. It's a real sense of occasion, though. The hospitality area has been buzzing all day, and the stands have been buzzing in a different sort of way. But no problem with lager sales, and there's no better country in the world, I suppose, to buy lager. It's very much lager land.
They're all good, no matter where you are, mate.
Here's Bryden Carse again. That's good delivery, full straight, aimed at middle, base of middle stump, but it's a slog from Shane Snater, but not a wild slog. He did back away, and because the ball followed him, he's managed to shovel it out to deep mid wicket for a single. The hospitality area, though, the smart area, there's a few sparkling glasses of bubbly and several Chardonnay, and some beautiful seafood, as you would expect, some of it pickled, no doubt. The fish. That's a slower ball bouncer attempted from Bryden Carse, and he's just got it slightly wrong, and Logan van Beek pulls at it. I think he might have missed it anyway, but it was heading down the leg side. Left the bowl it again.
Talking of hospitality, there's hospitality next week, Headingley Test match,
which almost didn't happen.
But almost didn't happen, but it has, or will.
Have you fixed the food there yet?
Oh, it's going to be excellent.
Not the local prison food anymore.
Oh, it's pretty good now.
220 for 7. And that's driven on the up. He's mixing up his pace so well, Bryden Cass. Against bats, it is driven away for 2 out towards Owen Morgan in the covers, but I'm appreciating Bryden Cass's change of pace all the more for the fact that he's bowling it at 2 tail enders who are not used to it and are not picking it up at all.
Yeah, it used to be a meal deal for tea. Used to get Edenley. We've changed that. Now get a bit of wrap and some ham and a bit of fajita. Not bad, eh? Unfortunately, the players can't have a glass of Chardonnay or a beer with tea. Here's Cass, last ball of the over, provided it's a legitimate one, and it is, and it's full, and he picks up and shies at his own end as he hits the batsman on the pads, follows through, picks up, they scramble through for a leg by, he turns around, throws at his own stumps in the end of his follow through, it hits Logan van Beek, and Bryden Cass immediately says, "You're all right, mate," and van Beek nods and says, "I'm fine, don't worry, it's just hit me in the small of the back, but I'll be fine."
Hit him twice in the one ball. Pretty aggressive bowling from Bryden Cass.
He is an aggressive type cricketer, as most Durham boys are. I mean, it's a good place to play cricket. They produce some excellent cricketers, some tough cricketers. You look now with Stokesy,
born and raised in
Harmy, Woody.
He's got a lot of the northeast in him.
Oh, absolutely.
Very quickly.
Well, it's like Stokesy, isn't it? I mean, really. I mean, brought up in New Zealand a little bit until he was 8 or 9. Then came to Durham. They always produce talented cricketers. I'll tell you what, they produce. I thought Yorkshire produced some fast bowlers, but Durham are right up there with them. Really are. In fact, they're probably producing quicker bowlers than we are at this moment in time.
Given how long they've been a first-class county, the production rate of fast bowlers out of Durham, certainly in the last, when did Harmy start?
25 years ago, I would say.
20 years ago. So,
amazing, really. I mean, they've had some good cricket as well. They've got some now. Rushworth, pretty good performer. Neil Kaleem was good. They had Onions, they've had Armisen, they've got Wood, they've got Potts, they've got Cass.
It's a lot.
Some excellent cricketers. And I've seen a couple of other good ones who are not quite settled in the first team yet. Plunkett.
Here's David Willey, bowls a slow ball outside the off stump and it's slapped away just wide of Owen Morgan. He can't get there, running back at cover. But a wide, slower ball from David Willey, which might actually have been called a wide had it been left alone by Logan van Beek, and they've come back for the second run.
To be fair, Owen Morgan probably 3 or 4 years ago would have probably caught that. No disrespect, pretty well. He probably would have looked.
It was hard to tell
running after it.
which captain was going after it, Peter Saylor with his bad back or Owen Morgan. Looked like he dropped his bus ticket in the wind.
I did a double take there. Didn't it look like Owen Morgan running after him? It looked quite stiff and awkward. That's a full wide-ish delivery, which Logan van Beek swings at.
Got away with that one.
And then looks at the umpire as if to say, well, how am I supposed to reach that?
I thought it was a wide, actually. I think he got away with that one. But you take it as a bowler. David Willey will be back to his mark as quick as he can before he changes his mind. He'll be happy with that. A dot ball in the last over.
Good total this from the Netherlands. Almost certainly won't be enough, but having won the toss and chose to bat first, it's certainly beyond mere respectable. This is short-ish and pulled for a single by Logan van Beek out towards deep square leg. Ian Livingston tidies up, keeps him down to a single.
When you say a good total, a good total for the Netherlands?
Yes.
If they were playing against Australia now, 41 overs,
No.
you'd be looking at 270?
No, I mean very much in the context.
Yes, in the context,
having conceded 498 and been battered and bruised and beaten up in the first game, to choose to bat first, I would have thought 200 would have been respectable. That's again short and wide and slower from David Willey and slapped away for a single over backward point. I mean, I think a par score between two of the top 8 nations would have been 270.
Yeah, I think a par score would be that 270 mark. But they've done well to get here in the end. It looked like they were going to slip away and be short, but the last 3 overs, they've been pretty good.
I mean, if you think that basically most of their runs should have come from their top 2.
There's Willey again, full and wide, just outside off stump, driven down to long on to Jason Roy for a single.
And then number 4 and 5, usually with bat 7 and 8 in a full-strength team, they've done very well to be able to stretch it out after losing those early wickets.
And it gives them a chance, right? I mean, listen, we know what cricket's like, and they've been beaten before. They've beaten England before, right? And England have lost before. So the only loss to, was it Ireland, wasn't it? Not long ago. Lost to Ireland last year. Was it last year, that game?
And the Netherlands. The Netherlands beat Ireland 2-1. World Cup series.
Oh, that's driven straight back over the bowler's head for 6. That's right in the slot. David Willey's got that last ball of the innings all wrong. It's right in the slot for Shane Snater, and he whacks it over the bowler's head for 6. And that is a very, very pleasing way to finish for Shane Snater. My goodness me. It's Logan van Beek. I beg your pardon, it's Logan van Beek. Now remember, he had 7 from 23 balls. 7 from 23 balls, and he finished with 30 from 36 with 2 sixes. Excellent hitting from Logan van Beek. He had to make sure that the innings lasted 41 overs. He did that. He wasn't rattled by the fact that he was 7 off 23 balls. He hung in there. He said, just let's get to the last 12 or 15 balls, and then I'll give myself the license to have a swing, which is exactly what he's done. So coming in at least one place too high, really. I mean, he's a number 9. He's coming at number 7, and he finished 30 not out from 36 balls with 2 sixes. Well played, Logan van Beek. And the Netherlands, 235 for 7. I think if you'd offered them that, I mean, no team ever takes it unless you offer them 498. They take that, but so they'd have said, yeah, we'd be very, very pleased with that. We'd be very satisfied.
Well, there will be, and do you know something? It's Nature as well coming in at the end there, 17 from 10. He helped with that little partnership, enabling the Netherlands to get a respectable total. Like I said, we know it's below probably par, about 30 or 40, but they've done well under the circumstances to get to that against this bowling lineup. I thought England bowled okay. I think Willie was excellent really until that last over, that last ball. It's cost him that, and he will be absolutely, he'll be really annoyed by that last delivery going for 6. I thought he was all right. I think you look at Moeen Ali, he was a bit expensive. Livingston was excellent. Cast I thought was excellent. But the Netherlands, 235 for 7, gives them a chance, a small chance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think for them, they were 36 for 3, and they'd lost Tom Cooper and Max O'Dowd and Vikramjit. I think at that point they're thinking, 150 is a good total from here. To pull it out, I thought they did exceptionally well. Scott Edwards was incredible until sadly ran himself out before he got his 100.
Okay, England will require 236 in their 41 overs. We'll take a short break. Coming up during the interval, we'll hear from the Netherlands head coach Ryan Campbell, who's been speaking with our man on the ground, John Jackson, as he continues his recovery, and let's hope it's a full and complete one. He's heading that way, certainly, his recovery from cardiac arrest. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the second ODI between the Netherlands and England here on talkSPORT.
Hold on to your mugs. EE's Full Fiber is here. New broadband that can handle anything. And whatever you think that means, times it by a zillion and dip it in chocolate. Because this broadband connects 100 devices in your home. Search EE Full Fiber.
18.3% UK availability. Check coverage at ee.co.uk.
The team at Electrical Direct are always switched on, making sure you get all your top brand electricals delivered straight to your home or job site with no fuss. That means lightning quick delivery, supercharged support, on hand 7 days a week, and a 28-day refund guarantee. You could keep plugging away with the same old shop queues, or you could shop at Electrical Direct and score some extra time back. Pick, click, deliver. Shop online at electricaldirect.co.uk.
Gents, there's something we need to talk about. And no, it's not VAR. Erectile dysfunction. It's more common than you think. And at Lloyd's Pharmacy, it's easy to treat too. Viagra Connect is available without prescription from just $10.99 for 2 tablets. Pick them up in store, including Lloyd's Pharmacy stores within Sainsbury's and online at lloydspharmacy.com. Lloyd's Pharmacy, always here for you. Contains sildenafil. Always read the label. Subject to suitability.
Climate change hasn't won. We can bring life back. Download WWF's My Footprint app to find out how.
Ah, the sound of summer. It's time to get your outdoor jobs done right with Screwfix. We've great deals for warmer weather, from landscaping and watering to outdoor lighting and power tools. Order through our app or at screwfix.com for click and collect, or shop in store. Screwfix, the choice of champions. While stocks last. Price is valid until at least 10th of July. Visit screwfix.com for T's and C's, delivery charges and restrictions.
Tuesday's Euro Millions jackpot could make your dreams come true. But not the dream where you're naked at work. No, the one where you're relaxing on your own luxury super yacht. That's dream come true money. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app, online and in-store. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Get rapid reaction to all the transfer action. Transfer updates throughout the day on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the second ODI between Netherlands and England. And the Netherlands have just batted out their 41 overs. It's a 41 over game after rain delayed the start to proceedings. And they've done pretty well. They were 36 for 3 at one stage. It was all looking very gloomy, a bit like the weather. But they recovered thanks to a fine knock from Scott Edwards, the wicketkeeper, the captain. And he's top scorer for the second match in a row. 78, and really, if not for a direct hit from the deep from David Willey, then he could well have gone on to get 100. So good stuff from him, as well as late order runs from Van Beek and also Snater. They added, what did they add? 35, 45, 46 for the final wicket. Unbroken partnership there. So good stuff from them. Delada as well weighed in with 34, 2 fours and a 6 from him. So England have been set a total 236 from 41 overs if they had to come out and win the game and also take the series. You will be listening to that throughout the afternoon, and Alex Tudor and Darren Gough will be back very, very shortly alongside Neil Manthorpe and Andrew McKenna, Jarrah Kimber as well. But we're going to change sports for the moment. It's the final round of the US Open from Brookline. So let's get an update now with talkSPORT's Sean O'Brien.
Yes, what a day we have in store here. Just getting started at a chilly and breezy Brookline, and the guys out at the moment just playing for pride, really. You've got the likes of Tyrrell Hatton and Bryson DeChambeau out there finishing off their tournaments. Justin Rose, Brooks Koepka to come within the next 15 minutes or so. They won't win, but one player who might is Sheffield's Matt Fitzpatrick. He's looking for a fairy tale first win in the States as a professional at the same place he won the USAM in 2013. Another man looking to finally get it done is his co-leader Will Zalatoris. He seems to show up at pretty much every major these days. Lost the PGA Championship in a playoff last month, and he's looking for his first win in the States as well. But just look at the guys queuing up behind them. Defending champion Jon Rahm, world number 1 Scotty Scheffler, and of course Rory McIlroy, all within 3 shots. We'll see them all in about 4 hours. It's going to be an absolute corker. 4 under is the mark, and it's Fitzpatrick and Zalatoris at the top.
Golf updates on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Use code AD500 to get £500 when you part exchange.
Big thanks to Sean O'Brien. Okay, now a man in Amsterdam, and what a gig for the last week has been John Jackson. We've heard him speaking to various fans. We've heard him speaking to various former Barmy Army members who've thrown away British passports to take a Dutch one. We've heard him talk to all sorts, but somewhat more seriously, we've heard him speak, or we're about to hear him speak to a man who should really be coaching the Netherlands in this match for this series, the one that preceded it against the West Indies, and ones to come against New Zealand and Pakistan. And he is hoping to do exactly that when Pakistan arrive in the country in August. Ryan Campbell, the former Australia and also Hong Kong international. Been a coach at Netherlands for a while, was visiting the UK when he had a cardiac arrest, suffered a heart attack whilst watching his two of his children play football, I believe. Thankfully, after a couple of weeks in intensive care, he's making and has made a recovery. He's back, he's at the ground, and I'm delighted to say that he a few moments ago caught up with talkSPORT's John Jackson.
Well, I'm here watching some cricket with the man that I'm very glad to be here with, is Ryan Campbell, the head coach of the Netherlands. First of all, how are you?
I'm going really well, to be honest. Thanks for asking. It's it was one of those episodes in life where you just go, well, I was feeling fit and healthy before it, and then I woke up 7 days later, and so lucky, but someone was looking down on me to give me a second shot at it, so to speak. But since then, everything, the recovery's going really well.
And does it change your perspective on, I imagine, everything?
Yeah, some things, but, I'm not going to put up with idiots, that's for sure. Let's get those out of my life, and probably not take a few things as seriously as I do. But, look, obviously it's those times where you go, family must come first, family, friends, then your job. And I think we're all guilty of sometimes getting that the wrong way around. So, look, I'm enjoying everything. Spending a lot of time at home with the kids at the moment, which is fantastic, and watching my team play.
Is there a return time scale of when you'll be coming back into the organisation?
Yeah, well, hopefully. I'm looking at 1st of August, which, I'm not allowed to fly at the moment, which ruled me out of the Zimbabwe trip for the World Cup qualifiers. We're trying to look at the right timings without putting any pressure on anyone. And the other thing is too, the guys that we brought in Ryan Cook, and he needed an opportunity and a time frame at least. So, look, in the end of the day, Ryan's done a great job, and my assistant James Hilditch is doing a great job. And mate, like I say, I'm sitting back, relaxing, and watching some fun cricket.
Sometimes you need a break, and I mean, sometimes people get a warning, maybe not quite as that what harsh warning you've had, but it's great to see you here. Now we've got to talk about the cricket. This is a big summer of cricket. How important is this to cricket in the Netherlands?
Oh mate, it's massive. As you look at it now, there's 7,000 people here watching cricket, and it's on TV. It's being shown all the way around the world, and for us, we got to put up great performances. I thought we were really competitive against the West Indies. I think, to be honest, in all of the Super League matches we've played, we've been competitive until, of course, on Friday, I heard there was a game going on. I was too busy in the hospitality tent, but in saying that, that was a great experience for our kids to watch what happened. And every person in the ground will remember the day they saw Josh Buttler and Livingston and, Salt and Milan. So there was a lot of good of that came out of that as well, which hopefully as we watch another 6 go. But again, it's really important for us to be competitive. And I hate saying that word because I love winning like every other coach. But, you know what it's like. Everyone says, associate cricket, why are they in here? What's the point of us being here? Mate, it's really important. It's exciting for world cricket that you see us, Scotland, USA, Namibia at the last T20 World Cup. They're the great stories, and that's how we're going to grow the game.
And with a very young squad, yes, 498 doesn't look good on paper, world record and everything, but in terms of the amount of learning they'll do from that and being involved, that is invaluable, and also playing against such world-class opposition.
Well, against the West Indies, for instance, we had none of our county players come back. It was all our homegrown, locally produced players, and even here, we haven't brought too many back. They're busy. They're obviously playing with their counties and stuff like that. And that, again, is a different topic, which, again, I'm not going to get into the politics of that. But, mate, it's just fantastic. There's so many. The kids are learning so much. And I will say the English players were fantastic after Friday's game. They were talking to all the guys. They went up to our young leg spinner who went for 100 but actually bowled pretty well. But they were talking to him and they were talking about the game. And to me, I've always been a believer that after the game, have a beer, have a Coke, whatever, but sit down and talk to your opposition, and that's where you learn. And, thankfully that happened the other day.
When you say, obviously Australian, English, after the game, you sit down, you have a beer. Is there any different sort of, thing they do in Dutch cricket? We've seen that fries are very popular here. Obviously, beer is very popular here as well. Maybe a pancake or two.
Yeah, well, the pancakes, the potjestroms and all this sort of stuff. But look, yeah, I honestly think that having a beer after the game has gone out with the modern age because the youngsters, they're too busy swiping their phones and going on Twitter and all that sort of stuff. But it is really important that you learn, and I guess that's why when we have such a young team, it's really important for us to have some senior heads as well. Obviously, Pete Saylor's not playing today with an injury, but his calming influence and his knowledge has always helped our younger players. So whatever happens, we try and make sure we got a blend of the youngsters and a Tom Cooper coming back, and hopefully on Wednesday we'll probably get a couple more of our county bowlers back, which is really exciting. So yeah, at the moment, look, the sun is shining. There's people drinking beers. The beer snakes are going. I think it's just fantastic.
Now, you mentioned county cricket just then. Would you like to see the Netherlands return to play against county teams in tournaments?
100%. Like our best group of players came when we were playing in the Pro Series, that 40-over Pro League, which just gave us. We just don't get enough opportunities to play against great opposition consistently. And that's how our players get better. So, we're hoping that, let's be honest now, that the 100 competition has taken over from the Royal London Cup. It's not such a big deal now. So having Scotland and the Netherlands in something like that might be an amazing opportunity for us, but also for English cricket. Getting those two teams back in against really good opposition, and Scotland are a very good team as well as us. I think it can't do anything wrong, but like I say, it's really important that we're always pushing to get better opposition to play against us.
In terms of the World Cup Super League, it's not taking place after the World Cup next year. What are your thoughts on that?
Again, we found out via Twitter, which, it is quite ridiculous that, when you just start to feel the game is getting promoted, and let me tell you, every associate team wants to be the 13th team. And that has driven the competition and driven the standard through the roof. And to take that away without even thinking about it really is I just think it's disappointing for cricket. And of course everyone's going to say, oh yeah, but the T20 World Cups have got more teams and all that. Well, who cares? It's like 50-over cricket should be also, the World Cup should be a showcase of our game, not a showcase of our elitism. And to me, dropping the 13th team here is pretty disappointing.
You mentioned him before, but Peter Saylor, obviously, coming to the end of his career now, and we discussed his back injury and how, he is managing that, and, probably his hope realistically was to get through this summer and see where he's at. He's been, playing for the Netherlands, 18 years, something like that. Obviously he's so important to the development of cricket. When he does eventually hang up his spikes, do you feel that he'll move into the sort of coaching setup?
Well, in all honesty, I'm a big believer in we got to keep cricket knowledge within the Netherlands, because it's one thing that I really think that we struggle to have is that, ex-players staying in the game and staying involved and helping out. And look, Peter Saylor's been an absolute unbelievable spokesman for Dutch cricket. We have to go out of our way to make sure he's still involved. And again, I obviously don't have the magic wand to say, we're going to give him this position or whatever, but I think we miss a massive trick if, they don't go out of their way to make sure that he's part of our setup.
And just finally looking ahead then, you've got Pakistan, New Zealand coming over as well after this series with England's finished. Obviously, I don't think there'll be quite as many fans. They don't tend to bring that many. It's a bit of a distance for them to come. But certainly when they've watched this on TV or listened to this on the radio, the fans may be more tempted to come to the Netherlands. But also, it's good for your guys to just be continuously playing such high-level opposition.
Yeah, 100%. It's like I expect a massive crowd for Pakistan. The game in Europe has gone through the roof. I don't know if you ever watched the ECL and all those sort of things, but there's such a massive Pakistan community in Europe. So we're hoping and expecting a lot of those to come and watch the games. New Zealand, I think that's a fantastic cricket shot, but New Zealand have been an absolute benchmark of white ball cricket and Test cricket for such a long time now. And remembering they've only got 5 million people, they don't get all the money like everyone else. So their achievements have been fantastic, and we look forward to playing them. But in between that, we've got to go to Zimbabwe and get to the World Cup, because obviously that's the big goal for any associate country.
Well, look, best of luck. I think maybe we should talk more often, Ryan, because since we've been talking, there have been 2 fantastic sixes by your guys out there. But it's great to see you here. It's great to know you're doing well, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
No worries. Thank you for your time.
Well, he sounds in rude health, doesn't he, Ryan Campbell there, the Netherlands head coach, speaking with talkSPORT's John Jackson throughout Netherlands innings. And it was a period of play where Netherlands were actually putting a little bit of pressure back on England. De Leder with 34, 78 for Edwards, and 30 and 17 from Van Beek and Snater towards the end of the innings, meaning that England have been set to 236 in 41 overs to win the match and take the series. I'm John Norman alongside Jared Kimber. Jared, Ryan Campbell as a player, you know, he had plenty of skills, but of course he was operating in the golden era, wasn't he, for Australian cricket, and it just meant that in another day and age he would have probably got 30, 40 ODI caps. Well, I don't know whether he would play Test cricket, but certainly would have played a lot more for Australia than he actually went on to do so. Fine player back then, and then of course popped up for Hong Kong towards the end of his career as well.
Yeah, I think he was a better bat than Ian Healy. So I definitely think he could have played Test matches. There's a great story that he tells of turning up at the academy in South Australia and getting a roommate named Adam Gilchrist and going out to the nets the first time, and Gilchrist saying to him, "Oh, by the way, mate, I'm moving to Western Australia." And Ryan Campbell goes, "So I'm not going to play for Australia and I'm not going to play for Western Australia." And realistically, luckily for him, Gilchrist got picked not long after that and did start starring, and so Campbell got some games. But Campbell he wasn't as skillful as Gilchrist, but he's maybe even more attacking. He was a phenomenally aggressive player for his era. It doesn't really bear through in the stats, but if you're watching him at the time, you're like, what are you doing? And so he invented this shot, which was, I suppose it's a bit like what we see with the laps now, but he would almost turn around and hit back over the wicketkeeper's head with a flat bat backwards. It's incredible the way he would play it. For me, he was one of my favourite players because everyone in Australian cricket was quite technically correct, and Ryan Campbell was just almost like a firecracker. He'd come out, and I remember playing in a Shield final at the MCG, and Western Australia had lost a couple of wickets. And I think he hit 4 fours in his first 5 balls or something. And it was just whatever shot he wanted to play, he would play. Very talented player. And then came out of retirement, must have been late, I want to say mid-40s. I remember writing about it at the time when we decided to play for Hong Kong at that 2016 World T20. He was over there coaching club cricket and scored so many runs. They were like, "Do you want to come into the middle order?" Unfortunately, he didn't make any runs at that World Cup. But an incredible moment, incredibly important for Hong Kong cricket. That was really a high point for Hong Kong cricket, and to have him come back. And as a coach, Netherlands made a big call with him. He came over. I think he's been in the running for bigger jobs since then. He was in the middle of all this. He had his own radio show in Perth. By the way, he was a bit of a Perth celebrity for a little while there. So he's had a really interesting backstory, but he's completely committed himself to coaching cricket now.
Brilliant stuff. Well, it was a fascinating interview. It was 2016. I've just checked when he played for Hong Kong. He's 50 now, so he's 44 when essentially he came back to give it another go and play for Hong Kong. And you can hear the passion in his voice and that Aussie argumentative style of the... I'm not sure abrasive is the correct term, but certainly...
aggressively positive. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's how he batted as well. I remember the first time I interviewed him, he was a bit upset about something I'd written, and he was really shocking. First time it's ever happened. But he was really like that. But he's also just fiercely positive. So you'll see him on Twitter arguing with the writers in associate cricket all the time, and always championing for cricketers and associate cricketers specifically.
Fantastic. We'll follow how he goes. We do still have another game involving Netherlands that takes place on Wednesday against England. But yeah, what opposition they've got, and hopefully he can make it back in time for the Pakistan series, which is in August. Okay, we're going to switch attention back to the match that we're bringing you here live and exclusively on talkSPORT. Netherlands against England, second ODI. England absolutely walloped Netherlands on Friday, world record and all that, 498 for 4. Well, they've been set a target of 236. They got 41 overs to get them in, and they will be getting their run chase up and underway very, very shortly here on talkSPORT. Okay then, so that's the target to 236, and Jared Kimber is still alongside me. Jared, looking back at the scorecard, you know, there was a feeling at the start when Netherlands called correctly and the wicketkeeper, standing captain, best bat, decided to bat first, and there was a feeling with the overheads being what they are, it's very English conditions, that it was possibly a mistake, but they backed themselves, didn't they, Netherlands? They wanted to put pressure back on England, show what they can do. And despite losing early wickets, here we are. And nobody's really expecting England to lose this, but get a couple of wickets early on. You know how it works.
Yeah, I mean, England are going to go really hard, aren't they? And if they do go hard, if Netherlands take their chances, I think, you know, it's probably one of the lost things the other day that Netherlands did drop quite a few chances. And because of that, it makes everything worse. But you know, they've got nagging bowlers. They can wobble it around a little bit. We didn't see any swing with the new ball. We did, which probably means that Netherlands got the toss right. We did see some reverse later on. Look, it would take a lot for this to happen. This isn't the first strength Netherlands team, but stranger things have happened. And I know because I was at one of them when the Netherlands beat England in the World Cup in 2009 at Lord's.
Well, there we go. You heard it here first. If you did miss the action on Friday, here is how it sounded over on talkSPORT 2.
Netherlands winning the toss, choosing to bat first and making their way out to the middle. The openers Max O'Dowd and Vikramjit Singh. David Willey in short, pulled and mistimed and caught at square leg. Netherlands opener Vikramjit Singh has spliced a pull shot to Bryden Cast at square leg.
In goes David Willey off the back foot. That's a lovely looking punch from Cooper. There's no cover sweeper at this stage of the one-day international.
It's a good wicket. It's got plenty of runs in it.
Rashid is in from outside of off stump. O'Dowd is down on one knee trying to swing it into the leg side, but David Milan's just taken a belter of a catch at square leg. Here goes Cast. Tall action. Right arm over takes Cooper on the pad. Given out. Umpire Nitin Bhati raises the finger.
Rashid again. This is tossed up, and Deleda, well, he takes the opportunity to free his arms.
Here's Livingston again. Oh, that's gone high up into the air. Down the wicket came Baz de Leerde, skied it up into the air, and it's gone straight to David Willey at mid-on. And today is not the day that he kicks on beyond the 30s. Here is Moeen Ali. Down the wicket, slog sweep, beautifully hit by Scott Edwards. Oh, that's, again, it's the placement which is so impressive. Moeen Ali wants to. Oh, Nidamaruru goes high, long and handsome, over long off and into the Amsterdam bush.
Cast in. Oh, what a shot that is from Edwards. He's put the quick bowler back over his head for 6 to bring up a half century.
I'll tell you what, that's a good shot. Hitting a fast bowler back over his head. It was bowling 90 miles an hour.
All friends around here. Bryden Cast starts a new over and Edwards has hammered him through mid-wicket. Now that was a quick ball. That's been clocked at 86 miles an hour, and it was travelling quicker than that when it left Edwards' bat.
There's Nidamaruru stands high back lift and awaits Willey. He's bowled in. Called through quickly for a second. He's going to have to dash. Now the throw from the fielder has hit the stumps direct. It's David Willey. Tell you what, Alex Tudor, I think Edwards is out here.
I think he is.
He is out.
I think he is. He's gone.
Oh, that's a good shot from Snater, and he's cleared the ropes at deep square leg. Oh, that's driven straight back over the bowler's head for 6. That's right in the slot.
Well played, Logan van Beek. And the Netherlands, 235 for 7.
Yeah, 236 to win for England, and the reply will be underway very shortly, because the umpires, batsmen and fielders are on their way in Amstelveen. And the reply, 235 for 7, 5.7 and over. In some respects, doesn't really come into it. England posted 498 for 4 the other day from 50 overs, so if they play anything like, England will be big favourites to win, but hey, you never know. It's why we play the game all the time. David Willey, 2 for 46. Reece Topley, 0 for 35. Adil Rashid, 2 for 50. Bryden Cast, 1 for 36. Moeen Ali, 0 for 30. Liam Livingstone, 1 for 28. The bowling figures, the top scorer for the Netherlands, as you were hearing, Edwards. Scott Edwards, 78 from 73 before being run out by David Willey, so he's had a good couple of days. Edwards, 72 not out in the first game, 78 not out today, and he's swapped batting pads for keeping pads. 236 the victory targets for England. It's an overcast day, and Logan van Beek will take the first over. Now, he went 10 overs, 1 for 82 on Friday. But a heavier atmosphere. If he can get it to just nibble around off the seam, Goughy, maybe, just maybe, the Netherlands can put a little wobble under England.
Well, let's be honest about it. The only chance they have of winning is to get off to a great start. You know what it's like, chasing any total. Runs on the board are always important. Chasing any total, it gives the ball inside a chance. And what they have to do is attack early, get some early breakthrough, just make England a little bit nervous and wary, and then it's a cricket game. It's a sport fixture. Anything can happen. That's the beauty of sport.
Not overly attacking, one slip in place. That's Vikramjit Singh as Jason Roy gets the first ball from Van Beek and pushes it all along the floor through the covers. Lovely timing. It's not a power shot by any manner of means. Snater has gone sliding after that one, but the ball has already gone into the rope. And Jason Roy has made more runs in one shot than he made in his innings on Friday. He was out for a single. In that, he's 4 after the first ball here on talkSPORT.
I'll tell you what, walked into that Jason Roy, a little bit of shape from Van Beek, a bit of a misfield at cover, and it runs away for 4, but a good start for England.
Hit the middle of the bat, Van Beek goes in. Jason Roy just opening the face on this one. Snater will do the fielding at cover points. No run on this occasion. If you're going out and about this afternoon, heading out, get the talkSPORT app, so you can keep it on your phone or your smart speaker, or you can also listen on the talkSPORT YouTube channel as well if you're leaving home. Van Beek goes in. Jason Roy comes to meet this. That is a glorious shot. All along the floor through square cover. 2 4s in the over from Jason Roy, and he can hit the ball so hard, but both of these boundaries have been about timing more than anything else. They flew off the middle of his bat.
Yeah, too much width. Listen, when you've got a bit of shape away, it's a great thing being able to ball outswing. But if you get it slightly wrong, you create width. And batters love width.
Where's Van Beek going on this occasion? Oh, I tell you what, Jason Roy has mistimed it to mid-off and has turned away in disgust, because that should be another boundary. That was just what Darren Gough was talking about. There was some width on that, and Jason Roy thinks, I should be 12 not out at the moment.
Especially Jason Roy, he likes that, the way he sets up. He likes the ball going away from him, give himself a little bit of room. Herschel Gibbs, when he played against South Africa, was very much like that. Early on, I tried to get the ball to nip back to him. Certain type of cricketer, same as Johnny Bairstow, and same as Jason Roy, really.
Van Beek is in. Jason Roy, using his feet, does get his third boundary of the over. He's taken half a step forward and all along the floor through the covers once again. 4 dots, 4 dots for this over England. 12 without loss, trying to make 236.
Again, too much width, shaping away, started it too wide. The shape is going away even further. Jason Roy will just keep playing that shot. You've got to start it on off stump. Always the target is the left-hand glove of the wicket-keeper.
Well, they're only allowed 2 outside the circle at the moment. Van Beek goes in, bowls a straight one. That's on leg stump, and it's whipped round the corner to one of the aforementioned men out on the leg side. And that is Viv Kingma. And it's only a single on this occasion, 13 without loss. And I was about to say, if he's going to bowl that wide of off stump, the leg side sweeper's not going to come into play, so maybe he takes him across. But Van Beek then actually strayed straight, and he did come into play. So 13 without loss after just 1 over at the reply here on talkSPORT.
Well, what probably happened that last ball as well, Macca, overcompensate. What happens is, if it's swinging and you're bowling a bit of width and you just can't get the line right. You tend to bowl it cross seam just to try and get the ball straight, but he went that too straight there and it was just an easy clip for one. But 13 off that first over. It looks like England have carried on where they left off from the first one-day international, where the clock took 498.
And Viv Kingma will be bowling at the other end. His 13th one-day international, 27 years of age. I mentioned this during the series against the West Indies. Those matches against the West Indies were his first matches back from a ball tampering ban. He got done in a one-day international against Afghanistan in Doha back in January, and he picked up a 4-match one-day international ban for ball tampering, where he was adjudged to have been scratching it with his fingernails.
Oh dear.
He's a right-arm seamer, and in he comes to Jason Roy, and Roy's turning this up to mid-on, where Nida Manuru does the fielding, and there is no run.
A good follow through there from Kingma. Jason Roy had a bit of a chuckle, followed right through as close as he could get to him.
Yep, he's certainly not express pace, Viv Kingma. 13 wickets at 36.2. Economy rate of just under 5 in this form of the game. Goes in, sort of strong shoulder, but Jason Roy's just punched it back past him all along the floor. Jason Roy looks like a man who feels he badly missed out on Friday with that single when everyone else was making hundreds, and he's determined to make up for it. Jason Roy is 17 not out from only 8 balls here on talkSPORT.
Well, I'll tell you what, there was nothing wrong with that ball whatsoever. Good line, a little bit of shape out, nice and straight. But Jason Roy just put the bat there, punched it straight back past the bowler, and once it beats the infield, it runs away for 4. Terrific shot from Jason Roy.
Kingma on his way, bowls a short ball. Jason Roy goes on the pull, and the sweeper on the boundary isn't getting round to that one, Pringle, and that's away for another 4, this time through square leg. There's been 9 balls of the innings so far, and England are 21 without loss, trying to make 236 to win this game. England, by the look of it, are getting the hurry up on.
Well, it's his 100th match, no nerves whatsoever from Jason Roy. So you overpitch, he's going to drive you. You try and bang it in without too much pace, you're going to get pulled.
That is the 5th 4 of the innings. 5 4s and a single in 8 balls. In goes Kingma. What's he going to do? Well, he's just back of a length on this occasion, and Jason Roy will cover up. And there's no run. Kingma's walking back to his mark, chuntering away to anyone who'll listen. And with the ball flying to all parts, not many people are listening at the moment. I'm trying to think who he reminds me of, Viv Kingma. There's a bit of Paul Smith, maybe, from back in the day, because he's bowling in glasses with a sort of a mop of hair, really. That might not be it, but he's reminding me of someone. It'll come to me in a minute. Kingma, no slip in place for Jason Roy, turns on the onside. Go to Vikramjit Singh at mid-wicket, no run.
You've got me, Macca.
It'll come to me.
Daniel Vittori.
Yeah. Well, I suppose anyone who plays cricket with glasses is automatically going to get a
There's
Daniel
another,
Vittori.
Pringle as well.
Pringle himself, actually, yes. He's got his own little fan club down on the boundary. Left arm spin bowler, Pringle. Kingma bowling seam to Jason Roy, pushing into the offside. Van Beek will do the fielding, and there is no run. 2 overs gone, therefore. 236 the target for England to go 2-0 up and therefore win this 3-match series at 21 without loss after 2.
Yep, Jason Roy's taken all 12 deliveries in the first 2 overs. He's moved on to 21 after his 12 balls. Pretty good. Miss out in the first one-day international when 3 of your teammates get hundreds, and then Livingston comes to the crease and smacks it to all parts. He feels as though he's got an opportunity to make a statement here. There's so many players who'll want to come back into this side. Stokes, Bairstow, Root. So you've got to be at your best. If you're not at your best, you're going to miss out. And Terrific batting from England in that first ODI. Can Jason Roy follow suit?
Well, it's Phil Salt's turn at long last. He's going to get the first ball of the third over. 122 from 93 balls. Normally that would get you a decent shout for a player of the match. Certainly plenty of raps, but barely got a mention in some ways. Salt's automatically underway, pushing to mid-on. Delader will do the fielding, and they take 2 on that. It's a push just wide of mid-on, and they've ended up taking 2. It's great running. It was pushed a little bit out by the fielder, but he scampered off and got it himself, but 2 to the total.
The surprising thing is, Snater was the one who got an early breakthrough in the last one-day international, yet he's not opening the ball in here, which I find a strange decision.
Van Beek goes in. Oh, that one has bounced on Salt. He jags the bottom hand away as it takes him on the splice of the bat. It's out on the offside, and Salt will walk down and have a little curious prod at the pitch of that one. That's the second ball today we've seen climb. We saw one from Bryden Cast absolutely really zip away, and Edwards had to rip his head back so he didn't get hit on the grill from that one. That occasion, Salt's got one that climbed on him. Van Beek in once again. Right arm over, turned round the corner through square leg by Salt. Will just be a single on this occasion. Kingma does the fielding, absolutely flings it into the turf. One bounce to the wicket-keeper, and they'll take a single, 24 without loss.
Well, we saw when England were bowling, the odd one went through, took off just off that hard length, back of a length. And the Netherlands bowlers, not quite as quick as some of the England bowlers, find a bit of uneven bounce. They need to have that bit of magic, that bit of sawdust to try and take a couple of wickets with them.
In goes Van Beek once again. Roy covering up on this occasion. Snater will do the fielding at point. No run. Yeah, Van Beek's bowling 84 miles an hour is what the speed gun's saying.
82 then.
You're still convinced that the speed gun's slightly out, aren't you?
I am. Just slightly. Not too much. It's quick enough. Van Beek, he can get it through. He's a strong lad.
Jason Roy waits for him. Bat raised. It comes down the pitch. Doesn't quite get this one. Delader will field at mid-on. It was on the one bounce to him at mid-on. And they don't take on the fielder on this occasion. 24 without loss. It remains here on talkSPORT.
It doesn't seem a gooder atmosphere as the last ODI.
No, I think the weather's dampened, literally
has.
dampened everyone's expectations as much as anything else. Jason Roy will flick through square leg. Kingma is out there, gets it back in the air pretty quickly. Not that near Edwards, the wicket-keeper, but he gets it into the air quickly enough. And it's a single, so 25 without loss. England after 3, trying to make 236. Plenty of live cricket coming your way this summer on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, because we're bringing you Ireland's home fixtures against New Zealand, South Africa and India. Gets underway, first T20 on talkSPORT 2 next Sunday. So plenty of cricket coming your way. And as you're listening to live international cricket, I imagine you're a cricket fan, so why not tune in to the dedicated cricket show, The Cricket Collective. Goes out every Tuesday evening on talkSPORT 2. Neil Manthorpe, Steve Harmison, bringing you all the stories and exclusive interviews. If you miss it when it goes out, or you can also get it as a podcast, simply go to the Following On feed and you will find The Cricket Collective there. Viv Kingma will bowl his second over, and he's starting with Jason Roy just turning on the leg side. Vikramjit Singh is fielding there, and there's no run.
Yeah, come back okay, yep, the Netherlands. Those first 2 overs, hard to take, and sometimes momentum can be hard to drag back. England positive. The last 2 overs, well, last over and 1 ball, they've dragged it back, but still 25 for none.
Kingma goes in, just 2 leg side-ish, and Jason Roy whips it around. Fine leg is inside the circle, and he gets it fine enough that man has absolutely no chance. And just as we're saying, they pulled it back a little bit. Kingma stuffs one down the leg side. It goes for 4, 29 without loss.
Yeah, Easy shot, really. Yeah, got a little bit of a bottom edge on it, but for Jason Roy, short, drifting down the leg side, just healthy on its way, fine legs in the circle. Very, very difficult to stop. A yard out of the side of the fielder, and it just runs away for the boundary.
Kingma just wants third man to go wider. Not sure quite what his thinking is there, but anyway, Kingma is in. Jason Roy stays from the crease this occasion. Just goes up on his toes, drops it down at his feet. No run. I think one reason for the atmosphere, Goffey, is obviously Friday was absolutely baking hot. Everyone was relaxed. It was shirts, short sleeves, and ice creams and beers. It's obviously cooler today. I mean,
Friday tends to be the day, you know. I mean, you look at some of the blast fixtures in the county game. Friday nights are the ones where everyone wants to go and be entertained.
Yeah, I suppose Sunday means Monday back at work. Jason Roy is turning this one to short fine leg. Can't beat Arian Dutt on this occasion. And there's no run.
And we're forgetting it's Father's Day as well. Most people have got other plans.
It's true.
Not many people will get away with going to the cricket on Father's Day.
Not many people get away with having to work on the cricket on Father's Day.
To be fair, I didn't know it was Father's Day until probably I got up this morning to come here.
Is that a coded message to your lads saying, where was the card then?
Yeah, I had no idea.
My wife told me last night.
It's not easy.
I had no idea. Every day is Father's Day.
Absolutely. Best job in the world, fathers. Kingma in. Jason Roy turning on to the leg side. Singed as well, though, at mid-wicket to deny that for going runs. 29 without loss it remains.
Good bit of fielding there from Singh. Diving full stretch to his right. Well timed from Jason Roy off the back foot. Just punching it. Timing it so well. Great bit of fielding.
Picked it up cleanly as well, one-handed. Yeah, it's noticeable that the crowd are all in jumpers and coats today, whether they were in T-shirts on Friday. It is noticeably cooler, as most of the UK has discovered in the last 24 hours or so. Did Kingma for the final ball of the over. Oh, Jason Roy's walking across his stumps. Gets it past Dutt at short fine leg, and it's away for 4. End of the 4th over, England 33 without loss, and they're trying to make 236, so it's only just over 200 more runs to win this game. 41 overs, remember.
Well, guess what? Last ball of the over again. Another boundary. Yeah, good play from Jason Roy. Hard to bowl at. Saw him step across his stumps, tried to bowl straight, but it's then an easy shot off his legs, and again, just beats the fielder by what? Half a yard, but you're not stopping it. They hit the ball so hard.
Yeah, Kingma was giving Arian Dutt a right volley about why didn't you stop that. Well, the reason is, Vivian, it was travelling at a fair old rate of knots. If it doesn't go straight at you, you're not stopping that.
Yeah, it's called timing. Give the batsman some credit now and again. We don't like to do that. Well, we do. They get too much credit at times, but...
Van Beek to start the new over, and Salt plays a lovely, lovely on try. Deleda will get around and stop that from going for 4, but Phil Salt, he's only faced now 4 deliveries compared to Jason Roy's 21, so Phil Salt has had to make do with some scraps, but geez, he played that shot well.
Well, he should be in form. Got a nice 100 last time out, Macca. It's not like he's struggling for form.
He waits for Van Beek and plays a crunching off drive. Van Beek gets something on that, sticks out a left hand and takes enough of it, and there's no run once again. That could have easily been back-to-back boundaries to start this over for Van Beek, because Phil Salt has timed those pretty well. As it is, they both go down in the scorebook as 2 dot balls. Jerusalem rings around Amstelveen as Van Beek takes Salt on the pad. It's gone a long, long way down the leg side. England don't take a leg by, so that's 3 balls of the over gone and no run scored.
Yeah, something's going to happen soon. 3 dot balls. There's not been many of them from the Netherlands in these last 2 one-day internationals. Well, the crowd are enjoying themselves. They brought a football into a cricket match. Young kid, give him a cricket ball and a bat. Don't be giving him a football.
Van Beek goes in. Phil Salt punching off the back foot only finds Deleda at mid-on, no run. Now, they didn't bowl a maiden in Friday's game. They're 2 balls away from bowling a maiden here, the Netherlands. I know it's only a small thing, but just little things like that against this England side, it's at least something they can take away.
He's 2 balls away from a maiden yet. And don't forget that last ball is the worry one.
Well, it would be the greatest of great escapes if the Netherlands come away with a win out of this one. It would be truly spectacular. I think we've officially reached beer o'clock. Van Beek goes in for the 5th ball. It won't be a maiden because Salt will turn this through mid-wicket. King was the man coming off the boundary, and it will be a single. So 34 without loss. Third over for Van Beek, 0 for 18.
And the beer snake, it's started, it's building. Oh, it's...
Yeah, they'll have a good old go at that one by the end of the day. It's always a bit of a worry when the crowd decide to start entertaining themselves, that the cricket isn't entertaining enough for them. Van Beek is outside the off stump. Jason Roy allows this to go past. Thought about uppercutting it, doesn't, allows it through to the keeper, and there's no run. So 5 overs gone. England 34 without loss, so it is another 202 runs to win this second one-day international and therefore take the series here on talkSPORT.
What's your thoughts on a bit of a trumpet, Macca? You like the trumpet?
Absolutely.
Creates an atmosphere, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Still banned from the odd ground in the UK, aren't they?
Yes. Well, a lot of things got banned in grounds in the UK.
Oh, look at it, it's building, Macca.
Beer snake's definitely building.
If you add up, just on that beer snake, how much money has been spent there?
Well, you see,
Quite
that's
a few
why,
quid.
Darren, that's why it was so important for these games to happen, because the Netherlands Cricket Board will probably make more money today than they will the rest of the season put together with a couple of these one-day internationals through the beer sales. Right, Tim Pringle is into the attack to bowl his left arm spin, and he's around the wicket. Well, that's a quickish ball that's shortish. He's tried to dart it in. It's hit hard into the offside. Van Beek does well to field as Salt hammers it into the cover region.
He'll be a little bit nervous as well. Got naught with the bat, 2 deliveries, got done by the googly of Rashid.
Pringle goes in. Again, it's driven into the pitch. Salt's coming down the wicket, hits him to long on where Vikramjit Singh is, and they take the single. 35 for those. I can't find him having played a first-class game of cricket. By that I mean a list day or a 4-day game. I mean, he's 19 years of age. All I could find, he was playing for a New Zealand 11 against Netherlands back in March. I mean, he's obviously someone that they've identified and pulled in, but I can't find him having played much representative cricket. So this is a real step up. Jason Roy and Phil Salt running at you, trying to smash you to all parts.
Yeah, test the character.
Towards the thigh pad of Jason Roy. Oh, well fielded. Short, fine leg. And that is Viv Kingmark, who's diving away to his right-hand side to mean it is just a single. 36 without loss.
Well, he's definitely firing it in. There's not much air going on. Left arm spin.
That one is in towards the leg stump of Salt. Turned on the onside. They run 1. O'Dowd's after that. And that is all it will be. Single taken. 37 without loss. So it's under 200 for England. 199 to win from here. Around the wicket he goes. Fired in towards leg stump. Jason Roy turns it to short fine leg, and they will take a single. 38 without loss. Roy goes to 32 from 24 balls. Phil Salt's got 6 from 11, and he will face the last ball of this over from Pringle. Around the wicket he goes. Salt will just gently push to long on and will take a comfortable single. Ends the over. 39 gone. 6 overs bowled out of the 41 that England have to try to make this 236 for victory. 39 without loss they are. Jason Roy 32, Phil Salt 7. Goughy, some more thoughts from you, and then Manners will pick up the ball by 4.
A decent start from Pringle. Obviously would have been a little bit nervous. No runs with a bat. Had a bit of a laugh with some of the crowd earlier, relaxed him a little bit. But coming on to bowl to two players that look important to me. Salt with a fine 100 in first ODI, and Jason Roy started this one day international on fire. So he comes in, he went for 5, but it was a good over, good start to international cricket. So the atmosphere is building.
Logan van Beek begins his 4th over. That's driven uppishly in the over the top of cover. It won't reach the boundary. It'll be intercepted by Pringle, sweeping on the cover boundary. Former Netherlands captain Peter Boren is with us as well. 235 for 7, Peter. I described it as more than respectable, given the pounding that Netherlands took on Friday. Did you think that was a satisfactory score?
Not really.
Well, I think they would have been a bit disappointed. Obviously, Scott Edwards batted well. I thought they were a little bit not proactive enough in the power play. The 8 overs went for about 34, I think.
And Beek in once again, and he waits for this one, does Jason Roy. Punches it to Bas de Leerde at mid-arm. I guess being 35 for 3, I thought it was a good recovery, but then, yeah, they were actually poised for a bit more than that, weren't they?
Well, perhaps, yeah. I think that run out of Edwards from Willie, that probably cost him a few. He was going really well, and Van Beek struggled a bit at the death with his hitting.
Here's Van Beek with the ball. Short pulled by Jason Roy out to deep square leg, and they go through for a single. It seemed to me that he was just really keen to make sure they batted out their 41 overs for when he came to the crease.
Strike with the ball, as we saw on a couple of occasions, but not sure. Playing a few reverse paddles, he just sort of struggled, didn't he? He get bat on ball for a while, 3 off 18. He got away, he got a couple away in the end, and Snater gave a little bit of momentum right at the death. But yeah, I think just below par.
Short and wide and cut powerfully to backward point where Snater fields by Phil Salt. Salt's only faced 14 balls. Jason Roy has faced 26 for his 33. Phil Salt 8 off 14. England 41 without loss. Their target is 236. It'll be interesting to see how, if they have a sort of a nominal target in which to try and chase the runs down. Here is Van Beek once again, and Phil Salt slap drives this into the ground and then out to the cover sweeper. Pringle does the tidying up. We're coming towards the end of the 7th over out of 41. Netherlands 235 for 7 with an excellent top score of 78 from Scott Edwards, and as Peter Boren just said, it was I mean he was 22 runs short of 100 with 30 odd balls remaining, 6 overs remaining. Well, that's good delivery from Logan van Beek, wider of the crease, and that's gone between bat and pad into the gloves of keeper Scott Edwards. A throw from the deep from David Willey just caught Edwards centimetres short of his ground as he put a desperate dive in. That's good delivery from Logan Beek, and he has bowled, and he bowled some excellent deliveries and overs, none better than the 49th on Friday of England's innings when they made 498. The 49th over went for just 7 runs. Jared Kimber alongside me tweeted that he bowled probably the best over of the innings, and nobody would remember it, and there was a torrent of replies from people who said they would remember it. Short and wide and cut, slapped, slapped actually, back foot slapped through extra cover for 4 runs. One of those replies came from Logan van Beek himself. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see he tweeted me.
Yeah, well, he replied to your tweet. You said Logan van Beek will be remembered or not remembered as the man who denied England from becoming the first team to score 500. And Logan van Beek was one of the replies, and he just sort of put clappy hands and a thank you. Did you not see that? As Tim Pringle is in with his left arm spin once again. It's driven powerfully down the ground, very powerfully by Phil Salt for a single.
There's a lot of people going, well, actually, I will remember it. I was like, well, that's why I put the tweet out, everyone, so that we were talking about it. But yeah, no, that's very cool. I've been I'm so busy with TalkSport, looking up fun facts about the fact that Chris Pringle once played for the Netherlands, and none of us knew that. Did you know he did that?
No, I didn't.
Played against Surrey.
He
in
played
the
for the Netherlands. Chris Pringle, Tim's dad.
Yep.
So he's played all his career for New Zealand, and he played for the Netherlands as well. That was turned away by Jason Roy out towards mid-wicket, I think off the pad. He played for the Netherlands after he finished playing for New Zealand.
Yeah, so he played a lot of cricket in Netherlands. It might have been before Boren's time, but Peter might remember him as well. But
here's Pringle in the left arm spin version rather than the right arm fast medium version. His father Chris.
Yeah, and then popped in for one game against Surrey. You didn't play Tudes, don't worry.
No, I was going to ask what was his figures.
Actually, Peter Boren's still with us. We'll ask him about the Pringle-Dutch connection. He may not know the answer. We haven't prepped him, so he
12 overs, none for 41. Did okay. It's a decent Surrey lineup in '96 too.
8th over coming to an end. End of the first power play, and it's driven off the back foot by Jason Roy for a single down towards long on, and that takes Jason Roy up to 34, and Phil Salt on 14. Peter Boren, you know most things about Netherlands cricket from the last couple of decades. The Pringle family connection with the Netherlands, or are you going to draw a blank?
Well, I think Tim. Not sure, he might have been born here, but Chris was certainly here for a long time. Dominated the top class. Was obviously a wonderful, particularly white ball bowler for New Zealand. But over here, he played years for HSA and also for VRA, which is the host club for this series, Chris, and took a lot of wickets particularly at HSA on the coconut matting, which is what they used to play on there. And he was tough to get away. A lot of different slower balls. But I'm not sure whether Tim was born here or not. I presume he may well have been.
Coconut matting is different to other kinds of matting. How? Better for seamers, better for spinners? Take us through it.
More grip?
Well, there's a lot of bounce off the length. And also turn. So generally the coconut matting grounds are football grounds though, so very short square boundaries, but Chris Pringle certainly did well on them.
Here's Shane Snater into the attack for the first time. Immediately drops short and is pulled away with some vigour by Phil Salt to deep mid-wicket. And scamper through for a couple of runs. Coconut matting, like many natural substances, may well have been replaced by artificial substances. But people wondering why it's called coconut matting? It was made with the plaited husks of actual coconuts, and may well still be, but it...
This is the most Neil Manthorpe conversation I've ever been in.
People might be wondering what's it called coconut matting for. That's driven by Phil Salt on the up against Shane Snater down towards long on.
Before he starts telling us where the coconut trees have to be made and all this sort of stuff, I was just going to add, I think you may have said the other day, Manners, that Phil Salt had a little bit of a baseball backlift. Was it you the other day that was talking about that? No, it was Macca. Macca's run down with his hand up. The Guildford Mavericks baseball team have been in touch to let us know that Phil Salt actually played a couple of years of baseball, and so they had an American coach at the time who actually thought he had a future in the sport. Obviously, he could hit him all right, but he also had a very powerful arm. So there you go. Just fun facts about the Pringles, about the Salts.
That's short and wide slower ball from Snater, slapped by Jason Roy straight to the fielder at extra cover. The Guildford Mavericks, you say?
Yes. You would have seen a few of their games.
What division are they in?
They're in the
English
baseball division of England. Also, Mac is saying I should have said salted Pringles, not Pringles salt. But,
that's why Macca does what he does.
Other snacks are available. That short, wide cut past backward point, and Nidamanuru couldn't do anything about that. He's a short third, actually, and backward point and a short third, and it was cut between the two of them. Nice delayed cut. Slower little off-cutter from Shane Snater. He does enjoy a slower ball, does Shane Snater, but so does Jason Roy when he picks it up early.
It's not very common in the UK to play cricket and baseball, but it was very common in Australia back in the day. The Chappells, Alan Border, a lot of them played both.
Here is Snater once again, and a rare pace on delivery. It's punched by Jason Roy up towards mid-off.
Of recent times, was it Ed Smith tried to have a professional career in baseball, and who was the West Indian player?
I know Ian Pont, as a pitcher, went out there because he had a ridiculously strong arm, but then went out there and found out that there's a lot of people that also have a very strong arm. It was like, over here he was special, over there not so much.
Lovely contest this, Snater to Roy. Cousins, remember. And that's pushed by Roy up towards mid-wicket. Now, in the first game on Friday, Shane Snater bowled his cousin for a single, and England were 2 for 1. Jason Roy bowled by his cousin. Their mothers are sisters from the Southern Africa connection. Jason Roy, of course, born and grew up for his early years in Durban, whereas Shane Snater grew up in Harare in Zimbabwe. So first cousins, and Jason Roy looks steely-eyed with determination to take retribution for that dismissal on Friday.
Yeah, that would have been a discussion around a dinner table, wouldn't it? He's not allow that to happen twice in 2 days, so he's being very watchful, very mindful. Obviously he's got a score on the board at the moment, 37. But I've known Jace for a long while. He was a young man when I was at the back end of my career, and he's got that steel in his eyes. He missed out obviously the other day on Friday. Wants to score a big one here.
I have to say, there are many things to enjoy about the VRA ground, and you've got another one now. ABBA playing on the PA system. ABBA right back in it. Judes, they're right back. In fact, there's the virtual world tour going on at the moment, isn't there? That's flicked away out towards deep square leg, and that's 4, brings up. Well, it takes Phil Salt into the 20s. 21 from 20 balls, Jason Roy. 37 off 35. And I say flicked away. I mean, he was down in position to play the slog sweep, and it was just a little bit too short. So, in the end, he's just flicked the wrists and got it away behind square on the leg side. It's a very clever piece of improvisation.
Yeah, it is, Manners, and there's no man out there, so it's a safe shot. And it's a boundary off the first ball. Always dangerous for a bowler.
Tim Pringle again. Oh, down the wicket comes Salt. Turns it into a full toss. Smashes it. What a fantastic piece of fielding that is from Tom Cooper. The 35-year-old had to move very quickly and quite some distance, and just managed to dive and get his right hand to it, and has just palmed it back in the field of play. But he's definitely saved a couple of runs there as Tom Cooper. That's excellent fielding.
Yeah, say 3. Only got a single.
Was 2, yeah. Oh, a tiny bit of width outside the off stump, and it's just flicked away behind square on the offside by Jason Roy, and Tim Pringle will be thinking, that didn't deserve that. There's nothing greatly amiss about that delivery. Just the tiniest bit of width.
Yeah.
Well, hardly even width.
I think sort of the length, line, obviously. Pushed that one through. Phil Salt dancing down a wicket, ball before. So he's just pushed that one through, Jason Roy. Too good for him. Quick hands. Good shot.
Jason Roy into the 40s now, 41. He's driven this one firmly in the air, and just past the bowler, Tim Pringle's outstretched left hand, and it's Tom Cooper who once again does the gathering and throws it in himself this time from long off. England are galloping along here. You sort of get the impression they're not even trying to score quickly, but they are. Going at better than a runner ball, 65 without loss. This one is a dot ball, however, as it's pushed to Logan van Beek, extra cover. 9.5 overs gone. Target is 236, and England have made a very, very solid and largely untroubled start, or I might say completely untroubled start. And but they just look like they're not out of third gear, and they're still scoring at better than a runner ball. 10 overs gone, 66 without losses, a single down to long off to complete the over. Jason Roy on 44, Phil Salt on 22.
Yeah, it's a good opening stand, as you rightly say. Jason Roy is looking dangerous, 44 of 39. Phil Salt 22 from 21 balls. Just 12 runs, that last Pringle over. As you say, just sort of in third gear at the moment. Nothing flamboyant, just going about their business really, really well.
Peter Burren, the sense of occasion was much delayed, 2 hours 45 minutes before the game finally got underway, but is it living up to expectations for you?
Well, they're warming up. It's not quite like Friday, but yeah, they're starting to warm into their work, the crowd. They might be a bit tired, they've been here for a few days, but yeah, great atmosphere. This is a beautiful club. I mean, I'm a bit biased, but when it's all like this, it's unbelievable. It's been a great couple of days.
Come back to you on that point. Shane Snater begins a new over, and for the third time, Jason Roy plays that late slap cut through backward point, and it's down to the boundary for 4 more runs. So many people have worked so tirelessly for hopefully lots of thanks, but very often they don't get sufficient thanks to make this weekend the occasion it seems to have been.
This is not a stadium, well, it's just a club ground, but if you look at it, they've done a magnificent job, and I think probably the standout is actually the wicket itself. Really a flat wicket. Might not be ideal for Holland actually, but really good batting track.
Snater in, he's bowling lots of slower ball cutters at the moment, and there's another one. Jason Roy tries to find the short third man boundary again, but this time picks out the fielder. I was half expecting something low and slow, purely because that's the only kind of surface that England have had a few problems on in recent years. When something's been really low and slow and they've tried to force the pace as they like to do, they've occasionally lost early wickets, and the few games they've lost have generally been on low, slow pitches. It doesn't make for attractive viewing. That one is run down to third man for another single by Jason Roy, and moves on to 49. But the wickets have been pretty good, haven't they, for the first 2 games?
Well, pretty good. They're belters. I mean, it's the same track. It's an absolute belter, and yeah, of course, if the Dutch had their way, the Dutch team that is, and I'm not sure you'd be playing this England white ball team on a belter.
Quite right. Here's Snater once again, short and slapped away through extra cover, and Phil Salt picks up another couple of runs. How manipulable is the pitch at the VRA ground? I mean, some pitches you can do whatever you like. You can make them bouncy and quick and slow and low. Does this have a character that's quite difficult to change?
No, I think I've played on all sorts here. Green seamers, slow and low, definitely. Oh.
Snater with a slower ball again, and Salt has gone after it. He slapped it out towards the cover sweeper, and unfortunately he couldn't get to it in time. It's just fallen short of Buzz de Leerde running in from the cover boundary, and Logan van Beek was running back from cover. Sort of fell between the two of them. Logan van Beek indicates that he didn't hear the call from Buzz de Leerde, but that was a good slower ball from Snater. In fact, that's all he's bowling at the moment. I think he's bowled 2 pace-on deliveries. Everything else has been little off-cutters from Shane Snater, who has shaved his beard off, by the way, for those of you who are interested, between games. Here is Snater again, and this one is mowed out towards deep mid-wicket Viv Kingma, and deep square leg, and they take another single. 11 overs gone, England 76 without loss. Peter Saylor spoke to us before the series began, Peter Burren, and he said, if the Netherlands try to stand toe-to-toe with England, they will absolutely definitely lose. They'll have to try and do something special, something different, play some brave cricket, maybe form some kind of ambush plan, but just opportunity hasn't presented itself in the first 2 games.
No, I think while batting first today, it probably presented itself a little bit. The wicket was still good. I think if they say they want to be brave, yeah, they batted okay today, and they got it. What was it's an okay score, but that's not. I'm not sure if those actions are following those words in terms of that, because I think they should have aimed pretty high, a bit higher than that. And if you fall short, you fall short, but 235 is not enough. So if we talk about being brave, it's really easy to say that. I think, as associates, we always talk about that, but when you actually get out there, you've got to try and do it. And particularly the batting and the power play from the Dutch didn't really show that brave side.
Now Baz de Leerder's into the attack with his quick right arm over the wicket, flicked out towards mid-wicket. O'Dowd fields. Peter, the Dutch power play with the bat is, I strongly get the sense that that you found that a little bit frustrating. They weren't brave enough.
Well, I think they weren't very proactive, were they? So sort of waiting for bad balls, and they didn't get a lot of them. But that's it. The English bowlers, Topley and Woolley, they didn't have to really change anything. There was no real movement in the crease or deep in the crease or shuffling across to the offside or the leg side, and so they just ran in a bowled line and length, and when it was line and length it got defended. And if you talk about being brave, then it's a good pitch, and I think just would have liked to see them be a bit more proactive. And it's 41 over game. They basically almost had to go hard for 41 overs and try and get that 280, 290 to give themselves any chance. I was a little bit disappointed in that. They've actually played Rashid pretty well during this series, which is a bonus. But against the West Indies, they had excellent power plays, the Netherlands, and then struggled through the middle. This is a little bit the opposite.
Is it not also? But we've got a break and play here, by the way, because we've often spoken about the last 5 games. We've spoken about Baz de Leerder being quicker than he looks, and he's just bowled a very full, sort of almost Yorker-length delivery, and I think it's broken Phil Salt's bat, so he's having to get a replacement. But is it not also symptomatic of the associates when playing the big teams, if I can call them that, that fear of failure kicks in? Peter, we talk about the desire to be brave and positive, but in the back of your mind on a huge occasion like this, again, I don't know what the crowd is, 7,000 on Friday, and it's not far short of that again today, if not more the same. Does the fear sort of come into your mind, thinking, well, if we're too brave, we could get bowled out for 140?
Yeah, I suppose you've just got to sort of let that go, don't you? Because it's your only chance, and actually that's, as I say, talking about being brave and then sort of going into your shell because you're thinking, oh my God, we don't want to be embarrassed here. Those are the chances you've got to take. I had plenty of times in my career where we sort of looked like we made fools of ourselves, but then you also give yourself the opportunity to do something special, don't you?
Here's Baz de Leerder, and that's pushed firmly down the ground towards long on. Many thanks to Peter Byron. Thanks for your time, Peter. I know you need to jump into the commentary box next door to carry on your TV work, but lovely to have your insights, and thank you for sharing your experience of Dutch cricket with us. Jason Roy really does look determined. I mean, it became almost comical that having got out for a single in the second over of England's first innings, that is flashed away, short and wide outside the off stump, flashed away by Jason Roy for a single to third man to bring up his 50. 50 from just 43 balls, and England are 78 without loss. On Friday, Jason Roy out for a single in the second over. He then misfielded a couple. He dropped a very, very difficult chance, and it became almost comical that, through no lack of effort, he couldn't do anything right. And he's going to make up for that now. Oh, this one steered to backward point, and excellent fielding from, I don't work out who that is at backward point, but he's just sensed that Phil Salt was setting off for a single. It's Logan van Beek, and he had a shy at the stumps, and Phil Salt very quickly having to recover his ground and ground his bat, but the throw hit the stumps just for a second. Thought about running some overthrows, but all is well in the end. All returns to calm and normal. Jason Roy, 50 not out from 43 balls, and this one hits him on the thigh pad above the height of off stump. There's a polite inquiry for LBW from Baz de Leerder. Not out, says umpire Paul Rifle. Scramble through for a leg by. Jason Roy remains on 50, and England are 80 without loss, and their target in the game reduced to 41 overs of 236 is looking very, very well within their As such, at the moment they could win with many overs to spare if they keep on at this rate, and they're not going to keep on at this rate. They're probably going to accelerate. Short and wide and slap cut behind point for 4 more. Do you know, I just keep getting this sense that the Dutch bowlers, and it's a young and largely inexperienced attack, not their full strength attack by any means. I just get the sense that they are continually surprised, were on Friday and have continued to be today, how deliveries that ordinarily would be perfectly fine are being hit for 4. And they're sort of thinking, how's that happening again and again?
Yeah, it happens when you step up to the highest level. As you said, your margin for error is minimal. You've got 2 young batters in who like to hit the ball to the boundary on a regular occurrence, and as you said, Manners, there wasn't too much wrong with that ball, just a little bit of width.
Shane Snater continues in the attack, and this one is punched by Jason Roy up towards mid-on. I guess it happens to all of you. I mean, you've all taken various steps up. Yeah. I would imagine that when you played international cricket for the first time, you thought, hello.
Yeah, it was just, you go through school cricket and, you're playing county level, and then when you get into the first class stage, obviously things get a lot harder, because when you were able to bully batsmen, you can't do that so much because these guys are used to it because there was an array of fast bowlers around. So you have to come with different skills and different ways to get wickets, and these guys are now learning that.
Snater in once again, another off-cutter, punched off the back foot to the cover sweeper. Tim Pringle tidies up. Why is Snater bowling 5 out of 6 slow off-cutters?
I'm not too sure. I don't know if he knows. I think he's just trying to mix it up, but you can overdo it and then the batsman tends to pick it, and it just tends to be skidding on a little bit. I mean, it's a very good wicket, just run in and hit length hard. Sometimes as bowlers you can overthink it. Just keep to the basics.
Snater in again. Oh, that's leg stump, half volley, flicked away out towards the deep square leg boundary. It'll just be intercepted by Vivian Kingma, but again, it definitely wasn't a full pace delivery. But it was leg stump. It was right there. Strangely enough, Phil Salt has just flicked it rather than if he'd given that the full swing. That's halfway to Rotterdam.
Would have got on one of your planes, wouldn't it?
There we go, Shane Snater. Full pace delivery, seam up and full and straight. Absolutely no movement through the air or off the pitch. Pushed straight back to the bowler. 87 without loss, England.
I think the one thing they've got to learn is, as you said, you've got to trust your process, and at the moment they just seem to be bowling every ball there's something different. As I said, go back and bowl your best delivery, hit length. It's a good wicket, just don't give the batsman room and hit length.
Here's Snater once again, and this again is pace off delivery, pushed away by Salt up towards mid-on. Vikramjit Singh does the fielding. Maybe Shane Snater's view of playing brave cricket is to bowl a whole bag of pick and mix, lucky dip, and just,
I think you can overdo it though. You can overthink it, and I just think against good players over a while they're going to pick it. It's not like it's well disguised.
It's quite clear at this point. The regular ball would be the one that's disguised.
Shane Snater in once again to complete the 13th over of the innings, and it's again back of a length, pulled away out towards square leg, and they go through for a single. Yeah, at the moment the surprise delivery is the orthodox hit the top of off stump delivery at regular pace. 13 overs gone. England need 236 to win, and they're trying to say that they're galloping along, but they're not really, because they're scoring at 7 and over, but it just feels like a trot
compared to the other night.
Here's John Norman after another word from Jared Kimber.
Snater bowls in swingers, and usually at this time of the game he would be swinging it in. It's possible he's just trying to manufacture that with some off-cutting deliveries. That's my defence of the mini slow ball.
No point. Because the ball is not going off the gun barrel straight. Maybe, as you said, Charlie, just trying to impact that somehow by just rolling his fingers over it. But
I mean, they haven't really moved off the pitch. Even
no, it hasn't. It's moved onto the middle of their bat.
89 without loss, 13 overs in, 41 overs per side. We have an inflatable on the outfield. Where's Jofra Archer when you need him to come over and punch it into the crowd?
The England batsmen are seeing it at large, Johnny, is what they're doing.
Yeah. That's no inflatable. That's the cricket ball if you're Jason Roy, I think. He's got a point to prove, isn't he? Well, the kid wants the inflatable back, but the security is saying no, but I think the kid's going to pinch it anyway. The leader is in, and Jason Roy defends 52 from 48 deliveries. Saul 36 from 31.
Oh, no, she's coming back. No, you get back over there, young man.
He's halfway over the fence.
That's brilliant.
And now he's just walking away casually like it wasn't him.
Yeah, you talk about it wasn't me. Get the Shaggy song on. That should be the next song in the interval.
Look, he's going back for another go, that little one. Look at him. He's got brains and bravery as well. Deleda in good length, and the wrists from Roy. Turn a straight delivery into the leg side. He adds a single to his score. 53 now for a man who no doubt sat there for the best part of 49 overs on Friday, watching everybody else make hay and deciding, when I get my next go out there, I'm going to make it count. Especially as it's his 100th ODI. Oh, security's back. She's getting serious. She's speaking into the walkie-talkie now. Delayed it in. Touch fuller and cut away by Salt. Good looking shot for one. Reminds me of myself and Alan Brazil and Dominic Cork. It was the Commonwealth Games, I think. It was in Glasgow. We were up there for the breakfast show. We were trying to get into a park in Glasgow. Olympic Park, maybe. I can't quite remember. 5:45 in the morning. And essentially there was two exits or entrances in at that time. Obviously it's not open to the public. As delayed short delivery, Roy helps it up and over, a couple of bounces, 4 down to fine leg. No pace whatsoever in that delivery. Roy really could have picked his spot. He moves to 57. So it's the breakfast show. Day before, we'd been to the park, set everything up, everything worked. Okay, we're okay to get back. We were in, we were out, there wasn't a problem, but the cab driver in the morning dropped us off at exit or entrance A rather than entrance B. Entrance B, it was just stewards. Okay? Fault down the leg side. Roy advances. If he stayed where he was, that would have gone for wide. As it was, it just cannons off the pad, no run. 95 without loss. The inflatable's back in the crowd. So common sense has prevailed. So there's me and Alan and Corky. It's about 5:30 in the morning. We go to the wrong entrance. And it's not stewards, it's policemen. 4 of them. And they're not in the mood to let us in. So I'm the producer and I'm trying to argue the reason, the case for the fact. And essentially one of the coppers did as that steward did. Got the old walkie-talkie. Last ball of Delade's second over, and he strikes Roy on the pads. Again, looks a tad frustrated. There was a simple single to the leg side, not taken. 95 without loss. 14 overs in. England chasing 236 here on talkSPORT. So essentially, it's all getting heated. Alan and Corky do not care because they're getting their match fee whether we get in or not. In fact, Alan was as happy then as he was to be for the rest of the show. I'm having to call back to the studio. Mike Graham was doing overnights. He's now on Talk TV, of course. He's going to have to stay on longer. You know, the bosses are going to be on my case because the breakfast show's not happening. So I'm getting stressed with the police officer, who then stops me and tells me I'm going to have to escalate this to Bronze Commander. To this day, I don't know what that means. Who Bronze Commander is, or is that just a kind of, you know, when you're at a platform at a station and something comes out on the tannoy, can security please attend platform 2? We have a Bronze Commander situation.
I'm sure someone out there can tell us what that is.
Bronze Commander. Either way, gets on his walkie-talkie. Basically saying, I can't do anything until my boss wakes up. I'm like, well, when's that going to be? Meanwhile, Alan is just loving it. We eventually get in. Do you know how? We just left them to it and walked to entrance A, walked past the stewards, and in we went.
Lovely.
The ball went back on the field. The next security guard just put it straight down. The ball was gone.
Okay, first ball for Dutt, who is in, and full delivery there. The off spinner bowling his first ball in the match. And I suppose a little reminder, the talkSPORT breakfast does return at 6 a.m. tomorrow. No Alan Brazil, unfortunately. Natalie Sawyer is in for Laura Woods, joined by Ali McCoist.
No Dominic Cork either.
No Dominic Cork, who's, well, unless he's going to get back from Amsterdam. And Jamie O'Hara. Oh, Harmy's going to be one of the guests, though. So there you go. Ali McCoist was at the Oval the other week with Sam Ellard. But this is, fired in, really. You can see Roy advancing down the track, fires a ball in, and no run, 96 without loss.
His life has changed after the last couple of years. Old Sam Ellard, isn't it?
Well, no, I think he always hung out with famous people. It's just now.
Are you referring to yourself there, Jared? Little bit more flight this time by Dutt. I'm not sure I'll do that again because Roy just leans back and caresses this through the covers. He moves to 61, another 4 to the score. The 100 up for England inside the 15th over. Super Sam, he's known as now. Do you know, I've heard him on the phone ringing up guests or ringing up people, and he's going, "Hi, Super Sam here."
Do you know, the one thing for me is it's important to get famous because I have so many untold stories that I will be able to cash in on.
Well, the one involving the cow is never ever going to be bettered. A little bit more flight this time by Dutt, bowling wicket to wicket. Roy punches the ball into the offside. Do you know that story, Cheese?
I do not, but now that you started it, you can't then say, "Oh, I can't tell that story." You're going to have to tell it.
It is a ridiculous story. 100 without loss. Tossed up and deposited by Jason Roy. Well, has he got hold of it? Boy, just pops into the outfield over the advertising hoarding. Certainly got the height, was unsure about the distance. But 6 more to the score. 11 from 5 deliveries. And Jason Roy wants to get off the field, and so he can hear the Super Sam story involving the cow and the tuk-tuk.
We're in Sri Lanka, and we missed the team bus back to the hotel, so we had to get a tuk-tuk. Fine. And it was in Kandy, so everyone was coming back from the ground on those mountain roads. You've been on them, Tudes. They wind all their way up. And our tuk-tuk driver was going on the footpath, through the traffic, underneath trucks, any way he could to get further in.
Point moves back to the boundary, as does that long off, but the ball isn't directed there. It's a little short. Roy swivels, pulls. Good fielding on the mid-wicket boundary, running around from deep square leg. So just the 2 there. Roy moves to 69. The score at the end of the 15th over here on talkSPORT England, 108 without loss.
And as we go around a bus at high speed in the tuk-tuk, there's a bunch of cows there, and I thought to myself, these cows are actually fairly close to us. I hope the driver knows what he's doing. And just as I thought that, Tudes, a male cow tried to meet a female cow in a biblical sense, jumped on it. Female cow, having none of that, decided to sprint directly at our tuk-tuk. We've got trucks and buses on the other side, and it's us, and it must have missed Allard by... I mean, you could smell the cow. I don't know how close it was, but it was maybe 5-10 centimetres away. Like, it went that close. The driver gave a whelp because he thought he was done.
Short delivery from Delado. Will that be given as a wide? No. Yes. Paul Rifle has a think about it and suggests it's a little bit too high, so that'll have to be bowled again. 109 without loss.
And we worked out it must have been over 2 tons of because the other one was the male was still pushing from behind you because it was still trying to get stuff happening, and it was absolutely incredible. Poor Allard went at the whitest I've ever seen him.
Delayed again. Oh, well, that's unfortunate for the bowler. Fired in full by Delada. Salt was too soon on the drive. A thick outside edge. Would have gone straight to first slip, but of course at 110 without loss, there is no slip, and comes back for the second.
But of course, to make it all worse, he was man-spreading in the back of the tuk-tuk with his legs outside. He kind of brought it on himself at a certain point.
The thing with that story is, and what flashed through my mind, shortly afterwards, when Jared arrived back at the hostel, speaking at 1,000,000 miles an hour, length delivery, and pulled straight past mid-on, and that's all the way to the boundary. Salt, who didn't see much of the strike at the start of his innings, is starting to catch Roy up now. 44 from 35. There's another boundary to the score. A straight pull, and England are closing in on the target before Gough gets involved. So I'm sitting back at the team base. Jarrah comes back almost in hysterics, not in a laughing hysterics, more of a Sam Ellard nearly came a proper cropper. Short again and cut away from Salt. That was almost tennis ball bounce style. Had plenty of time to get the shot away and comes back for a second. 117 without loss. But what went through my mind as essentially the person that was notionally in control of that group was that if the worst had befallen Super Sam, it would have been down to me to have to explain to his mum how it had come to pass that he had left England for Sri Lanka but hadn't come back. She was on the breakfast show last week as well. Yeah. 4 away for a 50 is Salt, and he cuts inside edges down into the ground and away through vacant third. Fielder up inside the circle, and he will reach 50. So 100 on Friday, 50 on Sunday, and the score is rattling along. 2 balls left of the 16th. England 121 without loss. Goughy's with us.
Hello. It's only going to get quicker now, isn't it? The steam train is going. Roy and Salt, magnificent to watch. Some great shots. They've just no answers, this Netherlands side, against a confident England team with a point to prove. So many players playing for the opportunity to get into this 50-over side when everyone's available. And creating competition can create greatness. And there's so many players. We talked earlier before start of play, but I could write 40 down without even taking a breath. I really could. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. The quality players we've got in this format, even though we don't play anymore.
Well, there's the thing, isn't it? We don't play a lot of 50-over cricket. It's a domestic tournament that's been pushed way beyond the fringes of the tournament, of the season.
It's a second team. It's a second team game. So the Royal London Trophy is a great trophy for the guys. Last year, some of the young players had some terrific opportunities to express their talent, and I think it's done a lot of them some good, especially at Yorkshire. Well, we got an intruder on the pitch.
We've got a little bit of a hold up. I'm sure you can hear the crowd cheering him or her on. There's a shade of Glenn Maxwell about Phil Salt, by the way. Is it just me?
Yeah,
he looks a bit like Maxwell,
bit.
doesn't he? Actually, Maxwell might be playing today on Australia playing Sri Lanka. I tell you what, it's a mark of this team, Goughy, just furthering on from your point. 3 overs ago, I came onto comms, 2 overs ago, actually, and Neil Manthorpe was saying that England weren't quite going as fast as they could do. Languid cover drive from Salt on the move. Will take a single up to deep mid-off. He moves to 51. Roy 69. A reminder, 122 without loss. We're in the 16th over. So they might not be throwing everything at the Netherlands like we saw on Friday, but still going at a lick.
Yeah, 7.71 and over is not a bad run rate to have in a 50-over game. A pretty good total at the end of it if you carry on at that rate, but they're only chasing 236.
Full slow delivery from Deleda, and an expensive over comes to an end. 2 boundaries in it. 8 runs, 13 runs plus a wide. So Deleda's 3 overs have been expensive. 0 for 27. And it's difficult to know really what Netherlands can do from here. You know, to just make a match of it, they needed a couple of early ones, didn't they? Just to slow the run rate as much as anything, and that just has not happened, hasn't looked like happening. And sort of relatively slow start, but now he's matching at Roy, and is actually probably going at a better strike rate as well, both in the 50s. The race to 100 is on.
Well, it is, and at the end of it, it doesn't matter really what happens in this series, you know, for the Netherlands. It's a great opportunity to play against the world champions, England, and the great players who've got in that side. They'll all learn from it, this. And as we said, we talked about the leg spinner in the first game. He's not playing this game for the Netherlands. He didn't bowl that badly and went for 100. So they will all gain experience and hopefully become better players because of it.
Dutt is back and drags this delivery down, and Salt is going to take full advantage of that down the track and smashes it back past the bowler for another boundary. He is catching up with Jason Roy. 55 now from 39. He's absolutely got his eye in. Yeah, that spell of bowling, by the way, it was only one over that really took it. I think there was about 27 off it. Was it the Livingston over?
His last one, I think, wasn't it?
No, I think it was the one before that. Livingston, when he smashed him for 3 sixes and a 4. A little more air, but Salt, well, he's actually got his eye in. Crashes there, square of the wicket, on the sweep. And I'll tell you what, if Bumble was here, he'd be saying, start the plane.
No, I
you
said
could hear it.
Day, start the dumper truck, carry these bowling figures again. It's so difficult. Like I said, they're not bad bowlers. They're obviously not Australian standard, or India standard, or South Africa standard. But it's an hard way to learn, bowling on a shortish boundaries against some unbelievable hitting power.
Round the wicket now, and down on one knee again is Salt, and he'll pick up the third boundary of the over. 102 needed from 147. Suddenly Salt's in the 60s. And Dutt, well, he's only bowled 9 balls, he's gone for 25.
Yeah, not much wrong with it, coming round the wicket, decent line. Salt down on one knee, sweeping from the ball, would have gone outside off stump. No sweep, man, he's pretty square, isn't it? Look, in between a mid-wicket and a sweep. And it's just an easy shot. It's a comfortable shot for most English players these days. They play the sweep pretty well. And they play off spin especially well, unless it's Ashwin, somebody with some mystery.
Fourth ball of the over, fired in, and slightly better there. He's really throwing that ball in, or bowling that ball in, isn't he?
Well, he might as well bowl seam. That was a seam, really. He was just scared of giving it any air whatsoever. Because if he gives it any air, the problem is they're probably going to run at him and hit him downtown. If they bowl it at normal speed, that 52 kilometres, 53, they're looking to sweep anything that's offline.
It could be at Queenstown, that noise. A touch more air, and just over the fielder at mid-off. Roy's been a spectator for the last couple of overs. He wanted to get involved and has lofted this cover drive up and over the fielder. A despairing dive, but that's another boundary. 4 from the over. And now the target below 100. 97 needed from 145 deliveries. And that race to 100 that I was speaking about, wow, it could be the most exciting thing about this run chase. Last ball of the over. And this time Roy has gone for one shot too many, targeting log on, possibly mid-wicket. He's got a thick outside edge which has been caught at backward point. And he's got to go for 73. And Netherlands enjoy their first success in the field. England lose their first wicket, 139 for 1.
Yeah, they just wanted to carry on. It looked like they were trying to now even up the scoring rate, get this game over with. Round the wicket, didn't really spin, went on with the arm, thick outside edge. Roy trying to hit the maximum, and it went there backward point. An easy catch for Slater. Roy, 73 from 60 deliveries. The score here on talkSPORT, England 139 for 1.
It's worth just pointing out that Dutt came around the wicket the other day and he bowled outside off stump, and he did it to Phil Salt earlier and bowled outside off stump, which is essentially coming around the wicket as an off spinner and bowling into the arc of a right hand batter. That's the first time he's bowled the leg stump line, and Gough will be able to tell you that some off spinners can cramp you up by coming around the wicket and pitching it around that leg stump, and it changes what you do. And Roy had to slice across it to hit it the way that he wanted to. We're not seeing this as a massive win for the Netherlands, but in the space of 2 games, Dutt looks like he's starting to work out what he needs to do when someone's attacking him like that.
And this comes down to the point you were saying on Friday, Jared, is that a lot of these younger bowlers, and Gough was saying the same thing, they've got a plan A, but what happens with that plan B or the plan C. Even Tudor, Alex was saying earlier, you know, he felt in one game it wasn't quite at his maximum, so he learnt through experience. But on that occasion, he bowled within himself and actually learnt that he doesn't have to go full pelt every single time. It's just about getting out there, isn't it, and learning the trade.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, they will have played attacking players before and they'll have been taken down, but there's a difference between that and Jason Roy doing it, and that and Josh Buttler doing it, or Liam Livingston. And, you know, when you saw that Bossavane, the leg spinner, coming around the wicket and he bowls a back foot no ball, that's because he hasn't bowled around the wicket before. He just doesn't know what he's doing, so they're learning.
Pringle's been brought back in, the bespeckled slow left arm orthodox, and his first delivery is played up to long off. It must be the New Zealand thing, eh? Daniel Vittori, possibly. That's where he hails from, the Tim Pringle, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
I don't know if his dad would have played. They probably just missed each other, Chris and Daniel. Anything? International level.
I would say so.
Years,
I played against Pringle.
Well, Vittori started young though, wasn't he? How old was Vittori when he played for New Zealand first?
Against us, wasn't it? England, I think. He's
dead. Late 90s, wasn't it?
Pringle,
Chris Pringle had already played for the Netherlands by then.
Was he 97, Vittori? Or
yeah.
97 he made his
It's around then, wasn't it?
Yeah, I played against Pringle in 94.
Okay, so
England
not too far then.
Not too far. He was only younger than Daniel Vittori. He must have been, 18? 19?
Well, he was definitely a teenager when he played, wasn't he, for New Zealand.
Still dresses like one.
And some of the... well, anyway. Spectators will be spectators. 140 for one then with the start of the 18th over, and Tim Pringle, who, as Andrew McKenna was saying earlier, I don't think he's played a first-class game of cricket. The last game of cricket he played was for New Zealand 11 against Netherlands. Is now playing for the Netherlands. He got his cap earlier today. He made a two-ball duck and yet to take a wicket. But in fairness, the Netherlands have only taken the one in the 17 overs that they've bowled. Darvin Milan, new to the crease, is yet to face Phil Salt, though. Blazed away for his first List A century on Friday, and he'll be dreaming of another here. TV just going through a full repertoire of all of his shots, and he has scored all around the wicket so far. There's the batter, particularly strong on the leg side. The interview that he made or had with Dominic Cork earlier, saying he's done a lot of work opening up the offside, but it still appears, just apart from the cut shot, most of the boundary scoring strokes have come square of the wicket or over mid wicket. Right, we have had another hold up here, so hopefully we are going to see a little bit more cricket, and you'll be hearing it here on talkSPORT. We had a delayed start to proceedings, up to about 3 hours actually, after rain had seeped in under the covers, but 41 over innings. We've had some good cricket as well. 235 for 7, Netherlands from their 41, with Scott Edwards, the stand-in skipper, top scoring for the second match in a row. As Milan is playing defensively. The first shot, this is tossed up outside off stump. The left-handed Milan. Another guy who chipped in with a century on Friday. New to the crease. This is not given as much air, and Milan is able to just hold back. He rocks back really and plays a good-looking drive to long on to get off the mark.
I'm actually surprised they sent him Milan. I thought Owen Morgan might have come in himself and just tried to get himself into some kind of form. Would have been a good opportunity for him.
Lovely boy.
Good looking delivery this time from Pringle. Going round the wicket, and Salt will take a single. He's quite contrary though, isn't he? I mean, Morgan, and actually, who makes that call? Does he make that call, or does the new coach make that call?
No, trust me, Owen Morgan makes that call.
So what happens if Matthew Mott comes in and says you should go in now?
Hey, lovely boy, lovely boy.
Fuller to Milan, and flicked away. The square leg for a single. He moves to 2. 1 ball left of the 18th.
knowing Owen, thanks for your input, but no, sending Milan in.
Medals on the table. Oh, I tell you what, if it's medals, then
he's got
who
just
wins?
won the World Cup, mate. And he's got a CBE.
It's all right.
Haven't you got one of them, Goffey? What have you got?
Well, I've had it 2.5 years, but I ain't collected it yet.
Oh, well, there you go. Oh, I tell you what, an inside edge down into the turf, bounces up, hits the keeper, Edwards. And that's an eventful dot ball to end over number 18. David Milan and Phil Salt at the crease. And after a word from Goffey, who can talk about when he's going to go and pick up that award, it will be Andrew McKenna.
Yeah. Well, sometime in the next week, hopefully, or 2 weeks, but I think I'll be just going to the local sheriff. I don't think I'll be popping into Buckingham Palace. Do you know how I like a song, by the way, guys?
Yeah.
And I used to sing the If Anyone Can, Sandy Can.
Yes, we all remember
I've got a beauty. Past the lady on the left-hand side. What about that one? How good is that?
Yeah, he could catch up.
Hey, what about that? You like that one or what?
At talkSPORT 2, at talkSPORT, at cricket_TS. If you got any more suggestions for Goffey songs?
Oh, I do like that.
Perfect for a rain break. Don't think we're going to get another rain break. Might not matter anyway. England need only 93 more from 138 to win this game. 143 for one after 18 overs. We've actually probably got the best weather of the day now. There's actually sunlight. Iron Dutt is going to go around the wicket. Bowls to Milan. That actually bounces the off spinner. And Milan just guides it to short third man. No run.
Yeah, I'm surprised Milan's come in. I think it's surely the trip's about getting players to get some runs. He got 100 in that first game.
Dutt around the wicket with his off spin. Oh, inside half of the bat from Milan. Goes out to mid wicket. They will take a single. I mean, on a serious point though, if Matthew Mott had said to Owen Morgan at the start of the day, look, if we get off to a flyer, skipper, you need some runs. You've not made many runs, either county or England. If we've got a chance to put you in at 3, do you not fancy it? Does Owen Morgan still say no?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Arian Dutt over the wicket to Salt, swung into the leg side, and it's a one bounce out to Nidham Manuru, who is on the square leg boundary. So it's just a single. 145 for one. Salt goes to 67.
What I will say though for Milan at international level, the next World Cup's for India, so we might be batting against spin. So this is an opportunity for him to show he can keep the scoreboard ticking when you've got spin on at both ends.
Milan's got 3 from the 5 balls he's faced. Off the back foot, punched to Deleda at short extra, and there is no run.
Because that'll be important. It's about keeping the strike, rotating that strike, the scoreboard ticking along, 2 spinners on, where the ball just gripping in the surface.
Ducks around the wicket, down the leg side, brushes the pad, and Edwards can't take it cleanly. Still a dot ball though, so 5 balls of the over and only 2 singles for Arian Dutt. Can he finish it off nice and tidy, or will it be another of those overs, as Goffey keeps mentioning, ends with a boundary? He will be around the wicket, drives it into the pitch, and David Milan gets it between the 2 fielders at points and backward point, and Vivian Kingma will chase it all the way to the boundary and pull it in a metre from the rope, and Salt has come back for a third and beats the throw. 148 for one after 19 of England's 41 overs. Goffey.
Yeah, good shot from Milan actually, not too short, great timing, stood on the crease line, didn't really go deep in the crease, but kept his eye on the ball, cut it behind backward square, Van Beek chasing it. But I don't know who that who came from nowhere with a flying dive.
Viv Kingma went almost full headlong into the advertising.
And rolled it back for Van Beek, who threw it in, and actually good bit of fielding in the end, nearly caused a run out. Salt really stretching to make sure he got home.
Well, 19 overs have been bowled. After 20 overs, the Netherlands were 93 for 3. England after 19, 148 for 1. Inside half of David Malan's bat as Pringle starts his 5th over. No runs to short mid-wicket. Pringle 0 for 26. Holds the ball up by his chin, elbows close together. Oh, and that's outside of off stump, and David Malan very nearly nicks it through to the keeper.
You almost want him to get one, don't you? Because he got 0 with the bat. You want him to get up and running in international cricket. You don't want him to bowl us out, but just to get one, just to get off the mark.
As director of cricket of Yorkshire, you probably don't want him to get out the Yorkie, though, do you? Oh, he's beaten Malan again outside of off stump there.
No, not in an ideal world, no.
He sort of walks 2 or 3 paces into the crease and then delivers left arm over to Malan at the moment. And that's where he's going to come again. Malan gets that one and gets all of it, driven all along the floor. That is a beautiful cover drive. That really is. There was just a bit more space. Malan got the stride out to meet it, and it disappears away for 4. And the England 150 is up. 19 overs and 4 balls, 152 for 4.
Well, I've seen that shot on repeat quite a few times this season. Now in Malan, anything around that area where he can get that front foot to the pitch of the ball and drive, whether it be seam or pace.
This occasion, Pringle is beating Malan. Malan's trying to turn that on the leg side and trying to play it with the turn, misses, takes him on the pad, half an appeal, no run.
Well, this is the problem, you see. The ice level, it's actually been a decent over there. One ball slightly off. Guess what? 4 runs. That's international cricket.
Malan coming forward, pushes to long on, so it's 5 from the over. Yeah, you've got such a little margin for error at this level, that step up. 153 for 1. England at the end of 20. And just to prove that the audience are with you, Goughy, and you're not the only one who can come up with songs for Baz Delida. What about, Dave's tweeted in, what about follow Delida?
There you go. We like it. There's got to be some more in there, aren't there? Surely.
I'd have thought so. Right, we've got a drinks break. So if you're on your phone while you're listening, get them in. We've got a couple of minutes now before we resume. Because there may not be that much more cricket if England really take a liking for this. They need 83 more from 126 balls to win this game. 235 for 7 was what Netherlands put on the board earlier on today. They won the toss and elected to bat. After a very long delay, we finally got going. First ball was supposed to be 10 o'clock UK time. It was finally sent down at 12:45. Match reduced to 41 overs per side. 235 for 7 was the Netherlands score. Scott Edwards top scoring once again. 78 from 73 he made. 2 wickets apiece for David Willey and Adil Rashid. In reply, Jason Roy has made 73 from 60 for England. He's the man out. Phil Salt's still there. 67 not out from 46. David Malan 11 not out from 14. And it all looks rather straightforward. Of course, the one advantage of the new Super League system is that if England do go on and win this, as we expect them to, Wednesday's game, final game of the third one, there's still 10 points, exactly the same as there are for each of these games, up for grabs, so it keeps some momentum, if you like, into the series. Otherwise, it might have drifted out of it. There's still points available for the Super League and potential World Cup qualification.
Exactly, points are important, and that's the benefit of having this Test Championship and the Super League. I think it's important. There's always something on the line, and that's why probably you look at it and there might be a bit of reluctancy to change the side. I still think England will make a few changes in the last one, and everybody who's not at a game will probably play, because they're good enough to play. They're there for a reason. But it's been 2 good performances so far from England. Listen, the Netherlands, no shame really in the first game, making over 200, 267, wasn't it? 267, 235 in this one in a reduced game, 41 overs. But England have been outstanding so far. Because you're always a little bit nervous when you go and play Scotland or you play in Ireland, the UAE, you know what I mean, Oman. Because there is that little bit a doubt, but if you do lose against one of these teams, you're going to get some criticism.
Well, the other thing is, this is the first time that England have played at Amstelveen, so they can get statistics and numbers, but they don't actually have first-hand experience of playing on this ground. Owen Morgan is the only member of the England squad who's played against the Netherlands before, and that wasn't with an England shirt, that was when he was back playing with Ireland still. So that, again, there's not that muscle memory, if you like, of playing against the Netherlands. It is a bit of a step into the unknown, but when you've got that quality, you just have to sort of find your way through it, pick your way through it, like Jason Roy. Okay, he got a single on Friday, he's come back, and he's got 73 today. You've just got to back your quality in the end, and pick your way through it and pick up the wins.
Spot on.
Got to say, the DJ, he's gone through an eclectic mix. We've had ABBA, Boney M. This is Hey There Delilah, but I can't remember who it is. Plain White Tees. Thank you very much, Scott, the producer.
Waste of time asking me.
Yeah, I looked at you and realised halfway through that sentence I was on my own there. Now we're going Bon Jovi. He's not going to get a job on Virgin Radio, put it that way, I don't think.
Oh, he is.
Right, it's obviously sing-along time. As I mentioned earlier, we got to beer o'clock about an hour ago, so now we're at sing-along o'clock. Come on, lads, let's get the drinks break over and let's get the cricket back going. England need 83 from 126 balls. And the England fans who've made the trip for their weekend in Amsterdam, well, I'm sure they've enjoyed it. How many more are staying over for the third game on Wednesday? Not sure about it. Arian Duck will start the new over, turned on the onside by Milan. If you've gone for the weekend to see the first two games and coming home, well, obviously it'll be live on talkSPORT 2 Wednesday morning, so get yourself the app, your DAB radio, your smart speaker, whatever it is you need to listen, and we'll be bringing you that game once again. Arian Ducks, off spin, around the wicket, driven into the pitch. Milan's off the back foot to another one that bounces a little bit, pushed to mid-off, no run. Short third man, point. Extra cover inside the circle, on the offside, then a mid-on mid-wicket and square leg on the leg side. Oh, Milan rocks back in the crease on this occasion, hammers it into the onside. There is a man out on the mid-wicket sweeper, that's O'Dowd, who gets it back, and England will take two more. David Milan goes to 13, 155 for one. I think Milan's just decided that if you're going to drive it into the pitch, I'm going to sit back and just wait for it and help myself. Dutt walks 5 or 6 paces, then delivers. That ball actually grips in the surface a little bit. Milan out to the cover sweeper, takes a single, 156 for one.
Knowing Milan, he's probably got a little not out 40 in his head. I don't blame him. Listen, he's got to deliver. The only way he gets into this starting 11 is by getting runs. And he could easily go in there and just run down it, a few 4s and 6s, but if he gets out, a little 40 not out.
Dutt over the wicket. Oh, and Salt swings to the leg side. Did that brush the front pad on the way through? Dutt has half an appeal. Kingma's pulled it in just inside the rope at fine leg, and there's no signal from umpire Nisambati, which means he's given it as runs. And Salt swung hard. It might have just... Yeah, it's given us 2 runs. Salt goes to 69 from 47. England 158 for 1. Dutt over the wicket. Salt deep in his crease, off the back foot, hammers to the cover sweeper, and they'll take a single. You mentioned there about Milan getting the runs in. I don't mean to be disrespectful to the Netherlands here, Goughy, but how many runs in a 3-match series against the Netherlands would you have to make for people to go, actually, yeah, you've got to stay in? Because it sounds stupid, but there'll be people listening going, yeah, but 100 against the Netherlands is like 50 or 60 against a big side. Do you see what I'm saying? How many runs would you have to make for the coaches and the captains?
As many as you can. As many as you can. Those runs, that's what pays the mortgage at the end of it. Without runs, he's never going to... If he'd have gone to Holland and gone 0-1-8, that were it. He was done. He's actually gone there. 100 in the first game. He's 14 not out now. A little not out here. He gets an opportunity in the third game, if they bat first, to get another 100. Because it's bowlers that brought to rest. So, for him, it's about trying to get as many runs as he possibly can.
Pringle bowling left arm around the wicket spin, and Salt hammers it through wide mid-wicket, and it's away for 4, and it starts the new over with a boundary. England needs 73 from 119. Salt got 74 not out.
Yeah, another good shot. Quite full, actually, from Pringle. But he just got bat on ball. Such a good hand-eye coordination. Kept his head still, watched it right onto the bat. In front of square.
And he goes for it again. This one's a little bit squarer, so the man at square leg on the boundary can get round. O'Dowd is that man. Now, did he fall on the rope? He's gathered it in cleanly. He's got it, thrown it back in. Paul Rifle showing no interest in reviewing that at all, which is probably the right thing, because it might not make any difference in the long run. I can think of a few umpires around world cricket that might have had a little look at that one. Now 4 and 2 from the first 2 balls has brought Scott Edwards down to have a chat with his bowler. Captain and wicket-keeper Scott Edwards walks down to have a chat with Pringle. And they're bringing a couple of men in on the leg side. Sorry, they're bringing one in to put another one out. So they've now got the square leg and Delader, who's basically at cow corner. Pringle goes in, Salt is coming down and is just moosing that into the leg side with no real timing. Kingma will do the fielding, and they'll take a single. Salt was thinking of a second, but it's not there. 166 for 1, 70 needed from 117.
Yeah, quite comfortable, isn't it, for England? Full of confidence, coming off the back of some blast cricket.
Salt, you know, was almost halfway down for a second, just looking at the replay, and then got sent back. Milan inside half of the bat to this one that turns from Pringle. He's aiming extra cover. It's gone mid-wicket. I'll take a single. It'll just say 1 in the scorebook. Milan's got 15, 167 for 1. Where's Manners when you need him? Name that plane. Pringle, wide of off stump. Well played by Salt, trying to dab it to third man. Who doesn't beat the man on that occasion. And there will be no run. Ball left at the 22nd over. Pringle has gone for 8 in the over, so he's got 39 against his bowling so far. 1 ball left in his 6th over. And he's around the wicket to Salt, who's shuffled across a little bit, but that ball's well going down the leg side when it makes contact with the pad. So the appeal is turned down by umpire Paul Rifle. Signals leg by. End of 22 overs. England 168 for 1. So 68 needed from 114 balls. Goughy's off to create some more musical magic. Alex Tudor's moved in as the DJ goes for full funk and soul.
Yeah, a bit of Justin Timberlake. Good album this was. Very good tune. He's played some tunes, hasn't he?
It's been varied, I'll give him that. Jared?
It's eclectic.
Sorry to take us away from the music. Kingma misses the first game, comes in for the second game, bowls 2 overs with a new ball. Probably won't bowl again.
Bank the appearance fee quickly. Dutt is in, and he's bowled Salt. Salt was looking to work that one across the line into the onside. Misses, and Dutt's got 2 for 41. Salt 77 from 54 balls. He made 100 on Friday. He'd have been thinking of 100 today. It appeared to be just a walk in the park for England through to the close. But Salt, well, they've got the attacking policy. They stick with the attacking policy. On this occasion, Phil Salt's dismissed. England 168 for 2.
Yeah, good bowling by Dutt. Just seeing Salt advance down the wicket, just pushing that one through. It just sort of skidded through on him, and bit of purchase, bit of turn into the right-handed batsman, and Phil Salt's bright and breezy innings comes to end. 77 good runs, and as Goughy rightly said, all you can do is score the runs. As you said, there's 3 big players who are obviously on test duty in Bairstow, Root and Stokes, who walk back into this team. So when you get that opportunity, you've got to try and take it and give Owen Morgan and Mott that sort of a little bit of a headache, if possible. That's all you can do.
Well, on Friday, England stuck to their plan of right and left combinations, but Owen Morgan is going to come in at 4, so England will have the two left-handers together. David Milan 15 not out from 19, and Owen Morgan will take guard. Of course, he was LBW first ball, Owen Morgan, on Friday, as England were plunging in the middle of a collapse, going from 407 for 2 to 407 for 4 in 2 deliveries.
You could do with a little not out here. Little 30 or so not out. Just give himself a bit of time in the middle.
And that's the beauty of this, 68 from 113. He can get himself a nice 30 not out, but actually, without having to take any risks, just play sensibly, play himself normally and get himself some runs. He waits, bat raised, Dutt will bowl off spin around the wicket. Oh, he's driven it into the pitch, but it's hurried through and hit Owen Morgan on the back hip.
I think he might have got a little inside edge into his back leg. They say, well, at least he's survived the golden duck.
Yeah, he's avoided that at least. Every cloud and all that. Slip in place. Dutt around the wicket once again. A little bit of air. Morgan playing from the crease. Be fielded by DeLeader. And there's no run. 68 needed from 111.
Be interesting though, because he does tell the players to go out and play their game and I'll back you. So it'd be interesting. His natural instinct is to try and dominate.
Dutt around the wicket. Morgan playing forward defensively, just pushing apart on the offside. DeLeader will do the fielding. 4 balls of the over. Wicket. Dot. And the youngster Dutt will be enjoying this over. Around the wicket he goes. Oh, that one's driven into the pitch again. Owen Morgan on the back foot trying to hit that one hard. Doesn't really time it. And therefore gets it back to the bowler. And there is no run. Arian Dutt's best bowling in one-day internationals, 2 for 49. So at the moment, he's better than that. He's 2 for 41. Skip, get me off. Thank you very much, I'll take that. Last ball of the over. Oh, hurries on to Morgan inside half of the bat, out on the onside. And there is no run. End of the over here on talkSPORT. 23 of the 41 for England gone, so 18 to go. 168 for 2, so it's 68 runs from 108 deliveries.
Yeah, I suppose it's just a matter of when England chase this down. They say Milan just goes about and does what David Milan does. Gough knows him better than most, and he'll nicely try and get a little 40 not out red inker. Get that average creeping up. Morgan, as I said, just you just got to get a little 30 to stop the people like the media stop talking about his position in the side, just to keep that quiet.
Well, all of a sudden it's got very not quiet in Amstelveen. They've elected, as the cricket's quietening down somewhat, it's the man on the PA's job. So he's rolling out all the hits. Sweet Caroline, Bon Jovi, Hey Jude from the Beatles. Right, Tom Cooper will bowl some of his off breaks.
Straight breaks.
Okay, straight breaks.
He made a career basically bowling the first over of games in the Big Bash, and he was unhittable for about 6 balls. You didn't want to bowl him a second over, Jude, very often.
Well, get me off.
So it's basically a burglar. He just burgles an over.
He used to bowl really short as well.
Well, let's see. Well, he's given that plenty of air outside of off stump. Milan pushes out to the cover sweeper, and they will take a single. Well, there was more air there than what we've seen at the airport for the last few days.
Looked like, I know it couldn't quite see, but it looked like that was going to turn as well.
It did, didn't it?
But yeah, he used to bowl this sort of almost like Sunil Narayan length balls, back of a length and give you no room and chase your hip. It was really interesting style of bowling.
In he goes around the wicket. There's air there. Owen Morgan pushes into the offside. So the first one wasn't a mistake. He's bowled two the same. Yeah, there's definite little bit of air there. Around the wicket he goes. Owen Morgan swings at this one, gets an edge, it just lobs up in the air, and O'Dowd takes the catch. And Tom Cooper, with his very occasional right arm off breaks, has accounted for the England captain. He's bagged a second duck in 2 days, this one from 7 balls. But Owen Morgan goes caught off the toe end, a ball he could barely reach outside of off stump, and it has gone up in the air and the catch has been taken. He was aiming mid-wicket. He's been caught at gully by Snater taking the catch, and Owen Morgan has to walk off with the score 169 for 3.
Oh dear. So, I mean, listen, this can happen, isn't it? I mean, listen, with all that experience, all that knowledge, 240 odd plus games as he played in ODI cricket, even he most probably is going to be feeling the pressure. And what this does is get the media and people like us keep talking about his place within the side. As you said, he tried to take a ball that was quite wide and drag it to the leg side to deep mid-wicket. He's good at going downtown. Go downtown with it. Would have been a good shot because it had the width. If it just opened up and gone downtown with it, it would have either gone for 6 or 1 bounce 4. Now that he gets cool, the conversation's going to be had again.
It was very flighted. I wouldn't say there was a lot of spin on it. It faded away from him, mostly the width. Just so that you know, Macca, that is Tom Cooper's 26th professional wicket in 162 List A games. When you said occasional, I'm not going to go through the list, but I'm going to put some money on that being Tom Cooper's best wicket in domestic one-day cricket, let alone international one-day cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing about Tudes' point about going straight, going downtown, Amstelveen, the VRA, is an oval shape, and the width is the longer boundary. So if Owen Morgan goes straight, that's the shorter boundary.
Yeah, it's usually a decent-sized boundary straight, but when they have all the TV cameras in, they need to bring it in further. So I actually talked to Bertus de Jong from Cricket Buzz about it not that long ago, and he said that he thinks it's about 65 metres square, whereas it's about 55 metres straight because of the TV cameras at the moment. So you're right, he's also hitting to the longer boundary, and he's doing it early on against the wide ball outside of stump. There's just a bunch of mistakes there that Owen Morgan shouldn't be making.
Well, it gives us an opportunity to see some Liam Livingstone. Oh my goodness, Cooper's given him, in baseball terms, a low breaking ball. It was a slow full toss that started to dip. If Liam Livingstone had had his eye in, that would still not be coming down yet. That would be in the forest and out the other side. As it is, Livingstone's just gone to long on for a gentle single, and it's 170 for 3. 66 needed from 104's the equation. Lan waits as Cooper goes around the wicket, off the back foot, out to the cover sweeper, O'Dowd, and it will be just a single, 171 for 3.
Yeah, I'm just going through the list of Tom Cooper's wickets because I couldn't help it.
Have you heard of half of them?
Yeah, Peter Hanscom.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Mitchell Starc, Ed Joyce, Darcy Short. Starts to get a little bit woolly after there. Mohammed Nabi's in there.
Okay, fair enough. Livingstone turns Cooper on the leg side out towards the mid-wicket sweeper, and again it's a single taken, 172 for 3.
Absolute legend here of Kenyan cricket, Colin Zaboya, who has been playing for cricket for almost as long as Kenya has at this point.
Well, in that case, Tom, I take it back. That is, there are better names on there than I potentially thought. Jared spotted another one. I'm going to let him do that and let Manners take over the commentary.
A Macca special. He got James Taylor out in 2013 for Nottingham. So look, but it's not it's still only 20 odd wickets.
What's his economy rate, Jared?
In his career, let's have a look. He goes at 5.3, which is probably a little bit more expensive than you want your very occasional off spinner to be, but not terrible at all.
No,
because you're only giving him the ball when it's probably ragging, right?
Unless it's the first over the innings. That's just T20 though.
That was just T20. Yeah. It was an incredible thing. You like this, Manners. He did it about 5 times. I got about 7,000 words out of it.
Well, I tell you what, the England change room looks pretty relaxed, as they should, with this game pretty much in the bag. 64 to win off 102 balls. Arian Dutt, the 19-year-old off-spinner, continues. That's a bit of a drag down. That was a poor delivery. He got away with on there because it's pulled by Liam Livingstone out to deep square leg for a single.
Do you see the pace on that one, Anna? 100 kilometres, so that was the quicker one, and he's bowled a couple of very quick balls in this game, and he has dragged down a few of those, so may not be specialty.
It's sort of fear-driven, isn't it? I think when an off-spinner becomes very defensive and protective of himself, he does tend to dart them in. Anyway, he's round the wicket now to David Malan, who's 17 off 21 balls, and just punches one. Goes back into his crease and punches it out towards deep square leg. They ran the first hard. There were thoughts and even comments about a second run, but it is just a single. David Malan, I think, is you know what's really impressive about David Malan is rather like the gentle hitter in golf who plays with a big hitter. He tried to match him. It's flicked away off the pad, and I mean literally off the pad. It actually turned from Arian Dutt into the right-handed Liam Livingstone. He tried to glance it. I think it's come off the thigh pad. Pretty sure it's come off the thigh pad. So it won't be. It'll be two leg byes, but you play golf with a big hitter, and you know that you only hit it 230 yards off the tee, and this guy comes and hits it 300, and you try and emulate him, and inevitably you can't. I don't mean to say David Malan can't hit a long ball, but that's not his A game. That's another drag down. That is almost a long hop, and it's pulled by Livingstone again for just a single to Musa Ahmed, fielding it deep backward square leg. And so on Friday in particular, David Malan just kept doing David Malan things and taking one and running down to the non-striker's end. And when Phil Salt and later Joss Butler and Liam Livingstone smashing the ball out of the ground, and he was still scoring at a strike rate of 110. That's better delivery from Arian Dutt. Malan plays it defensively up towards the mid-off region. How's your golf, Alex Tudor?
Not very good. Less talk about it, the better.
I used to be in love with the game. I haven't played since the beginning of lockdown. Not sure I'd which end to hold the club anymore. Here's Arian Dutt once more. Malan drives out towards cover, and it's fielded by Baz de Leerde, and there's no run. So 25 overs gone out of 41. This game, the second of 3 one-day internationals in the World Cup Super League between the Netherlands and England, reduced to 41 overs per side. We had a delay of no less than 2 3/4 hours from the scheduled 10 o'clock start. We actually got underway at 12:45 in the end. 41 overs per side. Netherlands won the toss, chose to bat first and made 235 for 7. Scott Edwards made 78, and the England bowlers, much of a muchness, really. Who was your pick?
The bowlers?
Yeah, the England bowlers.
I would say.
I can't think of a.
David Willey bowled extremely well, 246.
Swung it late, didn't he? A little bit of reverse.
Brendan Carse bowled quite well, 1 for 36 off 7. I would say David Willey.
Topley actually, 1 for 35. He was very tidy.
I thought Topley was the best as well. But to be fair, I also thought the Netherlands played the spin quite well.
Yes, well,
so
as you knew they would, because you told us on Friday. Bowled him! It's Tim Pringle with his first wicket in international cricket on his international debut, the left-arm spinner, and he's got rid of Liam Livingstone for 4, and, well, England might be coasting towards victory, but they've had a couple of stumbles, a couple of hiccups with victory very much in sight, but Liam Livingstone just beaten. Well, the tiniest little bit of turn, but I think he was more beaten by the fact that he was trying to run it down to third man. He opened the face of the bat. Actually, it's gone straight on, Jared.
No, it straightened. It did straighten, but yeah, he played around that in a way that it'd be very hard to hit it, wouldn't it, Tudes? If you're trying to do that, I think he tried to play 2 different shots to that ball. Would that be fair?
I would say it turned a little bit more than that, actually, because I think because of the angle, he's even for a tall guy, his arm's quite low. And so the angle will tell you that it's going to slide on, but all it has to do is just straighten, and it had a little bit of purchase. He ended up playing down a long line, didn't he? Played down to Waterloo.
We couldn't see the front of his bat by the time he was beaten.
Yeah, he was trying to, he went too fine with it. You've got to present more of the face of the bat. As you say, he's playing with half a bat. You're always going to be in trouble if you miss it.
Actually, I've liked both the finger spinners today. I think that, the other, Arian Dart, I don't know what his height is, but he seems to be about 6'3", 6'4". Pringle doesn't seem to be that short either. I've liked the way they're bowled at times in this game, especially considering we just talked about how well the Netherlands played Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid.
Well, I thought it turned, and then it's just that the Hawkeye graphic didn't show very much turn, but you would have expected it to go straight on, slide on as you said, Alex.
That's the Akshar Patel effect.
Right.
Because if you come from really wide on the crease, what happens is even when you spin the ball away from the bat, it actually still comes in on the graphic.
Right.
And so, that's why all the England players kept missing Akshar Patel, and they thought it was his arm ball, and he was spinning it.
Here's Pringle. Now over the wicket to Moeen Ali, who's coming ahead of Joss Buttler. So the England Barmy Army are wanting to get a little bit more. Now we're seeing a replay, and clearly is spin.
Well called, Manners.
Well, thank you very much. Bottom edge now as Moeen Ali tries to cut one behind square on the offside, and it bounces down into the ground and then up towards backward point. So those England fans who wanted to see a bit more of Joss Buttler might miss out, because they got their fill of him on Friday when he scored 162 off 70 balls. That one is left alone by Moeen Ali. He's resplendent in his blue kit, blue pads and matching blue boots as well, as Pringle comes forward again and stabs that one out to Vikram Singh in the offside in the covers. He picks up, has a shy at the stumps, hits the stumps, but they run through for a quick single, and Moeen Ali is off the mark. David Malan 18 off 24 balls. England need 58 to win off 91 deliveries. They will still win this game with plenty of time to spare, but it makes sense, I think, to give Moeen Ali. I think it makes sense to give almost everybody a hit if needed ahead of Joss Buttler.
Yeah, we've seen what he can do. He's in the form of his life, isn't he? And as you said, you want to try and give others a go. They're doing well here, Netherlands.
Tim Pringle in sharp turn here from wide of off stump. That's pitched a foot and a half wide of the off stump, and didn't turn quite enough to have hit off stump, but it turned appreciably, and there is no run at the last ball of the over. So it's 26 overs gone now, 178 for 4. England needing 236 for victory to go 2-0 up in this series. But as Andrew McKenna was explaining, it's not about the series, it's about the 10 points that are available. And just a reminder to regular talkSPORT listeners that Darren Bent's boot room will follow our exclusive ball-by-ball coverage of this match, and we'll be back on talkSPORT 2 for the exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third game in the series on Wednesday, starting at 10 o'clock ball-by-ball with our build-up at 9:30. 178 for 4 for a long time, a long frustrating time this morning. It looked and even felt at times as if we wouldn't get any cricket at all in dry conditions apart from the pitch. Here's a new over from Arian Dutt, and it's played defensively by Moeen Ali. Eventually though the umpires decided that conditions were suitable and safe for play to get underway after the two teams couldn't agree earlier that conditions were playable. It's pushed defensively by Moeen Ali out on mid-wicket boundary. There was some mid-wicket region. There was some I think informed speculation that it was Owen Morgan who had more concerns. I think the Dutch stand-in captain Scott Edwards was happy to play, but because the pitch, here's Arian Dutt is in once again, and when he's whipped away by Moeen Ali off the back foot through to the cover sweeper and go through for a single. You'd be able to explain this better than I would, even though you didn't bowl left arm, but England with three left arm seamers, or two left arm seamers playing today with Sam Curran sitting out, Owen Morgan was concerned that in their follow-through, they would be following through onto the pitch alongside the match pitch, which had got wet overnight as the covers leaked. Quite heavy overnight rain. Arian Dutt in, nice little drift in towards the left-handed David Milan here as he pushes it up towards mid-off. Are we right in going along with that informed speculation?
Yeah, I think so. And you're talking about a couple of left-arm bowlers that have had a few injuries. So obviously a bit mindful of that. You know, young Sam Curran and Reece Topley have had their problems.
Arian Dutt, and once again with his off break. It's flicked out towards Tim Pringle at mid-wicket. They got scamper through for another quick single. Yes, Darren, what are you grinning at?
talkSPORT's Gareth Batty wouldn't have been happy if one of them had gone down in the wet and slid a little bit, would he? So, look, it makes sense. I think it was frustrating, but obviously it did come from an era where the wind had blown off the covers, and part of the pitch got wet that usually wouldn't get wet.
Here's Arian Dutt again. Oh my gosh, a big appeal for leg before wicket. That was a quicker one, and up goes the finger after some considerable period of reflection. Nitin Bhati, the umpire, has raised the finger. He gave that a good old think, did Nitin Bhati, and Arian Dutt was absolutely convinced. It would have to have turned quite sharply, is what I'm thinking, because it seemed to me to be pitching maybe middle and leg. It would have to have gripped.
It ragged. It did. It ragged. It turned. He pushed it through.
Review for LBW. On-field decision is out.
David Milan has reviewed it straight away.
Well, not quite straight away. Can have front.
Did actually have a chat to Moeen Ali, didn't he? And I think Moeen said, "Look, go for it." Didn't look quite right.
Moeen seemed to be talking about the height.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think he asked. He did ask about height. Well, he's pushed this one through as Dutt, and it has turned. Oh, it has turned prodigiously.
Can I confirm with Ultraj if there was bat involved? Yes, keep on rolling. Clear gap between bat and
height's
ball.
the only question. But it did pitch middle and leg, didn't it? And if
Yes,
it's not going over, it's hitting the top of middle. What a ball.
It's a serious delivery.
I think it is going over, though. He's so tall, I just think it will miss the stumps. But it might flick the bails on the way through.
It flicks the bails, the umpire's call.
Serious
waiting for ball tracking.
Off-spin delivery of that.
Here we go.
Original decision is out. Pitching in line.
Straight.
Impact in line.
Straight.
Wickets
going over
missing.
the top comfortably.
Nathan, you need to reverse your decision. Stand by.
Well, yeah, one of those decisions where you say,
you can
fair enough. Not a shocking decision.
Yours on screen.
I mean, actually, as far as wrong decisions go, it was a good one. Because, he's read the fact that he's seen, not read, he's seen that it has, normally when an off-spin is bowling over the wicket, and it's pitching leg stump, umpires just sort of put it out of their mind, don't they? Go, well, it's not out.
I think, if nothing else, there's going to be a lot of batters are going to be looking at clips of him. And a lot of left-handers going, well, I might have to worry about this bloke. That's an incredible delivery, because that's spin and bounce. And you get one, and you're a bit dangerous, but you combine the two, and it gets a bit tricky.
Many an off-spinner I've spoken to over the years who said that, who've told me that bounce is more of their friend than turn.
Yeah, I was lucky I played one of the best in Sakalay Mushtaq, and when we were asking what do you want, he would always say he wants a pitch to bounce rather than turn. And it helped that he was able to turn it both ways at will, but he wanted the bounce, because obviously then that brings in your short leg and shorten the offside, and he used to get a hell of a lot of catches in that manner. Sometimes if it turns too much, batsmen end up missing it, but with bounce causes problems.
Tom Cooper's going to get a second over, and quite right too. Figures are 1 for 4 from his first over, and the first delivery is guided, steered by Moeen Ali into the gap on the offside to the cover sweeper for 2.
Manners, can I test your cricket historian brain? I'm gonna make a statement. I want to see if you think it's correct.
Here is Tom Cooper again, 35-year-old off-spinner, and open face of the bat, steered once again rather than hit, guided, persuaded towards the wide third man boundary. Vivian Kingmar chases, and this time they go through for 3. Go on, try.
Perfectly timed as well. Vivian Kingmar might be the second greatest Vivian we've ever had in international cricket.
So we're not talking Sir Isaac.
Well, he'd be the best. Viv Richards would be the best Vivian.
One is steered through point towards Shane Snater. You go through for another easy single. So the question is, can you think of a third Vivian who's played international cricket?
I cannot imagine we have had 3 Vivians in international. I could be wrong, and maybe I'm missing one. But all I'm saying is Vivian Kingma may be the second greatest. And what a person to be behind. It's just me and Viv at the top, he could tell people.
Driven by Moeen Ali once again out towards Kyle Sweeper. And through they go for another single.
He is Isaac Vivian, though, isn't he? The original Viv.
Tom, you want 2 points?
Yeah, I can't off the top of my head think
can't
of
be a third Vivian, can there?
I cannot think of another Vivian. If
it's
who's
not a
played
particularly popular name.
Perhaps our listeners can help us out here in our exclusive ball-by-ball coverage on talkSPORT. If anybody can think of another Vivian who's played men's or women's game, by the way, international cricket, then just drop us a tweet. Forward comes Moeen Ali to Tom Cooper, and this one is steered once again, rather than past backward point, through backward point. Logan van Beek slid over the top of that one. 2 handles at cricket_TS or at talkSPORT. Please do let us know if think of another Vivian who has played international cricket. Here's Tom Cooper once more. He's tell you what, all the effort is in the delivery from Tom Cooper. There's very little momentum in the run-up, is there? All the effort is from the moment that he gets into the pivot and into his delivery stride.
Oh, it's proper part-timer, isn't it?
But yeah, exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
It's tidy.
This is I'm bowling. Oh yeah, he can bowl, but this is I'm bowling. But I want you to know through the way I'm bowling that I shouldn't be.
Just want to remind our regular listeners on talkSPORT that if you're wondering where Darren Bent's boot room is, it is coming. It will follow our coverage, which was delayed by 2 hours and 45 minutes, but I don't think that the delay will be much longer, with England requiring 47 off 78 balls. David Milan 21 off 29. At some point you would think he'll move from 3rd gear up to 4th and 5th. Perhaps not. Doesn't need to, but you know, it's nice to accelerate towards the end of the game. It's pushed back up towards mid-off. Darren Gough's alongside me for the next few overs, and he knows David Milan's game. What you did call it 40 minutes ago. You said he's got his eye on a little 45 not out.
Yep, he's got his eye on a little 45 not out. He's a good player. He knows his game, experience.
Arian Dutt in. Can he? He's recorded that. That's pushed defensively by Moeen Ali up towards mid-off. His height is recorded in modern money as 1 metre 95, which I think in old money is 6'3", 6'4". That's defended again by Moeen Ali up towards mid-off. Yeah, that's right, because 2 metres is 6'6".
Who's 6'3"?
Arian Dutt.
Oh, I thought you meant Milan. So he's nowhere near 6'3".
No. The man bowling to him. Well, he's bowling to Moeen Ali now. It's Arian Dutt once again up to the crease now. Bowls again, lovely loop and drift in and turn away. Every now and then he's produced some sporting deliveries for an off-spin.
Goes to show you get some height on it, swivel off that front foot, you can get dip, you get spin, and bounce.
He's got a very bright future. You would think. And there's Shariz Ahmed as well, and that fellow 19-year-old that we saw against the West Indies. That one is driven and once more to the sweeper. This is just sensible, solid, reliable, banking, solid, unrisky cricket from England at the moment. They're just hitting the sweepers, and there's no fireworks. There don't need to be. Maybe some indoor fireworks, the little ones that you can have on a cupcake in the front room without setting fire to the place. Arian Dutt, in last ball of the over, it's a good one too. He bowls a really quicker ball. He's got some dip and flight, and he's turned a couple sharply. and that was again. It's a quicker delivery, and it bounced. It was too good for David Malan.
His first 4 overs went for 41 runs, and he's gone for 2 for 8 off his last 4 overs.
You might bowl another one.
Hey, Jared Kimber, Paul Terry, long-time Hampshire captain, opening batsman. Paul Terry's first name is Vivian. So there's 3. Always, only
What's
ever
the
known as
collective
Paul Terry, never Vivian.
What's the collective noun for a lot of Vivians?
The best one is Christopher Eric Wilfred Silverwood. That's my favourite.
Brilliant.
He hates it. Wilfred.
Hence, you brought it out.
Yeah,
What's Steve Smith's middle name? Is it Devereaux?
Yeah.
It's something, I'm maybe mispronouncing it. It's got an X in there somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's Devereaux.
It is Devereaux.
D-E-V-E-R-E-U-X. Okay, 30th over in progress now, and Tom Cooper is bowling it, and it's chopped away out towards Snater in the covers, and there's no run. 45 to win off 71 balls here on talkSPORT for England to go 2-0 up in the series. They were always going to win the series. It was just a question of whether the Netherlands could produce a hiccup or two along the way, and as far as the results are concerned, you'd have to say no, they haven't. There are a couple of stumbles with a couple of wickets today. Liam Livingstone was a surprise one. Moeen Ali plays this one defensively once more out in the offside, and there's no run. Generally, I mean, a world record score in the first game on Friday, which was on talkSPORT 2, live and exclusive, ball by ball. England won that game by 232 runs, and they're going to win this one comfortably, but probably by 6 wickets, maybe 5. With many overs to spare. Here is Tom Cooper once again, and Moeen Ali drives it out towards extra cover. I think Moeen's just enjoying a bit of time in the middle, isn't he, really?
Well, you can see why, though. The Netherlands do win a few matches.
That one driven down the ground, just past Snater to long off, and they go through for a single. 30 overs gone, 192 for 4. With 44 to win off 66 balls.
They've got some experienced players, some good spinners. You play on certain wickets, which they do on the associate games, and they always compete, don't they? And they beat a lot of teams, and you can see why. I mean, they've stepped up today. I mean, they did well to get the total they got, and then they've made England fight for this. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean fight that it's an edgy one. I mean, it's still quite comfortable for England at this stage, but cricket, as I've said in the past, you never know what will happen. 1 always brings 2, 2 brings 3, and then suddenly you're under pressure. But you've got 2 experienced campaigners playing here now, Malan and Moeen Ali, and they should see England know. But sport is a leveller.
I don't think this game's going to level out much more.
It shouldn't do. No, it shouldn't do. And but I've seen. I only experienced it last night.
And who's next in, by the way?
Yorkshire Vikings. We needed 90. They needed 19 off the last over. We got it in the bag. We lost with 2 balls to go. So you never know in cricket, Manners. Never know.
I take your point. I've seen enough cricket. Right, Teja Nidamaruru. Sorry, Nidamaruru. Try again. The teeth back in. Teja Nidamaruru is going to bowl his off breaks. Nidamaruru is up to the crease once again. Part-time, that's short, pulled away by Moeen Ali. Oh, falls short of Tim Pringle at deep mid-wicket for a moment there.
All you hear is Nidamaruru. You like that one? What do you think?
Yeah, I do. Moeen almost spooned that one out towards deep mid-wicket. He was beaten by the lack of pace.
Mate, I tell you, we've found some here in the Netherlands. They've got a few spinners in their side, making it difficult.
This pitch is normally a bit lower and slower than we've seen it play in this series. And the next delivery is flicked away by Moeen Ali out towards mid-wicket for a single. Malan 22, Moeen Ali has 12. Nidamanuru. Short pulled. That's a horrible. That's long hop, dragged down, and into the stand she goes. And rightly so, David Malan. That's just a horrible delivery. Half tracker almost. Long hop. If you can't hit that for 6, there's something wrong.
Yeah, poor delivery. Malan deep in his crease, waiting for that one just short of a length. Nice and slow, just sat up and said hit me, didn't it?
It did, and it was. Nidamanuru in once more, and he's complete opposite of Arian Dutt. He's about a foot shorter and 10 miles an hour slower through the air for the most part, and round arm rather than a high action. So all different apart from the description on their caption, which is off break. Last ball driven out towards deep cover. England move up to 200 for 4, needing just 36 more to win off 10 overs. David Malan 29, Moeen Ali has 12. Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary on the second ODI International here on talkSPORT. Won't last too much longer, and then we'll be back to normal programming after a delayed start by 2 3/4 hours. Another word from Darren Gough, and then take you through for the next 6 overs or so. You'll be with John Norman.
Yeah, good performance from the Netherlands to get 235 for 7 off a reduced game, 41 overs. Look at the bowlers. Rashid picked up a couple of wickets. David Willey, Livingston with his off spin, his leg spin, and Bryden Carse impressed me with some serious pace. But England got off to a flyer with Salt and Roy both making 70. Few wickets fell, but now Malan and Ali, can they see England home to win the series?
First ball of Cooper's 4th over, and there's a scampered single. You're listening to talkSPORT's coverage of the second ODI between Netherlands and England. 201 for 4. So England require 35 from 59 runs. Celebration really for Jason Roy, who hit 73 on the occasion of his 100th ODI. Is Moeen Ali very, very nearly chops on inside edge onto the pads. That could have gone anywhere. Cooper halfway through the appeal before realising it was bat on ball before ball hit pad. Cooper's in again. Moeen Ali's down the track and turns a full-length delivery into a full toss and really heaves this over long on for a 1 bounce at 4. So he moves to 16. And England 1 hit nearer to the conclusion of this match, which Darren Gough, whatever happens, was the shout catch it goes up, but that will hit the boundary as well. Deleda inside the circle, and once the ball's gone past him at mid-wicket, there's only going to be one winner. So things starting to escalate a little quicker. Moeen Ali wants to get on with this now.
Well, I think he's realised, trying to defend Cooper, he's found it very difficult to pierce him through the offside. So he decided to try and use his feet and hit him through the leg side.
5th ball of the over. This time he stands back in his crease, tries to open up the body and heave this again over mid-wicket. Thick inside edge onto the pad, and once again, as the ball squirts past the leg stump, or out off the off stump rather, that could have gone absolutely anywhere.
He could have done. He kept a little bit low, skidded on. He got a little bit fortunate there, Moeen Ali. He's bowled pretty well here, Coops.
Yeah, Cooper in for the last ball of the over. Tossed up, a little bit more air, and this time Moeen Ali plays towards the offside instead of targeting mid-wicket or long on. This is a far more cultured and the best shot of the over, and it's a 3rd boundary as well. So 23 now needed from 54. Ali's raced along to 24 from 29, and the score now England at 213 for 4. Darren Gough, all the talk after the first win was about the centuries and the strike rates and the boundary hitting and the lost balls. I know you've made mention of it, but this one is going to be about the form of Owen Morgan.
Yeah, well, it is, isn't it? I mean, first bowler in the first game, and then this one lasted 6 balls. Then it was a strange shot to play, wasn't it? Is man under pressure? No, under pressure to get runs, not under pressure as a leader, because we all know what a fantastic leader he is and what a great job he's done for England. But as I said to you, with the names you can write down on a piece of paper, we're all waiting for a chance in one-day cricket, and when everybody's available, it's going to be very, very hard to leave anyone out. And if you're leaving players out who are taking up 100 and after 100 after 100, yet keeping in a guy who's had 2 noughts, it's a talking point, isn't it? Let's be honest about it. There's no question about his leadership skills and what he brings. But I think he's also taught some of the other guys in the side what leadership's about, like Butler, Livingston and Moeen Ali. They'd be good leaders as well.
Van Beek back into the attack, and he's on the money. First ball kept a little low, full length. Milan tries to play this to mid-on, doesn't get too much on it. So 213 for 4. Cameron Ponsonby, who was working for us actually a couple of months ago, tweeted, England so far 675 for 8 on this trip. Morgan 0 for 2. Ouch. But he's got a World Cup trophy, isn't he? Shorter from Van Beek on the pull. No timing though from Milan, who takes another single. He moves to 30. For the second match in a row, Milan surviving a very confident appeal for leg before wicket. That was given out on field, only to overturn the decision. This one looked, it looked like DRS was more believable today than it was on Friday. He was hit quite deep in the crease and quite high up as well, but beautiful delivery. Deceived Milan, but it's Van Beek bowling now. Right arm round the wicket, and this is in the corridor and chopped away for another single by Moeen Ali. So 20 needed from 50 deliveries. Haven't seen Joss Butler today. He was celebrating and is celebrating his 150th ODI appearance for England.
And it's been a fielding 150th. Kept wicket. Not had a bat so far. England 215 for 4.
Van Beek, short delivery. This should be called wide, and indeed it is. We're going to say cheerio to Darren Gough. He's going to be heading up back up north. Well, actually not today, I suppose.
Not today.
Do you still go to Yorkshire in helicopter?
No, I can't afford that.
And the carbon footprint, of course.
And the club definitely can't.
That's travelling in style, isn't it? Van Beek again trying to extract as much purchase from the pitch, really bowling the ball into it. And this is heaved away again for another single. Alex Tudor in place now. That's been a good game in the end, hasn't it, Tudes? And essentially the sun's out. We've got the best conditions of the match. It looked like we might not get one about 8 hours ago.
A worry, wasn't it?
A bit. Penultimate ball again. Touch fuller, but still good length, and it's comfortably dealt with by the England batter, Milan. Ali now faces strike for the final ball of the over. Really targeted the spinner in the last over, but this one from Van Beek has given up just 3 singles and a wide.
It just gives individuals more match play, more time in the middle. As you said, this has been great for the Netherlands, really. Playing against world-class players.
Last ball of the over, and again this is tossed. Well, not tossed up, but it's pitched up. Not quite as much pace on that delivery as some of those in the over, but England quite happy now. They're going to seize on the bad ball, but they can do this in singles, and that's exactly what they're doing. Ali moves to 26, Milan 31, and England need 18 from 48 deliveries here on talkSPORT. Tell you what, where are we? What month are we in? The school
June.
Holidays haven't started yet, have
No,
they?
not yet.
So many kids there.
Yeah.
What's their secret? How are the parents getting the kids away? A few sick notes going in.
Well, the dad's just sending them out there. It's Father's Day. Daddy wants to go to the cricket. You're coming along.
I suppose a weekend in Holland is not too far. Get the flight back later tonight.
We didn't see many kids on the Friday game. Probably for the best, because that was quite beer-soaked compared to this one. I just saw Bertus de Jong tweeted that after the 70 over mark, no one was really drinking. It was more like a kindergarten with everyone having naps.
If you are tuning in expecting to hear Darren Bent and the boot room, well, that will be here or on as soon as England knock off these runs. Or Netherlands take 6 wickets, which ever happens at first, but with 18 needed from just 48, you'd expect it will be England who not only win the match, they'll take the series as well, and more points in the World Super League as well. But it's been pretty comfortable. If you're only just joining us and you're waiting for Benty, I wanted to know what occurred. Well, Netherlands put on a good effort, to be honest. 235 for 7 as Mourinho Ali plays back but can't beat backward point. With the new skipper, standing skipper, Scott Edwards, the wicketkeeper as well, top scoring with 78. Run out when you were starting to think that he actually might reach 3 figures. There was enough time left in the innings, as it was down to Van Beek and also Snater to get Netherlands up to not quite a competitive score, but certainly one they would have taken when they were 36 for 3 with 3 of their best bats out as well. That is in. He's seen Milan giving out leg before wicket. It's going to be quickly taken single from Mourinho Ali, who plays this ball down into the ground. There's a fielder stationed at cover point, throws at the non-striker's end, but Ali is comfortably home as the camera picks up Peter Saylor, who captained on Friday but picked up quite a nasty back injury and has been ruled out today and Wednesday.
Yeah, I can't see him playing Wednesday. Something quite interesting was at the top when Scott Edwards said that they wanted to bat first.
Dutt again. This is pitching outside of something in the corridor and crashed away to Pringle, I think, at deep point.
He said that he thought the ball would spin a lot more towards the end of this game, and they didn't make enough runs because they lost the 3 quick wickets early on, and then Scott Edwards got run out towards the end. So it probably cost them anywhere between 30 and 50 runs realistically on their total. The way their spinners have bowled, even their part-timers, if they'd put any more runs on, it would be interesting to see how England would have gone here.
He did say that at the toss, didn't he, Edwards? And again, cultured from Ali, who plays deep in his crease, back and late, and takes another single. Peter Saylor has actually officially announced his retirement today from international cricket, so not how he would have dreamt it was going to end. Sadly for him, whether it's going to be Scott Edwards to take over the captaincy full term, well, we'll just have to wait and see. But quite wide of the crease, and again this is cut away. It'll be a chase for the fielder sweeper, and Pringle fires the ball back at the wicketkeeper in captain Scott Edwards, but not before Milan comes back for a second. 13 needed from 43.
Such an important person in the history of Dutch cricket. A local born player who went on to be captain, came into the sport because his brother was playing football and he was too young for the football, and he saw cricket being played on the other oval and just went over and picked up the game. Took a wicket at Lords in his first game when they rolled England in that game. Did a penguin dance because he'd been watching Happy Gilmore and or the other one, Billy Madison, whichever Adam Sandler movie it was that he was imitating at the time. Jude was going to correct me on my Adam Sandler knowledge then.
Last ball of the over by Dutt, and again just played comfortably into the offside. Is Adam Sandler going to be mentioned for the second match in a row?
Yeah. And then after that, when there was a chance he was going to have to bat at Lords in that game when Ryan Tedescarter was batting, he was commentating with us earlier. Someone said you better get padded up, but he realised he didn't own pads at that time. To go from there to leading your nation, and I remember having a chat with him in a UAE pub very late at night after they qualified for the last World Cup. And him saying, do you know what, I used to be a party guy, I used to, go out and have fun, because now I'm sitting here with you cricket nerds talking about, who we should be bowling second change. To think of that, you see it, Peter Boren is a huge figure in Dutch cricket, but Peter Boren is an import who made himself part of Dutch cricket. Peter Saylor was born and bred there, such an important player, and at 34, it's a shame his body hasn't been able to hold up. Very clever cricketer. We saw the way he batted against England in the last game, but we also, me and Jude saw him before try and get under a rope, and he looked like a 100-year-old man. Clearly, he's not going to be able to bowl for them anymore, but it's just worth mentioning just what an incredible career he's had to come from where he did all the way through to captain his nation.
Yeah, well said, Jared, and also reminds me of that story that Harmy tells ahead of an ODI tour where essentially the England players had to bring their luggage. It had to be under a certain weight to qualify for either economy or business, whatever it was. And you could just imagine Harmy at home with, all his gear laying around, just about to pack his bags. He's got everything in there, and essentially all he had to put in there was his his pads as Pringle is back into the attack and cut away from Milan. Fielded well at points, just be a single. 11 needed from 41. Essentially, Harmy's sitting there and he's thinking, well, I'm not going to bat. And he wants to bring his dartboard. So he opts for the dartboard rather than the cricket pads, and of course what happens? He ends up having to borrow Michael Vaughan's when he's called him to bat at the last minute, and after a customary England collapse. Tossed up and beaten outside edge of Moeen Ali's bat. I think he was deceived there. He picked up his first wicket in international cricket on the occasion of his debut for the Netherlands, Tim Pringle. Oh, and again, Moeen Ali shapes to cut and beaten. So, 2 moral victories for the bowler, Pringle. Slow left armer who hails from New Zealand, playing for Netherlands. There's 3 of them, I think, in the side. He certainly either grew up or played cricket during their teenage years before discovering a passport that enabled them to play international cricket for Netherlands.
Well, we were saying before, we think he might have been born over there because his dad might have been playing club cricket there at the time. So, it's quite interesting. You know, the amount of Australians and Kiwis with Dutch ancestry is actually quite high.
4th ball of the over. This time Ali does connect, sweetly so, fielded by Singh at mid-off, and no run again, so just 1 run from the over. Didn't quite go his way with the bat, did it? Out second ball, but he's impressed as Moeen Ali lofts a beautiful straight drive. This was pitched up, and Ali's languid follow through with the bat as the aeroplane takes off, and he adds that 6 to his score. He moves to 34. England 5 away now, so just 1 hit from victory.
And that's what's so dangerous, isn't it? And that's what these players look for now. Anything on length, and he just went fuller with that one. And Moeen said, yes, please, and dispatched him down the ground. That's a fantastic cricket shot. And then he said, so languid. He's not like these normal guys built with big muscles and that, but what he's got is excellent timing. And that has gone absolutely miles. And I told you there were going to be balls lost in this innings. Maybe not as many as I thought, but that ball's gone. New ball, please.
Yeah, we lost 9 of them, didn't we, on Friday? Yep, here comes the ump.
You got a feel for Dutch cricket there. That's just $120 that they've lost. Just as the game was, do you know what I mean? Like, they were in a perfect situation, and now they're just, we got the guys in the weeds. The other day, did you see, Tude? I'm trying to get the ball out of the weeds the other day. Was one of the best things ever. There's one woman with like a hook that was giving it to the guy, and the guy almost smashed her in the face with the hook. It was like a Marx Brothers movie, watching them trying to get the ball out of it.
Well, cricket is, without doubt, the funniest sport going. So, you know, you can just add that. Have they given up?
I think they might have given up on
I think they've given up. I think it's ended up on the pitch next to this one.
Yes, it went miles. That's all I know. It went miles.
Well, Tim Pringle's got another ball in his left hand, so he will bowl out the over. This could well be the final ball of Pringle's spell. In fact, it will be, because it'll be his 8th over, and this is a 41 over game. Oh, just realising Scott Edwards behind the stumps that the fielders aren't exactly where they need to be. He's got to call one man inside the circle.
Part-time captain almost gave away a no ball there, didn't he?
What a way to lose a series. Okay, we're ready here on talkSPORT. 5 from 37. Darren Ben's boot room to come as ball that is dragged down and really pummeled through mid-off past the standing fielder and away for a 4. Quite a subdued boundary to end the over. Ali moves to 38. Milan will face the first ball of what will almost certainly be the final over of this match. England 235 for 4, needing 1 run to win, Toots.
Yeah, it was just that fielder that the captain Edwards had just brought up. He brought up from long off into the 30-yard circle, and Moeen said thank you very much, just dispatched it hard and low along the floor. Fielder had absolutely no chance. England needing 1 from 36. Milan on 36 or 44. Moeen Ali 30 or 39.
Yeah, it's been comfortable, hasn't it? Pretty much from well, apart from when Jason Roy was out in the first over of Sam Snater's spell on Friday, England 1 for 1. It's a 222 run partnership for the second wicket, and it's been England's series ever since. Still got a game to come, which we'll be bringing you live and exclusively on Wednesday on talkSPORT 2. But here is Van Beek for what might be the final ball of the innings and isn't. David Malan forward on the drive, but there's a fielder at short extra, and the ball goes straight to him. So still England need 1 run to win, 35 to go, and the crowd are pretty much on its feet, ready to see this delivery and then get the hell out of Dodge. Maybe one of those planes. Now Van Beek is in, that is short, and is it going to be called a wide? No, 1 for the over from Paul Rifle.
Can't finish the game like that, can you? Get it off the bat.
Wasn't there a game involving Sri Lanka where somebody was about to score a century?
Sehwag was on 99 and he bowled an intentional... Was it no ball or wide? I can't even remember.
I think it was
wide, wasn't it?
I think it was a wide, yeah.
I think Kyron Pollard did it in a T20 game to someone as well.
Yeah. He did, yeah.
Van Beek wide of the crease, swing and a miss from David Malan, and we're still here, 1 from 33. Did Matthew Hoggard bowl an intentional wide to Adam Gilchrist at Perth to deny Gilchrist the fastest ever century record?
Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah. That tour, 206.
Yeah, I was there.
That was an incredible ball, that ball. Did you see that?
Very good.
Took a chunk out of the pitch, maybe, but it went sideways.
It's a bit late for that. Where's that been hiding? Van Beek in again, and no timing whatsoever from David Malan. Might actually get a maiden here.
I tell you what, Van Beek, and I'm not just saying this because he tweeted me, but...
so you are.
He's been incredible in both of these matches. It's not going to look like that when you look at his figures from the first game, but he bowled really well there at times as well. Plays in New Zealand professionally as well. I think he plays for Wellington.
And again on the line of off stump, good length defended by Malan, who remains resolutely in defence. 36 not out. England need 1 from 31.
I mean, he's early 80s, probably choose somewhere between maybe 78 and 83 generally in pace. Doesn't do masses with the ball, but he's just very accurate and very clever, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he is, and he's wholehearted, isn't he? He gives absolutely everything. That's all you can ask for.
Field is in, floated up by Van Beek. It's a full toss. Malan misses out, and that will be a maiden. Jared, is that the first maiden that Netherlands have bowled in the series?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
I know that England have only managed 1 themselves.
No, I think Duck bowled 1, didn't he? Duck bowled a maiden. So Ariane Duck bowled a maiden.
Well, let's have a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? Because we've got a...
It's very dull with Malan.
Ariane Dutt.
Yeah, very dull with Malan to block out a maiden at this point.
Well, he's striking at 72. I mean, it's just not unheard of in this England setup. And this is why sometimes, when people pick their side, his name comes up. Even though he scores the weight of runs, his name constantly comes up because they always look at the strike rate, don't they?
That's a Jacques Callis type maiden, that last over. It's just like, no, they were all good balls, and I'm waiting for it to put away.
Snater's back into the attack. Mourinho Ali's not going to mess around. It's on the body, angled into the left-hander. He swivels, he pulls, he picks up the boundary, and England win the match by 6 wickets. And they have defeated Netherlands, not just in this match, but in the series itself. Comfortable pretty much from beginning to end. And they've done it with the boundary that I would say, Alex Tudor, their performance deserves.
Yeah, well, they've been good, they've been clinical. I suppose the only things you would look out on the England state of things is the batting is, as you said, John, in commentary, is most probably just the captain. He's runless so far in this tournament, in this series, should I say, and that would be the only question asked, I suppose. I mean, everyone else has done a job and had some time in the middle. Bowlers have bowled some overs and got a few wickets. Fielding's been good. Yes, look, everyone knows that this England side should go out and do what they've done to this Netherlands side. Good for the Netherlands side so they can see what it's like to play against very good players, where they need to be. More time for them. They, individuals can be proud of what they've done. as you said, England being very professional and getting this job done.
So Netherlands managed 235 for 7 in a rain-affected game, which meant it was 41 overs per side. Winning the toss, deciding to bat this time, which did surprise us, but I suppose justified when you consider the spin that was on offer towards the latter end of England's innings. Netherlands, though, got off to a poor start, 36 for 3 when Cooper was dismissed, LBW by the impressive Bryden Cast. It looked bleak for them at that point. Scott Edwards, the stand-in skipper, had to overturn an LBW decision on one. There was a missed run-out. He should really have gone when on the same score. England were chasing his wicket. They went for an optimistic DRS for caught behind. But once he got in, he started to bat really well. He put on decent partnerships with Deleda, and in the end was 6-man out for 78. And then Van Beek and Snater took Netherlands to a decent score. But they needed quick wickets when England came out to bat, and those quick wickets never materialised. The partnership of 139 between the 100-capped man Jason Roy and Phil Salt was ended, and England lost 2 quick ones. Salt with the score on 168, and Morgan, his second duck in 3 days. That will be talked about, and has been talked about on this programme. 169 for 3 at that point, where Livingston went for 177, then Milan, given out a leg before for not many more. Well, suddenly England looked slightly nervous, but for the second match in a row, Milan successfully overturned the decision, and on this occasion he was there at the close. He was beaten, or rather not out 36, joined by Moeen Ali, who smashed a 40-ball 42, and it was Ali in the end who struck the winning runs. We will be looking back at the match in considered fashion, and if you would like to listen to that, then please download the following on podcast in about 20 minutes time. But for talkSPORT listeners, it's time to throw to a very patient Darren Ambrose, Anton Ferdinand and Darren Bent for the boot room.
Oh, the sound of summer. It's time to get your outdoor jobs done right with Screwfix. We've great deals for warmer weather, from landscaping and watering to outdoor lighting and power tools. Order through our app or at screwfix.com for click and collect, or shop in store. Screwfix, the choice of champions. While stocks last, prices valid until at least 10th of July. Visit screwfix.com for T's and C's, delivery charges and restrictions.
What does Asahi Super Dry taste like? Crisp, refreshing and always super dry. A taste as unexpected and surprising as modern Japan. That's why it's Japan's #1 beer. Asahi Super Dry, beyond expected. Go to asahisuperdry.com to verify. Enjoy responsibly. Visit drinkorware.co.uk to find out more.
Gents, there's something we need to talk about. And no, it's not VAR. Erectile dysfunction. It's more common than you think. And at Lloyd's Pharmacy, it's easy to treat too. Viagra Connect is available without prescription from just $10.99 for 2 tablets. Pick them up in store, including Lloyd's Pharmacy stores within Sainsbury's and online at lloydspharmacy.com. Lloyd's Pharmacy, always here for you. Contains sildenafil. Always read the label, subject to suitability.
When I pick up picnic food from Co-op, I'm not just buying quiche Lorraine and mozzarella and pesto pinwheels. I'm also raising funds for
local projects like community fridges, a space where local people just like me can get together, share food and learn new skills.
Buying Co-op food raises funds that lift up your community. Co-op, it's what we do. Subject to availability. Participate in store. See in store for full picnic range. 2p for every £1 spent by Co-op members on selected Co-op products goes to communities. T&Cs apply. Visit coop.co.uk/membership.
Live Super League over on talkSPORT 2. Thursday evening from 7:45.
He bounces up. It's going to be a try.
Hear hard-tackling, full-match commentary at St Helens versus Leeds Rhinos.
Leaving Scoots gets it away. Nice pass. They're going to be in here. And it's Bentley who's over.
St Helens versus Leeds Rhinos.
And we are going right to the wire.
Thursday evening from 7:45 over on talkSPORT 2. On digital radio and 1089 and 1053 AM.
It's in the goal.
Darren Bent's Boot Room.
What a goal.
On talkSPORT.
Hello and good evening and welcome to Darren Bett's Boot Room, live and exclusive on talkSPORT. I'm Darren Bent, and alongside me as always, Mr. Wingman and the former Crystal Palace midfielder, Mr. Darren Ambrose.
Yesterday morning went to the doctors. Said, "Doc, I can't stop singing What's New Pussycat." He said, sounds like Tom Jones syndrome. Said, "Is it common?" He said, "It's not unusual."
Awful, absolutely awful. And the former West Ham and Sunderland defender, and someone who I used to absolutely have on toast, Mr. Anton Ferdinand.
Would you believe it? It's Anton Ferdinand who scored against his brother's team. What a story!
What a story it was. All right, well, reports linking Raheem Sterling to Chelsea for 60 million. We're asking, is that the right move for both parties? And would you pay 60 million for a player with 1 year left on their contract? 03717 22 3344. Eddie Nketiah signs a new long-term contract at Arsenal. But the biggest story I'd say is he's been given the iconic 14 shirt. Now, is that the right decision? Or do you think that puts unnecessary pressure on him? Obviously, after signing this new deal, big boots to fill. 03717 22 3344. And with Sadio Mane being set to leave Liverpool, we're asking a little bit of fun. Where does he rank amongst the greatest African players ever to play in the Premier League? Is he top 5, top 10? Where would you rank him amongst the African players again? 03717 22 3344. Huge 3 hours coming up for you on Darren Bett's Boot Room on talkSPORT. Good evening. Daz, I'll come to you in a minute, but have you finished taking selfies of yourself?
Yeah, I have.
Anton Ferdinand, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Can we rephrase the "you used to have me on toast"? Come on, tell the truth. Tell the truth.
We spoke about it, so...
He writes his own opener.
Exactly.
You can tell.
Thank you.
And Ambrose, how you doing? You right?
Yeah, not happy about that. That was a private joke I sent privately in a chat with Hugo, and he's clipped that up.
Well, that conversation that we heard was you and him talking privately?
Yeah, that weren't on air.
Oh, wow.
It's a great joke, though.
It wasn't.
Yeah, I loved it.
It was awful. Well, so Anton, it's your debut today on the Boot Room. Hope you enjoy yourself. We've got a little section coming up a little bit later on where we get to ask Anton Ferdinand questions. So if anyone's got any questions for Anton, make sure you tweet in at talkSPORT or text 81089. You can ask him literally absolutely anything. Is that okay?
It's fine. By me.
Anything?
Maybe not anything, but
probably not anything.
Majority of things we can ask you.
Yeah, I'm comfortable. You know me.
All right. Well, listen, we've not got obviously not long in this first section because of the cricket, England beating the Netherlands. But Raheem Sterling quickly. It looks like he's been linked to Chelsea. £60 million, Anton. I think he's a top player. And I think for 60 million, I know he's only got 1 year left. I think that is a bargain.
Yeah,
what are you thinking?
It's a bargain in today's market. It's a bargain to get someone like Raheem Sterling. It's just, does it make sense for him to go right now? That's the thing for me.
I don't think it's a bargain.
You don't?
No.
For someone of that quality?
With a year left, 60 million. They could wait a year and get him for free.
Yeah, but just think that...
Mane just went for 35.1 million. Would you have him over Sterling? Mane?
You said it, but he's younger. I think he's got 3 years on him, Sterling.
Yeah. Look, 3 years is nothing, really.
I'm looking at the English tax as well.
Exactly
English players...
Right. That's exactly right. It's English club to English club. It's a rival as well, potentially a rival. Chelsea will be trying to go for it. That's why they've added a bit more.
The only thing I'd say about that, and we will be talking about it a little bit more, a little bit later on in more detail, but there's no guarantees if Chelsea wait that they get him for free.
That's why Chelsea will have to pay.
Pay the 60 million.
Top dollar. They have to.
And they know that. Man City know that. That's why. Look, no one's worth money that today's day and age. Anton said it's ridiculous the prices people put in, but it's the prices that the club put on the player. It's enough. If you said to Raheem Sterling, you're worth 60 million, he'd probably say no. Same as Grealish, you're worth 100. No. But it's the club put the value on them, and if someone wants him, they have to pay it. 60 million's a lot with a year left when you think of Mane, what he's going for. But Mane's going to Bayern Munich, and Sterling's going to a rival.
Yeah, I mean, so there is that British tax as well. We spoke about English player tax, so we will talk about that a little bit later on as well. It's just been announced also just before we came on air, August the 20th in Saudi Arabia, the rematch, AJ taking on Alexander Usyk. Me personally, I can only see it going the exact same way as it went in the first fight. But what do you think, Anton? You're looking at me like, no.
I would like to think that AJ wins. I'd like to think, I want to see AJ Fury. I want to see that fight. And so I hope AJ wins this fight. I think AJ's old enough now and well versed in the ring to take the experience of what he didn't do against Usyk in the first fight to now go and do it. I think he needs to go and smother him. Go and show that you're a heavyweight, fighting against a cruiserweight and smother him. and take him to the cleaners.
Yep.
I think if he goes on the front foot from early doors and catches Usyk's in trouble. So we'll see.
I mean, the problem you have is Usyk will know that.
Yeah,
I think that's the only
Mm-hmm.
way he can beat Usyk. When you look at Andy Ruiz, he lost to Andy Ruiz. He went out after that and just jabbed his head off and won. You can't do that against Usyk because he's too clever, he's too good, he's too skilled. He'll be able to counteract that. So he'll know, his trainers will know, his management will know. The only way he can beat me is by coming out early doors and smothering me. So he'll be ready for it. But if he catches him, it could be a different story. But I just think Usyk is too skilled. There's only one man, I think, out there at the moment that Usyk wouldn't beat, and that's Tyson Fury.
I think AJ needs to go to Saudi now and start training now. Get used to that heat now.
Yeah.
He's fought there before, hasn't he, AJ?
I know, but still, though, come on.
What do you think? Do you think AJ, well, you said you only see one winner, but how can AJ get anywhere near Usyk?
I mean, listen, I'm not a boxing expert, I don't pretend to be, but the only way I can see AJ winning is, as Anton was saying there, in the first couple of rounds, just going to try and take his head off. If he try and takes his head off and he catches him with at least one, then I think he's got a chance. But if he tries to outbox him, he's got no chance of beating it.
No, you can't. AJ's not a skilled boxer. He's not.
Yep.
He's learnt the trade.
Yep.
He's not natural skilled boxer. Usyk is. Same as Tyson Fury is naturally a good boxer, technically.
I mean, have you seen Usyk? I've seen him recently. He's put on a lot of weight. He's clearly powerful as well. So the problem he has as well, if he tries to smother him early and get inside, I think Usyk's got the power as well.
I reckon if that fight had gone on any longer, if you can remember the end of that fight, AJ was on the ropes, mate. He's gone.
He was going down because he was smiling when he on the ropes, and he knew he was done. He knew he'd lost that fight. And I think you two are right. The only way he can win is by catching him early doors. But I just think Usyk's too skilled for that.
Yeah, so that'd be interesting though. I said that rematch is August the 20th now in Saudi Arabia. AJ taking on Alexander Usyk. Another little bit of news that we're going to talk about, of course, is Sadio Mane, and we are going to be talking about the greatest African players to play in the Premier League. I don't know here who you've got now, but we want people to text in again 81089 or tweet at talkSPORT, or even you can pick up the phone 03717 223344 about the greatest African players to ever grace the Premier League. And quickly, I'll ask you both, I'll come to you first, does Mane get in the top 5?
Yeah. For
100%
what he's done, for the trophies he's won for Liverpool, he'll go down as a Liverpool legend for me. I'm not a Liverpool supporter, but he should, and I think he makes the top 5.
What about you, Anton?
100%. He's in my top 5. I'll tell you that now. He's in it. I ain't going to tell you the rest of them, but he's in it. Has to be.
There's not even a question. Because obviously a lot of people are going to be mentioning about, there have been some great African players. Like, there's probably one in mind that you guys would probably go, ooh. But for me, he has to be in there, because I'm not going to tell you who it is yet, but he has to be in there. And he was, for about 3 years.
Why are you teasing us? Just tell us.
No.
I know who it is anyway.
You think?
Yeah, I know.
Where's he from?
For 3 years, I guess who
Where's
that
he
is.
from?
Yeah.
Is it Ghana?
I think he's from there.
Yeah, he is.
Probably should maybe look that up before I...
He is.
I put that out there.
He is.
All right, well, yeah, we're going to be talking about that as well. And again, when we come up after the break, we are going to be talking about Eddie Nketiah, because he signed a new long-term contract with Arsenal, which I'm happy about. But some of the guys are not happy with the 14 shirt him being presented to, so we're going to talk about that as well. Absolutely loads coming up on the boot room. I know we're a little bit later than usual, but that was because of the cricket. But obviously, stay with us. This is Darren Ambrose and Anton Ferdinand on the boot room on talkSPORT.
You win some, you lose some. That's why at Mr. Q, the online casino, they've got hundreds of games where it's not all about winning, but playing for the fun of it. So, for a bit of no-nonsense fun and 20 free spins on Fishing Frenzy to Big Catch with your first deposit, get yourself over to MrQ.com. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. £10 deposit required. All winnings uncapped and credited to your balance. Full T's and C's apply.
Excuse me, airport security. Did you pack this bag yourself, madam?
Yeah.
What's this then?
My post office travel money card.
Right. And this?
Oh, that's my post office travel insurance.
I knew that. Anything else to declare?
Yeah, they even sorted my passport for me.
Really?
Wherever you're headed, always pack the post office. Search Post Office Travel or visit your local branch. Card issued by First Rate Exchange Services Limited, pursuant to licence by MasterCard International Incorporated. T's and C's apply.
With Pension B, you can combine, contribute and withdraw online. We helped Andrew bring multiple workplace pensions together into one new online plan.
I chose Pension B because I was looking for a way to consolidate a larger number of pensions. It was really easy to sign up. I had to enter my details. Pension B did the rest.
We're building a pension company you can believe in. Be pension confident. Join at pensionbee.com. Capital at risk, authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
With Cinch, turn this into this. Cinch is the easy way to buy a car. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online. They're all quality checked and carefully reconditioned. With free home delivery straight to your door. So with the biggest range to buy entirely online, great quality cars and free home delivery, you can be certain you've absolutely cinched it. Search Cinch today. Verify at cinch.co.uk/range claim. Delivery to GB mainland, Isle of Wight and Scottish Islands only.
Blockbusting, compelling, a must listen.
Slides on his knees!
Darren Bent's Boardroom on talkSPORT.
On 1089 and 1053, medium wave, on your mobile and on DAB. talkSPORT, powered by fans.
From the Sky News Centre at 7, Grant Shapps said planned rail and tube strikes next week are a huge mistake. The Transport Secretary says they'll inconvenience millions of people. The RMT unions defending the action on Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday, saying they're looking for a pay rise for workers that reflects the cost of living. Tens of thousands of staff are walking out. These people are at Birmingham New Street Station.
They're striking for a reason, and if that reason is because they want to earn more money, they're in their own right to do so.
It's obviously going to inconvenience thousands and thousands of people. I very rarely have much sympathy for strikers.
People should, be heard, and if they want more pay for what they do, I don't see why they should, not.
The new head of the British Army says we must have a military capability of fighting Europe and defeating Russia. General Sir Patrick Sanders says he's the first since 1941 to take command of the army in the shadow of a land war in Europe. Firefighters in Spain are struggling to contain wildfires in several parts of the country. Spain is suffering an unusual heat wave. Well, meanwhile, massive flooding and mudslides in northeastern India's Assam state are continuing to claim more lives after heavy rain. At least 71 people are dead, and both India and Bangladesh have deployed troops to rescue people. Sutti Mishra is a journalist for the Daily Telegraph in Delhi and says people are becoming overwhelmed very quickly.
Till Thursday, the water was till the level of the knees, and then Friday morning, the water was neck high. So a lot of people suddenly got trapped inside their houses, their kitchens were flooded, and they were basically waiting on their rooftops.
In sport, England suffered their heaviest ever defeat to Barbarians in a rugby union match at Twickenham. They lost 52-21 despite their opponents playing the majority of the match with 14 men. And in cricket, England claimed a series-winning 6-wicket victory over the Netherlands in their second one-day international. Owen Morgan's side chased down 236 with 29 balls to spare. That's the latest. I'm Daryl Jackson.
On digital radio and 1089 and 1053 AM.
It's in the goal!
Darren Bent's Boardroom
What a goal!
on talkSPORT.
Good evening, this is Darren Bent's Boot Room with me, Darren Bent, and the former Birmingham bench warmer, Darren Ambrose, and the king of the shin goals, Anton Ferdinand. Still to come in our new feature, Ask Anton. But first, we're going to be talking about Eddie Nketiah's new contract at Arsenal. This is Darren Bent's Boot Room on talkSPORT. As Darren Ambrose will know, I don't write the openers.
But you read them.
No,
you don't have to read them.
I read the first one, but I didn't write that one. So the king of the shins, but he's got a point though, king of the shins.
No.
Did it come off the shin?
Of course it didn't.
We're talking about one of Anton's iconic goals, the greatest one he's ever scored in his life. It was against Fulham at Upton Park.
Yes.
The swivel in 2006, swivel volley.
I was facing my own goal. On the swivel, wallop. Back of the net.
Let me ask you a question. Now, you've got a catalogue of your fair good goals. Where would his rank in yours? Would that get in your top 5?
Oh, you know what?
No.
No. With some goal, though. Honestly, I watched it a minute ago. Some goal.
A keeper, down the middle of the goal.
No, it was in the top corner, wasn't it?
No, listen. Was it top corner, yes or no?
No, it wasn't quite top corner. But
he wasn't expecting it, though.
Of course he wasn't.
He's thinking Anton Ferdinand, he's facing the other way, centre half.
Exactly.
Bosh.
Exactly. Marlon Hill tried to hit it for himself as well. It come off his head, off his 50p head, and went over my shoulder, and I thought, well, I'm going to hit this.
And by the way, I'm happy with a bench warmer shout. I didn't even warm the bench in Birmingham. I was warming the stands. I'm impressed with the bench warmer.
Typical goal scorer, though.
Yeah.
Like, just because my goal was better than his.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Which one?
Actually, you scored, 106 Premier League goals?
Yeah.
Where would that have ranked in your top 5?
That's 100% in your top 5.
That would be... Yeah, that'd probably be 4 or 5.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got bare tapping.
Hey, you take 106
No, of
tappings.
course you would.
Well, anyway, after we said Anton, the king of the